Hello? Hi, everybody. You might have an awkward couple minutes of random testing, but I think we should be good to go now. I just need confirmation from you guys. Just let me know. Hello, bearded boy. Sup? Hola. How's the audio? Is it all right? Once we confirm that, I'll have to mess with the mic for a second. Let's shoot for 12 hours. Let's shoot me in the head. How about that? How's the audio, guys? Video and sound are fine. It looks like our frame is actually okay this time. Let's see how long that holds out. Thank you, Gary, over at Rock Solid Productions. If you guys haven't checked out Gary, you should check out his channel. He does a lot of great retro stuff. I steal from him all the time. Like, he makes a video, then I get the same thing, and I'm like, Gary did it. I'll take all his things, and I'll do it better. Except I don't do it better. I do it worse. So I steal from you, Gary. Thank you for making content so I can steal from you. I'm kidding. But Gary's good. You should check him out. All right, so we give people a minute here to kind of get into the chat. I posted on all the normal social media stuff. Your Twitters and your Facebooks. If you guys aren't part of that, you should join up. Instagram, the Discord. Always hang out in the Discord if you can. There's a link to all this stuff in the description. As per usual, what we're gonna do is just hang out, chit chat. I'll take questions from you guys. We'll talk, and priority goes to anybody who does like super chats or PayPal donations or any of that sort of thing. But as always, it's not a requirement. It's just it's just a good way to help support the channel. And so I think we're good to go. So yeah, welcome everybody. Over 60 of you already. That's great. But yeah, so if this is your first time ever, you can't find my Discord. Yes, you can. There's in the description of this video that you're watching right now. There's a link at the bottom. It's just the discord.gg with and then a whole address there. So just click that, and you can join up in the Discord for free at any time. If you are a Patreon backer, though, you can link it with the Discord and get like a special badge and all that sort of stuff. What was your first handheld and favorite game on that system? It's a very vanilla answer, but my first portable ever was the original Game Boy, like the all gray model. And the game I remember playing the most at the time, like when I first got it, is it was one of the Legend of Zelda, one of the Zelda games. I think it was the one they just remade for the Switch, like whatever original version of that existed. Because at some point I lost both that handheld and I lost the game. But all the I ended up buying later, or at least I got for Christmas or something, one of the same original fat model, but it was like the transparent one as opposed to the original gray color theme. And then I ended up playing a lot of things like Kirby, both of the Kirby's Dream Land games, Power Rangers games. Like, I love that. But I never found it. I never found my gray Game Boy with that Zelda game. Link's Awakening, thank you. I never found it. I still to this day have no idea what happened to it. And so I've been going through my mom's house because she passed away last July. And that house was just cluttered with stuff. And so I thought, maybe I'll find it. And I dug through every square inch of that house. I'm still in the process of doing that, but it has not turned up. So it leads me to believe I just lost it as a kid. I have no idea when and where, but it's gone. That sucks, but oh well. So there you go. You're eating a sandwich. That's good. That's always a good thing to eat food. I ate already, and a good thing too, because I'll probably be doing this for a while. I have a coffee here, and I have a thing of water, and I also have another prepared coffee in my Ubisoft thermos. That should stay warm for many hours. So hopefully we'll be good to go here for a while. There is a possibility of a cameo from Rob later. I don't know. He said he was working all day, so we'll see. This is not going to be like the December shows where I was like, hey, let's call up a bunch of people, because it's not my birthday. It's not Christmas. It's just a random day of the week. Where is our PS5 review? Ask Best Buy. So I've been trying to get the PS5 since before it came out. Like I tried to pre-order it, and I'm very particular that I have to order this through Best Buy, and if I actually succeed, I'll explain why in a video. But you know, I want to get it, but Best Buy's process is like brutally hard. And I saw the super chat. I'll get back to you in a second, Jamie. Thank you for that. Jake Randall is like one of the guys who runs like all these like Twitter accounts about how to like get a PS5, has like been directly messaging me and being like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. And I keep following his tactics and they're making progress. But what inevitably happens is I eventually get the thing in my cart and it just will never let me buy it. So I kind of put out a tweet yesterday in just like frustration about this. And then that tweet got picked up by comicbook.com for an article they wrote about how it's pissing people off that they can't pick up a PS5. So answer to your question is as soon as I can get the damn thing, but I'm having serious issues with that. Yes, I got the Xbox Series X. I did a video on it when it came out. So the super chat we got from Jamie Valadares. I hope I pronounced that right. $4.99. Thank you for that. Just says woo. There's no question attached to that, but thank you very much for the support. Again, if anytime you guys want to support the channel, you can do it through super chats. You can hit the join button, or you can hit up the PayPal. All that stuff, the information's in the description. I appreciate it. Again, you just get automatic priority to your question. But you know, again, totally optional. I can't wait for Far Cry 6. Me too. I love the Far Cry games. The game keeps getting delayed, and I've said this a million times. I don't mind when games get delayed. If they need to be delayed for the sake of the game, just do it. You know, like if you rush a game, you inevitably end up in cyberpunk territory. It doesn't need to be a thing. Just let the game take its time so that they can end up making it. Because if you rush it out too soon, it always comes out broken. I just don't know how many times we have to be taught this lesson. Have I completed my Wii U collection? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, that's right. I did. I remember announcing this in a video that I had picked up with Shakedown Hawaii was the last Wii U game. And with that one, I had finished the set. There will never be another Wii U game unless there's somebody who secretly got one published and has been sitting on it for some reason. But other than that, you know, Super Bubba, Super Chats, didn't ask a question, but thank you very much for the Super Chat. If you put in a question there, I'll try to answer it. Have you heard of the 2 new Shenmue remakes being developed? That is not true. I think you're probably talking about the animated series. If you're talking about that fan-made project, that's very different. Do you know YouTuber Jimmy Hoppa? I've never heard of him. Am I excited for Sonic 2, the movie? In the same sense that I was excited for Sonic 1. I did an entire, like, what was it, like a 40 or 30-minute review of the first Sonic movie. And I found it to be a passable, kids movie. Very cookie cutter. It has its pluses and its minuses, whatever. It was fine. I'm not sitting here thinking like, oh, I absolutely need a second Sonic movie. But it was the highest grossing film of 2020. Granted, 2020, most movies couldn't come out for that reason. But I can obviously see why they wanted it. It was a big success. Paramount desperately needed one. So it makes full sense. I can't say I'm excited per se, but I'll check it out. The Reformer, aka Cox the Canadian, who's in my Discord, says $5. So can I have the Patreon tag now? Well, first of all, that's $5. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second, that's $5 Canadian, which is like 10 cents American. So that doesn't quite cover that. I'm just joking about the exchange rate. But what he's saying is if you're in the Patreon, no matter what tier, either it's like Keith is a new guy who's gonna be on the podcast, committed to an entire year of the podcast up front, and no matter if you're that extreme or if you're all the way at the person who's like, I'm doing $1 for 1 month, either way you get the Patreon tag in the Discord. Of course, as soon as your patron is up, the patronage is up, the tag goes away. But Reformer, Cox, you could have just used that money and subscribed on Patreon and you would have your precious tag. But I do appreciate the support. Jamie super chats again and says, thoughts on Sonic franchise turning 30 years old. So, okay, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I accepted Sonic's age 10 years ago. When it was 2012, I think it was Sonic Generations came out. And when that happened, I did the math on that. And I was like, Sonic has now been a third-party character longer than he was ever a first-party character. And when that happened, I was like, it's over. So the past 10 years after that are just like a joke. Like, it's almost a footnote now that Sonic originated as his own, mascot. Now he's just like another video game character. So, hey, go back in time and ask me 10 years ago how depressing that was. um, Rob says, it's actually less, Adam. $5 Canadian is more like 4 cents American. I forget what the actual exchange rate is. It's probably, I think in reality it's like 70%, so it would be about $4 ish, minus YouTube fees and all that sort of stuff. But either way, I'm just saying thank you for the support. It's 2011 because 2011. What did I say? Did I say 2012? I'm sorry, I meant 2011. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking of the Wii U for a second. I have to remember all these like arbitrary launch dates for stuff, and sometimes I'm just like, prequels better than sequels. I can only assume that you're talking about Star Wars, in which case, yes, the Star Wars prequel trilogy is much better than the Disney sequel trilogy, which is not really a trilogy. It's just 3 movies that are technically in a row. And to put that in comparison to another set of Star Wars trilogy, it would be like saying, oh, Revenge of the Sith, Solo, and Rogue One are a trilogy. They take place in that order, but a trilogy they are not. And that's basically how that goes. Although, to me, honestly, the Disney trilogy is simply not canon. Like, it's so monumentally stupid to accept. And it's just like, no, the hell with it. This didn't happen. Like, it can't. It just couldn't happen. Now, some of that might come with old age, as you guys will find out the older you get. When they make new stuff in the franchises you like, you might reach a point where you're like, this thing here from there on out is no longer part of my universe of those events. I've reached that point with Star Trek, but I maintain that point in both cases, which is the newer stuff is just poorly done because it's done for different reasons. It's done for basically brand exploitation as opposed to brand creation. I'm sure we could elaborate on that for hours, but nobody really cares. Did I watch Zack Snyder's Justice League? Yes, I did. I did a very short tweet review because it's a tweet, and all I really said about it was that it was infinitely better than the Joss Whedon original release, but it's not without its flaws, and it's something I would very much like to talk about. But the problem is it's so new, I just don't want to ruin it for people. So I might cover it in my podcast specifically, but for now, let's just say I liked it better than the other version. Journal X, hey, what's up, man? He says, he's gonna grab some food. I'm like, how long am I gonna be here for? Probably a while. Like, the last stream went for 8 hours and 3 minutes. I don't think we're pushing those kinds of numbers, but I'll be here for a while. I just started. Have I ever read the Harry Potter books and watched the movies, and what do you recognize this line? And do you recognize this line, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it? Yeah, it's a line from, I forget which movie, but it's in there. Yeah, I've seen all the movies, and as a kid I read the first and I think second book. I quite enjoy the movies, although I study too much of production on projects like that, and so I've become too painfully aware of certain things that they changed to speed up the narrative, which does hurt the narrative overall, particularly in what was it, 5 or 6, whichever the one was where Harry, like, he starts out in London and he almost makes a date with this girl, and then he bails on the date and you never see that girl again. I know that one got like brutalized from the book to film translation. Favorite video game turtle? That would be Donatello from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Hyperstone Heist, Sega Genesis. Thoughts on the Amico? I've not much that has changed on that front. Like, Tommy Tallarico, who is creating that, reached out to me a couple of times wanting to do, like a podcast or something about it. But to be honest, my thoughts on it haven't really changed. Like, I would be very interested to check it out in its physical form, but at the moment, all I can really say on it is I'm not optimistic about its chances. I'm not, to be brutally honest, I'm not super interested in it. So it's hard for me to like really have much, to say about it beyond that, especially having never used it. Dumbledore said it to Lucius Malfoy. Okay, that could be right. Favorite Ouya game? I don't play the Ouya. I love you, Adam. Thank you. You're one of my favorite YouTubers, and you have inspired me to get a full Wii U set. What's your favorite Star Wars movie? Well, sorry about the curse of collecting. Favorite Star Wars movie? It used to be Return of the Jedi. Now it's A New Hope. I think that that's just an amazing film. I even enjoy the McClunky cut, although I don't watch that version. We got a couple of super chats. One from Dwampt, who says, I totally agreed about Star Trek Next Generation inspired me growing up. I can't see the new shows inspiring anyone today. They're more dystopian now. Yeah, I mean, there are valid arguments to the counterpoint of all of this, which is like, you're an old fogey, you know, like Star Trek always started off being disliked. Like every single series starts off being disliked by the pre-established fan base. But I think there is a core difference there, which is older Star Trek, like TNG season 1 sucks. Like it's indisputable. That is a bad season of a show. And the problem is, though, like they found their footing and they became what is acceptable Star Trek. There is a lore building, there's universe building in TNG, and the same is continued with DS9 and Voyager and all that. It's actually funny when you go back to TOS, very little of it actually holds up in the greater scheme of like the universe building. Like, for a small example that people are aware of is the Klingons are just dudes with like beards. You know what I mean? Like I know Enterprise tried to address that, but there's a lot of stuff that where TOS, I think, really falls on its face when after you've watched all the other stuff. But you compare that to modern Star Trek. Modern Star Trek is really just like, we're just using the name Star Trek and we're trying to make generic sci-fi show and exploit the brand's name when really we don't care about anything that exists within its lore. Yeah, sure, we'll show you. We'll say some names like like Vulcan. We'll say Spock. We'll say Kirk. We'll say Enterprise. And we'll say some of those trigger words that you know. But for the most part, it's like an absolute betrayal of the characters. And it's not like old Trek was perfect and suddenly it changed. Like the TNG movies are garbage. Like they fundamentally do not understand the characters. And again, you study the production backgrounds and you find out why that is. I love Patrick Stewart, but fundamentally he was the reason that happened. And because, you know, when the original series was happening, he didn't think much of it. He thought it was a stupid thing. It's going to get canceled, whatever. It's a job. But he was an actor just doing his job. The show becomes successful. He never really liked playing the whole like intellectual Picard. He wanted to play action Picard, as he's been later dubbed, which is why in the movies, in order to get him, they're like, yeah, we'll give you a bunch of action scenes. Like, was it Nemesis where he has like a whole scene driving around in a dune buggy because that was a specific request? It's like, you don't need that. And so the whole thing behind the new Picard show was like, I don't want to play the older Picard. I want to be like, you know, this crazier, different type of Picard. I don't like it. I get why you have to do it to appease him, but I also understand why they made it in the first place, which was we've destroyed the Star Trek brand. Getting Patrick Stewart as Picard is like the one thing that might bring some people back. But the problem is you had to also convince Patrick Stewart to play the real character again, and they didn't do that. There could have been great potential in a new show about an older Jean-Luc Picard having to do, you know, some sort of traditional type of Star Trek thing, you know, maybe post Dominion War and all those sort of events. But instead they're just like, no, the Borg, they're back. Because remember the Borg? Everybody likes that two-parter in TNG. People kind of like First Contact, so the Borg. It's like, shut up. Just shut up. Sorry. Can you tell I'm a little passionate about this? Anyway, thank you for the super chat. CMC 6996 super chats and says, hey man, what are some of your favorite video game soundtracks? I've always been partial to Sonic Adventure and Ocarina of Time. Those are good choices. So I think about the ones I have on like vinyl records. The obvious answers you're going to get from me are things like, you know, Shenmue and whatever. So I'll pick some of the other ones I don't talk about as much. I like the Resident Evil soundtracks, both of them, although they're just ambience music, which is how they were intended. Some of the weirder ones would be like the Silent Hill music. Like, you know, my friend and I were like cleaning up my mom's house and we put on the Silent Hill OST because I have the vinyl of that. And it's just a lot of like, you know, loud shrieking and just random noises to the point where the record player just stopped working. And we were like convinced that it scared the hell out of the record player and it wouldn't work anymore. We fixed it later, but that's a really good piece of music. The Metal Gear Solid stuff. I love that so many video game soundtracks now are getting record releases because records were before my time and I never really understood the whole like, oh, it sounds better on vinyl thing until I got older and I got some records and I was just like, this is dope. So I'm really glad that those are getting all sorts of new releases now. I really like that. Thank you for the super chat. Hopefully that answers your question. Zero interest in Star Trek, but your commentary is great. Thank you. I highly recommend it. it is a difficult thing to know where to start, especially with the movies, because they're like mixed into the shows. Particularly the TNG movies are like fixed between very specific episodes, but the episodes don't really make that clear. You just get like context clues. From what I remember offhand, Generations takes place after season 3 of Deep Space Nine, but before Deep Space Nine season 4, and like First Contact takes place in the middle of season 5 of Deep Space Nine, in between two very particular episodes, and the only clue you have to it is that in the second of those two episodes, Captain Sisko makes a specific reference to the Borg attacking Earth recently, and he's talking about that. Which, when you look at it, when you watch it that way and look back on it as a whole, it just makes absolutely no sense. It would be like, I know you guys don't really care if you're not watching Star Trek, but it's just kind of funny because in the middle of the context of the show, they're in the middle of the biggest war in the history of the Federation. And randomly there's this Borg attack because the film producers were different than the TV producers. So to put it in normal historical context, it would be like if in the middle of World War II, for some reason, the British burned down the White House again. Like, it just doesn't make any sense for that to have happened in the middle of that time frame. But yeah, First Contact is not awesome. It is not. I rewatched it recently. The first time I saw it, I thought it was great, but that was like 12 years ago. And I just rewatched it a couple days ago. I'm like, this sucks. Like, this is everything wrong with Star Trek. Is just fundamentally not understanding the characters doing dumb, contradictory things just to make the plot happen. It's just a dumb action movie. It's the best of the 4 TNG movies, but that does not say much. I'm sorry, I keep talking about Star Trek. Let's focus on things that aren't Star Trek, because I will definitely fall down that rabbit hole for a while. Borg versus Dominion would have been awesome. I thought that would have been a great way. Stop. Sorry. Stop. We gotta stop. Final Fantasy Oats. Oh, I think you. Oh no, you do mean oats. He's probably. Oh, where can I get the breakfast cereal as part of a balanced breakfast? Probably means OSTs, as in official soundtracks. Yeah, you should go in the Discord. It's true. I will nag people about watching Star Trek. I've got coffee here. I've got water here because people are asking what I'm drinking, and I've got a second coffee over here. So I'm prepared to go for a while. First Contact as a movie is awesome. It's a very generic 90s action movie, but especially with the context around it, it's just no. The girlfriend is here, Mrs. Claus. Welcome. Hi, dear. Will I customize my PS5? I got to get one first, so I can't really do anything about that. No, I still have not managed to get a PS5. It's become like a reoccurring joke. Like, you just want to make me feel bad. Just say, where's your PS5? It's like, man, I own an Apple Pippin, but I get no respect. And that's probably why I get no respect, because I own an Apple Pippin. Terminator anime series. I have no interest in anything anime. And that kills me, because the Shenmue anime series is going to be a thing. And that is truly a paradox. That is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Because Shenmue's like my favorite thing ever, and anime is like my least favorite thing ever. And so the two of them coming together is, what do I do? What do I do? Yeah. PS5 is I agree. Silent Hill 2 soundtrack is good. Yeah, I've got that one. I don't have the records with me. I keep the records at my mom's house now, because she had a much better record setup than I have. So there's no reason to keep them here. But so I can't like look at them. But I just got the Sonic Adventure ones. I have the Shenmue ones. I have a bunch of random ones. For a little bit there, I was getting a bunch of the data disc ones, but it started getting into like, I have too many of these for games I'm not even familiar with. So it's just like, why am I doing this? What do I think about Microsoft making more acquisitions? Honestly, it depends on what they're doing, and they're not going to acquire Sega or Konami or any other Japanese company. I wish stuff like that would go away. I was explaining this to someone very recently. You can't. First of all, I need you to understand that when you read headlines like Microsoft to buy whatever Japanese game developer, it's basically the equivalent of being in a grocery store looking at the tabloids and seeing Jennifer Aniston marries alien. That didn't happen, and it didn't happen. And why is that headline so ludicrous? Because it's impossible. And the same thing is the case with an American company buying a Japanese company. The Japanese have like really strict laws about Japanese corporations being acquired by non-Japanese corporations. So we don't have those type of laws in Western countries. You know, like if Microsoft wanted to, they could buy, you know, Ubisoft, even though they're French. Like a deal could be made. Technically, it would have to be approved by the French government, but they would allow it. The Japanese just straight up won't engage in the conversation. It's meant to protect Japanese interests. So getting around that is borderline impossible. And people have pointed out, but they bought up a couple of little developers. It's like, those are not corporations. They're little studios. That's very different. Technically, I'm a corporation, but I'm a company, not a corporation. So if that's the case, somebody in another country could buy me. But if I was technically a corporation and I was Japanese, you couldn't buy me. Like, that's all I'm saying is you can't get around that particularly easily. Now, that being said, I could see Microsoft acquiring someone like, I thought for a brief second that it made sense that EA might be like next up, which would be a big acquisition. But they have this working relationship. I could see that being the case, but I think they might want to go smaller. At one point, WB Games, formerly Midway, was kind of on the chopping block. So it's possible that was what they're talking about. Or it's just they're just going to absorb some other little guys who we don't think about much. But the whole thing about like they're gonna buy like Sega or Konami, they can't do that for legal reasons. And people are like, can't they just buy the Japanese division? No, that's like me saying I'm gonna sell you 1/3 of my house, but I'm still gonna live in the other 2/3. Why would you buy that house? It doesn't make any sense. That's not how that works. So Sony could potentially do it. They could buy Konami. That's actually possible, but the other way around, no. We got a super chat from Inkling. Good to see you, Adam. Hope you enjoyed Medieval. Thank you. I have it. It's right over there. If you you know what that game looks like. Thank you again for doing that, Inklings. I miss your random comments. For those who don't know, Inkling would post on like every video I made, just asking like, "Hey, did you get Medieval yet? Hey, did you get Medieval yet? Hey, did you get Medieval yet?" And I was like, "Nah, man, sorry." And eventually, it just showed up at my house. He was like, I bought it. I couldn't wait anymore. You have to have Medieval. So thank you very much again for doing that. You didn't have to do that. And thank you again for the super chat there. Ooh, my buddy Kareem. You know what, Kareem? You're a moderator now. Welcome. Kareem's my buddy from New York. He's another Shenmue super fan. I've been on his channel a few times. We went to the YouTube studio. I actually still have the badge for that, dude. Like right over there. Like YouTube Space New York. Kareem's like a legit YouTuber. He's not like me. Like that dude has over like 1 million subs. Like he's a real person. I'm not a real person. I'm just a guy. He's a real YouTuber. And so he lets me on his channel from once in a while. And I miss you, dude. I want to come back out to New York and make that happen. Yeah, I know you've been busy, Inkling, because you haven't been asking every time if I still have it. Don't worry. I promise you Medieval is fine. It's safe. NBA Live 2003 is the best soundtrack of all time. What? Yeah, man, keep it. They shut down sadly permanently. I get why they're down for COVID, but like they're done, like for real. That sucks. The YouTube space was awesome. Do I ever play games on emulators? Not in the sense that you're probably imagining, where like, oh, I fire up the PC and I put on some emulators. I don't do that. I sometimes would put on emulators for like, say the original Xbox where you play like Super Nintendo games on them or whatever. Haven't done that in a while. So the only other extension of that would really be things where like the Super Mario 3D collection here for the Switch, where technically the games are emulated. If you count that, sure. But aside from that, no, not really. Could you imagine if Sega bought Microsoft? No, I can't even begin to imagine that. The numbers don't add up. Let's just say that's not happening. You hope I stream more often. Thank you. Yeah, it's fun, but like, you need to take a break, man. Like Rob was right. He was saying, my buddy Rob, who's on the podcast, was saying the same thing. He's like, you used to do it like every few weeks and it was clearly like killing you. And then you just took a break for like 2 years and then now you're back, but you got to pace it out a little slower. And he's right. One of the problems with streaming like this, oh, hey, it's Desiree from Hawaii. What up? Yeah, Desiree's my friend in Hawaii along with Mikkel. We hang out down there. Mikkel, I don't know if he's watching or not. Mikkel just had a kid. You guys know my buddy Mikkel. Hopefully, Mikkel Casanova. He's another YouTuber. He just had a daughter. So congratulations to Mikkel. And his cat ran away, but his cat came back, so he's in a good place. But anyway, so I don't even know what the hell I was talking about. We got a super chat from Cax for $2. It says, "Adam, can you tell my niece she needs to eat lunch?" Niece of Cax, whose name was not provided, you need to eat lunch. Lunch is good. Like if you eat food, you like live and stuff. If the food is bad, then you can blame Cax and demand better food. But you do need to eat. Thank you, Cax. What was I saying before that? Was it PC gaming, emulators? I don't remember what the hell we were talking about. Come back to visit. I'd like to. It's on my list of things to do. Like, I've already got the first COVID vaccine. I get the second one on April 2nd, I think. And then the I have to wait the couple of weeks or whatever. And then I have a few places I need to hit up that I just miss, like New York and stuff like that. But it's on the list. I also have to have like a reason to go there. Is that the Mrs. Claus in the chat? Yes, my girlfriend, Mrs. Claus, is in the chat right now. She's making a cameo. That is not common for her. Hi, babe. Do I like Reese's Pieces? I did a lot more as a kid. As an adult, not so much. Yo, man, come to Madison sometime. The owner of Video Game Exchange says hi, by the way. Oh, dude, I missed that place. That is a good store. If you're in Madison, Wisconsin, check out the Video Game Exchange. That guy is super nice, and I want to tell a story about him, but it's so good that I have to keep it for its own video. It'll make sense at the time. But it's a thing that I'm gonna do down the line. What will I do post-pandemic? Like I said, man, I want to get back to flying around and going to things, and I mean the world has to kind of open up again. So, but I'm just going to be honest. I've got a lot of airline miles I'm sitting on from all the traveling I did. And also I inherited my mom's airline miles. So I'm fucking jonesing to fly. Like, so I want to go to some of the places I actually have some reason to go to first, or, honestly, also places where I can just crash for free. Like, I'm going to go to New York and see my buddies there. I'm going to go down to Raleigh, North Carolina. Again, I've got some stuff to do there, and I have a friend there. So these are all on the list. Hawaii is like, that might happen. It's on my list. But I also think, like, if I'm going to spend all that effort to go to Hawaii, that I also want to wait till it's like colder here, because it's going to be the summer by then. Let's see here. Oh yeah, thoughts on rumors about Microsoft acquiring Sega and Konami. Kareem, I love you, but that's never going to happen for reasons I explained already. Let's just say it's ridiculous. It's not. It's literally illegal. It's not going to happen. Airline miles. No, my airline miles don't expire. I use United Airlines primarily, and they changed their policy a few years ago, so their miles simply do not expire. So I'm sitting on like a metric ton of them, and it's awesome. I'm going to make good use of them. Hugo super chats for $2.99. Thank you. He doesn't ask a question, but if you have one, let me know. James F super chats. Thank you for being an authority on all things video games. What do you know about the next Nintendo console? Honestly, the same thing you do, man. It's all just rumors and hearsay at this point. There's nothing official out there unless some major announcement happened while we were live streaming. There is no official next thing. I know there's some reported update to the Switch coming about, but that's like maybe a brighter screen, better battery type of situation, not necessarily like Switch Pro, Switch 4K, whatever. So, and even then, or that would just be an update thing that, it's not like a true next console. I actually just kind of did an entire video about these things earlier this month for the Switch anniversary, as well as like what defines a generation and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, you might get some information out of that, but the short version is there's nothing official known yet. Thank you for the super chat. CBMF Productions. Hey, Adam, I want to get into Resident Evil for Village coming out. I've only played 7 before. What games would you recommend before 8 comes out? Well, okay, so I don't know where 8 is going to take place canonically, but if you want to get into Resident Evil, man, like, damn, I envy you. Sorry, the clap was probably kind of loud. Resident Evil 1 is fantastic. It's a matter of preference of which version you play. You could play the OG, like Sega Saturn PS1 build, or you can do the remake. The remake was available on GameCube, the Wii, the PS3, technically the 360. It was also available on the PS4 and Xbox One. If you want to do that, to be brutally honest, that's typically what I do is I play like the Xbox One build, or I would, which actually was a Games with Gold game that Microsoft gave away like 2 months ago. Resident Evil 0 is good. Same thing. That game was made. There was an N64 prototype, but there was a GameCube game. And then they re-released it again for the Wii and all the other consoles. In fact, you can get Resident Evil Remake and Resident Evil 0 in the same package for like $20 for the 360 or the PS4. And they're both backwards compatible. So I would start there. The other really good ones, Resident Evil 2 is Legend. You can also do the complete remake of that, which is on Xbox One. Resident Evil 3, again, great game. Not as good, but still good. There's the remake of that. Resident Evil Code Veronica does not have a remake. That game is the true Resident Evil 3. There's a whole story behind that. But that's was made for the Dreamcast. You can start there, and it was also ported to various platforms. Do that. And then you get into like disputed territory, which is Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is different, but good. But it also clearly, the changes in it are what led to like the destruction of the entire franchise. Because Resident Evil 5 is like terrible unless you're co-oping. And even then it's like a mediocre game. And Resident Evil 6 is like, hey, let's let Michael Bay make a Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 7 has nothing to do with any of that. Resident Evil 7 is pretty much just a horror game and they put Resident Evil's name on it. And then I think there's only like one reference to previous games in it. And it's like, when you go into the kitchen, there's like a newspaper article that mentions Raccoon City. And that's it. That's like the only reference. So I would say start with the older ones. Just decide which version you want. I know it's probably an overload on your question, but hopefully that answers it. CMC 6996. Post Dreamcast, which console had better Sega exclusives in your opinion? Xbox or GameCube? I would say Xbox, only because your question is very specifically about exclusives, because most of what the GameCube got, not all certainly, but most of what it got were Dreamcast ports. Like it got Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 out of that, whereas pretty much everything on the Xbox, with the exception of I think really just Shenmue 2, was wholly exclusive to the original Xbox, at the time anyway. So you'd have to take that out of the equation. I know GameCube also got like Billy Hatcher, but it also got Virtua Quest, which was not a good game. You know, so you have to balance that out. I think the PS2 got the least. It basically ended up with like Virtua Fighter 4 and I think Shinobi, and that was kind of about it. I would have to sit down and like look at them all, but off the top of my head, I'd say that the Xbox probably benefited the most. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, hopefully people are giving him feedback about the Resident Evil games. We got another super chat from Meow's Garage who says, hi, awesome videos. Do you feel the Wii U will be a collectible in the future? Absolutely. It is a Nintendo home console, debatably the last Nintendo home console. And I know I just did an entire video saying why the Switch is in fact a console, but man, there are still people on that video that just are like, no, it's not. It's a portable and you're a moron. And it's like, okay, the thing with the Wii U is it's indisputable. So no matter what camp you fall into, the Wii U is indisputably a Nintendo home console. It is also their least successful home console because the Virtual Boy was not considered part of that. But it only has like 200 games on it, a little over. So it's actually very doable to get the entire library. So yeah, absolutely. It was not a big success. It's kind of falling into that Dreamcast or Saturn territory where good console, not that many units out there, not that big of a library, and it's by either Nintendo or Sega. So yeah, thank you for the super chat. PS2 got Sonic Heroes. So did GameCube and Xbox. That's right. Nightshade was also on PlayStation 2. What did you think of the OG Xbox versus the GameCube? I need a little more context to that question. I think in general, I preferred the original Xbox, if that's all you're asking. Oh, we got a super chat from Joshua Roscart. I think it's just one of those stickers. It says, thank you. Well, thank you for very much, for watching the stream and supporting. If you have a question, Joshua, let me know. Mike K super chats. When will Sega make Shining Force 4? I have no idea. I mean, I become privy to certain Sega plans, but not all of them. Of course, the ones I am privy to, I can't discuss anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I will say this. Generally, the modern version of Sega has changed. Like, there was Sega as we knew them growing up, where they were all into consoles and they wanted to be like this big powerhouse. That Sega went away probably in around like 2003, 2004. And then they became kind of the post-console Sega, which was like, we're just going to kind of put out some games here and there and try this, but there was no cohesive plan. And then they just kind of floated uncompetitively for a while. But within the last, I would say like 4 years, they've really tried to change back into that mode of Sega, but they're still they're like blending the two. And by that I mean they want to start honoring all their older IPs. They want fans to be happy. They love having a fan base and all that. But it's a risk to say, hey, we're going to go out and make like a Rystar game. So what we'll do is if there's a super fan of Rystar who wants to make their own game, they can make it, they can come to us, they can show us it, and if we like it, we'll publish it and go forward with it. Now, Rystar is a generic example. There is no Rystar game in production. But that's how you got things like that Panzer Dragoon remake. That's how you got Sonic Mania. That's how you got Streets of Rage 4, is that basic model. So really, if you're a motivated enough developer out there and you like Shining Force, just start making it. And when you show them a proof of concept, you know, they might take you seriously. They're pretty good about it. You know, like I have direct communication with them about this. There is an official channel in which you can approach them about that type of thing. As long as you're like legit, they'll hear you out. So that's all I'm saying is Sega isn't making one, but that doesn't mean it won't exist. Remy, what up? Long time no see. For those who don't remember, Remy was a podcast host on this channel for what, 4 episodes? He was around for a little while. And he's French. He's like my best French fan that I'm aware of anyway. We almost met up in Paris one time. But, you know, things didn't quite go that way. But Remy, man, what up? Miss you. Chip might show up. You never know. Adam farted. Adam did not fart. It's his chair. You know? What's your ancestry? It's a big mixed bag of randomness. It's mostly Western European. There's like 0% Eastern European. There's a little bit of North African for some reason. I have like 8% Native American. That one really I wasn't expecting. But mostly it breaks down to some variation of the British Isles or Italy. What's up with first and second gen gaming? Question is not quite elaborate enough. What do you think the next mini console will be, and do you have most of them? To answer the second part of that, the only one I have is the Genesis mini, and that's because Sega sent it to me. I'm not really one for the mini things. I liked that one just because of the nostalgia of the fact that Sega themselves made it. It's not made by like At Games or any other, you know, crappy company like that. Sega did it in-house. So I liked that. But it's not how I would even really play Genesis games. It was, you know, cool to check it out that way and all, but you see it in almost all my videos now. It's behind me as a great display piece. I do not have the NES or SNES Classic. I don't have the TurboGrafx 16 Classic. I don't have the Commodore 64 Classic or PC Classic or the PlayStation Classic. I don't have any of those because I don't really care. Like I have, with the exception of like Commodore 64, I guess. I have the original hardware, so I don't really need little emulator boxes. So yeah, I think the fad on that is a little over because you kind of ran out of the good options. You know, you need a combination of technologically and financially viable while also being marketably viable. And there's only a couple of consoles that meet that criteria, and we went through most of them. Nintendo stopped, A, because the Switch became successful, but B, N64 emulation is still not quite there. Now, I don't have any doubt that Nintendo could make that work if they needed to or wanted to, but they have no reason to. Like, they can put Super Mario 64 on its own collection and sell it for way more money. They don't have to do that. You got to remember, desperation is what created the NES and SNES Classic. Sega, on the other hand, the only platform they ever really had that I think had that kind of appeal would have been the Genesis, and they did it. You know, you might be able to do a Master System Classic, but like in Europe only. If you released that here, it would bomb like crazy. Same with, you know, Japan. Maybe they would do a limited like Mark III run or something, but that would be only if they were building the thing with Europe in mind. Whereas anything after that, like Saturn or Dreamcast, is just too difficult and too expensive to do at this point. I think the only reason you saw TurboGrafx 16 Classic is Konami picked up the rights and they were like, what the hell? This is our thing. Let's try it. Sony could have done a really good PS1 Classic, and as we famously know, they didn't. So that's a shame. But again, same thing. They can't go past that. I know there was these rumors about Microsoft maybe doing an Xbox original Classic. Again, same the hardware and software emulation is just not there yet. And I also don't think they have any reason to, because they could literally put that collection out as a download for all like Xbox Ones and Xbox Series X's. Microsoft doesn't seem to care as much about their history as most of the console companies do. At least for exploitation purposes, if you will. Like, they're not going to try and sell you that, because that interview mostly came from a former developer at Xbox who's like, wouldn't that be cool? And then it just, exploded, as it always does. So it's not, I don't think there's going to be any. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think you're going to get another one of those for a while, if any more at all, just because the most marketable and viable ones are already done. At least at this point in time. You have to catch up to a point where I could see a Dreamcast one happening in like 10 years when it's so you can emulate that on like something the size of a quarter or whatever, and mass produce it for like $5. But that's a different time that we're not in. Ring Fit Master super chats and says, don't forget, Adam, Sega helped Nintendo make one of the best racing games of all time, F-Zero, GX, and AX. Yes, that was an arcade system. There is the GameCube game that Sega's mentioned in, but the arcade version, I think, was entirely made by Sega. And one of the coolest things about that is if you had the GameCube game, you could play it and you could save on the memory card, and then take the memory card to the arcade cabinet and play that, and it would like unlock extra content on your memory card so that when you went back home, and you could have extra characters and stuff in the GameCube game. And I thought that was like a super neat idea that is the type of thing that Sega would do, where it's just, that's one of the things I always loved about classic Sega, is they always had these crazy ideas like that are totally impractical and like only a handful of people are ever going to do. And it seems like a neat feature that's just not marketably viable, but they do it anyway. That's one of the crazy great things I loved about Sega. It's that same attitude that ultimately kicked them out of hardware, but I loved them for it. We got a super chat from, Corey Marsh. Dude, I have not seen you in a long time. Welcome back. Hey, Adam, we need to do a revisit of the HDMI enhanced OSSC or no? Dude, man, I'm floored to see you. I haven't seen you in the longest time. Yes, so I did a video of the OSSC like years ago, and I actually got that from Corey. He actually sent that to me. But back then, it only had DVI out, and that was one of my biggest gripes with it, was that it really needed HDMI. And I remember after doing the video, I got some complaints, I think from the guys who make it, or at least made that particular version, thinking like, it's just not viable, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I'm just telling you, it's an annoyance. And then later they changed it anyway, so it does have HDMI out on it now. I have one, but I don't have like the original version now. I have the one that Corey sent me, but I also have Kaiko sent me one that does have HDMI out, but theirs is kind of like a clone, so I'm not really sure if it's really fair to use that as, hey, this is what the OSSC is like now. Man, I'm just sorry. I'm just like excited to see you, Corey. It's good, good to see you. Also, Chicago represent, man. Thank you for the super chat. Am I afraid of disc rot on console or console hardware failure? I have never been hit with disc rot. It's really not that hard to avoid. You just kind of don't put your stuff in, warm, moist environments, and you should be fine. I keep my games largely in colder, dark rooms. And I'm yet to, and I've literally ripped every disc in my collection, and not a single one suffered from disc rot. So I haven't really had that problem. Console failure, on the other hand, is definitely a thing. More common with, consoles with moving parts. I don't think I've ever seen a Genesis die because there's no moving parts in those things. But anything with moving parts always has bigger problems. I really want to see a Saturn Mini one day. Panzer Dragoon Saga needs to be released in some capacity. Good luck with that. Saturn Mini, there's so many reasons that's impossible. The technology to emulate Saturn is still not there after all these years. Sega might themselves be able to do it, but that's a lot of effort to expend on something that absolutely will not sell anywhere other than Japan. I can guarantee you, if Sega lost their minds and decided to actually make that, they would only release it in Japan because it would absolutely tank in North America and Europe. Maybe you'd get like limited run games to sell like 1,000 units of each or something, and that's it. But the vast majority of those things would only come out in Japan because that was the only place where the Saturn was a hit. That's the other factor you have to remember. You're selling nostalgia, but if people aren't nostalgic for it, there's no audience to buy it in the first place. That and the Saturn, a lot of the Saturn source code is lost, including Panzer Dragoon Saga. So, I mean, that would be straight just like emulation. Like they would just have to stick the actual ISOs of the discs onto the device, and that's that. So I wouldn't be surprised if the dev team that did Panzer Dragoon Remake, I think they're doing Panzer Dragoon Remake 2. I think there's some rumors about that. Would not surprise me if they end up just making Saga as well. And if they make Saga, then that'll probably be sufficient for most people, I would think. We got a super chat from Sicknick64. Says, do you think dedicated console hardware is a dying market and companies will look to platforms like Android to push future titles in the near future? First of all, thanks for the super chat. Second, I'm going to kind of slightly refine what I think you're trying to say, which is dedicated consoles like the Switch a dying concept? Or do you mean dedicated consoles in the sense of like, they have unique hardware? Because the last console with unique hardware was the PS3. There was a time where consoles were developed with like, our hardware will be special to our machine and people will have to learn to deal with it. We eventually evolved into this place of like, let's make most of the hardware very similar because it's easier for developers. So, I mean, hell, I'm pretty sure that the Switch itself runs on a version of Android, to your point about Android. So it's because they're doing that sort of uniformity with operating systems and so on, and various, under the hood things. Because they're doing that, I think that extends the lifespan of how long you'll see something called a Nintendo thing, an Xbox thing, a PlayStation thing. But the era of like our hardware is truly unique to us, outside of maybe some arcade conversions, I think that's over already. And I think the PS3 was the last one to do it. Hopefully that answers your question. We got a super chat from Ring Fit Master, who says, hey Adam, I'm more of a PlayStation fan over Xbox because I like to import Japanese games. I wish Sony stopped censoring them. I miss Japan Studio. Your thoughts? So this is one of those okay, so this is one of those things that's interesting because you have to understand something about the Japanese. They have a tendency to give their Western counterparts impossible tasks to set them up to failure, to blame them. It is a common Japanese practice. So in this case, they look at a situation and say, America is our biggest market. We need it to do better. We need more stuff. Sony at the time when they made that decision, they were all in on PlayStation. Like that was everything. So they're like, move it over there and just appeal as much as possible to the Western gamers than as opposed to the Japanese gamers. Just do it. Because the Japanese gamers are moving more towards portable. So they're like, fine, we do that. Bring them over there. Then they say like, the Americans get upset about, Bayonetta's outfit, censor everything. And the Americans are like, I don't think we need to do that. And then they force them to do it. Then after they're forced to do it and everybody's upset about it, the Japanese blame the Americans for doing it while also not allowing them to change it. It's a very common Japanese strategy. It's very self-sabotaging. It's basically what hurt Sega in the 90s with the 32X and the Saturn and all that. And I have people that doesn't even do with anything with video games, where they just work in Japanese companies and they say exactly the same thing. They're always set up for failure so that they can assume the blame. It's an aspect of the culture we don't totally get over here. So basically, to your point, that's my thoughts. Like you can be upset with the Americans, you can be upset with the Japanese, but really it's just a combination of two cultures clashing and then blaming each other. Thank you for the super chat. We got a super chat from James, who just sends a diamond sticker. Thank you, James. We got one from Megalong69 who says, hey you, thank you for that. We got one from Amuro White Demon, just £1. Thank you for that, no question. We also got one on PayPal. Says, hey Adam, big fan. What's your opinions on the Yakuza franchise and Xbox's strategy with the Game Pass model? I'm going to say your first name in case you didn't want your name said, and so this way it doesn't reveal your last name. His name is Michael, so thank you, Michael. Opinions on the Yakuza franchise. The only one I've really sat down and played extensively was Yakuza 0. I've played like bits and pieces of some of the later ones. Sega actually gave me keys for the Xbox One builds of Yakuza, the remastered set, as well as Yakuza 7. So I only played them a little bit in here and there just to kind of check them out. But the only one I spent a lot of time with was 0. 0 was an incredible game. Hilarious. Like absolutely an insane game that anyone would sit down and think, yes, we need to do these random subplots where we chase around a guy who's in his underwear. We have to help this guy because his girlfriend is selling her panties inside of vending machines and we need to put a stop to it. Like so insane, that game. It's awesome. I love it. So I'm glad that Sega has another big franchise that isn't part of their nostalgia factor. Like that franchise was created post Dreamcast. And I think it's the only one they've made post Dreamcast that actually like became a big thing really. Oh, and it didn't start that way too. It was like a rocky start. It also gave them confidence. I'm going to tell you right now, the Yakuza franchise is partially why you're seeing all these kind of throwbacks that Sega's allowing. In a different time, they wouldn't have allowed it. Now they are, because they're like, that was a franchise that failed, but then we put a little more effort into it, and now it's big for us. So they're like, you know what? Let these people make their Panzer Dragoons and their Streets of Rage 4s. We don't have much confidence in it, but lowball it. Let them make it. We'll make money on it, and it works. So I think that that's good. Whereas Xbox's strategy with Game Pass is very twofold for me. Like, I'll never embrace it because I don't do digital gaming, but it is genius on their part. Like, I can't imagine that they're actually making money on Game Pass specifically. But what they are doing is attracting a ton of customers, because they're essentially giving away like every game for like $1 a month or whatever insane thing is on there. And then they're constantly being like, hey, we're going to add all of EA's games to our stuff. Hey, we might be adding all of Ubisoft's games to our stuff. Like, they're just constantly adding more and more stuff. For those who've never used Game Pass, it's basically like Netflix or Disney Plus of gaming, but it only exists in the Xbox ecosystem. And we're in a weird place in history. No other console manufacturer ever could have done that because they didn't have the money. Microsoft is basically, they're the only company ever going into video game consoles being like, we don't have to make any money on this. We can just do this. Whatever. They lose so much money on the Xbox brand. It is insane. And that puts them in a position where they can do crazy things like this. So I say enjoy it if you're into it and use it while you can. I don't think it can last, in the sense that like the current system of like, hey, you're paying a really low ball fee to kind of get whatever you want, it only works while you have competition. If Sony were to go away, or Nintendo was to go away, or Steam were to go away, not that I'm saying any of those things are going to happen, I'm just saying if any of that sort of thing were to happen, they don't have a reason to be as lowballed once they have that many people on board. I don't know how to say it. It's kind of like it's almost like a bug trap. Like, oh, it smells sweet. You go on in, maybe you get a little food out of it, and then you get killed by it. It's kind of how Game Pass is, how I think it might ultimately be. But I also think it's going to be it's their long-term strategy. It very clearly is. Like, I've been saying for years, I think Microsoft will eventually turn the Xbox brand into a service, and I think they've already decided that it's just called Xbox Game Pass. Like, that's their service. And eventually, it's already leaked into PCs, and I could easily see it being a thing where they're like, we're not going to do our own hardware. We'll just put Xbox Game Pass on PlayStation or on Nintendo, or who knows, one day, and just charge you subscription fees for everything under the hood. Because if you think about it, that is really good deal for them, because then they own, like, hey, you want all that new Bethesda stuff? Guess what? You have to have Xbox Game Pass. You want, whatever other companies, maybe they'll buy WB Games and they get all the Mortal Kombat stuff. You want the new Mortal Kombat? Guess what? You have to have Xbox Game Pass. It would be like essentially charging you for Xbox Live Gold on PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? That's a possibility. We're talking down the road, but it's not impossible. That's all I'm saying. So thank you very much for the PayPal donation. We got a super chat from Nightbound92. Hey Adam, I talked to you ages ago about sending games your way, but was never able to do that. But I can at least throw you a few bucks here and there and make up for that. Hope all is well, man. Thank you for the super chat. Second of all, you didn't have to, I'm sorry, I don't remember specifically that happening, but I appreciate that. But you don't have to send me stuff. Like, nobody has to send me stuff. You don't have to send me money either. I appreciate it. It helps keep the channel going and all that stuff, but you don't ever feel pressured to do it. If you want to do it, but don't feel pressured to. I'm not trying to pressure anybody. But thank you very much for doing that. And I guess welcome back. Ugh, sorry, give me 1 second. I have to down a little bit of water here. We're at the almost 1 hour mark, everybody. Are you guys having a good time? Are you enjoying this? How dare I insinuate that Steam will ever go away? Steam will outlive the earth. Okay. Game room tour soon. Never. It would literally be my last video ever if I were to do that, because I've said this before, I do not like game room tours. I think it's kind of the kiss of death for a channel. I'm not saying that everybody just, their channel dies when they do that, but you kind of have nowhere to go after that. That's like the big that's like doing your grand finale of a show in the middle of the show's run. It's like, what do you do? Like, after that, the show just extends on endlessly for no reason. Plus, I'm also actively still getting stuff, so it would just be out of date. Like, why even do that? So the only way I would do that is if it's like, hey guys, it's been fun, but I'm retiring from YouTube, and I promised it for years, so here it goes. So if you do see that video show up in your subscription feed, it's going to probably be bittersweet because it would probably be the last video you'd ever see from me. Super chat from SickNick64. To the best of your ability, can you name the worst and best game port you've played in the past 10 years? Digital DL, also example Mario 64 on the Switch. Oh, I'm glad you prefaced it with the best of my ability. So the best game port best and worst. So like the best conversions. Man, that's a good one. I think that the best one was probably I was just talking about it before. The Resident Evil like GameCube conversions over to the PS4 and Xbox One, I thought was really well done. You know, it took all the best elements of those particular releases, but also enhanced them, and really didn't sacrifice anything. You know, you gave widescreen support, and it as far as to my eye anyway, it took away nothing. And that is generally the best way to do it, is when you just make it better. It still feels the same. It just feels upgraded. I know people were probably expecting me to say something like Shenmue, but the Shenmue conversion was good, but it had negatives. Whereas I can't think of any negatives for the Resident Evil conversion. As for negative ports, like bad ones, that I can't think of off the top of my head, because I don't usually sit there and like pay much attention to a game that disappointed me or let me down. So if anybody can throw out some names of examples, I might be like, oh yeah, right, that. But at the off the top of my head, no. Yeah, so but thank you for the super chat. We got another one from McNarly99. What's up with Retro Roundtable? They seem lame as fuck. Who's what? I don't know what. I don't. What? All I can say to that is what. Thanks for the super chat, but that might require a little bit more elaboration. We got the Captain Potato donated a potato. Thank you. Dr. Nerdly, everybody, is an admin in my Discord, but his name is actually Captain Potato. He is the only sentient potato I've ever met, and he hangs out in the Discord all day, mostly talking about potatoes. So if you ever had questions about potatoes, you ever wanted to talk to a potato to see what, you know, it's like to be a potato, talk to him. He's a little bit like a Ferengi. You know, their culture is, you get it, but it's really different. Resident Evil 3 remake can piss off. No, see, I don't think the question was remakes. The question was like conversions. So the Resident Evil GameCube conversion to Xbox and PS4 was just taking the same original game, but, you know, making it widescreen, you know, including the better resolution, that sort of stuff. Whereas the Resident Evil 3 remake is like, hey, from the ground up, we're just remaking everything. I don't understand why they have a problem with you. I don't know who they are, so I'm not sure. I can't really comment. McNarly, I'm not sure who they are, so I can't really articulate that one. I'm sorry. They should make a documentary about Captain Potato. Why not? Yes, direct ports of existing games, not remakes. Like I said, you'd have to name some other ones off the top of my head. Like, that's the best I got for you. I can't think of one where I was like, oh shit, I hate that. We got a super chat, and you're gonna have to completely forgive me on the pronunciation here, because I got nothing on this. Blickrington Suden, sorry, donates. It's like basically 11 euros. Who says, I bought back a new NES, followed by a Mega Drive, later the CD add-on. NEC was not available here in Germany, but the Jaguar was advertised in electronic stores. Last one was Xbox One and 3DS. Well, congratulations on your acquisitions, although there's not a question in there. But if you think of a question that you want, let me know. But thank you very much for the donation, and congratulations on that stuff. Yeah, there was a TurboGrafx in Europe, but it was extremely limited. I actually only saw it, I think, once ever. I saw it in Portugal, oddly enough. It's all gray, and it's like they sold the unit and then like the cables and stuff like separately, is my understanding. So it's a very weird release, very uncommon. But you're better off just importing the Japanese one, to be totally honest. The importer super chats and says, "Sup, Adam? If you were a millionaire, what insane console game library would you jump on? Mine would be the Japanese Saturn library." That's a good one. Are we saying that spatial logistics don't matter? I guess we'll just say that for the sake of it. I'm probably gonna give something kind of an oddball answer. I think I would want something really strange, like a complete Sega SG-1000 library. I think that's bizarre enough. I think I want to go with that. Because, like, I've picked up a few SG-1000 games over there. They're not common. They're usually not in the best of shape, whatever. I think it would just be cool to be like, yeah, whatever. I got every game for the SG-1000. I have a soft spot for, like, weirder consoles. Getting a complete Pippin collection, though, that would be some shit. Thank you for the super chat. Did I watch WandaVision or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier? I did watch WandaVision. Have not watched any of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. My next podcast, which is already out now for Patreon backers, I talk about extensively in that about WandaVision. So you can listen to that if you like. It'll be out publicly in a few days. McNarly, I'm still trying to find your other comment. McNarly says that I guess it's some podcast or something has a problem with me. I've never heard of it. It's like, that'll happen. Like, here's the thing. I've been on YouTube for like 12 years. I'm not new to people being like, man, fuck that guy. I hate his videos. Like, I don't care, dude. If your opinion of me, your negative opinion of me mattered to me, I wouldn't have become a YouTuber. Complete FM Towns Marty collection. Yeah, that'd be nice. I have one game for that console, and I have a controller for it, but the actual console, nope. N64 didn't have a lot of great games. So here's the thing with the N64. It has a very small library. For some reason, people remember it as having this big library, but it's really only like 200 games. It's really not that big. And the funny thing is, though, you're absolutely right. Most of the games in that console are terrible. They did not age well. There's only like maybe 10 games that are really worth checking out. But the funny thing is, those 10 games are like, they're not even good. They're like legendary status. Like your Super Mario 64s, your GoldenEyes, your Star Fox 64, whatever. And that's the weird thing about it is it's like small library, mostly garbage, and then just a handful of like legendary. There's no like, okay, it's fine games. You know what I mean? Like, Conker's Bad Fur Day is not a good game. It is a great game. You know what I mean? Upper echelon. Which is why I think an N64 Mini, if they were to ever do that, would be amazing for people, because you could include basically those 10 games. You could also include something like Sin and Punishment, which I know is a good game that never got brought over. But yeah, it's just, I think that would be interesting. My bad for bringing it up. I watched some of the guy's videos until I saw that he was a prick. I don't even know who it is, so I can't. Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know who that is. But I guess fuck him. Like, I don't know. I don't really care. We got another super chat from Blick Richtung. Can I just call you Suden? Because I can't pronounce this. I'm sorry. I'm too American. Today, I don't play at all, but I like the technology. Did you ever feel like you're sick and tired after all that? You mean like extensively playing the games or the technology aspect? I will say that it's much harder to get mentally and emotionally invested in games now as opposed to like when you were a kid. Because when you were a kid, I mean, I speak from my own experience, of course, but really it's like you had a couple of things and that was your day. That was your weekend. That was your summer, whatever it was. You were just going to sit down and you were just going to play that and like rock through it. You rented something, at least when I was a kid, rent something from Blockbuster. Like, this is my weekend, so I got to make the most of it. Let's do this. Now, like, I literally do video game stuff for a job. So like I'm sitting on like games all the time, and I'm not, I'm just saying, like, you go like, which one do I, it's like so overwhelming. You're like, where do I even start? And then you just kind of get like tired because you're old as shit. Like, I'm 34, like I'm mostly dead. So when you start in a game like that, you're like, I'll do this, and then I need to eat, and I gotta go like check the mail. It's like you have too many responsibilities. Being an adult sucks. But if that's what you mean, yeah, I understand. So it's nice when you can kind of like set aside the right time, get in the right mood, and you're like, dude, today we are just going to sit down and play some Far Cry. Why did you stop drinking? I'm not. I'm holding a coffee in my hands right now. Sad there's no sequel made for Conker's Bad Fur Day. There was supposed to be one. Yeah, that's been going on forever, dude. I mean, at least we got that Xbox original remake, you know? But I keep hoping that Microsoft will throw us a bone there at some point. Did you watch the last Blockbuster documentary on Netflix? Is that out yet? I know the Blu-ray was. I was kind of hoping to go and buy that at the actual last Blockbuster in Bend, Oregon. Oh, my girlfriend's going. Good night. Well, actually, it's a little early for you, but you're leaving the stream anyway. See you later. I'll talk to you later. Bye, babe. So no, I haven't seen it. I will watch it on Netflix though. Dan, you just missed my girlfriend. She was in the chat. She literally just left. You can scroll up for like a second and there she is. We're good. Lodmod is here. Lodmod is the second richest person I know. The only other one is our friend Jerry, who is ridiculous. Like I don't know if he's going to come up in here, but easily the richest person ever. Lodmod hangs out in the Discord. For an example, I've said this before. Lodmod is like so wealthy that one time he offered to buy everyone in the Discord their own like modes, you know, the multi-optical disc emulator. And nobody even took him up on it because they didn't think he was serious. But he's like, I'll just make it rain. I don't care. He live streams himself in his money vault on a regular basis. It's pretty impressive. Super chat from Ring Fit Master who says, when will Nintendo release a CD add-on for the Switch? Keep dreaming on that one. Like they have no reason to ever do that. Nintendo, here's a fun fact about Nintendo. They have never released a console ever that can play a music CD. Think about that. The closest exception to that would be the Nintendo PlayStation prototype, which I'm holding in the thumbnail of this video, which they did not make, Sony made. And then the Panasonic GameCube, which Panasonic made. Those are the closest exceptions to that. I think that's bizarre, but it's cool, I guess. It's an oddity. Super chat again from Ring Fit Master says he was just teasing. I mean, I know, but it's still worth noting how bizarre it is that they've never, ever done that. The two new Shenmue remasters in the works are the Phoenix Edition and the other is the Dragon Edition. Any thoughts? Again, are you talking about the fan-made like Unreal Engine project? Because I'm not really following it because it's not really an official thing. It would be cool if they get that far enough where they take it to the Sega Spotlight program and they get that published like they did, you know, with Streets of Rage 4 and whatever. Then I would be like, holy crap, you're onto something. But as it stands, it's just like a fan project that only people with like access to, you know, high-end PCs or whatever are really going to be able to play. And I don't game on PC anyway, so it's like that's neat. But you want my interest, you got to like make a legit thing out of this. And so I wish them well if that's their ultimate goal. But like I said, I haven't really been following the project. Wasn't there a CD-based console that read discs from the outside going inward? Yeah, you're talking about the GameCube, but the GameCube doesn't read music CDs. Roni, the Canadian, super chats with no question. But thank you very much, Roni. A.K.A. Josh. He revealed that his name is Josh, so everybody calls him Josh now. And this is in the Discord. You guys should hang out in the Discord. It's fun. It's kind of like this chat, but like all the time. Josh is very generous, he says. Thank you, Josh. Should Lodmot become a Lodmod? I don't know, man. That's a lot of power to give him. He's already like one of the wealthiest people in the world. Do we have to give him like political power too? It's kind of dangerous. You said nothing about the PS2 in your initial comment. What comment? Adam, will I get the Satiator for the Saturn and review it ever? I would very much like to. That kind of depends. Like, what often happens with those types of things is someone like, Castlemania Games or Stone Age Gamer will end up getting those, and then they'll send me one for review purposes. So if they do that, then yes. At the moment, to be honest, like I'm completely satisfied with the mode. I also have a RIA. So, like, I'm not dying to have some sort of optical disc emulator for the Saturn. I would be very much open to checking it out, but, like, I don't need to buy one just because like again that need is already fulfilled. Roni super chats again. He says, if I donate $1, I can't say anything. Well, now you've said something else. Thank you, Roni. Josh is a weird guy, and he owes me a thing of honey dill sauce, but he has not come through on that. Just saying. Thank you for the super chat. Ring Fit Master also super chats. Nintendo strictly removes music CDs and DVD support to keep costs down and pass those savings to customers, or they don't want to pay royalties. It's more the latter, because Nintendo did not make those formats. I mean, Sony, I believe, and Philips mostly own the music CD. The DVD is another thing where it's like mostly owned by Sony and Philips. So it's like you're just paying off the rights all the time. A company like Microsoft doesn't care; they'll do it. But yeah, Nintendo's like, whatever. It's not supposed to play music CDs and watch movies. It's a game console, which I respect that. Adam's favorite consoles in order: the Wii, the PS2, the Loopy, and the Saturn. No, the Saturn is the best of those in my opinion. But but well, okay, all right. Real answer: the Loopy. We all know it. Hey Matt, what up? It's my buddy Matt. Adam, miss you more than I miss Mario Kame Udon. Dude, you missed earlier. Desiree was in here earlier saying like we got to go back down to Hawaii. Matt's my friend that I went to Cuba and Honolulu with. We went to Guam too. Yeah, Matt's a cool dude. I met that dude at the airport. We were both going to Toronto and we kept getting stuck. And then I was like, I'm going into the lounge. I don't know you, but I get a +1. You want to come hang out with me? And he was like, all right. So they went into the lounge and I was like, yeah, go have free coffee and free food. Have a good time. When you fly enough, you get those kinds of perks where they're like, oh, you have gold status and all this other bullshit. Come on in. But you respect the PS4 not playing audio CDs. No, because Sony owns the format. It makes no sense. They put the red laser in there necessary to play music CDs. They also own the format, yet they just didn't allow it. It's very bizarre. Did I like Cuba? I did. Cuba was a very unique, strange trip. And I'm really glad Matt is, I don't know if he's still in here or if he just came in to make a cameo, but that was a bizarre situation. We basically went, I did a podcast about this like when it happened like 2 years ago or whatever it was, but it was a bizarre trip because Cuba had just basically opened up to the Americans. And in Cuba, it's still 1948. The whole thing about having them old cars and all that stuff, not a joke. They really have that. That's what everybody drives because all the embargoes prevent new cars. Though they're starting to upgrade that a bit. But it was just a weird place to go to. But I think we had a good time. It's also where I learned that Canadians are absolutely despised in Cuba. I did not know that. All my Canadian friends always told me that they're beloved in Cuba. And I'm like, every person... Matt, maybe you remember this. Like every time we interacted with somebody, they would assume at first we were Canadian because you don't really see Americans around there much. And then when they found it, because they were always like, are you Canadian? Like they would be upset about it. We're like, no, we're Americans. They're like, oh, thank God. And then like a couple of them just like rallied against how much they absolutely hated the Canadians. And I was like, I mean, I could go into this, but it's not really important. Cuba is still a communist country, yes. Which leads to a lot of oddities down there. Laudmot super chats. I should get you a Sony PlayStation 10. I can't even pronounce that. PlayStation 10. It's a PlayStation 10. Ha! I mean, if anybody has the prototype of the Sony PlayStation 10, it would be Laudmot. Thank you. I mean, he lives in a different future than the rest of us. He's already there. Cuba is kind of like step into a time machine. Yeah. I would like to go back, but like I would go back with some knowledge in advance and some things that we did correctly without realizing we did correctly, and thankfully we did. Matt says the only place in the world where they hated Canada more than the US. I would say Japan likes us more than they like Canada too, but outside of that and maybe Poland, that's it. I guess Matt's leaving. Later, Matt. But yeah, so Matt and I went to Cuba and it was hilarious. Like it came up a lot. Just the Cubans, like I swear if you handed them a Canadian flag, they probably would have burned it. Like when you see people like in the Middle East or whatever, like burning American flags on the news or whatever, like I swear in Cuba, if you gave them a Canadian flag, they probably would have burned it to the ground. Like, they hate those people. And I'm just like, that is so bizarre. Like, Cax super chats and says, Adam, should I get an SS3 for my TG16 or a mode first? I assume you mean the Super System Disc 3. That's entirely up to you. The mode, first of all, which platform would you be using it on? The Saturn or the Dreamcast, or would you be that elusive person that puts it in the PS1? Get back to me and then we'll talk. CBMF Production Super Chat says, are you excited for any upcoming movies and TV shows based off video games coming up? Also, I own Resident Evil Remake and Zero for GameCube. Thanks. You are welcome. People asked about Sonic 2. I guess, ish. Like, I'll watch it. The one I have my eye on is mostly that Shenmue anime thing, but it's also like, I really don't like anime and I love Shenmue, so the idea, but that'll be years away. I'm not even really familiar with any other ones that are in active production, to be honest. I know there's Mortal Kombat things coming up. That's a thing where I would never have bothered to go see it in theaters, but I do have HBO Max, so maybe I'll check it out for a bit. But I wouldn't call that excited. Hopefully that answers your question, at least for now. I don't typically get too excited about a video game to film adaptation because they're very rarely ever done well. Do I love a British pie? What, like a meat pie? Yeah, those are really good. I had some really good ones over there. Why do they hate Canadians? That makes no sense. Okay, so I'll try to, without getting into all the political bullshit. Basically, the Canadians have been able to go to Cuba ever since, the embargo started because it didn't apply to them. And they loved going down there because it was a great, tropical island. Canada has no such place, unlike the U.S. where we have plenty of warm areas, your Floridas, Texas, Hawaii, whatever. Southern California. You can go to all these places. But they didn't have that. So the Cubans appealed to them with like, hey, come visit Cuba. You get your own tropical island and like there's no Americans here, so nobody will think you're American. And it was a great vacation spot for Canadians to get away from Americans. But what ended up happening is, this is my understanding, is obviously the Canadians had a lot more money than the Cubans. So they ended up buying up a lot of land that was like a lot of the better land, and they just turned it into like resorts. And they basically like kicked all the people out of there. A lot of gentrification happened as a result. So the Canadians come in, they kicked out all these people, created a lot more poverty in the area. And then all the money they spend goes right back to the Cuban government, and all the people just suffer for it. Meanwhile, the Canadians stay on their area, basically being like, this isn't Cuba, this is part of Canada, this is tropical Canada, and Cubans are not allowed here type of vibe. And so the Cubans get no benefit out of this relationship, at least the Cuban people, because on top of that, Canadians, as my understanding is, they never go into like Havana and buy stuff. They just go to their resort and stay away from Cuba proper. And so as a result, it just created a bunch of economic problems for the Cubans. But like, basically they were talking about like, dude, if I saw a Canadian, like I'd punch him in the face, I'd burn their flag, like blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, wow. Like we were walking around this area of Havana, like, then there's a hotel. You ever been outside a nice hotel and they have like flags for all these different countries? They had all of the European Union flags, a bunch of Southern American flags and all that sort of stuff. There was no American flag because we don't really go down there much for reasons already that should be obvious. But there wasn't a Canadian one. And I asked a buddy down there, I was like, why no Canadian flag? And he's like, if we saw it, we'd spit on it. Like all that sort of, like, they just hate the Canadians so much. So I was like, wow, all right, that's something. And the irony is, like, the U.S. actually does have a plot of land down there, Guantanamo Bay. But, you would think that that's a situation where it's like turmoil between the U.S. government and the Cuban government. But between the American people and the Cuban people are like, no, dude, that's not a problem. Like, we're cool with that. That is fine. They're like, America honors its deals. It's a deal they made before the government switchover, with the Castros. They honored it. The Americans continue to pay for that land. It's the Cuban government that doesn't take the money, but they still send them a check every year. And they're like, you guys just show up, you spend money, you leave. The Canadians don't do that. And so it's interesting. It's really something. And I guess the other aspect to it is, I don't know how true this is because nobody's going in there to bomb Cuba or anything, but one of them at least said, like, with an American base on the island, nobody's going to attack Cuba. Even though we're not allies, nobody's going to get that close to an American base. So there's a little sense of security there. I'm like, that's really fascinating. So again, this is not my opinions. This is not me making a statement. This is just, hey, these are what Cuban people told me, and I'm just telling you because you asked. So there you go. Hopefully that answers your questions. Do I like board games? Not that much. Every once in a while, like around the holidays, I get somewhat inspired to like play a game of chess or something. You know what I mean? Like, but that's the extent of it. Nothing special. Fruitopia or Snapple? I think between those two, I'd rather have a Snapple, but I don't really drink either of them. What do you think's going on with Sonic game related? Um, I don't. I'm not at liberty to discuss such things. So that'll be that. Long time ago, you were streaming. The last stream I did was in December. I did one on Christmas Day, and I did another one on my birthday, which was December 8th. You're looking to get the mode for your Saturn. Okay, so if you're getting the mode for your Saturn, like I said in my review, go into it being like, it's for the Saturn. You're not going to take it out of there. Like once it's installed, just leave it there. So then it boils down to, you don't get the Dreamcast usage out of it. You don't get the possible PlayStation 1 usage out of it. It's just going to be the Saturn only. I would not recommend taking it out and, swapping it. It's just not a good thing. So then it boils down to, do you want to play the Saturn more, or do you want to play the PC Engine and the, PC Engine CD more? And that's really just personal preference. I will say, do you have a TurboGrafx 16 or do you have a PC Engine? So let me know, Cax. Thanks for confirming Sonic Adventure 3. It's not Sonic Adventure 3. I'm sorry if you have Stadia. I do not have Stadia. Coke or Pepsi? That depends on the version. If you're forcing me to stick with the American versions of the drinks, I would say Pepsi. If you're allowing me to go international, I will always say Coca-Cola. Loopy t-shirts when? Soon? Ish. I'm gonna be opening a merch store soon, where you guys can buy like t-shirts and mugs and that kind of stuff, just if you want it. And then Nikolai's the one who mentioned it, but he's also the one designing. He does most of the design artwork that's going to be on there. So there's going to be an option soon to buy like random bits of merch if you're at all interested. I think we're doing it through Spreadshirt. Will music CDs ever make a comeback the same way vinyl? I mean, ask me in 10 years. The thing is, nostalgia waves. The thing about CDs is they are a tad more useful because they play in so many more devices. But I think the whole reason that vinyl had the comeback wasn't due to age. It was partially the hipster movement, but it was also just the idea that it does sound better. It just does. But convenience typically wins out, so I could see a return to CDs eventually. Lodmot super chats and says, what would you do if you had the opportunity to become the director of Shenmue 5? Either that or be the designer of a brand new Sega console. I would resign immediately because I'm totally unqualified for that. I'd be like, whoa, are you guys drinking? Like, what have you done? Like, I am not at all right for this. No. I would resign immediately. I know it's a disappointing answer, but it's totally the truth. Did you ever flash your Xbox 360 disk drive to play your backups? I did an entire video about my reset glitch hack console. I didn't do it myself though. Mr. Mario did. Yeah, I don't drink soda, so if you're asking me between Pepsi and Coke, again, context matters, but I'm drinking water. Vinyl sometimes isn't mastered loudly. Yeah, I think that's when you have to get one of those booster things. Like when I first got a record player, I didn't know that. It was quiet as hell, and I was like, what is this? And somebody's like, yeah, you basically need this thing like all the time. So do that. CD quality is way higher quality than even 320 kbps MP3s. I mean, it makes sense. It's uncompressed. What do you do with Lauri Markkinen? Dude, is he any good this year? I have not been following the Bulls enough. I know at the beginning I kind of was, and they were all right. And I was like, to me, when you have no chance of winning a season, then I'm just kind of like, meh. Jesse, you're still online. Of course I'm online. This is nothing. We've been streaming for 88 minutes. That's like diapers. That's just the beginning. Like, we haven't done shit. I haven't even got through my first coffee. Were you kidding? Still streaming. Okay. Sorry, I thought I had an important email. I do not. What's your favorite snack from Japan, candy or drink? That's a good one. Man. Okay. All right. I know exactly my favorite thing. My favorite thing I ever bought is like a snack device, if you will, at any place in Japan. Was I found this one Family Mart somewhere in the Kansai area, which would be like basically between Kyoto and Osaka. I was just walking around with a buddy, and I was like, I need a coffee. I was stop inside, so I grab a coffee, and I'm just looking around, and I see, I always check the random snacks just to do it. And this one time, they had this thing I had never seen before or since, and believe me, I've looked. I even took a photo of it because it was so incredible. They have these things called like what I call cream tacos, where they're basically like little like waffle wafers with cream on them, and then they fold them into like a taco shape. Like those are, you can get those easy enough. This one was like 3 times bigger, and the cream was full, and it was filled with like Oreo bits, and they called it a happy treat. Oh, and believe me, it was a happy treat. It was unfucking believable. I loved it. I was like, I don't care how much of the BDs I get. I need this forever. Never saw it again. I still have a photo of it. Maybe like after the stream, I'll post a photo of it in the Discord or something. Man, it was incredible. I didn't know. I didn't know. I was young. I was naive. I didn't know I would never see it again. Sorel or Nicchiolata? I've never heard of the latter, so I can't comment. But Sorel is the far superior version of Nutella, for those who don't remember those older videos. What do you think will be a better format than Blu-ray? What do you think the name will be? Well, we already have it, sort of. We have the Ultra HD Blu-rays, 4K Blu-rays. They operate on what? Like, those are like 120 gigabyte discs. That format is not really taking off. I mean, not that Blu-ray ever really did, but isn't that just a Choco Taco? Dude, Choco Taco is the fucking McDonald's garbage clone. It wishes it could be what I'm describing. It's not even close. No. That's the cheap Chinese knockoff piece of junk comparison. Like, how do I put this? That's the like the power, the kids' Power Wheels to a Ferrari comparison. Like, it's so not even in the same conversation. Did you try horse in Japan? No. It was never actually presented to me as an option. Most of the exotic things that I think people think is going to be in Japan, like, ooh, I'm going to eat whale or dolphin. I've never seen this shit anywhere. Same with horse. I don't think I tried anything like super exotic that way. One of the things that you can get, that I did not, but you can get this. My friend there told me about it. Is he was like, you can buy like bottles of various animal male, let's say, extract that I guess people eat. Can't say I would ever do that, but it is a thing apparently. Braden Pace super chats, tips on looking for good retro game prices. That's a really hard one now. In the pandemic, that's like impossible because nobody can travel, conventions can't be open, eBay prices are insane. Honestly, I would say just wait until convention stuff is like back to normal. And if that's the case, I would say do that kind of a thing. Like, look for retro gaming conventions, and usually bring cash, because dealers like to get rid of stuff in bulk, and then they'll you can make deals. That's where I would start if I were you, because the era of buying stuff online in mass for cheap is very over, at least with a lot of the stuff I'm betting you would want. Although, tell me what you want. Like, if you want Atari 2600 stuff, then yeah, whatever. But if you want, like, hey, I want like PlayStation 2 and GameCube, like, you're kind of screwed right now. Thanks for the super chat. Laserdisc Man also super chats. What PS2, GameCube, and Xbox games by Sega would you like to see on Dreamcast? It's odd that Japan got official games after 2001, yet it's sold best in the US. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. So in Japan, the Dreamcast officially kept going until 2007, but it wasn't like a real effort. It was just like 1 or 2 games a year. And the last one that Sega themselves made was Puyo Puyo Fever, which was basically their finale for the Dreamcast, and that was 2004. But by that point, you couldn't really release something like that in the US anymore. So, you'd have to. That's another one of those situations where the Japanese say to the Americans and the Europeans, like, hey, we're forcing you to do this. And then as soon as you do it, we're blaming you for that having happened. That's one of those situations like we talked about before. But as for which games I would have liked to see, like, honestly, any of them. I think that Super Monkey Ball really should have been a Dreamcast game. I think like that would be the number one on my list. I think Billy Hatcher as well. Crazy Taxi 3, obviously. Virtua Fighter 4. Like, there was a whole bunch of them. I mean, really all of them. But I mean, those are the first ones that come to mind. Some of the ones I wouldn't have missed would have been like Virtua Quest. Maybe some of the sports games I don't think I really would have cared about. Although you need to do those back then anyway. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Thank you for the super chat. Lodmont super chats and says, why are there so many rumors about Sega being bought by Microsoft? It seems super unlikely to happen because they're a Japanese company. Yes, that will absolutely never happen. I remember mentioning that once to a buddy at Sega, and he literally laughed out loud. Like, anybody who says that knows absolutely nothing about how corporate structures work in Japan, which I don't blame you. You don't need to know that. Kareem's heading out. Night, Kareem. Or later, I should say. It's not even the evening. But yeah, that's impossible. The reason that those rumors persist is because they're just clickbait. They're written by people who are trying to get clicks. That's all that is. It's literally the equivalency of, tabloid garbage you see at the supermarket. I said this exact thing before, but reading Microsoft to buy Konami, Microsoft to buy Sega, ? Is literally like seeing Jennifer Aniston marries Alien. It's just as stupid. It's just as stupid. And people are like, oh, that's going to happen. It's like, no, you know nothing. That can't happen. It's literally illegal. It's not happening. It's insane. So whatever. It's just clickbait. And if you fall for it, I'm sorry. Look into it. It's impossible. It can't be done. Have I watched the new cut of Justice League? Yes, I have. I watched the Snyder cut the day it came out. The only reason I don't want to elaborate on it is because it's so new that I don't want to spoil anything. I hate when people do that. You only have a TurboGrafx 16, says Cax. And you do have a Saturn. I don't know, guys. What would you recommend? If he could have, let's just say magically, Cax can either have the complete TurboGrafx 16, PC Engine, PC CD library, or he can have the complete Sega Saturn library. Which one would you guys say he should go for? I wouldn't put it past Microsoft floating the idea as it looks good for the Xbox platform. Captain Potato, it's literally illegal. It cannot be done. It's not possible. Of course it looks good to say we're going to buy a classic. You can't do it. It's not for sale. It's not even possible. You might as well say they're going to buy the moon. It's not going to happen. It's ridiculous. It's just not possible. I could easily see them absorbing somebody like EA or Activision or WB Games. They already bought Bethesda, but like, you literally can't buy a Japanese company if you are not a Japanese company. It's not possible. They do not allow it. It is illegal. The amount of hurdles it would take is insane. Like, you're more likely to get universal health care in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous. It's not going to happen. Now, on the other hand, Sony could do it. They would have no such hurdles other than financial. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll be like, we need to compete. We're going to buy up Konami. That actually could happen. But Microsoft can't. They are not a Japanese company. That's just the end of the discussion. It doesn't get past that point. What are my overall thoughts on Shenmue 3? They're the same as they were in the video. I did an entire long review of it. So short answer would be like, it is not a perfect game, but it's exactly what I expected another Shenmue to be, and I was satisfied in that regard. It would have been nicer if it was longer, but I also understand enough about the production of it to be like, this is all it could be at this point in time. Super chat from Cax117. Hey, Sega said anything about DC getting new games. What do you mean? Like, they're not going to make any new ones. If you're asking, do they care about all the indie stuff? Their official position is that's not a thing. But some of my buddies at Sega are like, yeah, it's pretty awesome. We like it. We just, we can't have anything to do with it. So if people decided, should he get I see more votes for Saturn. I see like one vote for PC Engine, and like everybody else says Saturn. So there you go, Cax. Maybe you should go with the mode for the Saturn. Quick search note from Google. There's multiple people saying non-Japanese companies can buy Japanese companies. That's not true. They can buy small companies. They cannot buy corporations. Sega's a corporation. A small company would be like, dude, I'm a company. I'm technically a company. If somebody wanted to absorb me, technically they could make me an offer. Granted, I'm in the US, but even if I was in Japan, they could make that extension. A corporation is way too shielded by Japanese law. The amount of effort it would take is insane. Like the Japanese companies such as Sega would have to convince the Japanese government, hey, we've decided we don't want to be a Japanese company anymore. We're relocating everything to Vancouver, Canada or something, and then operate out of there within a very strict amount of time to make the whole thing nice and legal. Like, you'd have to play this ridiculous long game to get absorbed by another company if that company is not Japanese. It's not happening. It's just not happening. Can Microsoft buy Atlas because Sean Wave mentioned it? Sega owns Atlas. No. Like, Sega's not selling Atlas. It's not happening. I assume you mean Spawn Wave? I don't know who Sean Wave is. Is that like the hybrid fusion of RGT 85 and Spawn Wave? Should the Sega Neptune have been a thing? I think it would have been. What do you say? I mean, it is in the sense it was a prototype. What do you mean? Like, should they have released it? But Adam, Microsoft is buying Nintendo. No, they're not. And you know that. Super chat from Neil Von Holtum. Could Microsoft buy the Sonic franchise? I don't know about that. I don't know if they're allowed to sell individual assets or not. That's debatable. However, I can't imagine for a single second Sega would ever do that. It is possible, however, for non-Japanese companies to purchase shares. Prince of Saudi Arabia's foundation found the ability to buy 51% of SNK, and Chinese company Tencent purchase of 20% stake of Marvelous. Yes, shares are different, but like to outright buy up the corporation's assets and then migrate it, not too likely. Now, that said, there is a dirty trick there, which is the ability to buy up a controlling share. That actually happened to Sega already when Sammy bought up like 22% of its shares like in 2004. But then again, Sammy was also a Japanese company. The problem is you have to get, for a controlling interest of anything, you basically have to get federal approval from Japan, and that's just not too likely. Bob buys Sega, Sega sells to Microsoft. At this point, I feel like people keep asking if Microsoft's going to buy Sega just to troll me. Retro Fingers Super Chat says, could Guitar Hero make a comeback? I don't know enough about that franchise. I know that it burned itself out and then it became worthless, but now all of a sudden it's like valuable again. I suppose it's possible. I just don't know enough about it. Thank you for the Super Chat. I'm sorry. I would assume anything's possible. I don't know who owns it. Is it still Activision that owns that? They're still around. But I don't know the intimate details of that, IP or anything. Sicknick Super Chats. Maybe people are confusing Microsoft with SoftBank. SoftBank's Japanese, right? So it's possible. Do you think Shenmue 4 will be crowdfunded and it will take 10 more years? I can't possibly speculate on how long it will take. I also do not think it would be crowdfunded. I think I can only guess. I would assume Yu Suzuki is going to work on a couple other projects to kind of get his financial stock up, and then just kind of attach Shenmue 4's development to something else. That would be my guess, because a lot of Shenmue 4, I would assume, and I've said before in my review, of Shenmue 3 is probably largely done, or at least a lot of assets of it are at least created, because that production team had time to continue to build all that for a long time. So a lot of the stuff that costs a lot initially, like getting the engines all set up, the environments, all that sort of thing, is done. So I'm not saying the game would be cheap, but it's not impossible to kind of shoehorn it into another budget, what we would call, in at least in government, pork belly spending. It's not impossible to do that. But, you know, until someone like Lodmot here, you know, funds the entire thing, it's hard to say. How is Shenmue 3 done financially? I mean, they don't give me access to that. It basically did okay. I mean, I don't think anybody was ever expecting it to be like gangbusters or anything. It did fine, is my understanding. Not crazy enough that they're like, oh, yes, Shenmue 4 greenlit immediately. Nor did it, you know, bankrupt them. It didn't make them kill the IP. I mean, you're still getting new stuff for it. We're getting those records coming up. You're getting that collector's edition with all the DLC and patches on disc from limited run games. Like it did fine enough to yield a little bit of coin for, you know, Deep Silver and all that, but not enough for anybody to just like jump the gun and say, let's do all this again. So that's the next phase. Microsoft will just buy Japan. There you go. That's a good loophole. You could do that. Does figured out production still exist in some way? I know you still have it at the start of every one of your videos, but I don't think I've ever seen anything related to filmmaking as of yet. Yes, in the sense that I still represent it, but like, to be honest, there was a phase where there were like 6 members and we were doing bigger productions, but you know, everybody kind of goes their own ways, and that's just how it goes. Like, I went down the YouTube rabbit hole and here I stayed. Since I was technically the owner of it, I just kept using it. But like, could I shall we say, get the band back together and like make something? I guess. But I'm kind of content with what I'm doing, you know? Like, I just enjoy this. I learned a long time ago that short films are good to kind of flex your creative muscle and all that, but they don't really yield much of anything. You can't really build a career out of that. Unless you get super lucky and somebody likes it enough that they buy the rights and say like, okay, now make a series out of this. But like the individual film, not so much. What if Japan buys Microsoft? Why not? Have I watched the Analog Frontiers series by My Life in Gaming? If so, what'd you think of it? I have not seen it, sorry. Super chat from Efrain Astorga. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. No PS5, Xbox Series X, RTX PC stuff, stock. Most new games being MTX bait and 25% tariffs before scalper. Maybe this new generation isn't worth it at all. That's obviously debatable, but I mean, to be fair, every single generation starts like this. like when the PS4 and Xbox One came out, it was all, there's no games, who even cares? Same thing when the GameCube so the Xbox 360, the Wii, the PS3 came out. There's no game. I mean, the PS3 has no games was an infamous meme. I don't know why people go into a new generation expecting there to be like hundreds of games available to them on day one. And hell, in this case, you kind of do. Like, you know, all of your Xbox and PlayStation stuff, well, more so Xbox, is transferable to the new generation. Hell, RTX PC stuff, like your Steam stuff, hasn't gone anywhere. With all of that, you still have all your backlog. But I don't understand. Like, I don't think people are happy any way at all. I think it's very rare for a console to come out and have like this ridiculous launch lineup. That's an older concept that you just don't see that anymore. I think the last console that I think launched with that type of stuff around it, where they like had a ton of exclusives like right out of the gate, might have been the GameCube. You know, like it had Star Wars Rogue Squadron, it had Luigi's Mansion, it had a bunch of experiences you could only get on the GameCube that were actually worth checking out. Some of the best games ever made for it were the launch titles. Dreamcast was like that too. The Xbox, I mean, yes, it had Halo, but aside from that, that's really all it had. And then PS2 had a garbage lineup when it launched, and the new one never had games. So it's like, yeah, it's not a common thing for consoles to come out and have this like baller lineups. I don't know why people expect that. Also, I mean, if you can't get the consoles anyway, why are they going to put out all these games for it? Like, it's a double-edged sword. Like, right now, like we were talking about before, I still cannot get a PS5, and I've been trying like every week at Best Buy since it was up for pre-order, and it just hasn't been possible. So like, what is the point of caring about the games? And if the games are there already, they just get old and they have to get discontinued. What I'm saying is, developers aren't super motivated to make like special, unique games for a console people literally can't acquire. So it's you know, again, self-fulfilling prophecy. Nuon Master Race. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Point is, backlog will stay there, but any investment in new games is pointless. But again, you know, if you don't invest in the new hardware, then you don't get the new games. It's a reciprocal relationship between basically game content creators and the economy. You know, they have to feed each other. Otherwise, you end up stagnant. And that's what I think what you're saying is we've fallen into that stagnant place where they're like, I don't want to buy the thing because there's nothing good to get. Well, there's nothing good to get because you didn't buy the thing. Cax117 super chat says, how do you disregard your favorite Xbox game, Shrek? It was never my favorite game. That's an old story that I told in my recap video, which was I ended up mistakenly picking that game because I think I was forced into buying 3 games with it at launch. And that was one of the few that I ended up having the option to pick. And my friend played it like endlessly, and he like loved it for the longest time. He played it for like 2 whole days, and then randomly turned it off and like threw the game down with, this game sucks. It was one of the funniest, like, out of nowhere moments that I remember as a kid. But no, it wasn't my game. It wasn't my favorite. Thank you for the super chat. Laudmont super chat says, is PS5 going to be a lot of trouble because of console stock issues? If normal gamers can't get the console, no game sales for Sony, though Microsoft has xCloud, so I can see them being fine. No, I'm not too worried about Sony's position. Like, they themselves are claiming it's like the fastest selling console they've ever made, which means every time they put them out there, they are sold. It's just a matter of getting enough out there. So only Sony knows those numbers. But it is true, like, it is still a nightmare to try and get a PS5, and believe me, I've tried. They're not available, and that sucks. But, I mean, you know, same thing with the Xbox Series X. Like, those are still not really available. It's just that, in my case, I'm focusing more on the PS5 because I have the Series X, so I don't really think about it as much. Thanks for the super chat. Am I prepared for the zombie apocalypse as predicted by Nostradamus? I'm prepared as far as I don't believe in magic or bullshit, so I don't need to do anything, and therefore I'm good. Oh god, same. I got Shenmue 2, Shrek, and Tao Feng, a masterpiece in just those other 2. Funny thing, Shenmue 2 was not a launch title, but it was in the launch like window. It was like 6 months later, which has really hurt its sales because it wasn't there at the beginning, but also the Xbox wasn't successful enough yet for anybody to care. So, yeah. Did I pick up a copy of Paprium? No. I wanted to buy that, and I totally forgot to ever order it. And then once it came out, I was like, yeah, I'll pick it up. And they're just like not selling it anymore. So I'm just like, it wasn't meant to be. I'm not going to go nuts and try to find it. Like, if they open up more copies or whatever, sure, I'll pick it up. But I whatever. Do I like Bruce Lee? He's fine. I have nothing against the man. I'm not too familiar with his career. How you guys doing? We've been going for, actually, we're almost the 2-hour mark, everybody. I want to thank everybody so far who's been super chatting. I always appreciate that. Again, you can do that. You can do PayPal. If you want, you can sign up to the Patreon as well, because you also get benefits out of that. You get early access to videos. If you use the Discord, you get a special badge. You can pick subjects for the podcast. You can be on the podcast. Like, there's all sorts of stuff over there. So appreciate it. Anybody who wants to support. You can also hit the join button. I think where did he go? The collector, the Canadian dude. Where are you? He's like the only person who ever hits the join button, but I appreciate that. Anyway, Cax117 super chats and says, Castlemania's communication over purchases blows. I'm not sure to what you're referring. Castlemania games, you have to understand, Ryan is just a guy. He's just one guy like running this entire thing. And his company is blowing up, I think, a lot faster than he's capable of handling. But the dude is extraordinarily professional. Like, if you order something, you will get it. And if you need to return something, he will honor the return. And he gives out good quality merchandise. So, you know, he also gives away a lot of freebies. Like, if he shows up in the chat, I will almost guarantee that he offers to, like, hey, who wants free stuff? Like, he's just an awesome dude. So, but communication, dude, you have to understand, like, one guy essentially doing everything, and then also have to being like the entire Q&A tech support. It can be very overwhelming. So I hope that he gets even more successful so that he can literally hire someone to do that full time. Wow, we have almost 200 people watching. Very cool. I got to thank you for your pound PS2 HDMI review. I never knew how good the PS3 backwards compatibility was until I saw that video. I'm happy to help. The Importer, there you are. Should I change my name to the Collector? Dude, I swear I thought your name was the Collector. I'm not wrong entirely. Like, you're importing stuff to collect. That's right. But you're like the old, see how the Importer has that little like emoji thing next to his name? You can get that if you join up. He's literally like the only guy. There's 114,000 subscribers, and he's like the only one who has ever hit the join button. So the Importer, I salute you. Thank you for your support. Anyway, it's basically, I'm sure a lot of you guys know what the join button is, but it's basically like Patreon, but specifically for YouTube. If you want to go that route instead, whatever you want to do. We got another super chat from SickNick64. If Mad World got a true sequel, how do you make it? Well, first of all, as I've mentioned before with the same question about what would I do if I controlled Sega or Shenmue or something, I wouldn't do anything. I would basically say, in that case, I'd be like, okay, Mad World, I want to find the right team. I want them to understand the source game, what made it solid, and then I want you to basically embrace that spirit and tell me what you think is a good game. Because I feel the way Sega is doing this now is actually the right strategy, where they just find the super passionate fans of a game and let them create. And so I think I would just do what they're doing. The trick there would just be to be like, okay, well, we're going to push Mad World. The problem with Mad World is you'll never see a sequel to that. That was the game that bombed so badly on the Wii. It convinced Sega not to make real games for the Wii anymore. After that, it was like, okay, if we're porting, we'll do some Sonic stuff, and that's like it. Like, they're not going to try mature games or any serious stuff on the Wii anymore. And really that applied to the Wii U too. Like, they're like, if we're gonna do something legit like Condemned, we'll leave it on the 360. If we're gonna do other bigger titles like that, we'll keep it on the PlayStation, like Yakuza. There was other than that Yakuza HD port of 1 and 2 that only came out in Japan, Sega really made no mature effort on the Wii U. And I don't know if that applies to the Switch. I honestly don't even remember the other stuff they've put out. But like, again, I don't think you're ever gonna see a Yakuza game on there. Maybe, again, the HD conversions of 1 and 2, but I can't see them bothering with that either. Only because, like, why? Maybe they would do the Yakuza Kiwami collection, or maybe Yakuza 3. The remastered collection might be good in just running in the original resolution. But, will there be a Sonic Mania 2? That certainly has not been confirmed. I could see it happening. I mean, Sonic Mania was, like, the best Sonic game they've made really since the Dreamcast, and they didn't even make it. But the problem with that game was it took like 7 years to develop, because they just let Christian Whitehead and his studio just make it. So if they want to repeat that success, they basically have to just stay out of his way and let him make it. But that could also mean another 7 years. I would imagine they'd up his budget so that he could, do it a little faster or whatever and have more devs on his side. But, I don't know anything about that situation. All I know is I'm glad they not only released it once, but then they did the, better edition with the extra content on a disc and all that. So what gives a content creator more percentage of the money, Patreon or YouTube's join feature? Patreon. Definitely. In fact, Patreon is also the better deal for you guys, because if you commit to a year of your tier, you get 5% off of it as well. YouTube, I appreciate the revenue, obviously, but they take a higher percentage than Patreon does, or PayPal. PayPal takes like nothing. So if you donate to me on PayPal, which again is in the description, they like take 0 of that. Did I already ask about the Dreamcast Mini? Is that going to happen? People did ask, and I already elaborated, but short answer is no. And if it does, it would be in like 10 years. The Kiwami games killed any chance for the HD collection getting localized, I feel. Maybe if they localize Ishin and Kenzin, they could release them for some extra money. I suppose that's a possibility. I do agree that there's no chance that the HD remake, or re-release, for PS3 and Wii U that Japan got is ever going to come here. There's no reason they would bother. unless they just found some technical reason for like, let's say they wanted to put, 1 and 2 on the Switch, but the Switch couldn't handle Kiwami 1 and 2, then, the Wii U conversion is easy. Wii U to Switch conversion is super easy. That build exists, but they would still have to translate it. And it does technically exist in translation. They did make those versions in English for the PlayStation 2. So it's not impossible, but I would think the only platform where it would happen would be the Switch in that case. But again, I don't think they're going to bother. But all this PayPal and Patreon is taxed. How do you get money from it? Patreon and PayPal are taxed only if you hit over a certain percentage in the United States. Patreon, I have never even come close because you have to make like $20,000 a year on Patreon. I don't come anywhere near that. So my tax rate through Patreon revenue thus far has been $0 per year. PayPal, it depends. If you send the money as family and friends, it is a 0% tax rate regardless of how much it is. If you send it as like exchanging of goods, that's when it gets taxed in the income taxes every year. But even then, it's a relatively low tax rate of like 5-10%, something like that. But YouTube also taxes it. Here's the thing with the YouTube revenue, YouTube takes a chunk of that. My MCN takes a chunk of that, and then eventually Uncle Sam takes a chunk of that. So all I'm saying is I appreciate super chats, but if you got the money and you're able to use PayPal or Patreon, go that route because it's better for me in that end. But super chats are obviously welcome too. It's really up to you, and I appreciate the support in any form that it comes in. PSX is almost impossible to get. Correction, it's almost impossible to get a working one. Those things sit in junk bins all over Japan, but they're always broken. Always. They never work. They're built like crap. They're just not well-designed machines. So if you were to get one, you'd have to treat it as a display piece and nothing more. I never saw you talking about RPGs, so I assume you're not into them. Did you play any of the Phantasy Star games? You're right. I am really not into RPGs. Like, at least not in the traditional sense, like, the normal, like, JRPG, like, action, the time, let's make a move and we'll wait while the other character makes a move type of thing. I just am not into that. Yeah, but in Japan, those PSXs, you can get for like $10-15, but again, they're junk condition. Any thoughts on a PS5 Slim? I do find it hilarious that we're already at that point where, like, we're talking about that. Like, the regular one isn't even widely available yet. Just have everyone tie a dollar bill to a pigeon's foot and fly it to your house. Man, I'm going to have to spend all the money on, like, pigeon poop remover. But I appreciate the thought. Why can't you get a PS5? I've been waiting for your review on that. Any idea when you'll be able to get it? Dude, tell me about it. I've been very particular that I have to get it through Best Buy, and if I succeed, I will explain why, and you'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The problem is Best Buy hasn't had the best inventory, and their website sucks when it comes to selling PS5s. Like, I literally ranted about it on a tweet yesterday because they restocked. I managed to get the thing in my cart, kept trying to check out, and it just never would let me, and then eventually it kicked it out of my cart. And gamer rage, let's just put it that way. I was upset. But anyway, so I mean, my tweet actually got featured in an article on comicbook.com about people being pissed they still can't buy a PS5. So whenever it happens, you'll see it, but like it's not for lack of trying. Trust me. I'm trying to get one, but it's got to be through Best Buy. Favorite coffee, the infamous Poop Weasel coffee that I've talked about before. Is the SNES Classic worth the MSRP price? Completely subjective. I don't own one, and I don't care to have one, so I'm not the right guy to ask. Best Buy's bot protection is pure trash. Yes, but also the things they are doing does make it annoying for human beings. Like, Oh, I got the thing in my cart. Now I have to verify my identity. Now I've done my verified my identity. I have to log back in again. Now it's out of my cart. Well, now I have to put it back in my cart. Once I get it in my cart, I have to pick a store. I've picked a store, but now it's not in stock at that store. Now I've got it in stock at a store, and I'm trying to check out, but they changed it to a different store, and it just never ends until eventually it's kicked out of your cart, and they're like, oh well, because they will not ship it to you. They're requiring you to go pick it up. And in order to pick it up, it has to be in stock somewhere. I'm like, dude, I don't care if you put this thing in Des Moines, Iowa. Just let me buy the fucking thing. I don't even care. Like, I am totally willing to wait until it's in stock. I would drive out to Des Moines. I don't give a shit. I would do it. But I'm just so tired of being like, check out, check out, check out, check out. And it never, ever works. That's the worst. Laudmot Super Chats. Genesis Mini proves that Sega can still make awesome hardware. Yes, potentially. I mean, to be fair, it is good, but it is just a Genesis, you know. But I still like it all the same. Thank you, Laudmot, for the Super Chat. Castlevania Games did retweet that we're in here, so you might be chilling, hanging out. If you're watching, Ryan, people are asking about you. What is your best memory related to a Sega console, the memory you treasure the most? That is really divided between two things. The two I remember the most was when I got the Genesis, I got it in 93 for Christmas, opening the box and the Genesis Model 2. Like, this is mine. This is my first, like, real game console. Like, I had an Atari 2600, but that was really just my mom being like, yeah, whatever, they're all the same. But she, like, got this for me, and this was mine. And that was, like, an amazing thing. I'd been wanting it for so long. And then the second one would be really when I got the Dreamcast and I'm driving home with it, or my mom's driving me back. And that was like the tail end of my childhood. Like, literally, it was like, okay, you're at the age now where you're basically becoming an adult. Like, you're going to be in high school like next year and blah, blah, blah. So it's, you know, you're not really a little kid anymore, but this is like the swan song of that era. Because like after that, you're like, not that video games were ever bad, but you do kind of get to this point where you're like, I have a GameCube. Is that lame? I don't know if that's lame. You know, like, is it not okay to play GameCube anymore? Is it because GameCube's like for kids? You know, you go through that phase in high school, but in middle school, you're still kind of immune to that type of thing. So yeah, I think those would be the two. As far as like buying stuff on a personal level, it might be like, literally, like when Sega reached out to me, they're like, do you want to be involved in going to Japan and having Shenmue re-released? And I'm like, well, you know, maybe. Those are pretty special memories too. Do you hack your mini consoles to add more games? Like I said, the only one I have is the Genesis one, and no, because I just use it as a display piece, like behind me in like every video. I don't have the other ones because I have the original consoles. Like I don't care, you know, like I don't need to do that. I don't really like little emulator boxes. Like, it's not my way of playing anything. I kind of wanted to get them just to have as display pieces, but I'm like, dude, I have enough crap. Like, I don't need those two, you know. But the Sega one, as I said, I liked having the Genesis because it actually was made by Sega. It was like actual hardware from them. So, yeah. Great. Also, when are you going to be doing an 8th generation retrospective? I love that series. To be totally honest with you guys, I have to wait until the Switch is done. I've planted my flag. I am saying it. The Nintendo Switch is an 8th generation video game console. I did a video on that like a couple weeks ago. Until that's over, I can't really include it. And it's so dumb that that's a controversial statement, because eventually history will simply agree that that's the truth. Like, it's just how it is. But whatever. Wow, I can relate to that. I stopped playing PS2 in my late teens. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, like, it's normal. What videos do you have coming up, or do you have any ideas? Like, I got a few. I always have like a short list of things I'm thinking about doing. Obviously there will be my podcast next week, and then there'll be Playload. That's probably going to be it for this month. And then after that, it's just a lot of times kind of whatever just falls into my lap, or if I'm just like, oh, that would be cool, let's go do that. But no, there's no like big thing I'm sitting on. Is there a 0th gen? I guess you could say Tennis for Two from the 1950s. Do you think the Switch will surpass the Wii in sales? Probably, because it still has. I think it's like only halfway through its cycle. I think it's got plenty of time. And of course, they're going to keep including the Switch Lite, probably some sort of upgraded Switch as all the same thing. So you're kind of grouping that all together. G Million Super Chats says, I want to get an Xbox Series X, but I can't find it. I was lucky enough to get that one right away. I was able to get that one on Microsoft's website, like when they first did the pre-orders. I got lucky there. Like, everybody was striking out. They couldn't get in their cart. I just had, it was like click, click, done. I don't know why it was so efficient, but for me it worked. Notice me, Senpai. All right. Noticed. I was shocked how much Rule of Rose goes for after I spent $20 for it years ago. That'll happen, dude. There are occasionally those games that just spike like crazy. And that was one of them, probably because that game will never get re-released. And it's a really good game. And it's exclusive to that platform. The Switch would not surpass PS3 and Xbox 360. How do you figure? If it passes the Wii, it's already passed either of those. Because they each sold like 80 million. The Wii sold like 100 million. So we're just over 2 hours now. How are you guys doing? Are you having a good time? I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Any clue why the Silent Hill games are so expensive right now? Because they'll likely never get re-released. They're basically exclusive to the platforms they came out on. Konami treats them like they never happened. And the re-releases we did get were horribly botched. The 2 and 3 were released, like to the point where the original developer of those games said, he literally begged people publicly on Twitter, do not buy the re-releases. Go stick with the original versions. So because of that, you're stuck with those. So I think that's why it'll always be that way. Unless Konami actually does the right thing. I honestly would be very much in favor of Sony buying Konami and like cleaning them up. Going through their IPs and being like, all right, let's take this stuff and do it better. I just ate a bagel. I had bagels on Tuesday. Bagels are good. For anybody who's in the U.S., if you like bagels, not that you... Oh, have you ever heard of Panera Bread? No, of course you have. But every Tuesday at Panera Bread, they have what's called the Baker's Dozen deal, where you get 13 bagels for $6.99. Hell of a deal. Did I watch the Snyder Cut? Yes, I did. I'm not going to talk about it only because it just happened. Because I don't want to ruin it for anybody because I hate when people do that. I'm sure I'll talk about it on my podcast, but I don't want to just throw that in here. Why haven't I upgraded my camera setup on my videos? Is it a creative choice? I have upgraded it. Like, when are you referring to? I upgraded it to... I got a 4K Sony camcorder in, like, 2019. And that's what I've been using for the last, like, year and a half. I got a microphone from Avra Media, like, 2 years ago. So, like, I gradually just kind of slightly upgraded stuff. Favorite coffee? Progressive, I told you. The Poop Weasel coffee. Laudmod Super Chats. When I was a kid, I always wanted to confuse Konami with Capcom. You're not far off, man. Because back then, if it said Konami or Capcom on the box, you just knew it was a good game. It was really rare that if they had either of those names on it, that it was bad. Like in the the third, fourth gen era, if it said those names on the box, you're like, oh, good, this is a good one. I know that because of those names. It was really like after that, especially with Konami, where they're like, and that's just not the case anymore. Now you don't really know. It happens, man. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Isn't Konami like all into Yu-Gi-Oh at this point? Kind of. Konami is in a weird place because they kind of went through what Sega did, where they just kind of stopped being the company that they were. But the difference between the two is that at least Sega had this like big history of being this big successful console company, and so that could bring them back around. But Konami is like, we had some successful games, but we don't really care about that. We're going to focus on the pachinko machines and all that other stuff. Like, they're not really even a game developer all that much anymore. So I would actually be very much in favor of Konami getting absorbed by Sony. I think that would be great. I don't know if that's at all in the cards, but it would be nice. We got a donation. I'm just going to say from the first name, just in case you don't want me to say your last name, from Dan on PayPal. He says, great YouTube Q&A, Adam. Well, thank you very much, Dan. If you have a question, just let me know. Wasn't Yo-Noid made by Capcom? I'm not sure. Capcom used to do a lot of licensing stuff, so they did a lot of Disney games for like the Super Nintendo, while Sega made them for the Genesis. That was an interesting era, like having two totally different Aladdin games. Oliver Clare, what up, man? You have become very elusive in the Discord. I don't see you much in there anymore. It's disappointing. But welcome back. Oliver Clare super chats and says, this may be heresy, but if your gaming PC is more powerful than a Series X, is there any reason to get a Series X? I don't know. Like, I don't do that. You might as well be asking me about advice on what type of car to buy. I have no idea, dude. The thing is, I would assume most people with like super gaming rigs would just look at the Series X as a child's toy and nothing more. So I can think that the only reason you would want a Series X in that context would be exclusive content. And famously, the Xbox doesn't really care about that. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a convenient streaming device. I don't know. I can't really put myself in that situation. I don't have that perspective, and I never will. So I would actually ask if anybody in here has a thought on that. Please do a similar retrospective on video game handhelds. I recently got a PSP Go, and it's great. It's something I intend to do at some point, but to be honest, I'm not as passionate about it. And unlike a lot of the home consoles where I like had them at a certain age, there's very few handhelds that I had that I have like great stories about. Most of them I just kind of got later for like dumb reasons. Like Chip, who used to be on the podcast for like a year, he used to collect handhelds. So like one time I went down to his place in Austin, Texas, and he's like, I'm getting rid of all my stuff. Here, take like 4 Gizmondos. And I was like, what? Like, here's 4 Zodiacs or Tapwave Zodiac, whatever that was, Zodiac Tapwave. He's like, there's no great story other than that. You know what I mean? So like, I want to do it, but it's just not gonna be the same experience, I wouldn't think. But it's on my list. But physical copies are just a license for a download in the Xbox Series X case, is what Oliver said. I think he's having a conversation with other people. My guess is if you're super into PC gaming, you're never really going to embrace the Series X, and I think Microsoft doesn't really care. Do you know why Sega's logo is a different shade of blue in and out of Japan? I'm unfamiliar with that being the case. I mean, their logo has changed a couple of times over the years, but I don't remember that being a specific thing. I know the Dreamcast logo had to change colors for reasons, but I've never heard of the actual Sega logo changing for any special reason. Do your best Mickey impression. You need to give me something to say. I recently sold my Xbox One X. I regret it. What are you doing sitting in the corner? Are you being held hostage by the witch of the Blair kind? No, this is just where the rig is set up. I appreciate your concern, though. Though if I was being held hostage, something tells me I probably wouldn't be allowed to have like a live stream. Hey, Adam, hope you're well. I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm doing well. We got 200 viewers. We've been going for over 2 hours now. I'll keep it going for a while. I'm still good. I was thinking about trying to call up Rob and have a cameo from him, but he said he's working all day. Is your podcast only on YouTube? I'm one of those strange people that still owns an iPod. We do put it out on, I want to say Podbean at the end of the month. Rob handles that. So there's a link in the description of the podcast that should have that. So you can check it out there. Quote Star Trek with your Mickey voice, maybe Wrath of Khan. As I said, you have to give me a line. I don't know if I could yell out Con as Mickey. I think that wouldn't really work. Say hello, Uncle Jerry and Jesse. Oh, Norcalm, you're Jerry. That's right. That Norcalm, aka Jesse, no, Jesse, Jerry, would be the only person who could put Lodmot in the poorhouse. Like, if Jerry woke up with Lodmot's money, he'd jump out a fucking window. I stole that bit from, I think, Dave Chappelle. No, that was Chris Rock. Yeah, Chris Rock said that. Oh, I'm your corporate overlord, Mickey Mouse. There you go. Efren Estorga. Nice audio setup when? Expensive scaler with TV speakers. You mean like when am I going to upgrade the audio setup of my videos? As I said, I already got an AverMedia mic, and that's what I've been using. I potentially could upgrade that again. I just haven't. You still yapping? Yes, Verd, I am still yapping. Thank you for the super chat, Efren. Why do you prefer physical copies of games over digital? Simple, ownership. To me, a game isn't just the act of playing it, it's also the history and artwork that it represents. I like control of the things I pay for. I like to know that I have that. If you stick strictly to digital content, you are entirely at the mercy of a digital overlord telling you, yes, it is okay that you still play this. If they choose to remove that from any sort of service, oh well, you don't get a refund. You just essentially your property is stolen. And since nobody legally makes that case, you can't really argue that digital content is property. It's just a license agreement. Now, technically, physical media is also a license agreement, but you physically own the plastic and the metal therein that's on that. You just don't own the game. You just own the license to use it, but you own that license permanently as long as you own the physical media. There is nothing they can do to stop you from playing it. Whereas the digital stuff, that is not in your control. You don't have that agreement. You just have to trust that they'll always honor it. And companies go out of business. Things happen. There's a reason there are certain games that famously are not downloadable anymore. I will not ever embrace the idea of I shall abandon all of my rights to give to my digital overlords. I love them. Boweth before them. Fuck that. James Leishman super chats and says, how do you feel about the concept of console generations and physical media slowly being phased out as consoles become more like PCs? Thanks for all the awesome content, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Honestly, dude, it's inevitable. I'm not as I just said, I'm very pro physical media. I hate the idea of going digital, but I'm not naive. I'm not going to sit here and say like, no, the horse will always outlive the car. Like, it's gonna happen. That's where the market is going. That's what people always prefer convenience over that stuff. And I accept that, but I'm also like a lot older now. So like, honestly, by the time the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are kind of like on their way out, and maybe we have the next wave of boxes that are truly all digital platforms, I may not even care anymore. Like, I may not even be doing YouTube. I'd be like, dude, I got more video games that I know what to do with for the rest of my life. Whatever. It really just depends on the age you're at. And so right now it would suck, but in a few years, I may just genuinely not care. Super chat from Lodmod again. It says, what's your brand choice of audio receiver for your game systems? I have a Sony STR DH590. Also, what's your oldest system you have connected to it? I have absolutely no preference because I'm not a sound file, so like I'm just using the TV speakers. As for the oldest system I've connected, I have a Genesis connected. Unless you include the AVS, which is an NES, but not really because it's a newer version of it. So if you include that, then technically there's an NES connected, but if you don't include that, then it was going to have to be a Sega Genesis with a 32X and a Sega CD is all rigged up. I also keep let me think, I'm not sitting in front of it, so I keep a Saturn hooked up. I keep a Neo Geo AES and Neo Geo CD connected, PS3, Jaguar CD, Dreamcast, original Xbox, Xbox Series X, Xbox 360, GameCube, Wii U, Switch, N64, 64DD, Super Nintendo, and technically the AVS, as I just mentioned. Those are the ones that are all. Oh, and PS4, and there's a space for another special thing, which is not the PS5, but I guess the PS5 would go where the PS4 is, because I can't imagine I would need to keep the PS4 out there at that point. So there you go. Thank you for the super chat. Back Honker super chats. I hope they add more OG Xbox games to the backwards compatibility program. Me too. That would be nice. There was some possibility that Stubbs the Zombie was going to be compatible because they re-released the game, so people were hoping that the OG Xbox disc would work, but it didn't. They occasionally talk about that type of thing, but not so much. Electricity bill. You're assuming they're all left on. I don't know why you would think that. I have it rigged up in such a way that I send power, like all the, shall we say, the non-regularly used ones are rigged up to a power strip that I keep off most of the time, and I only turn it on when one of those consoles is going to get used. The only one that's regularly drawing power would be the Xbox Series X. In fact, part of the reason I grouped them the way I did is because like those figure 8, power cables work on a ton of them. So I just kind of keep that one cable and then just hot swap it whenever I need it. And most of the time it's just sitting there connected to nothing. Do you think the Atari Jaguar could have competed with the Saturn, PS1, and 64 if it had third-party backup? I mean, it tried to. It just got its ass handed to it. If you mean like technologically, that's really hard to say. I think it would have been the inferior machine by far. I mean, it's hard to say, man. I mean, anything's possible. The Genesis, for example, was really not on par with something like the Super Nintendo or the Neo Geo AES, but it obviously held its own. So it's but it had the right game and had the right marketing behind it. It's possible, but Atari just didn't pull that trick. We got a donation on PayPal. I'll just say your first name again. This is from Klaus, who says, "Hi Adam, just tuned into your live stream. I don't know if you still remember me. I was the guy who sampled your voice for a track that I made, which ended up being on vinyl." Yes, dude, I totally do remember you. We'll talk about that in a second. I've sent you the record some years ago. There's still a few copies in stock at our Bandcamp page if any one of your fans are interested. Fortuna. Sorry, I never understood how to pronounce that word. He gives the link. I'll put the link in the chat in 1 second here. Let me get that. Anyway, what European PS2 exclusives are you still searching for? Do you have a list of something like that? Maybe I can help you find them here in Austria. After all, the world is still in pandemic. It's impossible for you to travel over the Atlantic. I know, tell me about it. A few weeks ago, the stores here opened up again. If I have time, I can look up one of the retro stores to find all the Phoenix and Midas gems. They are still dirt cheap, and secondhand retail stores don't pay eBay prices. It's not worth it. Wish you a great weekend, Klaus. So first of all, yes, Klaus, thank you for that. I would never go, to make you feel better, I would never go to eBay to buy like Phoenix games. Just trust me, I would never do it. To answer your question very quickly, I don't have any PS2 games off the top of my head that I need, but there are 2 OG Xbox games, and one in particular I know you could help me with. There's a game for the original Xbox that only came out in Germany and Austria, and it's called Yeti Sports, and it came out on the original Xbox. It was exclusive to there. I have the game, and I have the case. I don't have the manual. If I found the manual, I would finish that game off, and then the only other European exclusive original Xbox game I would need is Knights of the Temple 2, which it's relatively cheap in Germany. I wanted a British copy, but they're like impossible to find. So at this point, I would just settle for the German copy or the Austrian copy. But that's it. For PS2, I don't have an answer ready to go. I'm going to put the link here to what he was talking about. So a few years ago, yes, I was doing a live stream, and at some point I said the phrase, "the power of sweat." And he apparently took that line and he made an entire like song out of it. And then he made that record available, and he sent me the record. So I was like, "Oh shit, I'm on a vinyl record," and I have listened to it since, by the way, because I know you missed the earlier part of the show, but like I now have my mom's house. I inherited that, so I've been cleaning it up and all that stuff. And she had this much better record player, so I have listened to it on this much better setup, and it's like, oh shit, that's me on a record. But for those curious, I'll post the link here in the chat. You can check that out if you want to. There you go. You might have to correct the spacing there, but that's where you can get it. So, dude, thank you, Klaus, for that. That was one of the cooler, more oddball things that I remember ever anybody doing for the channel. I very much appreciate it. Am I going to do any voiceover? Also, thank you for the super chat, or well, PayPal donation. Are you going to do any voiceover work for The Witcher 4? Yeah, that's the thing that I don't understand. Like, my IMDb page says I voiced The Witcher 3. I did not. I was not in it, but I appreciate being credited, I guess. But it was not me. I don't know why they think I did, but there you go. What are your thoughts on digital things from GOG where you actually get to keep your game? My exact standpoint stands. I don't give a fuck. If they're like, oh, it's DRM free, go fuck yourself. I don't care. Like, it's still downloaded content that you expect me to manage through my own. Dude, the method by which you get stuff through GOG is almost the same method as piracy. It's just that you're paying for it. What is the difference between illegally torrenting something and burning it to a DRM version as opposed to buying it off GOG and putting it on your own disc? It's just that one way you did it legally, the other way you did it illegally. But in the end, you're still left with a fucking DVD-R that just is bullshit. Fuck that. Like, respect the art, respect the history. The hell with shit like that. Yeah, sorry. I'm very opposed to digital gaming. I recognize its reality. I'm not an idiot, but at the same time, it's not for me, and it never will be. If the pandemic was over, what would be the first country you'd travel to? That entirely depends on which countries are open. As it is, there are actually a bunch. So refine that for a second. Rob, super chats. People are coming to DP and asking why I'm not on. Well, do you want to come on? I invited you and you told me to fuck off. That was your exact quote. So has that changed? Do you want to do a cameo? Dr. Nerdly super chats. Hypo, PS1 never existed, but Saturn and N64 remain the same at release and their same times. What do you think would have been the dominant console? That's almost impossible. So the Saturn had the problem of being super tricky to develop for, but it did use CDs. Now, the N64, I think it mostly would have been the same platform. Nintendo successfully pissed off 1 million developers, and I think that because they made that decision. So then you would have had someone like Squaresoft go, or Square Enix, I guess, would have been like, or it was just Square at the time, would have just been like, okay, these are our choices. We hate Nintendo for what they did, but Sega at the same time made this impossibly hard console to develop for. I don't know. I think you would have had a mixed bag. I think Square probably would have gone over to Sega, but I think some others would have just stayed with Nintendo. It would have been a very interesting situation. And who knows, maybe out of the ashes, the Apple Pippin rises and dominates over everybody. Who knows? Thank you for the super chat, Captain Potato. I'm looking at my Discord and you just see people posting pictures of like French fries and shit. You guys, I love my Discord. You guys are weirdos. If you guys aren't in the Discord, you should absolutely join. There's a link in the description. It's for free. You got me in the Dreamcast. Never had one as a kid, but got one years later around the time the PS3 came out. I bought the Dreamcon controller also because your channel loved the Dreamcast. Hey, well, I'm glad you like it, man. If the pandemic was completely over and all the countries were open, where would you go first? Portugal. I'd go visit the girlfriend. I think that should have been obvious. Yeah, I want to go back into the Schengen zone. I have things I need to do in the UK. I want to go back to Japan. Those are my highlights. But mostly I just want to start getting around the US again too. I want to go back to Canada as well. Go up to Toronto. Like, there's no place where I'm like, oh man, if it just ended, I would go to, Guatemala. Like, there's no country I haven't been to where I'm like, I can't wait. I need to go there now. But like, I'm sure that would happen. I'm in the Discord, but I can't think of what to type. Just type anything. It doesn't matter. Like, dude, everyone in there is a lunatic, but like a friendly lunatic. You'll fit in. Just try. Just say whatever, and people will join. Like, people will. You'll be fine. Just trust me. Just talk. It doesn't matter. Do I have a favorite David Lynch film? Not offhand. I would have to like go back and look at his career. No way, I'm from Portugal, dude. So is my girlfriend. Did Rob message me yet? Do you want to be on here, Rob? Why are you like asking if you can be on and then like not responding? Fucking Rob. Um aren't you technically ripping your disc games playing them on an ODE for Saturn, Dreamcast, and PS1? Of course, but I own the actual discs. That's it. I did that work myself. I still own the original content, and I get the benefits of both worlds there. I get to have the collection, respect the artwork, respect the history, respect the property, but at the same time get the benefits out of playing it digitally through, better load times and so on and so forth. It's not the same thing. Yeah, Discord's amazing, but a very strange place. Absolutely. I think Remark just joined the Discord. Welcome. And everybody's telling him to say something. Dr. Nerdly is, he has the bridge currently in there. One of the mods. Best RGB option for retro consoles in 2021. That is too big of a question because there's no like standard answer. Like every fucking console has different answers. It's frustrating. So you gotta narrow that down. I'm from the UK. Apparently the US is big. How big is it though? Okay, here's what I want you to do. Look at a map of the United States and find a state called Wyoming. Wyoming geographically alone is twice the size in the entirety of the United Kingdom. There you go. The US is big. It's funny too because I have driven across at least a good chunk of the UK. I drove from London to Cardiff, Wales, which is like if you look at it on a map, it's like almost cutting across the entirety of like the southern part of the UK. It's only like a 2-hour drive. And when I would tell people about like, oh yeah, I drove that, they're like, that's the longest drive in the world. It's like that's nothing. That's like the average drive an American goes to work at. Like it ain't shit. RGB for PS1 and N64. Okay, so for the PS1, I would actually suggest using a PlayStation 3. That's the easiest solution. The N64, that's brutally annoying. That you have multiple options, and I did an entire video breaking this down. You either do the HDMI mod for it, or you do an RGB mod. And if you do the RGB mod, you then need to use something like, the RetroTink 2X Pro or 2X Pro and a NM Classic, or you do the HDMI mod and NM Classic. And either one, it's like one has certain benefits in this direction, one has certain benefits in that direction. The thing with the N64, just like the PlayStation 2, is they will never look good. They can only look less bad. That's all you can do. And only around 500,000 people live in Wyoming. That is absolutely true. Whereas like 88 million people live in the UK. So again, look at a map. Look at the size of Wyoming. Cut it in half. That geography is almost exactly the same size as your entire country. Yet it only has in that half maybe 250,000 people to your 88 million. The U.S. is big, son. Wyoming is the least populated state in the U.S. That's 100% true. There are territories with more. Like Puerto Rico has over 3 million people. Guam is almost the same population as Wyoming, yet is a tiny little speck of land like in the South Pacific. If you're gonna you're gonna actually do something special with the PS1. Let me read. I asked for PS1 because I'm going to record PS1 footage for the Link serial port games. Okay, that's a special case because then you actually need the original PS1 hardware, right? In that case, RGB SCART into something like a FrameMeister, I would imagine, is probably your best bet. Although I will say, I'm not a big fan of the pound cables, but their PS2 pound cable actually works really well on the PS1 if you want the lazy solution. It's better than it should be, but it's not the quote unquote pure answer. UK is only like 65 million people. Are you sure? I thought it was more like 88 million. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'll trust you guys. I'm not the one Googling anything. My memory could definitely be wrong on that. I figured you lived in the UK because you said you did. Um, do you like living in the cold? I take it you're from a person who does not travel. Chicago is really not that cold. It's really just January. January sucks. After that, it's fine. But you know, I travel a lot and I stay inside, so it really doesn't matter. That's something. I mean, if you have to go outside a lot, I can see why cold or heat would matter to you. But when you spend a lot of your time indoors and you have functional air conditioners and functional heating systems, I don't know if I see the problem. What's your favorite PS1 game franchise or game? It was always Twisted Metal 2, but I have to admit that the Twisted Metal franchise was like utterly destroyed, even on that console. So the legacy series that came from it, that I feel was, I don't know, maybe Metal Gear Solid. That is such a flawless game. I obviously respect the Silent Hill franchise. I think I'm gonna still stick with Twisted Metal, even though like it has abused me. Have I ever planned to visit Finland? I'm not opposed. It's just I've never been sent there. You know, it's I either have to, when it comes to all the traveling stuff, I either have to be sent somewhere for like the channel or whatever, or gigs and all sorts of stuff, or it's like I want to go back there for my own reasons and I've accrued enough miles and all that shit. Finland, I've never been sent to, I've never been to, so I don't have any great nostalgic reason to go back. It would just have, like, I got sent to Sweden, I got sent to, you know, Belgium, but I just, it never, I got sent to France, and I got sent to Germany, I got sent to all these other places, but I've never had a reason to go to Finland. Wyoming is a fine state as it borders the potato fatherland. You have to understand Dr. Nerdly, aka Captain Potato, is a sentient potato, and therefore he has incredible bias towards potato master race superiority. So you have to deal with that in the Discord. He often goes off about how potatoes, their time will rise. You know, you just, it happens. Um, are you excited about the possibility of more mini consoles in the future, like C64Ts, the Amiga 500? Dude, I just don't care about mini consoles. Like I've said it like 4 times in this stream already. Like the Genesis one was neat because Sega made it, but beyond that, I just don't care. I just moved from Washington to California. Uh, Congratulations. Which part of the state are you in? When was the last time you went to Disney World or Universal Studios? I went to Disneyland Tokyo in November 2018. That was the last time I went to a Disney World. I was in Tokyo. I had the weirdest time out there because I had to go to Magic Kyoto, which was a Shenmue thing, and I needed to be in Yokosuka, Japan, when Shenmue 3 came out, which was like 3 weeks later. But there was really no reason to go home. But in the middle of it, a buddy of mine was like, "Hey, I'm going to Guam for a week." And Guam's only like 3 hours away. So he's like, "I like when we hang out." So he's like, "You're going to be in Japan. I'll just fly you down. It's like a 3 hour flight and you can hang out with me for a week." So the reason I'm telling you all this is that the first leg of that trip, I got a lot of the, "oh, I'm in Japan" thing out of my system. Did the whole Guam thing, went back to Japan. And I was like, I have like another week here again. And I need to be here for one very specific day. But after that, I really have nothing to do. So I was like, Disney Tokyo is like not that far from here. The hell with it. Let's go there. And so I did that for a day. Now Disneyland Tokyo has 2 parks. It's got the one that's basically the Magic Kingdom, like the Florida and California park, like Japan's interpretation of it. And then it's got this thing called the Disney Sea, which is exclusive to Japan. And some of my friends were saying you should go do that because it's exclusive. But I was like, the thing with that is I don't know enough about it to be able to guide myself around and even know what I should be looking for. At least with the Disneyland Tokyo, like the Magic Kingdom type of park, I kind of know what I'm doing. There's that level of familiarity. I kind of somewhat regret it, although I did have a wonderful time. I will say this, man, Disneyland Tokyo, when you are a white gaijin dude by yourself, man, do you get treated better, because they just look at you as like, "oh, you're this pathetic loser, you're a gaijin, you're not from here, you don't have any friends. Tell you what, come up to the line, take this, we'll give you this little pass, and you can just skip the line and go all the way to the front. You don't have to wait because you're special," in like, not in a good way, but like special needs way. Like, It was so insane. I remember like when I first noticed that, I just got in a line for, I think it was Thunder Mountain. And this lady just walked up to me and she goes, "Single rider, Gaijin?" I was just like, "Yeah, I'm by myself." She's like, "Okay." She just hands me this pass, and the pass explains in English, like, "You have no one with you. You are allowed to cut to the front." And so I would just wave that, and they're like, "Yeah, go on through." And you just cut all the way to the front. And then as soon as they have an opening for just one person, they just let you in. And I was like, this is insane. Like, you're going ahead of the fast pass people. You're even going ahead of the actual handicap people. And it wasn't by choice. They were just like, yeah, do that because you're special gaijin, special needs gaijin, go over there. And I was like, this is great. So I just like kept going on rides like constantly. It was unbelievable. The only one that was a problem was Splash Mountain. So Splash Mountain, if you've ever ridden it in any of the Disney parks, it's the one where, you know, you go through like the Song of the South ride basically, and Brer Rabbit and all the stupid little animals are singing, whatever. But at the end, you know, there's the big log drop where you go down and it shoots water and you're okay. So the log thing they put you in the US is very much built for an American. The Japanese one, not so much. The Japanese one is built more for a Japanese person, or what is it expected to be the size of a Japanese person. So you have to understand, like, I was very minimalist. It's just me and a backpack, you know, and a very thin backpack. I only had it like with nothing in it, really. It was just in case I needed, like, you know, to buy anything or whatever. I just had this, you know, kept my headphones in there, that type of thing, like nothing special. So I'm not traveling with much. So I get into, like, I get to go in the thing first, and then there's this Japanese lady behind me, and I sit down. Now, you have to understand, those things are framed in such a way that they want you to know exactly where you're seated. So there's, like, a very definitive border between you and the person to the left of you, and there's also, like, a border specifically for where your legs are supposed to fit. And what I mean by that is there's this plastic thing on the seat that's, like, the divider for your legs. Well, when you're an American, that thing is in just the wrong place where you sit down on your balls and it sucks. And then you get in there. And so like, it kind of hurt at first. And I was like, all right, this is not that big of a deal. I can handle this. Then they have those bars and they push it down. And all of a sudden the bar is like clamping me and my balls to this thing. And my backpack is like partially wedged in it. And this Japanese lady is sitting there, notices immediately what happened. And I'm like trying to fidget and I can't get out of this. And it's like brutally painful. And she's like, oh no, like she can see that this is awful. And she like tries to help me like lift it a little so I can kind of wedge the backpack away and just kind of, okay, all right, okay. I've slightly moved out of the way. And so, but like the entire ride was totally uncomfortable. And I was just like, and then I was like, oh my God, when we go down this thing, when we go down the water, I'm going to die. Like, it is going to impact my balls. And it's like, you know, the entire time you're like sitting there in like 5 or 6 minutes of anticipation of knowing you're going to get your balls fucking smashed by this plastic thing. And I'm like, this is bad. So you can't enjoy the ride. You're like, this is gonna suck, this is gonna suck, this is gonna suck, this is gonna suck, this is gonna suck. And the whole time this Japanese lady like knows this is a problem and she can't really do anything else to help me. And so eventually you get to that point. I remember I was like, okay, because you're getting to that point, you're like, here it goes. I like lift the bar as much as I can. I try to wedge myself out as much as possible. And I'm like, I'm gonna go down. And I'm like, I survived. It didn't happen. Like I was able to get just enough space. And because I'm an idiot, after I got off the thing, I was like, that was great. Fast pass. Let's do it again. But this time I planned. I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing this time. You have to sit just the right way so that I don't get hit in the balls again. Man. That would be my one piece of advice. If you go to Disneyland Tokyo, maybe don't go on Splash Mountain if you're a, shall we say, portly gentleman. Anyway, super chat from David Rice. Thank you very much for your recommendation, especially the Akura box and HD Retrovision cables. You are absolutely welcome. Yeah, if HD Retrovision makes good stuff, the Akura does. Akura by the Bahar Bros also really good stuff too. But the HD Retrovision, I know they're going to be launching their Dreamcast component cables soonish. So yeah, I'm looking forward to checking those out too. But I'm happy to help you with the recommendation. But yeah, do you have the Nintendo PlayStation prototype? No, of course I don't have it. The guy who owns or founded Pets.com is the guy who bought the prototype from Terry. Terry passed away last year, and he was a friend of mine. that's why I have that photo. But like, I got to, that thing wasn't new to me. Like, I saw it a million times because I would hang out with Terry at conventions and stuff like that. But Terry was cool enough. We became enough of friends that, this last convention that he did, which was Portland Retro Game Expo 2019, he let me, do a review of it, like a formal one. Like, nobody else had ever been able, like, they could film little clips of it here and there. But in my case, he was like, yeah, whatever. And he just let me hold the thing. And like, if I wanted to take it apart or if I wanted to do whatever, he would let me do. I didn't take it apart, but he was like, you can do your intimate review. I don't really care, nerd. And then so I did the video. It's on the channel, and it's he's in it. I ended up interviewing him for it, just make sure, because I could tell his story, but he's sitting next to me. Let him tell his story in his own words. And I'm really glad I did that, because I had no idea he would be. I mean, first of all, I did know he was going to be selling it, and he did very shortly after that. But I had no idea that he was going to pass away so shortly after that. So I'm glad that there's that footage so people can go see what he was like and hear it out of, hear the story from him, because he obviously can tell it better than anybody. And now through the power of video and film, you guys can hear that forever as long as you want to. Well, I go to Universal Osaka for Super Nintendo World. What's funny is I almost, not for the Super Nintendo World, but I almost went to Universal Osaka. I was in Osaka. So I've been to Osaka a couple of times. And one time I was just walking down this one street. I'd been there a million times, but I didn't notice until this one trip. I was like, wait a minute, that's the entrance to Universal Osaka. Like, I had no idea it was like right there. And I was actually seriously considering doing it, but there were two problems. One, the girlfriend was back at the hotel, and I hadn't warned her that I would be possibly like, oh, I'm going to be gone all day at Osaka, or Universal Osaka, because she would have probably wanted to go to that. And two, I was also carrying a ton of like video game shit. So it's like, you can't walk. Yeah, I just told you how hard it was with basically nothing. The idea of going in there with like, I'm carrying a bunch of video game crap with me, probably not the best. And so I just never really found my way back there. But I'm sure that, on some future trip, I would love to do that. But the thing is, excuse me, I tend to get sent more to Tokyo now so than I do to Osaka. Because the first time I went to Osaka, it was really just like, the girlfriend and I were like, we should meet up and we should go to Japan. Like, just do the Japan trip, that first magical, like, Japan trip that everyone wants. But after that, it was really just like, oh, we'll take the train down. I'll take the Shinkansen down there just to go back to Osaka or whatever. And for the Magic Kyoto, because that's specifically where I had to go that one time. But usually the place you have to go to is Tokyo. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm just checking, making sure I'm not seeing any important emails or anything like that. That's one of the things you end up not really noticing while you're streaming. Everything seems fine over here. Okay. You guys are having fun over in the Discord. I hope we got a bunch of new people in there. Welcome, welcome. I hope you guys are still watching. Did I ever visit Fukuoka? No. I would. It's just never happened. Most of my time has been around the Tokyo Bay area and the Kansai, Osaka, Kyoto area. I have taken the Shinkansen between the two, but you don't really get off at those. Other than I did get off at one stop randomly because there was like this big store in there that I was recommended to go to, and I did get some good stuff, but it wasn't like I really explored the area. King Rhino is still here. King Rhino is in the Discord as well. He's a sentient rhinoceros. We used to have constant rhinoceros attacks in the Discord, but he made a peace agreement with them, and you don't have to worry. If you go in there, you will not be attacked by a rhinoceros. And you have him to thank. OSSC or RetroTink for PlayStation 2, and which RetroTink? I would go with the RetroTink 2XM. I did a video on it. Mixed that with some HD Retrovision component cables and an M Classic, and don't look back. But again, it's the PlayStation 2. It can't look good. It can only look less bad. When you go to Japan, do you ever feel like you're home? So here's a funny thing. There was a time in my life, and I'm sure it happens to a lot of you guys, if you ever go to another country, even if it's just Canada, you feel it. You're like, I'm not in my own country anymore. Okay? I have not, and I used to feel that for any place I went, outside of the U.S. If I was still in the U.S., I didn't have that. Like, even if we're talking extreme U.S., like, you go to Guam, I'm like, no, I'm still in the U.S. Like, I'm at home. They can't do shit to me here. You can't kick me out of this place. It's still America. You know what I mean? You're a citizen of that place. So it feels different. But The last time I ever felt that was in January of 2016. In January of 2016, my mother and I decided to drive up to Toronto, and my girlfriend was flying into Toronto, and we're gonna do the hangout in Toronto thing. My mom just wanted to see my girlfriend. They would chat, and then my mom ended up flying back to Chicago. So on that trip, crossing that border, I felt it. Like, ooh, I'm not in America thing anymore. But I ended up staying there for like a month, so it just kind of felt like, oh, this is just whatever. And I never got that experience back ever again. Every trip I've ever been on since, no matter what country it is, even exotic places like Cuba, or I went to Yap. Look up Yap. I want everybody to go to Google Maps right now and type in YAP. Yap. Just do it. I went to that place and I did not feel like I'm out of the country. What I'm trying to say with your question there, Lodmod, is I now feel like every place I go to is home, even when it totally isn't. Because in Japan, same thing. I'm just like, all right, I'm back in Japan. I've been here 100 times. I know what I'm doing. Like, I know exactly the route I need. I don't speak Japanese, but I'm good enough to be able to get where I need to go. I understand the cultural stuff well enough to be able to pay for whatever I need to pay for, whatever. Like, I'm not a noob at this. I'm not going to be like, oh, God, where do I go? I'm just like, yeah, I need the number 5 line to, Yokohama. Let's do this. Like, I know what I'm doing. So... You know what I'm saying? So it's this level of familiarity, but it tends to come with kind of anywhere I go now. Again, even when I landed in Havana, I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it was, when I landed in Havana, I remember there was like 2 seconds of like, dude, I'm in Cuba. And the only reason I thought that is because Cuba's always been like impossible for Americans to get to. And yet for a second, but then once you get into the airport, you're like, whatever. It's all gone. Yap. Okay, so while you guys are sitting there on Yap, hopefully still on Google Maps, I have been there. There's a little section of that place called Colonia. And if you look around there, you will see parts of Colonia. There's like Colonia's best coffee. There's a couple of random photos. I took those photos. You can thank me for that. One day I had nothing better to do, so I just walked around this entire little town. I took photos of stuff, and I just uploaded it to Google Photos because there was no photos of any of that shit. You are welcome. How did you get into Cuba? It's easy. I'm not trying to get political here when I say this. This is just something that happened. One of the final acts of the Obama administration was to lift most travel restrictions for Americans to Cuba, with the exception of tourism, which of course I was going there for tourism. So how did you get in? They basically said, okay, so there's like 13 acceptable reasons you can go to Cuba, and you have to have one of those. But they made it like super, super, super easy for you to be viable for any of those. So one of those options is journalism. So I was like, okay, I'm going for journalism. So the person who asks you this is not a Cuban government official, nor is it even an American government official. It is literally the employee at the airport. So I'm at the United ticket agent counter, and she's just like, why are you going to Cuba? And I was just like, journalism. And I had this whole story prepared where I was going to be like, yo, I'm a YouTuber here. You can check out my channel. That way they could dig into it. And I could be like, yeah, I'm going there to check out the history of video games within Cuba, whatever. Like a whole story prepared. And my buddy Matt was with me. Now he was in the chat earlier. He had no such story because he's not anything like that. He's like an accountant, but he was just going to be like, yeah, I'm his cameraman. So journalism. Like we had this whole thing prepared. And the second I said journalism, she's like, okay, cool. That's fine. Fills it out. All right, there you go. That's it. That was it. There was nothing else. They hand you the visa because literally the airline sells you the visa. You fill that out. And when you land in Cuba, you just hand them the visa and that's it. You're done. The hilariously stupid thing about it is the visa itself straight up says it's a tourism visa. And she even says at the agent, I know you had to tell us you're there for journalism. When you get there, tell them you're there for tourism. Never tell them you're a journalist or they will not let you in. So it's just a dumb game the two countries are playing with each other. So if you're an American and you want to go to Cuba, it is not hard. I mean, it is now because of the pandemic, but in non-pandemic times, you basically buy the visa at the airport. You just pay this little fee and that's it. You land, you're done. I would give more travel advice for Cuba if anybody's curious. I did that in a podcast a while ago, and so I just don't know, I don't know if anybody really cares because you can't travel right now anyway. Adam, what system do you own Sonic Heroes on? I have it on the original Xbox. Any Dreamcast VGA with box with SCART and S video? I don't know if there is. I know there's some VGA boxes like the Performance one that has VGA and S video and composite. The Bahar Bros did, I think it was the Toro that had VGA and SCART, but I don't think there's one that had all three. Although I don't know why you would need all three. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I want to thank everybody so far for the super chats and PayPal donations and all that. I always appreciate that. Again, if you want, you can support those. You can also support me on social media by following me on Twitter, following me on Instagram, Facebook, the Discord, Patreon. You could like this video. Why do we only have 115 likes? We've had over 200 people concurrently watching. Come on, guys. Smash that like button, yo. Oh, smash that like button.
Yeah, smash that like button or you're gonna be in the concrete galoshes, you know what I'm saying? You don't want no trouble, you smash that like button. That's all I'm saying. You have to do that. That way, you know, we don't have no problem. You don't want to have a problem, do you? Because if you don't have a problem, we can have a problem. Or maybe you smash the like button and we don't have no problems. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. There's my little Marlon Brando. You know what's weird? I've watched this thing a bunch of times. You guys remember on the older streams, I used to put a bunch of lemons in this thing while the water was in there? I've watched it a bunch of times since. It still tastes kind of like lemon. Is this going to be the last generation of consoles? I mean, it depends on your definition. It's very possible. I mean, I still think Nintendo will put out some sort of traditional thing that uses physical media. It's really what happens with the Xbox Series X and Xbox One S and the PlayStation 5 physical and PlayStation 5 digital. I've said this before. Whichever version of those consoles is more successful, the physical or digital, will at some point win out and they will discontinue the other one. I promise you that. There's no way they're going to keep both of those indefinitely. And if digital wins, there is no reason that the next generation of console uses physical media. So, and I think it was, people were doing teardowns of the PS5 and it's like really obvious from an architectural standpoint that the disc drive was an afterthought. I mean, and to this point, Xbox Series X still doesn't really have any actual Xbox One X discs. There's a couple, but not many. It was very much not the plan. How was Cuba? Was it anything like you thought it'd be? It was, like I said, I did a podcast about this. So I'll just give you the shorter version, but Cuba was, I thought the whole thing about old cars and all that sort of stuff was going to be like a stereotype, but nope. It was very old. Like you get down there, it's still 1948 there. Well, probably more like 1958. Old cars everywhere. I think the oldest one I saw was like this 1938 Roadster. And you know, I saw it drive by and a buddy of mine, we made a friend while we were down there and we saw that. They're like, wow, that's like really cool. That's like a special car. You guys are like, no, it's just the dude's car. That's what we have. We just have old shit because like, that's all we're allowed to have. And I'm like, and then I asked him like, how do you keep these working? There's no other country in the world where like everybody has a car from like half a century ago. Like I understand the ramifications of why it happened. You know, like all the legal consequences, the embargo, which is still in effect. I get it. But how physically did you just maintain all that stuff? And they were like, you don't have a choice. But he's like, they're all husks. Those are just the outer shells. If you look under it, it's like lawnmower parts and boat parts and all that sort of stuff holding it together. And I was like, that's crazy. But as I said earlier in this stream, you know, I learned a couple of random things that despite all the stuff, the complications between the U.S. government and the Cuban government, the Cuban people love Americans. Like the whole thing is like, we love America. We want to go there, blah, 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 blah. You know, we feel safer with Guantanamo Bay being there. I'm dead serious is what they told me. And they all, if they could, they would burn Canadian flags and stomp on them. Like they hate the fucking Canadians to the point of just being like, really? That's wasn't expecting that. And to add to that from earlier, you know, I said the thing like, how come you guys, I mean, you know, it's not like you guys don't know we did the embargo and it's still there. Like, why don't you hate us for that? He's like, we're not big fans of your government, but you guys didn't do that to us. And every time you come here, you spend a bunch of money. But at the same time, he's like, dude, look around. He's like, look at everything everyone has. These are all American cars. We love American culture here. We just hate your government. It's like, can't really fault you for that. But yeah, it was hot as shit. I also went in the summer, so that was going to happen. Because it's a communist country, there's a lot of economic imbalances that are totally ridiculous. Like, so my friend we met down there was explaining this to me. So he brings out, they have two currencies, although they just got rid of one of them, like literally like a few months ago. But when I went, they had two currencies, and one was basically it's their own currency, and then one was a currency meant for tourists. And the whole idea was that the currency meant for tourists is much more valuable than the other one. And so they would constantly try to rip off tourists by pretending you're paying with the wrong thing. So basically, 1 peso would then be worth $1, but then they charge you like, a 10% convenience fee. It's just a way to steal from you. Whereas the local currency, like 1 peso is worth like 1 American penny. Like it's completely different. Like I said, so you could go into a place where they charge like the equivalency of 25 cents and you think you're being charged $25 and you pay it because you don't know any better. That like literally it's a scam. It's designed to be. So my friend Matt, again, he's an accountant and he was in here earlier. Like he was all over it. So he handled all the money. Not a problem. But because, like I said, communist country, so there's weird economic imbalances. And he's showing us, my friend's like, see this coin? He's like, to you, this is worth 1 American cent. And I was like, yeah. He's like, but for me, I can take this one coin and I can ride the bus anywhere in the country. With this coin, I can buy a dozen, eggs. With this, I can buy a bunch of bananas. With this, he just lists all these things. So it's like essentials are super cheap. On the flip side, non-essentials, things that you don't need, luxury items, are ludicrously expensive. For example, like he showed us this little knick-knack store, like not even like shit level. Like we're talking like under Goodwill quality, and yet it was like popular because it's like one of the better ones. We go inside and there's like this just piece of junk couch. Like I wouldn't pick this up for free on the side of the road. Like, you know what I mean? Like just not good. It cost $1,400. I was like, what? And he's like, because you don't need that. That's why that's so ludicrously expensive. Later, it was our last night in Cuba, and he was like, do you guys want to do anything like in particular? And we're like, what would be great is if we could go to this like an actual Cuban restaurant, because like every day we had basically been going to the same restaurant because it was air conditioned and it was nice. It wasn't some like hole in the wall with some guy like sweating, shirtless, and flies. And it was a nice place. But we kept going there. It was also cheap. It was like $3 for an entire meal, like a whole thing of pizza, a whole thing of fries, like all this shit for like $3. But we're like, can we try something more Cuban? He's like, he's like, there's a touristy, like all you can eat Cuban buffet. It's really good, but it's really expensive. And we're like, define really expensive. He's like, it's like $8 per person for all you can eat. And we're like, yeah, we're fine. We can do that. He's like, I can't afford to eat there, man. And I was like, we'll pay for you. But he wouldn't let us. He was like, that's just too much money. I won't allow it. So we took the bus. We paid the equivalency of 3 cents for 3 people. Again, think about that for a second. If it costs 3 cents for 3 people to ride the bus all the way there, and then all of a sudden it's the equivalency of $8 for an entire meal, you can see why that's like almost like paying $800 for dinner. You know what I'm saying? Like it was weird. So it was good though. The other weird thing about it is, again, communist country, so they have to have certain things in place, and one of them is like medical insurance. The thing in Cuba is everyone who's there, who's on the island, has to be medically insured by the Cuban government, which applies to tourists. So with tourists, they're like, you're not a citizen, so you have to pay something. So you pay $30 up front. It's built into your plane ticket. And once you pay for it, they're like, okay, you have full medical coverage for 30 days, while you're in Cuba. I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, anything that happens to you, you're completely, not that I ever used it, but I'm like, that's just economic imbalances, man. Just crazy. But hopefully that answers. I mean, I could talk about Cuba for all day, because I was only there for like 3 or 4 days, and I was just like culture shock all around. I'm like, dude, I'm 90 miles from Florida, and it sure as hell doesn't feel like it. Like it feels like I'm in, I don't know, it felt like I was in like, Central America like 70 years ago. It's just really weird. Best European country to visit on a budget. That's you have to ask me from what perspective. Are you an American? Imagine if you buy a house in Cuba for $150. So here's the funny thing. You're not entirely off there. Again, I was in Cuba for 4 days. We had an Airbnb. We had, food every day. We managed to go around, buy trinkets, all sorts of stuff, right? The entire trip cost me like $180. It's just like, this is insane. Okay, as an American, that's interesting. I don't know if I would say if you're gonna do the whole Europe thing, you kind of need to do it in one brand. You have to do it in a big grouping. I would say the cheapest country in Europe to visit would be Hungary, like by far. But you know, that getting to Hungary is the harder part. You'd basically probably land in Vienna and then cross over the border into Hungary, but I don't know what you would really do in Hungary, to be honest. You know, all the stuff that I think most Americans want to go see in Europe is in Western Europe, not Eastern Europe. But the cheaper countries would definitely be Hungary and Poland for sure. I can't recommend the Czech Republic. If you guys saw my previous stream, you know full well why. Cuba it's got positives, but there's also a lot of negatives, dude. Like there's no internet access. It's I mean there's some, but it's incredibly limited. And in order to get access to it, you have to buy these like, you know, online codes from the Cuban government, which we were not eligible to buy. And the only reason we were able to get them was because the guy, I'm not even joking about this. When we were going there, we set up an Airbnb, right? Which is one of the only companies that's, you know, would actually work down there. Most of them won't do anything. Like your credit card won't work there. None of that stuff works there. Your cell phone won't work there. None of it. But in that case, Airbnb did. So we ordered Airbnb so it would be all set up. And one of the options on the Airbnb was, hey, do you want a guy to pick you up and drop you off at the airport? And we were like, it's like an extra $10, but it's probably a good deal. Let's just do it so we don't have to think about that. And thank God we did that. The guy picks us up and we're driving back and he's just trying to make conversation. At first, he wouldn't really talk to us because he thought we were Canadian. I'm not even kidding. He thought we were Canadian. So he really just did the essentials like, hello, welcome, blah, 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 in the car. You know, and then we're talking a little bit, and at some point he just kind of forces the issue. He's just like, so how was your flight? You come from Toronto? And we're like, oh, no, we're Americans. His attitude changed instantly. He was like, you're Americans? Like, I never get to see Americans. Please tell me about America. Like, he just wanted to talk about it. And then he starts asking Matt what he does. And Matt's like, oh, I'm like an accountant. And he's like, that's kind of a standard, you know, American type of answer, you know, like, oh, I'm business, whatever. But then he gets to me and he's like, so what do you do? I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. He lost his mind. Because he's like, oh my God, my son, he wants to be a YouTuber. He plays the Fortnite. Will you come meet my son? And I was like, sure. So we go to his house. His son's like 7 years old. And he's just like so excited. He's like, yeah, taking photos and selfies with me and stuff. And he like follows me on YouTube and everything. He's like, dude, you have a verification on your YouTube. I'm like, yeah. And he just couldn't believe it. So he's like, here, he gave us some Cuban cigars and everything. And then I'm not even kidding. He was like, okay, look, you guys will probably need internet access. So here's my phone number. If there's any problems, text me. They will have a phone for you at the Airbnb that's Cuban specific. Text me and I can get you like internet codes or anything you need. Just let me know. And we're like, okay. So we go, eventually that absolutely happened. So we texted him because the burner phone they give you just for Cuba has like 15 minutes of data on it. It's pathetic, but it was enough to like message the guy and get a response. So he gives us, you know, these codes, and you can use these codes in very specific places like the airport or local parks and stuff like that. And so you can log in and do all that sort of stuff. And it was like, okay, great. We just check our, you know, let people know we're not dead. You know, we do all that sort of stuff, but you couldn't really navigate like beyond that. You couldn't use the GPS on your phone. Now, where this got interesting, Matt was working for this insurance company or accountant company, sorry, but he was quitting. But I've never worked a job like that, so I don't really know how this works. But he told me, he's like, so this phone, my company pays for this phone. I'm going to quit, and they have to pay the bill no matter what happens. I don't understand, again, how that happens. But he's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the GPS on the phone, and we'll be able to use it. And I was like, isn't that going to be like super expensive? He's like, I don't give a shit. I don't have to pay for it. The company does. And I was like, okay. But you have to understand, data rates for American phones in Cuba are insane. I mean, insane. Like $2 a megabyte. Wrap your mind around that. So he would turn on the GPS and immediately got a warning. It's like, oh my God, you've just billed yourself for like $100. It's like we're just walking around. He kept getting text messages like, you've just accrued another $100 in fees. And he was just laughing his ass off because he's just like, I don't have to pay any of this. My company does. So thank God for that. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to navigate that well. So like I enjoyed it because I had the exact right perfect storm of circumstances, including meeting a local guy who was like, when he first met us, it was the same thing. We were in this restaurant. We like sit down. We want to order food, and the staff is not super nice to us, and this dude isn't super interested in talking to us. And we're just talking for a second. And I think Matt mentioned something about, you know, whenever we were going back to Chicago or something like that. And a second that the dude heard that, he's like, wait a minute, I'm sorry. do you mind if I sit with you? And we're like, okay. And he's like, sorry, I was hoping I could practice my English. You guys are Americans, right? You're not Canadians? I was like, no, we're Americans. He's like, oh, okay, good. Yeah, if we could just, and we ended up becoming friends with this dude. I'm telling you, they fucking hate Canadians so much down there. It is insane. But yeah, and we had just a really good time. I don't know. It was fun. If I went back, I would absolutely hang out with my buddy there. His name's Eloy. You should try buying a scalped PS5 for $100. Not sure if that would even work. It's funny you mentioned that. So when I was there, I asked Eloy about it because I did technically say I was going there for journalism, so I thought I would ask a couple questions to him. And he basically said, like, he's like, the only things you'll ever see here is we have Famicoms with Russian guts, and we have Super Famicoms with Russian guts. Now, I knew about the Famicoms, but I never heard of a Super Famicom with Russian guts. But he said because Obama somewhat ended the embargo towards the end of his presidency, they were allowed to start bringing in PS4s. So they were getting PS4s, but they're like, Cuba is a super safe place. They pointed out to us, like, here's a camera, here's a camera, here's a camera, here's a camera. Like, you do anything, and like the government arrests your ass in like 5 minutes. He's like, so crime is like almost non-existent. But he's like, the one thing I've ever seen anybody just get the shit stomped out of them and have their ass robbed was one dude was just brazenly walking down the street with 2 PS4s, the boxes out, and they're like, a couple of guys just fucking jumped his ass and took him, because it's like, dude, you're walking around with PS4s in Havana. Yeah, someone's gonna want that shit. Like, that's like you could sell that for a mansion down there. Of course they're gonna steal that. But yeah, aside from that, that was like really the only video game exposure. The other thing I saw down there that was video game related, a fucking internet cafe. It was still a relevant thing. Boom. Where's the messed up Bulls frame jersey? It's right over there. I take it down now just because the light reflects and it just ruins the shot. But it's fine. It's right over there. Laudmont, you missed the earlier part when I was talking about why the Cubans hate the Canadians so much. It's not for no reason. I'm Canadian. I visited Cuba 4 times and they love me. Did you go to the resort? Because that was the thing they kept telling me, was like, the Canadians all go to the resorts and we have to be nice to them over there, but they fucking hate the effect you guys had on their country. I'm telling you, like, time and time again, it came up, and every time I said, no, I'm an American, they went from thank God, they went from like, oh, fuck you, to thank God, because they would openly like, I fucking hate Canadians. It came out of like every single one of their mouths. Like, even to the point where they're like, dude, I would spit on a Canadian if I could get away with it. And I was like, wow, they genuinely hate you guys down there. But if you're sticking on the resort, that's why you think that. I'm in your Discord. I don't need a reason to hate Canadians. Canadians are great. I love Canadians. Like I said, Canada would probably be the first country I would visit in a post-pandemic world, just because I miss Toronto. Are you at your place or your mom's house? I'm at my place. I have to go to my mom's house in a couple of days. I basically go there like once a week just to kind of check up on it and just, you know, to continue to clear it out and frankly make decisions about what I'm even going to do with it. Is it because they say about instead of about? I think you mean about. Again, I explained this all earlier on, so I'm not going to bother with it again. Ironic as the U.S. has crippled the Cuban economy with the embargo. I know. I asked them exactly that, and they're like, dude, we hate your government, but we love your culture. Like, look around. It's all American cars. It's all American everything that we try to keep running. You know, like, that's what they like. Have I ever been to Ottawa? No, I have not. I've been to Toronto many times in like the greater Toronto area, which would extend down to like Hamilton and all that, which I know is okay. This is an interesting debate I've had with Canadians before, which is, all right, so I once referred to Hamilton as like almost a suburb of Toronto, because by the American definition, it would be. It's only like 45 minutes away. But when I mention that, Canadians get like fucking pissed because they're like, no, Hamilton's like, you know, it's like saying Washington, D.C. and New York are like suburbs of each other. It's like, no, because there's like massive landmass in between. That's not the case with like Hamilton and Toronto. So it is cultural difference. Despite how big Canada is geographically, its population center is basically in one very confined area. So it's more of like the European philosophy on what the next city over is. Yeah, I would go back to Toronto probably as my next move, just because like I can go see Shane, Rerez, I can go hang out with Scott the Canadian and all that stuff. It's also the low hanging fruit, obvious country to go to. You know, it's funny actually. I think I technically can go there. I have Nexus, which is like the Canadian fast entry system. Even though I'm not Canadian, as an American, if you have global entry, you can get Nexus. So I got it because I figure it's always the best to be on as many of those like approved lists as possible. So I filled that out. I did all that work, and I got an email from them during the pandemic that basically said, "Okay, even though I didn't ask them about this, I think it was a mass email, and they're just like, you have Nexus, so technically you're eligible to still enter Canada, but at this time we're requesting that you don't. Blah blah blah." So I'm like, I could go, but yeah, you know, like I don't have a reason to. And then there's also a bunch of restrictions. Like once I land, they have to let me in, but I have to stay in quarantine for like 2 weeks. So I'm like, what's the point? Like I'll have the vaccine. I'll just wait. Guinea pigs. Hey, Mr. Mario's here. People were asking before about the Xbox 360 you modded. Have I been to Montreal? No. I want to go. Have I been to Saskatchewan? I haven't. I think I've been just technically inside of the province, but not to any of the cities or anything. Winnipeg would be the one I remember the best of all of the, shall we say, obscure areas, because that was only a couple of years ago. Most prized Dreamcast possession, I guess the Divers 2000 Dreamcast, because it's just such an oddity. Do I listen to 90s hip hop at all? I wouldn't even know what that is. I'm not a music guy. I've heard those words, but putting them in a row like that means nothing to me. Oh, Rob, you jerk off. Where the hell are you? I'm gonna message him and see if he super chatted complaining that he wasn't in the stream. So then I invited him onto the stream and he hasn't responded. Doesn't Sega own a company in Vancouver? I assume you mean some sort of studio. I don't know. That's not uncommon though. Like big companies have offices throughout many different countries. Where's Sankwich? Yeah, Chip's not here. He's doing Texas stuff. He's down in Austin. I was checking in on him when they had that big freeze and all that. He's fine. It was funny. So he's down in Austin. His heat's not working. Nothing's working. And my place here in Chicago, it was like snowing and freezing, but our heaters, everything worked. So I was like, dude, why don't you come up to Chicago where it's warm? Like, just come on up. You can stay with me. And he was just like, he thought that was pretty funny because it's just annoyingly ironic. Do you have any tips on preventing yellowing on consoles when having them set up for long-term use? The only thing I can think of is you do some preemptive retro brighting. That might buy you some time, but I mean, depending on the console, it's just going to happen. Avoid smoking around them, avoid excess exposure to sunlight. That's pretty much all you can do. With Super Nintendos, there's nothing you really can do. Like it's going to happen. How close is Amsterdam to the U.S.? You mentioned it a while ago that Amsterdam is like America. That's not entirely accurate. Amsterdam is, obviously, it is a city, the biggest city in the Netherlands. I would say even by the local Dutch, they would say it's, I know Verd specifically in there basically claims it's not even part of the Netherlands, that it's just America's hub. Kind of true. Netherlands feels like, Amsterdam feels kind of like, you ever been to, I mean, I know you haven't, but have you ever been to, like, anybody out there ever been to like MGM Studios in Florida, the Disneyland park or Epcot, and they have like that mini microcosm of, here's mini Paris and it kind of feels like here's mini generic city by what Americans think a European city is. Like it has like, oh look, we have like the walkways and there's some rivers and stuff and there's some funny looking little buildings, but don't worry, we've got McDonald's and everything else and blah. And like any place you go into, nobody speaks Dutch. That is the only country I've been to where the official language is very different from English. Like it's not supposed to be English, and
you go into it and nobody even tries to speak the local language. And I don't mean like, you know, like I walk into whatever, like you walk into any restaurant, you're not like, hi, I'm sorry, do you speak English? They open to you with a perfect American accent. They're like, hey, welcome to whatever. What can I take as your order? Like nobody fucking even tried to speak Dutch. I'm not even sure I heard anyone speak it at any point when I was there. It was very strange. Because at least, you know, in somewhere like Japan, I'm white gaijin, so they might give it an attempt because they're like, you probably don't speak Japanese. That's fine. But in the Netherlands, I just look like another dude from the Netherlands. But nobody tried speaking Dutch, not even once. Hello from Germany. Love your channel. Thank you. I like your country. I like Berlin a lot. Guys, we're moving on to the second coffee now. We are at over 3 hours. We've been going for 3.5 hours now, everybody. Still too hot. I'm telling you, man, these thermoses that Ubisoft gave me, or I just have the one. These are incredible. Like this has been, I made this coffee 3.5 hours ago, and it's still too hot to the point of drinking. That's too hot. I can't drink that. I gotta say, it's impressive. Imagine if the PS5 had the yellowing issue because it's white. That's racist, but it's also very possible that that's accurate. They all grew up watching MTV on cable in Holland and whatnot, hence the U.S. accent. No, I'm not saying I don't understand the logic of it. Like my girlfriend is Portuguese, raised there. She basically has no accent whatsoever because she just grew up learning all of her English from American movies. I get it. What I'm saying is, if I go to Portugal, they will be speaking Portuguese around me. If I go into a place and I have to basically say like, hi, sorry, do you speak? And like, they'll be like, you know, a little bit, or they'll have a thick accent or something like that. But they'll try to open in Portuguese usually. And this applies anywhere that I go, with the exception of the Netherlands. When I went into Amsterdam, it's like, not even the locals gave a shit about that language. They're just like, English, whatever. Like, even Verd, who is in the Discord, who is like a lunatic for the Dutch, even he's like, I'd be fine with English being our official language. Right, Verd? I mean, I'm sure you're listening. I think you're listening. Even he has said that. Is that the gold edition of the coffee? Oh, Mr. Mario. No, it is not the Poop Weasel coffee. I basically save that for major events, like when something really good happens. This is just a stream, so it's just got like standard. Actually, the coffee I have is like, what's it called? It's called like 23 Degrees Metal, and it's actually from Canada. I bought it up there on a trip years ago. When is the RetroTink 5X coming out? I actually haven't followed what's going on with that. I mean, I know that Mike is constantly working on new things, and I'm sure whenever he's like ready, he'll probably tell me, and I'll probably be sent a unit. So whenever that happens, you'll hear it. I kind of want to go to Amsterdam and fuck with the Dutch people by pretending to be American. I mean, okay, you do you. Amsterdam was fine. I remember like the stereotypical things about Amsterdam is like, oh, you're gonna go and like all the weed, right? And I was like, okay, I don't smoke, but I'm totally okay with edibles. So I was like, I'll do that. And I found out they take THC out of the edibles. And I was like, well, what the hell's the point? I live in Illinois. They don't even do that here. Here you can get THC in the edibles. So I'll just do it here. Granted, it wasn't legal here at the time, but it's like, okay, the one thing you guys are super known for, you don't even do correctly. So, man, it was just kind of the city was fine. It was fine. But it just felt like I'm visiting like the European set of Disneyland. It didn't really feel like I was anywhere, shall we say, special. Favorite method of brewing coffee: drip, Keurig, French press. Just a standard drip coffee machine here. My mom's house I go with the Keurig, because that was just the infrastructure that was set up. So like that way I can keep all like my bags of coffee here, and then over there I just buy, she actually bought a surplus of like various K-cups, and I was just kind of burning through that. Even though she didn't drink coffee, she just always made sure they were around for other people. But that's why she didn't buy like regular coffee, because nobody would drink it. So it would just go bad. But K-Cups is just like, oh, it's one-time use, even though it's terrible for the environment. Just got out of work. Am I high? I swear you were closer than before. I mean, I'd move. I can operate in 3D planes here. Can you tell me if the GCHD2 component cables will work with a Sanyo CRT TV that takes component cables? That entirely depends on the supported resolutions of the monitor, because it'll output 480p if the game supports 480p, or it'll input 480i if the game only supports 480i. So your monitor has to support 480p. Otherwise, what you have to do is just use all the games in 480i, which would be, I think, dumb, but that's up to you. I to this day, I still do not get the absolute boner that people have for CRTs. You like it, great, have fun. It's just whatever. Cax117 super chats. Are Canadians still upset about Montreal screw job? I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to elaborate. Have you ever watched McJugger Nuggets? No, I've never heard of that. Favorite cartoons from your childhood? Off the top of my head, things like Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, The Simpsons, if you still count that. I mean, it's still active, but Beast Wars, G1 Transformers, Ninja Turtles, a lot of that stuff. Doesn't Denmark also speak English? So here's an experience I've had. Almost everyone in Europe seems to speak English. It's like the mutually agreed language, because it's just the most logical. Like, it's everybody's second language, so why not just universally use it? I'll tell you a great story about that. So one time I was flying from, I've just hung out with a girlfriend. I was in her city, and I went down to Lisbon, changed planes from Lisbon, going back to the US. And as I'm in Lisbon, waiting for my baggage to show up, and it's just not coming, just not happening. Like, literally, you wait there a bit, and it's usually like 10-20 minutes, whatever. It was like an hour and nothing was happening. After like 45 minutes, enough of the passengers were like congregating to want to see if we could figure this out. So one guy opens up, I think, in German, and nobody responds. One guy opens up in Portuguese, nobody responds. One guy opens up in like Swedish, another guy opens up in like I think it was Dutch, actually, French, another guy. Like, random people just start talking random languages, and one guy just goes, English? Anybody English? And everybody's like, yeah, English. Like, and I was like, yeah, I'm an American, of course. And so it's just like, all right, we'll just speak in English. We need to figure this out. That's just what happens. Like, everyone there, English is at least the second language. So I've never been to a European country other than maybe the Czech Republic where I just absolutely struggled. But the Czech Republic was like its own nightmare of fuckery. I had literally an easier time in Hungary. But whatever. Greetings from Dubai. Love your content. Thank you. I appreciate it. Greetings from the US. Dubai is on my list, man. I want to go there. I really do. Favorite Sonic character? I guess Sonic. Must go fast. Long-time listener from Wales. Have you ever been to Wales? Twice. I even talked about it earlier in this exact stream. I drove from London to Cardiff once, and then a couple years later, we ended up going back there. So there's like that big castle-looking thing, and then that's kind of the downtown area. There's like a Cuban restaurant, actually. I went in there. That was well before I ever went to Cuba, though. But yeah, I've been to Wales. Sweden. Hey, I've been to Sweden. I went to Stockholm a couple years ago. Czech Republic represent. Not for me, man. Were you here for my Czech Republic story on my last stream? That was literally the single worst travel experience I've ever had in my entire life. Everyone in France speaks English, yet they pretend not to. If you're British, I speak from experience. So he's not wrong. I have noticed that. So the French love to pretend like they only speak French. But if you try just try French. They will totally be like, I'll drop the act. It's fine. So I have one and just one sentence memorized. S'il vous plaît, excusez-moi, je ne parle pas français. Parlez-vous anglais? And they get like, yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, no, of course I speak English. What up? And you'll get that. But if you don't do that, they'll be like, qu'est-ce que c'est? Like they have no idea. They pretend like they have no idea what you're talking about. But you're right about the British thing. I noticed that. Like, I've seen British people try it, and the French just fucking pretend like they have no idea what you're talking about. An American does it, and they're just like, yeah, it's fine. I think it's because the bar is lower for us, because we're like, you guys are like adults, at least in their minds, and we're like dumb little kids. Where they're like, yeah, he's a little kid. Just give him his coffee, and he'll be on his way. I really think that there's something to that. Super chat from Lodmont. My dad asks, have you ever been to Arlington Heights Racetrack? Actually, yes, I have. Holy shit, there's a flashback. Yes, when I was a kid, one time my mom had this like a client where she was like, this I never understood this type of thing, but you have to like, when you have a real job, I guess, you have to have clients where you take them out to things and entertain them. And so she would always task me with like, all right, the client's going to bring their kid and you got to entertain the kid. It's like, all right. So what we're doing is I'm taking them to Arlington Heights Racetrack and you just place bets. And so she would like, here you go, here's a couple bucks. And you play with the kids and you like have them place bets. And you're talking like $1 bets. And they would actually let you bet if you were a kid, as long as your bet was like comically small, like sub $5, type of thing. And they would let you do it. So I remember doing this a couple of times, and I remember once I bet like my whole $5 on this one horse, and then like you get like a secondary choice. So I bet it on this other horse, and my horses, like both of them like tied, and they were trying to determine who won. And I was like, shit, yeah, either way I win. So I was gonna win like $10 or whatever. So I actually made some money. But yes, I have been to Arlington Heights Racetrack, and I was like 9 years old. It was a long time ago. Most British people put no effort into learning a second language. That's absolutely true of Americans. It's just that I think the social expectation for us is very different, because you guys are actually in Europe, and it's weird fundamentally if you think about it, because like Europe has embraced the English language despite the fact that the British constantly pretend like they're not part of Europe. Meanwhile, the Americans are definitively not part of Europe. We're not over there. We just happen to speak the same language. So with us, they're just kind of like, whatever, we get you. It's the British that annoy us, because they're in our backyard and they won't even try to speak French or German or anything. You know what I mean? I think that's really what it is. Remy was here earlier. He probably could have told you. He's French. Do you have Daytona? Wow, it's hot. Do you have Daytona USA Netling Edition? I do not. Have you ever met any of the Chicago Bulls players? Yes, I have a story for you. In the 97-98 season, the Bulls' final championship season, there was this thing called Charitables, where the Bulls organization would rent out, I think it was the Berto Center, which was like where the Bulls do all their practicing and stuff. They have that all set up for this like, expensive dinner or whatever. And all the players would show up, and the idea was you get to eat dinner, you bid on auctions, stuff for charity, but the players show up and you get to meet them and get stuff signed. It was just a way to raise money for charity, right? Once again, that year, my mom was told by her company, like, hey, we have these clients, you got to take them to this thing, so you got to go. And she was like, hey, my kids are going to kill me if I don't take them to this. And they're like, that's fine, we'll pay for your kids to go in, I don't care. And so, again, you're tasked with the same thing. Hey, you got to hang out with these other kids you don't know, and you got to be like the center ringleader who takes them, like, if they're going to be too scared to go up to, Judd Bushler and ask him for his autograph. So you got to you have to navigate that, and you have to take them up there. And sure enough, I did. The only sad part about that was the obvious. 3 players did not show up. Luke Longley didn't show up, which was like, whatever. That sucked, but whatever. Scottie Pippen didn't show up, which was depressing. The one that hurt the most was the obvious. Jordan didn't show up, and that broke a lot of hearts, because Jordan always went to these things. Like he understood it, and he always went, and there was literally a line out the door for him. Like people would go just for him, and he didn't show up. And I was like, I didn't even bother. When I saw that line, I was like, there's no way I'm gonna sit. Even as a kid, I was like, I'm not gonna try and make a bunch of kids stand in this line all day to meet Jordan. I was like, we'll just focus on everybody else. And I totally made the right call, because Jordan never showed up. So I've met a bunch of them, but I have never actually met Jordan. I kind of met Derrick Rose, if you want to include that, because that Bulls jersey I have off to the side that used to be back here. I mean, it's here most of the time, just not during streams. He signed it with me holding it. So if you include that, sure. Chech to Adam, same as Canadians to Cubans. Regards from Prague. I have nothing against people from the Czech Republic. Just the people that work in your fucking hospitality industry. They're not good at it. Rodman was there, yes. And I've got, it's not here, but I have a basketball signed by him along with most of the 97-98 Bulls. The only ones missing being Pippen, Longley, and unfortunately Jordan. I do have, not with me, at my mom's house, this awesome photo of Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman signed by all three of them, though. Did you play basketball when you were younger? Yes. I wasn't any good, but I played it. Like, I was kind of like, you ever seen the movie Basketball? Like, I could kind of do the shooting thing pretty well, but like all the running and jumping and dribbling and playing competitively thing, I sucked at that because I'm a fat white guy. Like, it was not qualified. But the shooting thing I could do. And you'll notice, you're never going to unsee this if you watch basketball. The token 3-point shooter on any team is always a white guy. It's always a scrawny white guy. And the reason is they're never any good at anything else. That's just what they work on is their 3-point sharpshooting. You know, your Kyle Korvers, your Steve Kerrs, your Judd Bushlers, what's John Paxson's, what have you. It's always a token white guy who's just like, hey man, I know I don't have any game on defense. I know I don't have any game on offense, but what I can do is I can sit way in the distance, being unbothered and shoot a ball and make it. That's their thing. So I was trying to be that guy. Chet can be kind of rude, but it takes a while to warm up to them. Not in a crisis situation. That's a bad context in which for that to be the case. Tell you what, if I ever go to Prague again, you meet me at the airport and you show me around. How about that? Does Michael Jordan own like 1% of the Florida Marlins? I don't know. I know he owns the Charlotte Hornets, but beyond that, I don't know. Do you still follow the NBA strongly? Not really. Like, I tune in from time to time. Last year was like really annoying because, you know, it's the pandemic season. And then you basically had a choice between two of my most hated teams. Oh, the Miami Heat, who I detest, and the Lakers, who I detest. Wow, awesome. So I was like, fuck both of these teams. Andre, super chats. He says, I've been to Norway. Yes, he is our token Norwegian. Actually, thank you for the super chat, Andre. He boosted the Discord, so now we have like higher quality audio in there now or something, and we get more emojis and stuff. So thank you again for doing that. And thank you for the super chat, of course. Yeah, I'm glad we got more people hanging in the Discord at the moment. Am I left or right-handed? I am left-handed, although I do a lot of stuff with my right hand, but like writing and stuff, I do with my left hand. Was Larry Bird good at three-pointers? Larry Bird is by far like the best, like all-round like white basketball player like ever. Like, he just is. Like, he's upper echelon. Like, I don't know how. There's not too many other white dudes that can even come close. What's that line from Space Jam? Larry's not white. Larry's clear. Bill Murray. But, like, man, go back and watch some of those Jordan highlights and some of the greatest shit you've ever seen. I remember watching this thing where, you know, they basically said, like, you know, Jordan at one point was like, all right, what's to stop me from just, like, when I get to the center of the court, just, like, jumping up and dunking it? And they were like, there's people in the way. And he's like, yeah, so? He would just, like, do it anyway. He, like, invented that whole attacking the rim thing. It's crazy awesome. It's just too bad that he, you know, his career existed in an era where we didn't have HD video. That's all I'm saying. At least his last season was mostly shot in IMAX, which is pretty cool. Wilt Chamberlain is better than Jordan. Fuck you. No, he's not, and you know it. Jordan is the GOAT. I'm completely lost with this basketball talk. Don't worry, we'll drop it. So what? Well, you guys gotta give me more stuff. People are asking about basketball, but nobody's asking me about much of anything else. At least stuff that I can answer, because I see some political questions. We don't go into that. This is escapism. You don't need to go into politics. It just ruins everything for everybody. If this was a political channel, sure, but it's not. But yeah, Andre, again, thank you for the super chat. And thank you to everybody for the super chats thus far, as well as PayPal donations and stuff like that. Again, you can do that at any time. You can super chat. You can do Patreon if you want. You can also do things like follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Come into the Discord, hang out. Obviously, that stuff's all free. You can just click and join. You can hit the join button on YouTube as well. Appreciate that. And again, like the video. Hit the like button. Hell, hit the dislike button. I don't care. Just hit one of them. Preferably like, but, you know, whatever. You do you. Favorite console of all time? I'm pretty sure it's obvious. That's Dreamcast. Why are such old consoles like the Master System still popular in Brazil? Do they still make it new? Are there new games there? So to answer the second part of that is yes, they still make it, and yes, they still make new games, but it's very limited, and they're not really well built, but they are officially like approved and licensed by Sega. The reason for it is tax dodge reasons. Brazil's import taxes are famously insane. Like all right, from fellow Americans who don't know this, because I didn't know this for a long time, import tax is a thing where if you buy something from another country, you essentially pay for your mail, which it's like fucking nuts to Americans. And I know in Europe you guys know this, even Canadians, I know you guys know this. You have to basically pay for stuff like that. But Brazil's percentage is like 70% import fee. So like I remember people were saying like, oh, a PS4 when it came out was like $1,400 in Brazil because it was just like basically you're like almost doubling the price. Like, it was just nuts. But the Master System in particular predates that law. So it's like grandfathered in. So as a result, they can just kind of endlessly make those without paying these ridiculous fees. So that's not to say you don't get the newer stuff in Brazil, but it's mostly done in like the richer, more affluent areas. But the majority of people seem to just be chilling with like the retro stuff that they managed to get one way or another. And the Master System in particular, because it's just the way it is. Like, it's allowed to, you know, propagate and continue with really no fees. Like, I think it was actually Gamester81 just the other day was showing his like super rare copy of Street Fighter 2 for Master System, which only came out in Brazil. Like, there's a lot of really odd Brazilian exclusive games for the Master System and some for the Genesis. Import taxes, Vietnamese flashbacks, the choppers. Yeah, I'm glad we don't have that here. That's like disgusting. I've told this story a couple of times, but it's funny. Like, as an American, you get certain preferential treatment when you go to certain countries to avoid local taxes, Canada in particular. So like, I have Canadian friends who are like, hey man, I know you're coming at some point. I want to buy this thing. Can I just ship it to you? Because when you come up here, I don't have to pay anything. You don't have to pay anything. You just waltz in. But if I buy it as a citizen, I have to pay like all this crap. And I'm just like, I don't care. It's mine. And it's same thing with Europe. Like, I've, you know, like my girlfriend, again, she lives in Portugal. So if, you know, if I want to send her anything, it costs a bunch of money. So it's much more reasonable to just be like, I'll hang on to this and then I'll just hand deliver it when it costs nothing. Super chat from Slopes05. If I own a Nintendo game, okay, I assume you mean Nintendo GameCube because that's actually Neo Geo Color, but I don't think that's what you meant. If I own a GameCube component cable, would a cheap HDMI converter from Amazon work similar as a Kirby? Dude, don't do that. Do you hate yourself? Why would you do that? The reason those things are cheap is because they're crap. Like, that's the whole point. It's like asking if I buy a shitty car that came out of a dumpster, is that as good as a Ferrari? No, it's cheap and shitty for a reason. Don't buy those. What you should be doing is you can get the Kirby or you can get the GCHD. If you already own the component cables, then the RetroTink 2XM by Mike Chi is your best bet with that particular console. Thank you for the super chat. Will I get a Series S? Absolutely not. Why are people still buying consoles? Because we like them. Why are people still buying cars when planes exist? They have a different function. If one of the big three gaming companies had to leave the industry, which one would you choose? Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo? Interesting question. I would probably say Microsoft only because I mostly anticipate them to do exactly that. So I'm like the most mentally prepared for that. I certainly wouldn't want to see Nintendo go. And if I say Sony, even though I have no dog in that fight, I'll be accused of fanboyism anyway. So what the fuck's the difference? I would say, yeah, probably Microsoft. I think that they offer the least innovation to the gaming experience. What they offer more is the innovation to the technological experience, which is nice, but isn't necessarily what I want in a video game console. No PS5, that is correct. I do not have one yet. I'm trying, not for lack of trying. Would I consider using Linux? I have no reason to. On average, how long does it take for you to plan, record, and edit a video? That I can't really answer that because, I mean, I guess a day, but, you know, that's not even really a fair answer because sometimes a video can have bits and pieces that are in production literally for years. Sometimes it's months of planning, weeks of planning. It really, honestly, is completely dependent on that actual video. And I don't really ever sit down and be like, oh, fuck, I need a video. Today we're going to talk about, hey, we're going to talk about this. Look at switch cases. Look at them. Isn't that weird? They have this space for a manual, but there's no manual. There's my video. See you guys later. Like, I never do that. Like, I have to have an actual reason to make something. So I don't ever like whip something up real quick. When you went to Japan, did you ever go to Unikiela? I'm not sure what that is. So I guess not. Which console hasn't aged well that you enjoy the most? Probably the Nintendo 64. Yeah, I guess I would go with that. When do you think we'll get GTA 6? I don't know. When people stop supporting GTA 5. Like, everyone gets mad about like, oh, they're still doing stuff for GTA 5. Of course they are. You're buying it. You're giving them money for nothing. What do you expect? Wouldn't any one of you do the same? So people, basically GTA 5's popularity needs to completely like die out before they'll do that. Andre NH7, once again, super chats. He says, I meant to say, have you been to Norway? And I live in Norway. I hope I have visit in Norway. I assume what you're saying is you live in Norway, which I know, and you want me to visit Norway. I have not been to Norway. It is on my list. But once again, it's one of those situations where it's just like, I haven't had a particular reason to go there. I haven't been sent there for anything. There's nothing specifically I'm looking to do there. It would just have to be like, there'd have to be some sort of reason. And in the post-pandemic world, we'll see what happens. One thing that might really screw stuff up for me is pre-pandemic, there was a lot of logic to flying people around to go to stuff. But as we all got very adept to virtual experiences, those types of random, like, hey, we need you in whatever country type of thing may not be as prevalent. I mean, I don't know. We don't live in that world yet, so we'll see. What's your favorite JRPG and why? I don't have one because I don't like them. Favorite character in Mario Kart 8? Bowser. I always play as Bowser in like every Mario Kart game. Do you know why Dreamcast games switched from white end labels to black end labels? Yes, the white design was Bernie Stoller's idea. But when Peter Moore came in, he wanted to change up the aesthetic. He thought something about the white ones didn't look as good or something to that effect. He didn't think they were taken as seriously. So he switched them over to that black decor. And as a result, you have this like hodgepodge design that we ended up with in the end. I think that the Japanese and the European ones look much better on display. The Japanese ones are probably the best overall because not only do they uniform in their design, but they also are normal type of cases. The European ones look good, but you can break them with a feather. What's wrong with JRPGs? Just not my taste. I don't like that whole style of like, okay, let's all stop and I'm going to plot out my attack. I'll do the one thing and then the other guy will do the one thing. Like, let me just go fucking ruin the guy's shit. I don't want to sit here and do this. Like, it's just not my thing. Do you like the Yakuza series? Yes, I do. But the only one I played extensively was Yakuza 0. I want to visit Antarctica. My mom went to Antarctica. I'm not even kidding. There was like an Antarctica tour she went on where you fly down to like, I think it's Chile or Argentina. I forget which. And then you take this like boat and they take you down from the tip there, from the horn of South America, and then they take you down into like the northernmost point of Antarctica. You get off and you just walk around and all that stuff. She went like sledding. She's like at that time she's like 65 and she's like going sledding in Antarctica. I was like, she invited me along, but I couldn't go. I had too much work to do. But that would have been fun. But she said the only bad part about that whole trip was the actual boat ride. She's like, that is like the choppiest water on earth, and they warn you about that in advance, to the point where everything in those boats is specifically designed to be like hard mounted to your like your room, because if it wasn't, everything would just be flying all over the place constantly. So they give you constant bars and things to hang on to. So she's like, that was the only part that sucked. We got a super chat from Headset Hero who says, Adam, I've been watching you for years. Have I been streaming for years? I'm just kidding. I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for what you do and who you are. Well, thank you very much, Headset Hero. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, thank you again for the super chat. And anybody, again, if you want to do super chats, always an option. Always appreciate it. Helps keep the channel going. Always the best. Thank you. There are ancient pyramids in Antarctica. You've been watching Alien versus Predator too much, which is a weird sentence to say. Do you think I'll get the upgraded Switch when it comes out? Perhaps. It really depends on what's in it and how upgraded it is. Like, they already did one that just had, like, better battery life, right? Like, I didn't care enough about that. Like, it has to actually have some performance, docked performance that would matter to me. The Satiator, we talked about earlier. Short answer is, if I get sent one, I would absolutely cover it, but I already have 2 ODEs for the Saturn, so I have no real reason to invest in another. What's the best thing to do when you feel old? Do stuff that makes you feel young, I guess. Like, you know, if there was some show or game that you absolutely loved as a kid, you know, find the time to go and revisit that and, you know, remember why you liked it in the first place. And your opinions might change. You know, you might be like, dude, I loved this show as a kid. Why does this suck now? And that's part of growing up. Like, you just kind of do that. You'll find new things that cater to your taste as well. But, you know, that's really the strategy. I would say also hang around with people older than you. Like, that's part of why I hang out in the Discord, is because I know it makes you guys feel better. I feel like the geriatric old fuck in that place, but, you know, what are you going to do? You know that meme of Steve Buscemi just like, hello, fellow kids. That's how I feel when I'm hanging around the Discord. I'm actually, so I think at the moment, there's a person, the girl named Val, who's in the Discord, and she's 14. My channel is 12 years old. How do you think that makes me feel? I'm reaching the point where there are active users. There's going to be an active user someday in the Discord who is younger than the channel. Yep. X-Station mode or PSIO? I haven't used any of them. I used the PSIO like as a demo once, but other than that, not at all. So I can't really say. I would have to actually sit down and like do real tests. The mode I have, but I don't have the PlayStation modification for it, so I can't really formulate a great educated opinion for you. Lodmot says he's 2 years younger than me. Then you're 2 years. Like when I die, you've only got 2 years after that. Like you're very close to death. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm almost done. Like my time in the sun is pretty much over, and then you'll follow suit. Most valuable game in your collection? I don't know, because I've said this before. The truth is, after I buy a game or I get a game, I don't really think about it anymore. Like I don't sit there and be like, let me check on this game's price today. Like I just never think, I never go back to look at it. It's only when somebody points it out at random where I'm like, wait, what? How much is Mars Matrix worth now? You know, I'm like, I didn't know that. Like, so I can't really answer that. 12 years is a grind, man. Not really. I've had a great time, you know, doing YouTube for the last 12 years. What location were you talking about where people drive old cars to? Cuba, Havana. I haven't done a room tour. I mentioned why, but short answer is I'm not going to do that unless it's my last video ever. Any movies I'm looking forward to? Yes, I want to watch Godzilla versus King Kong. I'm not expecting anything great, but it is something I've always wanted to see. I know we had that Japanese one years ago, and I love that movie, but it's kind of dumb because it's obviously impossible for those two characters to actually fight because Godzilla is far and away like the superior, you know, entity as far as combat. So to make King Kong even viable, they have to like essentially completely change his origin. Or King Kong eligible. They have to make him like way taller and way stronger because he's not really supposed to be that. He's basically just a gorilla that's a little bigger. Like that's not, you know, he's up against a dinosaur god. Like it's not a fair contest. We have had a great time watching you. Well, I'm glad. Does that mean you're done? Have I tried the recently released Neo Geo Pocket Collection on the Switch? I didn't even know that was a thing. Have I ever watched Recess? Yes, when I was a kid I watched it. I actually have, I think, the movie on DVD still. I think it was one of the first DVDs I ever actually got. Do I collect 4K Ultra HD Blu-rays? No, I don't. The only one I have is a dumb ass example, but I have Suicide Squad, and only because I got it for free. So it was just literally handed to me. Rhino's heading out. Have a good one. But yeah, that's the only one I have. Laudmont Super Chats. What you doing for dinner? I'm getting sushi. I don't know because I'm still streaming, and by the time I'm done with this, it may be too late to even eat anything. Thank you for the super chat. Did you like Godzilla 98? Of course not. But the funny thing is, if you go back to that movie and you watch it like it's not a Godzilla movie, it's just generic monster rampaging around Manhattan movie, then it's still dumb, but it's not like the franchise insult that it was. But the funny thing is, there have been, I mean, not including Godzilla vs. Kong, because it's not technically out yet, not including that, there have been 3 American-produced theatrical Godzilla films. Godzilla 98, Godzilla 2014, and Godzilla King of the Monsters. And I gotta be honest, of the 3, Godzilla 98 is by far the most entertaining. It is not the most well crafted, it is certainly not the best written, but it's the most interesting to watch in like it's a haha, this is dumb, whatever, I don't care way. Godzilla 2014 is like too dire and yet doesn't really offer you a lot of, you know, what you wanted out of it. Like Godzilla's barely in that movie until towards the end, and like that was good, but by the time you get to it, you're kind of like, I don't even care anymore. And there's way too much of like, oh, the humans, we need to get the bomb, we have to deactivate the bomb, no, we need to reactivate the bomb. Like, shut the hell up, I don't care about anything you are doing. And then Godzilla King of the Monsters, I saw that in a theater in West Virginia of all places, and it was like someone told them that Godzilla is at his best when everything around him is like cheesy and totally nuts, where characters, like, their technology makes no sense, there's no explanation for how they got it, blah blah blah. So you went from like total realism, like what if Godzilla happened in modern times, to the next movie over being like, what if we had space laser weapons and all this other shit with no explanation? And it was like dumb as fuck, and I hated it. Like, I hated that movie. I was like, the actual monster fight scenes were cool, whatever, but the context around them was once again really, really stupid. And with an old Japanese movie, I can be behind that. I'm like, whatever, it was the era, and it's like charming and it's like hilarity. But when I'm meant to take this seriously, it totally doesn't work. So I don't have much expectations for Godzilla vs. Kong. What I think it's going to be is Godzilla is going to be like rampaging irrationally for like no reason all the time, and somehow Kong will get dragged into that, and they'll be like, he's going insane, we need to get the 2 of them to fight because we need to kill Godzilla because he's totally nuts. But it's going to turn out that Godzilla is actually Mechagodzilla, and then Kong's going to wound him, and they're going to find that out. And then at the end, the real Godzilla will show up with Kong, and the 2 of them will work together to kill Mechagodzilla. I'm telling you now, that'll probably be the movie. And yes, theaters are open in Chicago. I just haven't gone any. The Tech Time team, say that 4 times fast. I'm late. What you doing? / would you do with Stimmy? Oh, my stimulus? I'm an adult, so it's just going to pay bills. I did tweet about something though, that the day I got my stimulus check, well, it's not a check, it was a direct deposit, but the day I got it, my coffee maker died. Well, specifically the bean grinder. And then I tweeted him like, it's a conspiracy, there's no way, you know. But what I ended up doing so far, the only thing I bought with it is I literally went out and just bought a coffee grinder, like a separate one, and that's it. That's all I've done with it. Because I need coffee, and I think technically I can use that as a tax write-off because I need coffee for the channel, otherwise I would lose my fucking mind. You can tell I've been going for a while because initially I try to keep the language like civil, and the more we go, I start dropping more and more F-bombs. An adult paying bills? Dude, you're a video game collector for Christmas sake. For Christmas sake? I'm yeah, but at the same time, I do live in the real world. I gotta pay bills. Which, again, I appreciate the super chats and PayPal and stuff, because how do you think that gets done? Speaking of which, David Rice super chats, favorite and least favorite Resident Evil game. Easy. Resident Evil 2, Dreamcast, favorite. Resident Evil 6, anything, garbage. Terrible. Just awful. Now, to be fair, I haven't sat down and like played like every single one of those like Gun Survivor games or like Resident Evil Gaiden for the Game Boy Color. I know there's Resident Evil 2 for the Gamecom. That probably is the worst thing ever. But at least of the let's say the main franchise, that would be my answer. The Godzilla vs. Kong movie might suck. Just saying, it might. The funny thing is that monster verse thing that they've been doing is the only one outside of the MCU that's actually done the whole like cinematic universe thing like correctly to an extent. But the best movie in there is actually the Kong movie. Kong Skull Island is way better, than the 2 Godzilla movies. What was the first movie you remember seeing in theaters ever? Mine was The Lion King. God, that's a good one. I would have to actually sit there and think about it. Like, it wasn't the Power Rangers movie, although I definitely remember seeing that, but it was way earlier than that. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think I was forced to go see Clueless at one point. That I people love that movie for some reason. I do not, but I know I saw stuff earlier than that, but I don't remember offhand. I would have to actually sit down and think about it. Tech Time Team. I'm just going to call you the Tech Time. I'm going to call you Tech Time. Gojira, 1956, I think it was 54, was a heartbreaking tale about a nuclear destruction and anti-war buildings on fire and the way the crying mother holds her child. Damn. It's not really a question, but yes, Godzilla 1954, well, the original 1954 production is like a masterpiece of cinema. The American version of that is garbage. I'm going to have to temporarily stop the stream and come back because we're starting to run into issues here. Give me 1 second. I think we're back. We should be back. Can you guys confirm? Are we back? Can you guys just let me know if we're back? Can you hear me? Everything all right? Sorry, I'm just staring into the abyss. Yes, we've been here the entire time. Okay, yeah, sorry. What happens is I'm using Firefox, and after we've just hit about 4 hours, and after about 4 hours of doing this, Firefox starts to lose its mind, and it needs to be crashed and restarted. Otherwise, the stream starts becoming unstable, and it was starting to do that, so I wanted to take care of it. Let me get back to the super chats. Thank you again for the generosity. Mullet Man, Adam, why do you stay away from reviewing games on your channel while playing the games? It would be cool if you narrated while playing some old PS1 games. So the thing is, I can do hardware really well because I really enjoy digging into it and finding that sort of stuff. The thing with games, though, is like 1 million people cover games. Like, how many people's opinion do you need of Cyberpunk to draw a conclusion? It doesn't really stand out. It's not that interesting. And also, I don't really have the time. Like, the amount of games that come out, like, I would have to stop doing all the stuff I like doing and focus more on just playing the games and reviewing them. I also detest capturing gameplay. I hate it, and I hate even more having to edit it. Like, I'll do the Dreamcast ones, but even then I'm just like, those are the videos I absolutely hate making the most. Like, I'll be completely honest about it. Like, I like playing them, don't get me wrong, but the idea of like, okay, gotta play this, gotta be good at it, gotta capture some footage, gotta think about what to say, gotta edit, like, I genuinely don't enjoy it. So that's why I'm like, I do not want to bring distaste and hatred to a video when I know I would. Like, I know I wouldn't like it. Why do you want to watch that? Why not watch me play or make a video about something? I'm like, guys, there's this thing and it does all this. It's like, let's share the fun. Let's have some good times. I realize I'm not naive. Like, if I did videos of like, catering to modern trends, of course the views would be better. I'm not naive, but that should tell you something about me, where I'm more interested in making content that's unique, I hope, and that I'm passionate about, and that I find is undercovered and needs an audience. People need to see this, whatever. I want that. And I do not want to just follow trends. I don't want to just be like, hey guys, let's talk about loot boxes for 20 minutes. Because you guys realize I get those emails too. I get those offers of like, you should plug our VPN and you blah, blah, blah. Like, you ever notice you never see any of that on my channel? There's a reason. It's not that I'm not offered. It's because I don't want any of that crap that goes with it. I don't want to follow those trends. I don't want to go down that path of like, I have to just do what everyone else is doing. I would rather be the weird guy who's like, dude, his channel has not changed in 12 years. He's still sitting there at that table, just pointing a camera at himself and talking, and he just talks forever. I mean, look at the stream. That's exactly what we're doing for 4 hours in. And yes, the obvious downside to that is I will never blow up, and I don't care. That's not why I do this. I'll never be huge. I'll never make bank. I can't retire on this. I am not naive. And I'm never going to be able to make a shit ton of money on YouTube ad revenue. So that's the offside. So this is where you guys, super chats like, you know, like Mullet Man just did there. And I know there's more and I'll get to them in a second, but that's where that compensates, because this isn't like a big channel. It's not like donating to PewDiePie where he's never even going to notice it. Like, trust me, when you guys donate to me, it pays the bills to keep the channel going. Like, that's no joke. So I genuinely appreciate it, because without you guys, this would not exist. I am a relic of a different era that cannot possibly survive in this ecosystem without fan support, fan financial support. And I'm not trying to sound like a PBS ad here. I'm just explaining like why I do what I do. I want to enjoy what I do. I want to respect myself for it, but I want to be that escape, that guy who's still doing stuff like this and somehow cobbled it together and it's working. So hopefully you guys get it. Hopefully there's an appreciation of that. And if you're just that guy who's like, I don't give a shit what you do, I don't even like you, well, then I don't know what you're doing here. But if you're just that guy I just want to watch and enjoy, that's fine too, man. I just appreciate the support in any form. But I mean, that goes in many different ways. Like, you want to support the channel, but you don't have money? That ain't even a problem. Like the videos, comment on the videos. Like, that's not a joke. Like, when you do that, it spreads the video throughout the algorithm saying, this guy, we should share his videos, we should talk to him more. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Patreon, or no, not necessarily Patreon if you don't have the money, but if you can share the content around, it gets the more views, then you offset it that way. That's why, you know, YouTube fucking forces everybody to say like all these things about follow us and do this, because that's what their algorithm rewards. The same thing with like extended viewership. Like, if you leave a video on for, you know, a playlist on for hours and hours, like, yeah, you can get some ad revenue out of that, but it also says like watch time is good on this guy's channel. We should recommend more of that. So, you know, I'm not sitting here saying like, hey guys, go into your playlist at night and let them play while you're sleeping. I don't really care what you do. I'm just saying, never assume that what you're doing when you watch isn't helping. It always helps. Playing the video, clicking like, leaving a comment, even if you don't have a comment to say. Like, one guy I know consistently comments and just says, just leaving a comment for the algorithm. And that actually helps. So I appreciate when people do stuff like that. Thank you. We got a super chat from Ellipsis. I always just call you that because you don't have a name. Any other media you like besides old video games, like minidisc, cassette, old cameras, retro toys, etc.? That's a good one. Obviously, I like my movies to be physical. I'm very, very pro Blu-ray. I try to get everything on Blu-ray if I can. A lot of the times, obviously, that doesn't work out, so I keep DVDs around. I hate VHS. I hate most video formats. I'm purging most of my HD DVDs. I don't have that many. The only one I will absolutely never get rid of is Smallville Season 5, because that's a unique situation. I like records, but I only like them for generally video game and movie soundtracks, because I'm not really a music guy. I collect a lot of little random things. Like, I have the full like US state quarters collection and stuff like that. But yeah, that's, I mean, you know, that's kind of it. Like, video games have just kind of become my, like, that's the thing I collect. That's what I like to do. Thank you for the super chat. Still Alive super chats and says, hey, Adam, been a fan for years. I can't remember, but why don't you like or collect for handheld consoles? Thank you. No, I like them just fine. But my argument essentially is I own a television. I'll use the television. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather play games on a console on a TV rather than sit huddled up on a tiny screen. I realize there's obvious exceptions to that. Like, there's games that are exclusive to portables. I get it. But most portables, the older ones, are not practical for travel. They never were. That was always kind of the joke. Like a Lynx or something like that. It's just, it's just not for me, man. Like I'm too into the fact that I have a television to care that much about portables. Again, I don't dislike them. It's just the great gaming experiences. A lot of them have been brought over to consoles in one way or another. Like the Game Boy player for the GameCube is one of the best investments you can ever make. Love it. But that's really all it is. Is just I don't really see the need to sit there. And for a time, I thought that might be useful because of how much I would fly. And I thought, oh, wouldn't it be great? But what is the You really think I'm practically going to bring an Atari Lynx on a plane in 2021? No, it's ridiculous. So and I know you're saying, well, why not use something more modern? And if that was the case, I would just be using the Switch, which I didn't even enjoy doing that. I'm like, I on a plane, I'm like, that's my chance to digitally check out. In a normal non-pandemic world. So I kind of, I miss that too, because that's almost like therapy, just sitting on a plane being like, I'm free. But hopefully that answers your question. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry, the chat just jumped like crazy. We had a bunch of people saying, yep. Okay, confirming everything's fine. Younglings in the chat. I never went offline. I did technically for like a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up here. Inkling, yes, I'm still streaming. We got a super chat from Cardinal Glick 57. Oh, Dogma, good movie. Love from Boston. Keep up the good work. Told my boss the other day about your channel. He's a big Dreamcast fan. Well, awesome. Tell your boss that he is awesome for liking the Dreamcast, because I think anybody is who is like pro Dreamcast. Because if you're anti Dreamcast, I don't know, you might have brain damage. I don't know. But thank you very much, Cardinal Glick. Okay, I think we're all caught up now. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh wait, sorry. We have one on. Yeah, we have one on PayPal. Sorry. From Joshua Finzi. Dude, it's been a while. He says, hello, sorry I'm late. Have I missed much? First question, what are you going to do? What do you expect from the MCU going forward after the recent WandaVision series? More of the same, or do they need to change the formula? First of all, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. There was technical difficulties and whatever. But yes, welcome back, Joshua. So I will be talking extensively about WandaVision in my upcoming podcast. If you're a Patreon backer, and I think you are, then you already have access to it. So you can watch that. But short version is, I think that the MCU is mostly going to be focusing on dimensional travel, multiverse of madness, Doctor Strange stuff. I think they're going to try and find a way to link a lot of their past projects into their own continuity so that they can bypass certain problems. Like inevitably Sony's going to take Spider-Man away, so they might as well build a narrative that justifies that, rather than just have it be an unexplained thing where he just randomly vanished, like Richie's brother in Happy Days going upstairs and never showing up again. Like, how can you justify Spider-Man not existing in this universe? You have to make a story about that. And it depends on what they decide to do with the X-Men. Supposedly, I don't want to talk too much about WandaVision just because I know it's relatively new and I don't want to ruin it for people. And I have not watched the Captain America and the Winter Soldier, or whatever the Captain Falcon, whatever that show is. You know what I'm talking about, the new one. I wait for that to end, then I'll watch that. I think that there's a lot of time to spend on miniseries and television and all that sort of stuff for the MCU. But movie-wise, I think we're still supposed to get Black Widow at some point. I don't know what that's supposed to do. That's going to be interesting, but I guess we'll see. It's going to be like this movie, I think, that's probably going to fill in a gap somewhere along the way. But going forward, I really think that the Phase 4 is mostly about setting up Phase 5. And Phase 4 will be mostly like tying up some loose ends, planting some seeds, and justifying certain future decisions. That's my guess. Thank you, Joshua, for the donation. Do I use my Switch more in docked or handheld? I never use it in handheld, like ever. There was a phase there where I was taking it on planes and trying that, and then I realized like I really hate doing this because I do not like the Joy-Con, so I would bring the Pro Controller, and then you realize you're taking all this crap with you, and it's just a bunch of stuff while you're trying to like go somewhere on the light. You don't necessarily want to have a lot of stuff with you, or if you're coming back from like say Japan, why am I bringing this thing? It's just taking up space where I could have picked up something else that was cool. Sorry the camera doesn't seem to be too in focus. I apologize, but Boomer Adam with the Happy Days reference. Hell yeah. Go potatoes. Sorry, if you don't know, Dr. Nerdly, aka Captain Potato, is a sentient potato. And that's, it's a very big responsibility.
Uh,
Lodmot, is the Canadian Queen still Adam's Discord? What the hell? Favorite fast food burger place? I don't really eat a lot of fast food, despite what I look like. um, I don't really eat fast food burgers, especially like your Burger Kings and your McDonald's and stuff. I don't really eat any of that, so I don't really know. I would have to think about that, and then you have to remember that a lot of fast food joints like that are very regional. So, like In-N-Outs don't exist outside of like California and a little bit in Texas. Whataburger really only exists in Texas. So there's a bunch of them. I don't know if I have a favorite. I kind of got spoiled by burgers in Guam, to be completely honest with you. So yeah, I don't really do fast food burgers. One second. White Castle. See, the thing with White Castle is, I think you need to be high to really enjoy White Castle. Like Harold and Kumar wasn't based on nothing. I think the last time I had it, I was like in college. No, it wasn't the last time I remember having it regularly in college, and it was like you get the Crave case, and you're just like, I'm gonna act like an idiot. I'm gonna eat this, and you could do it. I think one time in like 2013. It was almost 10 years ago. Well, I guess 8 years ago at this point was the last time I had it. I think my buddy and I were like, yeah, we used to have it in college all the time. Let's have a throwback. Let's go to White Castle. We came back. We're like dying. We're like, oh, this is a terrible decision. Oh, my God. And you just like, you taste it and like smell it for like 3 days. It's just, White Castle is not a good thing. Like, Ellipsis super chats and says, sorry if you don't allow this, but does anyone have a CDI file for Densha to Go 2 on Dreamcast? They can email me. I can't find it anywhere. You can try in the Keep Dreaming tab of my Discord. There's a possibility you might find it in there. I would say if you want to, you can try to find it there. I know we keep a lot of the Atomic Wave conversion games in there. Last time I hadn't had McDonald's since 2003. I had Burger King once in, I think it was 2017. I was in Japan, and Burger King was like, we have this new shrimp avocado burger. And I was like, all right. So I got that. It was fine. If you include that. But like in general, yeah, I just do not eat fast food. I'll eat, if you include Subway, I'll have that from time to time. But like actual like burger places, I'm like, I would just rather go to an actual burger place. Like in Chicago, there's a really great place called Au Cheval. I'll go to that. But I mean, I haven't done that in over a year because of the pandemic. But yeah, if I'm gonna do a burger, especially in this city, I'll just go to like a real place. Last time you had Illuminati's pizza, I think you mean Lou Malnati's. I had that, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I think. I did it on my birthday stream, and I think I showed it to you guys. Slope Super Chats. I was born in Joliet. Miss White Castle dearly. We had Crystal Burger. That's gone. And also, yes, I meant GameCube GCN component cables. Don't worry about White Castle. You're really not missing anything, man. I've never even heard of Crystal Burger. You know what? If you come back to the Chicago area, go to Kuma's Corner. There's like 2 of those in Chicago. Is another one of the cities that's like known for burgers, even though that's not what we're stereotyped at. But like, because it's a meat town, so we got some crazy burger places. It's the same thing of like asking me like which fast food pizza place do I eat at. It's like I live in Chicago. I'm not eating Domino's. Tech Time Super Chats. Burger King for me because I'm vegetarian. Impossible Whopper. Sure. I've never eaten it, so I can't say. Got a notification. Damn it, Rob, where are you? Okay, whatever. Five Guys is okay as far as fast food burger places go. Subway is nasty. Firehouse Subs is much better. You know, I've seen Firehouse Subs. I've just never been to one. But yeah, Subway is more like convenient. Hey Adam, I hope you're doing well. I was wondering, were you one of the 2 people to get a Nuon controller from the group? No, I'm aware of what you were talking about. There was this contest done on the Nuon like forums or whatever, like explain why you deserve a controller or something, and you could win one. I knew of it. I didn't enter because I learned years ago from being a YouTuber, I'm really not eligible for those types of contests. Because if I win, it looks like some sort of bias towards a YouTuber. So I just stay out of those things. Like, because that happened to me on some guy did some sort of giveaway on his channel. This has happened a couple of times and I just stopped doing it. I would like enter and occasionally I would win because the truth is some of these guys didn't have the biggest fan base. So I won. And then in the comments, it was just people like totally pissed because they're like, you gave it to another YouTuber. Like, this is all biased. You know, like that guy. I was like, you know what? I don't want people thinking I won I don't want to put that on the stress of those guys giving it away, thinking that they're doing me some favor as a YouTuber, even if it was totally legitimate. Why have that? So let that go to someone else. But yes, I desperately want a Nuon controller, but I wasn't going to enter that. Sadocles, what up, man? This is the guy who kicked cancer's ass. And I think you have like a wife and kids now. Like this dude has not only, you know, defeated cancer, he beat the shit out of it, but then, you know, he goes on and he like gets the whole package there. He says, how you doing, homie? Can I get a honk for everyone in the chat, please? Everybody honk. Well, that's not a honk, it's a clamp. Honk, honk. Do that for Sadocles because, again, this dude kicked cancer's ass and he deserves it. Still alive, super chats. He says, excited about the new TMNT Shredder's Revenge. Actually, yes, that was a surprise announcement. The guys who made Streets of Rage 4.mu making a Ninja Turtles game in the vein of like Hyperstone Heist and Ninja Turtles Arcade and, you know, Turtles in Time. that is going to be great. I can almost guarantee that's going to be great. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Oh, we got one over here from one Adam Buzzkirk. Haven't seen you in a while, dude. Hey Adam, with EA finally remastering the Mass Effect trilogy, what other games would you like to see them revisit? I myself would love the Dead Space collection, Dead Space, Space Extraction, Dead Space 2, Dead Space 2 Severe, Dead Space 3, and Dead Space Awakened. That's a good choice. The thing is, I don't really like most of EA's stuff, so I don't really pay much attention to what they even do. I don't know if I know that they had control over the old Lucasfilm era Star Wars games, but now that Disney's kind of taking that away from them, I don't know if they have control of it. Otherwise, I would have said, you know, Battlefront games, maybe like a lot of the 6th gen Star Wars games, getting like some super collection would have been awesome, but I don't see that happening. But yeah, I mean, I think Dead Space is about as good a choice as you're going to get because EA in general just doesn't make much that I think people really even care about because most of the stuff that they do is like sports stuff or is like DRM to hell to the point of being useless. So that's, I think, probably the best answer you're going to get. Thank you for the donation. Favorite Sonic X episode? I didn't watch Sonic X. I don't watch anime. It literally gives me headaches. Did you ever get one of those reproduction Atari Jaguar Pro controllers? No. That would have been nice. Sega fan can recall Hyperstone Heist before Turtles in Time. Yes, but also to be fair, I was talking about Hyperstone Heist earlier in this stream, so it was just kind of on my mind. But also, as a kid, I had Hyperstone Heist, and I played it all the time. I didn't get Turtles in Time until I was like in college. I had played it before, but it wasn't the one I regularly had. Super chat from Ellipsis. Thoughts on PSVR 2 or was OG PSVR underwhelming to you? I don't give a shit about PSVR. I don't give a shit about VR in general. You can tell I'm getting a little tired because I'm starting to slur my words. Yeah, I don't like VR stuff. I think that VR only works in very specific environments, like literally like almost like Star Trek holodeck environments where you need a giant space and you need, you know, some sort of rig around you in order to really get the true effect. Because every time I play like anything like a PSVR, I'm like, dude, I hate this. I want this off of my head. It like hurts. Like I'm one of those people where I tried playing Skyrim with it. I'm not even kidding. I tried that Skyrim VR thing, and I was one of those who within 10 minutes I wanted to puke. Like I'm not built for VR. The best VR experiences I ever had was at the ill-fated Disney Quest in Chicago, which was only around for like a year and a half. That was awesome. But that kind of VR is very different. The home experience, no thank you. Anime gives you headaches. Maybe you need glasses. I used to have glasses. I got LASIK, or well, not LASIK specifically, but eye laser corrective surgery. I got that in 2010, so 11 years now. Best decision I ever made in my entire life. But I always got it even before that. Like I hate the style of anime. Like when I see it, it's like that. It's like kryptonite. It like actually hurts. Like I just do not want anything to do with it. That's why when the Shenmue anime comes out, I'm like seriously like if I watch this, I'm just gonna have to have like a pot, like an entire vial of Tylenol next to me to be able to sit through that. Favorite game on the Jaguar? Probably Rayman, actually. The version of Rayman they made for that is fantastic. Favorite GameCube game? Good question. I think I say this every time, but people don't like this game, but I do, which is Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. I think people think that version is like heresy, but I love it. I just think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, GameCube had a lot of solid stuff. No pun intended on that one. But that one will probably always be exclusive to the GameCube because it probably just always will. Super chat from Tech Time. Thoughts, you spelled very differently because you spelled it the dirty way, on Intellivision Amico and Tommy Tallarico. I never even noticed until this conversation that rhymed. I kind of talked about this earlier. Tommy's reached out to me a couple times to be like, to do a video together and stuff. And I don't want to do it because I've said it in a podcast. I do not think the Amico can be successful. I think it's aimed at the classic market, you know, like the NES Classic and whatever, but it doesn't have the same pull. And I think Tommy enjoyed the Intellivision as a kid, so it's kind of bringing that into his adulthood and saying like, yeah, people want it because I want it, but it's not really the same thing. And I don't see it ever working out, and I don't really have anything else to say beyond that. Like I just don't. And I can't use it. Like I don't have a unit. I haven't been able to see it in person, so it's just kind of like I don't really have anything else to say. So thank you very much for the super chat. Were you nervous getting the corrective eye surgery? Not in the least. That was the greatest thing I ever did. It was, my mom got it for me at the time, and she had done it years earlier. She was like, yeah, it's great, but they've improved it a lot. So I went in, and they're like, yeah, you totally qualify. So basically, here's what we do. We just kind of give you a bunch of medication. You get kind of like, woo. And then we stick you under, like this chair. You're sitting there, and essentially you're completely numbed. You can't feel anything. From your perspective, all that's happening is there's this big like camera looking thing on in front of you, and a light turns on, and then all of a sudden, you ever play with a camera and you turn the focus ring? It's just like that happens, and you're like, oh, I can see. It takes like 5 minutes. The recovery after that is like a couple of days. But man, best thing I ever did. Getting rid of the damn face shackles was the best move ever. Like I would absolutely recommend that to anyone who wears glasses. Like fuck glasses, they suck. But just make sure you get a quality doctor. Like anything else, if you cheap out, you might, you want Dr. Hibbert from The Simpsons. You don't want Dr. Nick. You know what I'm saying? Super chat from Lodmont. Fun fact, I've actually been watching this stream on my Atari VCS. Oh, have at it, bro. Like Lodmont is second richest person I know, and he just bought like a box of VCSs just for fun. I think he destroyed most of them just for fun because that's just what he does. But he's Lodmont. He can do whatever he wants. Thank you for the donation. Speaking of donations, we got one from Joshua Finzi on PayPal. He says, when playing games over the COVID months, what has exceeded your expectations or completely surprised you altogether? So interestingly, when the pandemic first started and we were all kind of locked down there, life was I'm not gonna say life was at all normal, but my life was relatively normal in the sense that I was inside, and I just wasn't flying anywhere. But most of my social structures, if you will, were still in place. So I was just sitting down playing a ton of different video games. What ultimately destroyed that was that my mom suddenly died, and that completely fucked up the rest of my year, and I wasn't playing as many games. But before that, I was playing a lot of Assassin's Creed 1 and 2. I was playing a bunch of Wolfenstein games. I was replaying Far Cry 5 and Far Cry New Dawn. I was playing a bunch of stuff around then. It's kind of hard to remember because it's hard to believe it was like almost a year ago. But yeah, I was doing a lot of that. And I think that Assassin's Creed 2 really exceeded my expectations, as did one of the Wolfenstein games. But there was nothing that totally surprised me. There was nothing where I was like, wow, like I can't believe I've been missing this. It was more like, all right, I get it. So there you go, Joshua. Thank you for the donation. Am I into sports? I'm into basketball, but we were talking about that for a while, but it started alienating people, so we kind of stopped. I've had glasses for 10 years. It's been so long, I don't even remember what it was like before that. So here's the thing. I've been without glasses for 11 years. And you just saw me do it, and it wasn't intentional. I still do this from time to time, where I push up, like there's glasses there to push. I would recommend to you, if you want to get rid of glasses, do it much faster than later, because it's kind of like getting pulled out of the Matrix. Like I still have muscle memory to do this. Because occasionally, I'll be a little tired, and for a second, my eyes are just like whatever. So my instinct is to try and fix the glasses that don't exist. And again, I've been glasses free for 11 years. Adam is still going. Dude, that's how this works. 4 hours. Actually, 4.5 hours now. Thoughts on the Sega Astro City Mini? I'm not really an arcade guy, so it's like, that's cool that it exists, but I don't really care. Why don't I wear glasses anymore? I would think when I said that I got my eyes laser corrected, that would have explained it. But yes, that's it. Laser corrective surgery. I don't need glasses anymore. Thoughts on the Yakuza series? Like I said before, Yakuza 0, phenomenal. I haven't really played the others extensively. Great series. I'm glad Sega has a winner that exists in the post-Dreamcast era, because it opens the door for other franchises. It gives them more corporate confidence to try other IPs. And it's also a great love letter to Sega's history in general. Thoughts on the Dreamcast Mini? It's never going to happen. Well, unless it's like 10 years from now. The technology and the affordability have not met up yet. Sometimes I try to take my non-existent glasses off before sleeping. I used to do that a lot. The only remnant of that, like I said, is where you'll see me slip, and I'll occasionally just do this, and it happens. And that's what that is. It's literally like a ghost of that era. Sorry, I just joined. That's cool. My vision is horrendous, dude. It's fine. Look into laser corrective surgery. Like, okay, I got it done 11 years ago, and it took 5 minutes. It was a little expensive, but my mom paid for it, which was awesome. I think it was like my graduation gift or whatever from college. But I have to imagine it's even cheaper now. Just make sure you go to like a legit place. Do not go to like the Dr. Nick. Go to the Dr. Hibbert. That's all I'm saying. Do I have any cryptocurrencies? I had a bunch of Steemit currency. I don't even know if that's still a thing. Laudmott's leaving. Have fun. Go have your sushi and then come back with a big pile of money, because I know you'll trip and fall and break your legs on money. The dude lives in Scrooge McDuck's vault. Just saying. But what was I saying? Cryptocurrency. Yeah, I had a bunch of Steemit currency, but I never did anything with it. I don't know if it still exists or not. And to be honest, I don't really care, because it's probably not. I think there was this bubble that burst, and I was like, whatever. I didn't lose anything, so what do I care? Kyrick, super chat's just a heart. Thank you very much. Metal Gear Solid Phantom Glasses. It's cute. Super chat from Rui Tavares. I hope I'm pronouncing that all right. Is that Reyes? Like, that's Brazilian, right? Am I correct on that? Thoughts on Last of Us 2? Is there any room for a third entry in the Last of Us franchise? I haven't played it, man. This is where Rob would be useful, because he did play that, but he's not around. He might call in later. I don't know. He's working. I'm sorry. I haven't played the game. You're from Brazil, right? Like, I'm guessing based on the currency. Let me know. Because we talked a lot about Brazil and the Master System before. The VA offered LASIK, but I ended up not getting it. What particular reason? I didn't do LASIK. I did what's called PRK, which is a different procedure. The advantage of LASIK is that it's faster and the recovery is faster. But PRK is more precise, and my eyes were shit. Like, just complete shit. Because they're like, LASIK will bring you up to, like, 60% of what you need, but PRK will bring you up to, like, 98%. It just, the recovery takes a few extra days. I'm like, let's do that. Ellipsis super chats and says, any important lessons you learned from videos, like how some people learn sociability from Persona, begin guitar from Guitar Hero, kanji from Okami. You know, I guarantee there are experiences like that. I know that games like Shenmue opened up my ability to speak more. I'm not even kidding about that. Like, the ability to just not be so afraid, and the ability to, like, go out and just talk to people. Because if you guys knew me at all before I started doing YouTube stuff, like, I was not like I am now. Like, I was much more quiet. If I had to be in class and I needed to go up and make a speech, I was all like, okay, we're gonna talk about the thing today. Like, I didn't have that. But games like Shenmue really, I don't know how, because that game isn't about public speaking specifically, but it opened up my eyes to other cultures and the idea of checking out what their world is like, as well as just kind of bolstering some confidence. I know that the answer you would expect from me is that game, but I just can't think of any others off the top of my head. I guarantee they exist. But, like, I was never into music, so Guitar Hero certainly didn't inspire me to, like, do anything. Why you no answer my call? Because you didn't fucking call. Literally, I'm looking at my phone right now. You have ignored my messages. You have not called me at any point. You are a liar, Rob. You are a liar. Anyway, I can call you. You want me to call you, Rob? You fucking liar. You are a liar. I know you're a liar. But yeah, I can't think of any other, like, great examples off the top of my head where there was some transformative experience that a game made me apply to real life outside of Shenmue specifically. Am I going to gift any more games to Rerez? I don't gift him games. I gift him garbage, like candy garbage. Like, I've got an entire 2 bags of Oreos and Kit Kats and other bullshit from around the world that's specifically for him. I just couldn't go to Canada because of the pandemic. So next time I can, yeah, he's going to get that. That's, by the way, a sign of getting old, is you start making dad jokes even without being a father. Just saying. Still waiting. Did you say anything? He hasn't said anything yet. Do you want me to call you, Rob? I need you to say more than nothing. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. All right. We can do this. You there?
Calling me a liar?
Yes, I am calling you a liar. I can even prove it. I looked at the record of the conversation, and you said nothing. You first.
I'm looking at 2 Adam missed your calls.
Yeah, at 4:36, which was 4 minutes ago. You had not called me then. Yeah.
Look at this shit.
I am looking at this shit, you dick. Anyway, I got Rob on here now. Rob is the podcast co-host. I'm gonna place him like this. Talk so they can hear you.
Talk so they can hear me?
Can you guys hear him?
I hope not.
Why do you not want them to hear you?
I don't know, because I'm miserable and tired.
Why?
'Cause I'm working all day. I'm at Digital Press Video Games in Clifton, New Jersey. I'm
So
working a double shift today.
So you're basically saying that you hate the store? That's not cool. That's a nice store.
No, I just hate the customers. Especially the ones that are coming in. They're like, Adam's doing a live stream. How come you're not on it?
I mean,
That's literally happened twice today. I'm not joking.
Well, maybe someone will come in while you are on the stream. Because the thing is, I did invite Rob onto the stream earlier, and he told me to fuck off. He was like, I will not join your stream. I'm working all day. You can kiss my ass. And I was like, all right, fine. And then he's like, why aren't you calling? Why aren't you picking up? Ugh. But all right, whatever. You're here to make your little cameo. So I'm going to take advantage of the fact that you're here, and I'm going to go pee. So you go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I am.
That is, you are a human bathroom break, and I appreciate it. I'll be right back.
Human bathroom break.
You have access to the chat, right? Like, you can respond to stuff?
Yeah, but it's lagging, so.
All right, well, everybody, Rob will entertain you for a minute.
I'm entertaining you. That's all. I don't know. That's all you get. I don't know. How's everybody doing? I miss doing these live streams with Adam, but Adam only does them when I'm working. So, yeah. I would like to know in the super chat. I don't know. How come nobody watches the podcast? Because the podcast is the fucking best, and I don't know why it's the least watched thing on his channel. What's up, Rob? Go, Rob, go. Yeah. Thank you, Keith. Go home? Yeah, I want to go home too. Very low energy? Yeah, I'm fucking tired. Yeah, I'm the guy with the Panasonic Q. That's me. Sicknick64, yeah, the life of retail does suck, but I actually love working here. I only started doing it because my video game teaching job doesn't exist during the pandemic. So, yeah, I'm working at Digital Press Video Games in Clifton, so I like working here, but it's exhausting, so. Let's see. Sonic Power, you watch the podcast? I don't believe you. Oroku Saki, I didn't tune in for it either. I totally agree. Sing a Britney song? I mean, Britney Spears too. Yeah, this is the Rob Show. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. I've seen Coach Carter before, Rob. I have no idea what Coach Carter is. No, my Panasonic Q is not region modded. Currently, it's a paperweight because it's broken. I do not own the Rob the Robot accessory. I wish I did. Actually, we had one. If you look on my Instagram, Grapadora_gaming, we had a boxed solo Rob the Robot set, which is very, very rare. We had one of those in the store, and it was awesome to see. And I really wanted it, but I didn't want to spend $500 on it.
I'm back.
A lot of people like the option of having video setup with cameras and kind of like a live setup. We should do a video podcast, Adam. That's what we should do.
No, fuck that. If they want to do a live stream with us together, I'll just do it in New Jersey.
Yeah, come out. You should come out. You can come see the new house.
After vaccination is completed, it is on my list because I need to go out to New York. I just need to do it. It's like I just need to do it. The only place I have been to in 2021 is Valparaiso, Indiana.
I'm so sorry.
I know. Outside of Chicago, of course. But I'm not exactly dying here. I'm in the third biggest city in the U.S. But like, hey, I want to adventure. Well, I can drive over the border into Indiana. All right. Like, I want out. I want to go. So like New York is like just the first on the list because there's a bunch of stuff I can do out there. And I can go bother Rob. We can do a live stream. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Had a nice pee. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. People ask if I had a nice pee. Yes, I had a nice pee.
What do you consider your jewel in your collection, your most prized thing? Probably I have my Sega Nomad from when I was a kid, and probably my JVC XI, which I had one of those as a kid too, but the one I have currently was actually gifted to me by the vice president of JVC America, where my mom used to work in the 90s. So that's really, really cool that I kind of got it right from JVC.
I'm just letting you go, man.
I'm looking.
Just take off. This is your time to shine.
Is the podcast live like Pat and Ian's? It's not live.
No.
Because the podcast is a Patreon-backed podcast, so if you go to patreon.com/Adam Koralik.
There's a link in the description. Right? It's a link in the description.
Link in the description, so you can become a patron to help Adam's channel grow and everything, and also you get early access to videos and the podcast. Podcast comes out about 3 weeks before it goes live, so that's about it.
He wants that FM Towns Marty at Video Games New York. Dude, no. If I was going to get that, I would find it in Japan. Like, that's the goal. Like, getting it at Video Games New York is cheating. I have to find it in Japan. It has to be done. The FM Towns Marty is now, like, my number one. I need that console. I mean, I guess aside from the PS5, but I'll get the PS5 eventually. Finding an FM Towns Marty is just where it gets like, damn it, how am I going to do this? And it's got to be done in Japan. I found a game and a controller. Have we ever been? Rob, I don't think we've hooked up, right?
We did some Just Friends spooning.
Okay,
once.
all right. Okay, just making sure.
When is the Adam versus Rob boxing match? It wouldn't be much of a match. Adam would be knocked out in like 2 seconds.
Probably, because I don't really fight. But Rob is.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
But Rob's also like easily tricked. Like I could just throw like some Scooby snacks on the ground. He would just dive down. So it wouldn't take that much. It wouldn't really be a fight anybody would watch, because it would be like, remember that old SNL like Conan sketch where it's like two people just circling around and they're just like pretending like they're about to fight and they never hit each other. It would be kind of like that, because we would just, one of us would get tired because we're both out of shape, and then we'd go to sleep. Like that would be the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Rob is DLC for the podcast. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, I'm a horse farmer.
What?
Do you remember that thing? It was like this cosmetic DLC. It was like horse armor that you had.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. I thought you said you were a horse farmer. I was like, it's the first I'm hearing of this.
How do you guys deal with your backlogs? Do you keep a list of games you want to play, or just wing it? I kind of wing it. My backlog is painful, but I have played more video games in the past year than probably the past 3 years combined, just because of the pandemic. So
Pandemic definitely changed stuff, yeah. I don't really deal with my backlog that much anymore. It's more like, it's in there, I'll deal with it eventually. And I kind of look at it as like, one day I'm not going to be getting new stuff. One day I'm not going to deal with any of this digital thing. I'm going to retire. I'm going to be like, I got games forever. Let's do this. You know what I mean? Like right now I'm still at working age, so I only do stuff when I actually want to play a game. But you have to understand, like my career largely centers around games. So I've said this many times. You kind of start to look at games the way you do like movies in school, where you just kind of like, this is great for a little bit, but then you have to start writing reports on it, and you're just like, this isn't as fun. Like I need that pressure to go away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Tech Time Super Chats. How many donos will I take? What?
How many donations?
Oh, how many donations will I take for you to go shirtless? You don't have the money. Even Lodmont doesn't have that kind of money. Rob, on the other hand, will give that shit away for free.
I'm doing it shirtless right now, right in the middle of the store.
In the store. He doesn't even care about policy. He's like, I got this. But thank you for the super chat nonetheless.
The Objective Binary asks, what's the most difficult game you completed?
Call of Duty 2 on veteran mode. I did that.
E.T. for the Atari 2600.
I don't know if that game is necessarily hard once you understand what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but nobody actually does understand it.
Oh, okay.
They think it's unbeatable, but it's quite beatable.
Have I ever seen Rob's video game history class? Sort of, because I've watched my own videos.
Where's that question?
Oh, somebody asked you a question. Well, I don't know if it was for you, but I know you can answer it. We had a dude from Brazil asking about what you thought of Last of Us 2 and the odds of a third game. I couldn't really articulate that because I haven't played it, so I know you did.
Yeah, I thought The Last of Us 2 was amazing. It got some bad press because people have expectations. I mean, this extends to video games and movies, but people have expectations when a game is highly anticipated, and if it doesn't live perfectly up to what you expect the game to be, generally they don't like it. And Last of Us 2 subverted expectations by kind of introducing another playable character and like a side story. But the gameplay, the story, the graphics were incredible. The game like absolutely destroyed me. That said, a third game, I think it's likely, but not for a long time. I think it's going to be at least 10 years until a third game, if it does happen.
Yeah, I think you're more likely to see like a little appeasement in the middle. They'll probably do like a PS5 collection of 1 and 2 with like, oh, it's ultra remastered. Maybe there's some new DLC or something. I'm just guessing based on how those type of things work, but I think he's right that you'll probably see a bit of a break before you see a Last of Us 3 if it ever happens.
Yeah.
But I say that not knowing the narrative. I say that knowing just the business side of things.
Yeah. And Naughty Dog's got a lot on their plate. They're always kind of looking for new IPs, you know. People have always said like, oh, maybe they'll do another Uncharted game or another spin-off or like a sequel series to that. So who knows? I want more Jak and Daxter. That's what I want from them.
Do it. Make it happen. I got a slight coffee refill while I was out there, by the way.
So you'll be needing me to call again when you need to pee from the coffee.
I didn't actually need to pee. I just took advantage of the fact that you were on the phone. Like, I could have kept going. But I was like, well, what the hell? I might as well, empty. So is that it? Are we out of questions? Is this over? Is it me or is the sound really low? Like, you probably have a hard time hearing Rob, but you should be able to hear me fine.
Yeah.
Although I haven't heard anybody else say they can't hear you.
Let's see. Any favorite indie games? God, there's too many to count. I mean, basically all I play now on the Nintendo Switch is indie games, so.
ABC says we sound fine. Somebody just texted me, I think. Nope. Just a Twitter notification.
The worst game you've ever played?
Worst game I ever played. I don't know if it's actually the worst game I've ever actually played, but it definitely broke my heart the most, and I've said this before, was Twisted Metal 3 for the PS1. Like, you have to understand, I went into that game being like, Twisted Metal 2 is my favorite game ever made, and I love this franchise, and it can do no wrong. And then Twisted Metal 3 was ungodly terrible, to the point where it, like, ripped my heart out, and I never wanted to play this fucking franchise again. So that was by far the worst thing I ever played.
The game, it's definitely not the worst game. It's a competently made game, but Mass Effect Andromeda broke my heart because you want to talk about like a sequel game, like subverting your expectations. It's like that absolutely kind of broke my heart just because I was expecting something from the Mass Effect, fourth Mass Effect game, and I didn't get it. And I don't know. I've wanted to go back and try and play it again, but I don't think I can.
Do I own an Adam computer? No. It's not. You're not the first person to ask. Like, yeah, I guess there would be some logic to that, but I really don't collect like the old computers because like you got to draw the line somewhere, man. I collect way too much crap as it is, and I'd rather just stick with consoles.
Yeah. Oh, Shantae, yeah, still alive. If you're considering Shantae an indie game, which it is, WayForward's an indie developer. Shantae's probably my favorite independent game. Those games are amazing. The fifth one is good. Not great. I liked the fourth one, the Half Genie Hero, a lot better. But on a whole, the Shantae games are fantastic.
I played much of the Assassin's Creed games. I know the Ezio trilogy is one of my favorite stories ever. I've played 1 and 2 like all the way through, and then the other ones I've played are just like bits and pieces that I've played mostly at Ubisoft events like Odyssey and Syndicate, and a lot of the more recent ones. My girlfriend was in here earlier in the chat. She's the Assassin's Creed like super fan to the point of borderline insanity. So she would have been the one to ask about that type of thing. I think she will maintain that Assassin's Creed 2 is still her favorite thing, but she likes the Ezio trilogy like overall. So she probably would agree with you. We got a super chat from Still Alive. Says, dude, I share your disappointment at Twisted Metal 3, dude. As a little kid, that was like the first time I ever experienced heartbreak. It was literally Twisted Metal 3 comes out and I'm like, oh, the world can be bad? like it broke me. It was the day I lost innocence. Was the day I played Twisted Metal 3.
The only Twisted Metal games I ever played were Black and Head On, the one on the PSP.
Yeah, it was they ported it to the PS2 as well.
So what's the difference? Like, why did Twisted Metal 3 or Twisted Metal 4 just like
that's kind of a hard question to answer. I mean, essentially you're saying the core it's like saying what's the difference between any 2D fighting game? Like, there's a lot of minutia, different characters, different storylines, different mechanics that necessarily make it work or not work. When they introduce stupid elements that didn't need to be there, environments, like it's that kind of thing. So in the case of Twisted Metal 2, it was like they pushed the story forward. It was really interesting to see where all these characters were going. And then the gameplay was essentially flawless. The music was great. Like, everything about it was just like perfect. Twisted Metal 3 was like, hey, we did everything wrong. Everything looks dumb. The characters no longer act like themselves. And the reason was that it was no longer made by the original studio. It would be like, if, hey, I've been making this channel for 12 years. I'm just going to let Rob run the channel and all the videos will be about Rob now. It would be a little weird. It would be like he's trying to do me, but he's not doing it right. You know, it was basically like that. Not to, I do mean to insult you, but not really. So
hello, this is Robert Janos, and this is a video of some kind, and I hope you enjoy it.
But they won't. But anyway, so yeah, that was Twisted 3. Also, just random elements they added to the gameplay that I hated. Like, you know, originally it was like very simple. It's like you're a car and you have to destroy all the other cars and you win the map. Then they were like, hey, you need to destroy all these like random little boxes while you're doing this. Otherwise the cars will just keep respawning. But you don't. Your health will not regenerate, so you'll just always lose. It was just like, I hate this. I hate everything you did. And then you get all the way to the end to see like their story conclusion. It was like, hey, we don't understand these characters at all. They basically went Last Jedi on the fucking Twisted Metal universe. Hated it. Twisted Metal Black was good though, but that was largely made by the original dev team.
All right, so I got about 5 minutes before I gotta fuck off and go back to work.
Fine. Where's the PlayStation? The Pets.com owner or founder bought it from Terry. Are you talking about the thing I'm holding in the photo? I mean, that was sold over a year ago for $334,000. Well, get your final Rob questions in, I guess. I'll let him maintain.
Rob, you need to do Adam right. I don't know. I do right by Adam, but I do Adam dirty, not right.
That's right.
Oh.
Stop asking political questions. We're not going to answer that. This is not a political channel, and it's getting really fucking annoying. Like, this is an escape from it. I do not care about your politics. Left, right, center, bullshit. I don't give a fuck, but stop bringing it in here. Nobody in here wants to talk about that. This is escapism. So stop asking me what I think of a particular political candidate. You're not going to get an answer.
And Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, Fast and the Furious. Yeah, of course. I'm just as offended by Fast and the Furious, obviously.
Let's see. Favorite Atari 7800 game? You mentioned Midnight Mutants. Midnight Mutants is really, really good. That's the I think the Monsters game, if I'm correct. That is a very good game. What was the first video game I bought with my own money? It's gonna sound fucking terrible, but it was like Madden, like 1994 or 1995 on the Sega Genesis. I remember I went to Funkoland, which was kind of a predecessor to GameStop, and I saw like a new football game, and I traded all of my amazing fucking Sega Genesis games for this stupid fucking Madden game, and I paid out of pocket, and that was the first one that I ever did.
If the PlayStation prototype was that cheap, why didn't Lodmott buy it? I don't know, man. He was probably drunk. He told us the other day, like 50% of the time when we're talking to him, he's just drunk off his ass. I'm like, you shouldn't have that much money and drunk donate.
I mean, maybe Lodmott is the Pets.com guy.
He could be, and he may not even know it. When you're like that level of wealthy, I imagine that happens all the time. Like, I just found out I own, Pepsi. I had no idea.
Is Rob going to take over the podcast eventually and become a standard edition to it? I mean, I'm effectively a standard edition, but
that's actually up to you guys. That's up to them.
Yeah.
It's a Patreon tier. As long as the Patreon stays above $400 a month, then Rob stays. At the moment, it's there, but that could literally fail any month. I'm not even kidding. Like, at the moment, it's there because Abdullah is on the podcast. He's a guest. He's paying to be there. If he were to drop out, like, done. Rob goes too. Like, there wouldn't be enough. So it's literally like, support it. Keep Rob around. You support me. Again, he's the Horse Armor DLC. He makes the podcast better or worse, depending on your perspective.
Rob or Adam, what console have you changed your opinion on most over time? I'm going to say the N64 because for the longest time, that was the console I had the most nostalgia for. And I got a lot of games for it. And recently, I've just kind of thought less and less of it, ironically. I'm kind of like falling out of love with it a little bit. I mean, the games I have I still love, but I used to think of it as like my first or second favorite console of all time. And now it's like, I don't know if it's top 10, but, it's not. It's definitely not as great as I thought it was.
Dude, Keith is in the chat.
Hey, Keith Ehrlich, how you doing, man?
Yeah. He said, "I've got." Yeah, I know. I'm including you in what I said. Even if Abdullah dropped out, like we would still fall under. So it's. I mean, yes, if you fell out too, it would be the same thing. Because what happened is we lost like quite a few people in the last couple of months. And Keith actually saved your ass. I don't know if you realize this, but he saved your ass. But it's still mostly down to Abdullah at this point. As for the question about like consoles, I changed my opinion on. You kind of went the opposite direction. You said like something you loved to something you didn't love. I'll go with something. Well, I'll go with something I didn't love to something I did love, which was the GameCube. For the longest time, I was like, GameCube's like a child's toy. I don't really care about this. I think even in some of my earlier videos, I was like, GameCube is mostly pointless. And I look back and I'm like, what the hell was I talking about? Like, it's a great console. It aged so much better and so much more gracefully than a lot of consoles did.
The funny thing is, I always considered like the GameCube to be like Nintendo's equivalent of the Dreamcast, and I guess technically it was. They're in the same generation, but like a real gamers console with a lot of great exclusive content.
Yeah.
Kind of no extra bullshit. It's just like it's video games are bust, and it's really really great.
Do you have any of that Sega PC hardware, like the graphics card they did for some Saturn games? No, I know exactly what you're talking about, but no, I don't have that. That was a weird thing where Sega was like kind of supporting PC and Saturn and Dreamcast like all at the same time.
Which is better, WrestleMania 2000 or No Mercy? No Mercy by a
I
mile.
would give the exact opposite answer. Like I put a bajillion hours into 2000. I don't remember playing No Mercy for more than a few minutes.
It's the same engine, but the No Mercy has a better character creator. It's got better match types.
Is No Mercy the newer of the two?
It was the last one, yeah.
Yeah, then it's probably better technically. It's just that I didn't have that experience with it because I put so much into 2000. I mean, it's the same thing for those WCW games. They were like the exact same engine, but I'm sure they were more prototypey. Did Shenmue 3 live up to my expectations? Yes, because I knew what to expect. A lot of people went into that game thinking like, this is going to be the end of the series. And it's always like, why do you think that? No one ever said that this is going to be the last game. It was never intended to be. I went into it going, it's going to be more Shenmue, and it unapologetically was more Shenmue. I did an entire like 40-minute review of this, so you can watch that if you want to. Favorite racing game? Mario Kart 64, if that counts. I don't know why it wouldn't.
Absolutely.
But I sometimes I feel like when people hear that or say that, they're expecting like a Gran Turismo type of answer, like a more realistic one. Favorite console add-ons? That's an interesting one. Probably the Sega CD.
Sega CD, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be my favorite.
Well, there you go. Did you say you have to go? Is that what you're just about to do?
Yeah, let's get like one more good question, and then I gotta bounce.
We got this. I've up to $30 a month on Patreon. # Save Rob. Did you just do that? Because I haven't received any sort of notification, so I'm gonna have to trust you on that.
Thank you, Cax. I like you. You got your GameCube logo and your username. I like you. You're my favorite.
I met Cax once. I think it was a Missouri Game Con. Yeah, that's good because you'll get to pick a subject too. Hopefully, you'll make your subject the Snyder Cut. Just saying, that'd be nice. People have been asking me about that, but I can't talk about it because I'm just like, it's too new. I don't want to ruin that for people.
Yeah. By the way, I'm watching it on Monday, so if we do need to talk about it on the podcast, I'll be prepared.
That's good. I might rewatch it because it's such a long thing that you're just like, oh right, that happened.
Nikolai Antonov, I'm going to donate to the Patreon this month. Don't worry, bro. I don't worry. I don't worry. I love doing the podcast.
His life will move on. He'll go into the store every day and be hounded as to why he's not on this show. That'll be his life.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the hardest piece to obtain in your Dreamcast collection? It's really funny you asked me this. I was on a podcast last night, Jamie Plays Games. A lot of people in my Discord know who he is. And they asked me exactly the same question, and I said that it's nothing you would ever expect. I broke down like all these really rare oddball Dreamcast items, and I was like, none of these were a problem. You know what was? There was a Hong Kong only release of a game called Dream Para Para that was an indie game, and it came with its own special controller. That was by far the hardest thing to find, but I eventually got it.
actually just I bought a Dreamcast game today at Digital Press. One that it's not hard to find, but I was having trouble like coming across it in person. It's Typing of the Dead.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just could not find a copy for the fucking life of me, and my coworker actually traded one in this morning. I'm like, mine now, gimme, yeah, and yeah, so I'm very happy to pick that up.
Well, that's good. There's a new Dreamcast game coming out called Texorcist, which is a new Dreamcast game that uses the keyboard like significantly.
Nice.
I think you can. There's the link to it is in the Keep Dreaming tab of my Discord, but you can also just Google it, I'm sure.
All right, I'm gonna answer one more, and then I'm gonna go.
All right then.
Favorite shoot 'em up? Probably Ikaruga.
That's a good one.
I really love Ikaruga. Anyway, I'm going to bounce, Adam. Always a pleasure talking with you.
No, it's not. You know that.
Yeah.
What he means is a pleasure talking to you guys. He doesn't enjoy talking to me. Trust me.
I'm just talking at the chat. I can't.
Yeah, see, that's the part you like, and that's fine.
Anyway, I will talk to you, I guess, in a week or two when we do the podcast.
All right. Or you could message me later, but, whatever, do you. I'll talk to you later.
Whatever.
All right, bye.
Whatever.
Bye.
Whatever. Anyway.
All right. Okay. Well, hope you guys enjoyed having a cameo from Rob. We are now over 5 hours, everybody. I don't know how much longer we're going to be going, though, to be honest. I don't have any real great reason to try and break the record. I'm not really feeling it, but, I'm still here. How's beard maintenance going? Fine. I don't really have to do that much. I just kind of occasionally trim it. That's about it. Besides your own, what's your favorite Back to the Future movie between 2 and 3? So you're basically just asking me which movie I like better, Back to the Future 2 or 3. I guess I would say 3. Back to the Future 2 always suffered from the fact that, and I don't blame him for this because it was impossible to not deal with this, but Robert Zemeckis was making 2 at the exact same time that he was making Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And of course, that production was insane. So the amount of effort that it was even able to be put into Back to the Future 2 is amazing. What really should have happened is that they should have postponed the Back to the Future sequels like an extra year. But it didn't happen because I think Universal put too much pressure on him, while Disney was also wanting to complete Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So he was basically doing 2 productions at the exact same time. Thoughts on Bubsy 3D? I don't have any. What's the record currently? 8 hours and 3 minutes. Though, to be completely honest, last time I bluffed, and you guys called me on it, because the only reason I kept going is I said, okay, fine, you have to super chat like regularly, and then like every time you do that, you'll buy yourself like 2 more minutes, thinking nobody would do it. And then you guys kept me here for like an extra hour and a half. I don't know if I'm willing to make that deal this time, to be totally honest, but whatever. Favorite character from Rick and Morty? Oh, I do love that show. Probably just Rick. None of the side characters are like that awesome. I kind of like Goldenfold, like the teacher. I think he's hilarious. I don't know. That's just such a good show all around, especially that first season. What video game consoles do you want to do a generation recap video on? Aside from the handhelds, obviously. Let's say probably I don't have them. If I had them, you'd have already seen them. So consoles like the FM Towns Marty, but I don't have it. I would love to do that. So we'll see. Challenge accepted. All right. Well, I didn't pose the challenge just yet, Cax, but I don't know. Again, whatever. Donate if you want. I appreciate it. I'm not sure I'm opening the door to being like, oh, okay, every time somebody donates, they buy time. Because I'm still here, but I do appreciate the support. What about the noob? What? Is that like a season 4 character? Favorite Simpsons character? Also great. I just marathoned that whole show too. The problem is there's so many characters on The Simpsons. and none of them are really that consistent. Like there's sometimes when I'd say Homer's like my favorite, and then you get to jerk ass Homer, and I don't really like him. So I don't know. It's not like a lot of shows where there's just like one definitive iconic character that's the best. Why is Verd so odd? I mean, he likes the CDI. I don't know, man. Is Verd asleep? He might be asleep. Verd's the guy in my... No, he's awake. He's live streaming in the Discord. Verd just like fucking lives in that Discord, man. To be honest, after upping to $30 a month on Patreon, I may have to super chat less. That's totally understandable. Oh yeah, it says you did edit your pledge to $30. Well, thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. Rick and Morty character Noob season 3. I don't remember that. I remember Pickle Rick. That was like the most iconic one of that season. And of course the whole damn Szechuan sauce thing. Will you try to find a super A-can and a true classic? Dude, I'd love to. But you have to go to Taiwan to get that shit. I've actually looked into proxies. And like they do exist. Like people will ship them from Taiwan. But it's just like so expensive. And it's just like whatever. If I was going to import like one really bizarre console, I would want to get the Samsung Saturn. But that's impossible. Family Guy, which character do you like? Again, same type of thing. Like I've watched all of it, and I haven't watched that show in a while, so I don't have a great. I always like Stewie, but then every once in a while, he becomes like he just goes way too far, and then the show kind of breaks on itself. Like that 2-parter where he like finally kills Lois, and even they make a joke about like, well, they couldn't keep it that way, so they had to undo it. So it's like, oh, it was a dream, and I hate that. And they're like, yeah, that's wrong. Just calling out that you ripped off the audience doesn't fix that. Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Poopy Butthole is hilarious. That's true, Rick and Roy. Ooh wee. I don't do the best Mr. Poopy Butthole. Have I ever heard of Super Ed or Make Me Bad 35? No, I have not. If I can only play games from one company for the rest of my life, who would it be? Does that include stuff that already exists, or is it just like from here on out? What kind of tacos do you like? I like Los Angeles street tacos. I do not eat at things like Taco Bell. The best tacos I've ever had are just like the street, like legit Mexican ones that you'll get in like Los Angeles. Those are the fucking best I've ever had. You name a food, I'll tell you are the best place to get it, at least in my experience. And it's never like, oh, everything in my local town is the best, because that's anybody who thinks that is small-minded, man. You gotta venture out and try stuff in other places. Places are known for things because they're good at those things. So when you're like, my local pizza place in the middle of Des Moines, Iowa is the best. No, you're totally wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about. So just you gotta try other stuff. Is Abdullah here? Somebody Pizza mentioned Abdullah or Nikolai. Where's Abdullah? I didn't see him. Why can't 3D Mario shoot fireballs? Yeah, Mario's always totally inconsistent. Sometimes water he can drown, other times it makes him stronger, other times it doesn't matter at all. Burritos are superior to tacos. Yes, depending on where you are. The best burritos I've ever had are always in Austin, Texas. But the best tacos I've ever had are always in Los Angeles. So you kind of need to go to both and try them both. But if you're like, oh, dude, I went to Chipotle, fuck off. Like, Chipotle's gross. If that's your interpretation of a burrito, then nope. Did you watch the Rocco's Modern Life special on Netflix? What did you think? Yes, I did. It was a while ago. I liked it a lot. I was surprised, like, how dedicated they were to just picking up right where the show left off. Like, they just go from the finale from the mid-90s to the next one and to that episode, and it's like, oh, they in the end of that show they basically take off in this house as like a rocket into space, and this they just come back and it's like, okay, we're just continuing. All right, I'm on board. I enjoyed it. I thought it was painfully short. I would have loved to have seen more, but I get why they didn't, because it was just kind of a softball project where they're just like, we'll try it, and then they did that for years. Like, that project was in production for a long time. But I'm glad it exists. It's nice to have a slight extension. I don't know if it has like an official DVD or Blu-ray release. If it does, I'd love to get that. I don't really like the idea of it being limited to streaming, but maybe one day. What's your favorite non-Chicago deep dish place? You mean, so you're asking me where have I had deep dish not from Chicago that was good? Or do you mean like outside of Chicago, what is the best pizza I've had? Which one of those is your question? Owner of Video Games Exchange in Madison doesn't understand why the Midwest Gaming Classic doesn't invite you. I know, he's told me that to my face. And the even weirder thing about that is some of the guys who run that are some of the founders of like the Dreamcast indie scene, like Dan Lucen. He made like Feet of Fury and some of that stuff. I know they run that. And he's absolutely right. They've never contacted me. They've never reached out about it. I'm in their backyard. Like I could just drive up there. I don't even need a hotel. Like I just give me a pass. I'll show up. They've never done it. I don't know if they really care all that much about having guests. I mean, you know, they have some, but maybe I'm just not I'm not their cup of tea. No, pizza that isn't deep dish. Okay, then you got to go to New York. I forget the name of it specifically. There's a place in Brooklyn that's just like amazing. Scott the Canadian, funny enough, recommended it to me. And it was awesome. The best one I remember though, at least in Manhattan, Uncle Paul's Pizza. It's like right by the old MetLife building, in the Grand Central Station there. That, like every time I'm in Manhattan, I'm like, fucking, we're going over here. And I'm going to go order my margarita pizza and my buffalo chicken pizza, which doesn't sound like a normal combination for me, but I'm telling you, bomb as shit. It's awesome. It's outside of Chicago. It's the best pizza I've ever had. But it is also not meant to be competitive because they're different styles. That's one thing I'll never understand. People are like, pizza from this city is better than this city, when they're not trying to be the same thing. That's like saying, my car is better than your airplane. It's like they're not fulfilling the same function. Do you own a Sega channel adapter? No, I do not. Which YouTubers do you like to watch? You know what's funny is I don't watch that many of my fellow YouTubers. I used to, and then I started to get to actually know them like on a personal level. So it's kind of hard to separate that from entertainment. Like it's like that's my friend talking, you know what I mean? So it's like it's hard to connect on that same level anymore. So most of the stuff I watch on YouTube is like legit people I do not know who do not really cover video games. Like I like Mr. Sunday Movies. I've never spoken to the gentleman. He's from Australia. They have a great channel, whatever. I've never talked to him ever. Midnight's Edge, same type of thing. I watch a lot of movie ones. I watch a lot of like general entertainment ones. But video game ones, like unless it's like something that's really uniquely interesting to me for one reason or another, I rarely ever watch. And also part of that is like I'm in that ecosystem, so I'll end up covering stuff like that. So if I start watching like, hey, Dreamcast guy, my buddy Max, he made a video. I was going to talk about that, and I'll watch his video, and then you accidentally take too much material from it, or at least you feel like you do. And I kind of like to go in fresh to any particular subject, so I don't typically watch a lot of the gaming related stuff. Still Alive super chats. What are your thoughts on getting repro cards for games that are super expensive? For or against? No opinion. Honestly, I would say that's contextually. Well, first, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, that's entirely up to you. There's no there's no moral quandary of whether or not you get a repro or not, as long as you know it's a repro going into it. What's bullshit is when they sell you like a fake pirate cartridge and then they're like, yeah, this is real. That's not cool. But if you're the guy who's like, hey man, I want to get I don't even know if there are repros. This is not even a great example. Let's say Earthbound, right? Earthbound's expensive game. Repros of it are probably much cheaper. And they even have some updated versions. But let's say it's not an updated version. Say it's just like straight up the original one. You're like, I don't want to pay all that, but I want to have my own cart. If you're satisfied with that, that's cool. Just don't pretend like you have the original. I wouldn't do that personally, but there are situations where I would. Like Mega Man Wily Wars for the Genesis. I have a repro of that. And that one's a great example of why you should do it, because that game was never released here. It was released in Europe, but runs in 50 hertz and it's region locked. But you could get the repro of it, which will run here. It will run in 60 hertz, and it's a much more affordable option. The only official release of it we ever got was actually the Sega Genesis Mini Classic thing. Mega Man Wily Wars is on that. That was the first time I got an official release here. So in that scenario, hell yes, get the repro. But that's a specific case, and that's usually my approach. The same thing with like, I got Dark Side for the 32X. Same situation. Released in Europe, runs at 50 hertz, region locked, not really playable, expensive as hell. Or get the Dark Side repro for like whatever it was, like $50. It's region now, the North American region, runs at the correct frame rate, much better. So case specific is what I would say. Thank you for the super chat. Rank the pizza places: Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, Domino's, and Papa John's. All of them are dumpster trash. I would never eat at any of those places. That's like literally, you might as well just, hey, we have 4 dumpsters. Which of them do you want to eat out of? None. I'm not going to do that. That's disgusting. Do I own a Dream Pie? Do you go online with it? I do not. I don't have one. Uncle Paul's Pizza was pretty damn good when I went there. Yeah, Uncle Paul's Pizza in New York ain't playing, man. That's a great place. That's a New York thing, though. Like, every New Yorker is like, no. This is the good pizza place. You gotta go to, you don't go to that one. No, that one's bullshit. You gotta go to this one. This is a good one. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I met up with Jontron once, and even he was like, yeah, go to this place. That's the pizza place. Like, every fucking person in New York has their own pizza place. Mine, even though I'm not from there, is Uncle Paul's Pizza in Manhattan. Does Madison have any decent places as you recall? I assume you're talking about pizza. The answer to that, they have a Rosati's, which is a Chicago chain that happens to have a Rosati's up there. In Chicago, Rosati's would be like average. Up there, it's probably the best thing you've got. I know the locals will be like, Glass Nickel. Glass Nickel is acceptable if you're like, I'm not drunk, but if I was, it would be like the perfect thing. It's like, it's better than all those fast food ones we just recommended, or I didn't recommend the fast food ones I just talked about, but only like slightly better. If I were you, I would always go to Rosati's and never look back. I'll probably go to Pizza Hut later only because it's cheap. Dude, love your body. Don't do that to yourself. Don't eat Pizza Hut. It's literally like, I think it's made out of old clowns. Like, it's not good. Don't eat it. Fast food burger place. We actually talked about this before. The answer is I really don't have one because I don't not eat at fast food burger places. I don't eat at fast food in general. I mean, I know I look like I do, but I don't. Subway is like the only time where I kind of break that just because it's so everywhere and it's like the least awful of them all while still not being, good. Are you ever going to do other travel tips video like you did for Japan? Do one of the states. I'd love to see your input on where to visit and so on. So I did that for Japan because this is, keep it real, this is more of a gaming centric channel, as I'm sure you guys know. And so Japan is the one country where you can kind of do that for, and people will actually kind of listen because they want to go, because, they just do, to pick up video games and all that sort of stuff. But like, I kind of did that once in a podcast for when I went to Cuba. I gave like the whole story about here's what you do. But the truth is, outside of a couple of blurbs here and there, people don't care. Like, people do not want to hear like, hey, if you ever go to California, this is what you should do. Like, people in California can already tell you that. Like, they don't need my opinion on that. So I can only give you like little bits and pieces. Japan is just the most, shall we say, exotic one where people actually want to go. Like, I'm not going to make a video about, all right, guys, if you go down to Yap in the Federated States of Micronesia, which I have actually been to, nobody's going to watch that video. Nobody's going to care because nobody's ever going to seek out going there. So it's not... Japan's really the only one where that works. Made out of old clowns, that's probably why it tastes funny. Ah! You don't really have much of a reason to come here since leaving GSP. Yes, although I did have to go there last year because I had a project with Ben Heck, which I have not finished because of the pandemic. Very annoying. What's the best city or area to get games in from Japan? Dude, that's such a big question. You don't even realize how big of a question that is. The short answer to that would be look for any hard off in the Osaka, Kansai area or the Tokyo Bay area. That's the super short answer. I'm like, literally, dude, I did a 97-minute video about this. That's how long this takes to dissect. So go watch that. Stone money is still used in Yap, apparently. Yes, and trust me, they ain't playing with that shit. That is a real thing. You literally, for those who don't know, and I'm sure most of you don't, and I don't blame you because I had never heard of this. In the Federated States of Micronesia, Yap specifically is an island in the middle of the South Pacific, and it's a former American territory. So the primary currency there is the USD. No problem. But stone money is literally giant, like concrete discs that they've cut out, and then they cut little circles in, and like it's a sign of like pride, but it's literal currency. And per their laws, you can't even buy land there without it. And it's passed on from generation to generation. And you might think, well, could I just like steal some guys and like move it? No, not only because it's logistically impossible, it's like it's literally moving a fucking boulder that's hundreds and hundreds of years old, but at the same time it's seen as like the most appalling possible crime you can commit, to the point where no local would ever consider doing it. So it's something. Akihabara, dude, don't go to Akihabara. That's literally every noob's move. It's like, I've never been to Japan, I should go to Akihabara. That's where the games and the anime are. That's like someone from Europe coming to America with no idea what to do. They're like, I should go to Disneyland and I should go to New York. Those are a big place. Yes? Like, no. Like, no. That's not really representative. Akihabara is a great spectacle. It's like going to Vegas, but everything there is designed to steal from you. Like, everything there is like 10 times more expensive than if you just went down the fucking street and tried a little harder. I would never recommend going to Akihabara other than just to look at shit. But to buy stuff there, you are a fool. I've got a book off near me in Los Angeles, which is cool. Yeah, the American ones are not that great. I've been to the one in New York. I've been to 2 of them in Honolulu. Funny enough, I've never been to any of the California ones, though. But I mean, the problem is at that point, it's just American stuff. Whereas what makes them interesting is the Japanese stuff. I've actually been to the one in Paris as well, which was kind of odd, to see like a French one. Because you get all this European stuff, but at the same time, like, it was nothing I needed, because there aren't that many European exclusives that are interesting. Super Potato has a nice little arcade at the top, though. Yeah, I guess, but like, whatever. Like, Super Potato is a place. It's a museum where the stuff in it is for sale. It's not a good place to buy video games. If I go to Japan, would you recommend going to Osaka or Tokyo first? Most of the game hunting I plan to do is both. That's kind of a big one. The first one I ever did was the Osaka area. Now I mostly go to the Tokyo area. To be completely frank with you, if I was to go back for any length of time, I would probably just go to both. First time, though, really you could do either. Tokyo's a little more intimidating because it's bigger. Osaka's smaller. It's easier to navigate on foot, but it also depends on what your interests are. Like, I hate tourism in the sense of like, let's go see the old ruins of the castle, and like, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't want to do any of that. That's actually why I didn't like Kyoto all that much, because everybody's like, Kyoto's like the spiritual city, and it's got all these like old relics and these old wooden houses and shit. And I'm like, where are the games? I don't give a fuck about any of this. Like, nothing against the Japanese, obviously. I'm like, I wouldn't look at this if I lived next to it. I don't care. Like, I'm not here for this. I'm here for food and video games and like the work stuff I have to do. So again, it completely depends on your interests. If you're planning to go there for 3 weeks and you want to ride the rails, get the J Pass, which is a tourist thing that the JR line train system will sell you, that gives you infinite use on any of their trains for the entire duration of how long the pass is. So you can get, I think it's like 7 days, 14 days, or 21 days, depending on which one you pick. It's expensive, but it's worth it if you take the Shinkansen, aka the bullet train from Osaka to Tokyo, because that train ride is $150 each way. So the J Pass is like $300 for like 7 days. So unless you're going to take the Shinkansen there and back and then also use the JR lines a lot, then it's not a good use of your money. So just be prepared for that. I would actually recommend that if you're brand new to Japan, just pick one city unless money isn't that much of a concern. Again, depends on your goals. Do you enjoy Shenmue more in Japanese or English? Japanese audio and English subtitles. That's how I prefer it. Mostly because the funny thing is, Corey, who voices Rio, is a friend of mine. I've made friends with multiple people who do the voice acting. It's kind of like what I was talking about with YouTube before. Once you start to get to know people in it, it starts to get a little weird. Like, I hear Corey in the game. I'm like, man, I call you up and we make fun of each other. Like, I call you a dickhead. You know what I mean? It's weird to hear you just talking about sailors right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a different environment. So I've met Masaya Matsukaze multiple times. He voices Rio, but I certainly don't know the man. You know, like, he doesn't speak English. I don't speak Japanese. We don't have conversations. So it's more like it still has like that freshness, if you will. We got a donation on PayPal from, I'm just going to say your first name in case you don't want me to say your last, Fabian, who says, would you ever do a brief video on movies or TV series you haven't reviewed? Examples: Mandalorian, WandaVision, Bill and Ted, Coming to America, Soul. You want me to, like, you mean just a video dedicated to just talking about movies and TV? Probably not, because that's not really what this channel is associated with. That's why I save that kind of stuff for the podcast, because I feel like that's more universal and people can click the time code and watch the thing and not have to sit through everything else if they don't want to. That's kind of my outlet for that stuff, in addition to the live streaming. The only difference with live streaming is you don't know who's watching and they have no control over what you say. So I don't want to be like, hey guys, have you seen WandaVision? Because this crazy thing happens. That's why I don't do that, because I don't want to ruin that. I hate spoilers. I hate doing that to people. So at least with the podcast, we're like, hey, we're about to talk about WandaVision. We will be spoiling it. So if you don't want to watch it, click here and you'll skip ahead. So that's why I do that way. Making an entire video about it, I just think I would get too many complaints about people being like, I don't want to watch this. It's not what I'm here for. I would have to make like an entire separate channel talking about it. And to be honest, I just don't have the interest in running a second channel just like this, all about movie reviews and so on and so forth, especially in the current ecosystem of like, I would have to start putting a lot of footage into it as opposed to just some guy sitting there talking. And I don't want to do it. I hate the editing. I love to give the opinions, but it has to be in the right context. So hopefully that answers. Thank you, Fabian. Do not go to the book-offs in California because they're crap. I believe it. Like I said, the American ones are not good. I've been to the one in Manhattan. I've been to 2 of them in Honolulu. They're not good. They're much smaller. The concept is nice, but it's all just American stuff. So it's all shit I've seen a million times in other places. That's part of the draw of the Japanese ones, is like they have all the cool Japanese stuff, which is of course foreign to me. And then it's got all this stuff that is known to be expensive, but there it's like super cheap. That's what's great about it. So that's like the thrill of the hunt thing too. It would have to be a secondary channel, not to negatively affect primary channel with the YouTube algorithm, but that might be too much work for a one-man show. Essentially, yes. Like, there was a time in my life where I worked on 4 different channels at once, and it was kind of nuts. Like, and granted, this was the only one where I did 100% of it, but it was just too much, man. And then I started getting, like, too many options to go do other things, and so it's like, I just didn't want to keep, it was too much work. And, like, to the point of, like, I'm hating everything, and I would have to like constantly jump around in ways I didn't want. So I don't want to go through that again. But believe me, I've thought about it. It's not like I've never thought, like, wouldn't it be great to make an entire channel about like travel tips? Because I get sent to a lot of places, or I did pre-pandemic. How cool would be like, hey, I'm here for this thing for whatever reason, but while I'm here, I'll do an entire video about, hey guys, here's travel tips for Guam. Now, travel tip number 1, you know, but not so horribly not me, but you get what I'm saying. Flannel Flats, Justin, right? What up, man? You said, I just stopped in to say hi before I head out. Hope you're doing well. Heard any news of a possible Missouri GameCon this year? Anyway, have a good rest of your live chat, brother. Yo, dude, thank you again. Justin saved my ass at Missouri GameCon one year when I needed to buy something. I had no cash, and he's like, I got you, dog. I paid him back through PayPal, but he had the cash on him, so appreciate that. And also, he drives up from Arkansas every time. Awesome guy. I don't know if they're like, they want to do it, obviously, but it's like, you got to wait post-pandemic. Everybody's got to be vaccinated, all that sort of stuff. So you have to be like, you know, we're going to get to that point. I know people have a problem with vaccinations. I'm not here to talk about that, but I just want you to understand the reality. We are going to get a point where you get that little vaccination card. I have mine where I got shot number 1, but not shot number 2 yet. There will be a point where that card, for a while anyway, will essentially be a form of ID necessary to do a lot of the things we all enjoyed pre-pandemic. Eventually, it will not be necessary. That's how these things go throughout history. Again, regardless of your thoughts, you don't have to get vaccinated if you want to. I do recommend doing it, but if you don't want to do it, just understand you are intentionally cutting yourself off from a lot of the activities you will enjoy for a needless time. Obviously, that's up to everybody. However, do it whatever the hell you want. I'm just telling you that's gonna happen. Mullet Man. Oh my God, Adam's still going. Yeah, we're at 5.5 hours now. We had a little cameo from Rob. Somebody said to call Corey. I didn't tell him about this, so I don't really want to bug him. I don't like to just put people on the spot. Rob's different. I can harass him. I mean, I could kind of harass Corey, but he might actually be live streaming himself. He live streams a lot now on Twitch. A lot of different video games, not just Shenmue. He does a lot of Sega's stuff. He does like the Yakuza games. I know he's doing Alien Isolation right now. Mo Game Con. God, I miss it. That turned out to be the last convention. Mo Game Con Junior 2019. No, 2020, the very beginning of the year. Turned out it was like February of that year. Turned out to be the last convention I got to go to, at least up until this point, because there still haven't been any yet. Oh, I miss it. That was where I got the new one, actually, was that year, that event. Do shorts for that kind of stuff on this channel? No, I'm not going to do it, man. Like, I'm telling you, I've been doing YouTube for 12 years. I know enough now to understand the consequences of doing stuff like that, where you just like randomly make a video. It's like, this has nothing to do with the channel in any way. It pisses people off. Like, I'll tell you, guys are probably more like, shall we say, loyal viewers, because you're sitting here, there's 130 of you almost, sitting here watching a fat guy sweat and just ramble for 5.5 hours while he burps uncontrollably. You guys are the loyals. But what will happen is, anytime you put out a video, you will lose subscribers. It always happens. And because of that, you know, you have to be somewhat particular about it. You have to like stick to certain themes, because people get used to your channel being a very specific way. I promise you, live streams, I don't do these to gain attraction, because it doesn't happen. You will lose lots of, like, I promise you, this live stream will probably cost me at least 100 subscribers just for its own existence. That always happens. The key is to just try and get more than you're losing. But in the case of doing a live stream, like, it always costs more than you gain. Like, what was so I did the, not too long ago, like literally my previous video was the Atari Lynx and Jaguar like new games thing, right? 2021 games. And after you make a video, it will tell you like how many subscribers you lost or gained as a result of a video. That one, net negative 1 subscriber. Now, you actually do lose more than that. You probably lose like 20 or 30, but you also then appeal to another audience, so you gain like 20 or 30. The key is to come out ahead. That's the trick. And it's that's how people are. Like, they look in their subscription feed and they're like, guy live stream for 5 hours, fuck this guy, unsubbed. Like, people do that. Like, and they do it a lot. It's really frequent. But at least they subscribed. It was probably for the reason of like, this guy talks about games, because that's just what the channel became. But if I were to be like, hey guys, we're regularly going to start making travel vlogs or something, people are like, dude, fuck this guy. I subscribed for the video game recaps, not this bullshit. And they wouldn't be wrong. Do you recall how often you saw Neo Geo CDs or PCFX in Japan? Neither of them were like super common, but I certainly didn't have a hard time finding them. I would say between the two, Neo Geo CD was more prevalent. Although the last time I was there, so the first couple of trips I was ever there, I would see Neo Geo CD games constantly. Not necessarily the console, you'd see that from time to time, but the games, I would see them everywhere. It was like finding PS1 games. It was just whatever, they're always here. So the last couple of trips, I was like, oh, I should get more Neo Geo CD games. And they became really hard to find. Like, I got a bunch, but I still was having a lot harder time. It's like somebody decided, hey, we're just going to start either cleansing these, or somebody else was buying them. I don't really know. But so I got a bunch of those. somebody is in denial about the idea that you might need the COVID like vaccine card, look into airlines, buddy. They're going to start requiring it. Mass events like stadiums, that eventually will be a necessity for a time. It will not be a long time, hopefully, but it's going to be a thing for a little bit. You know, it's the unfortunate necessity of reopening. Like, you can reopen all you want, but COVID's not going anywhere unless we eliminate it. And you may not like the idea of vaccines, whatever your reasons are. Vaccines is the way to kill it. It's the way to win. And so a card will basically say like, hey, this person is not contagious and cannot be contagious. They did what they needed to do. They're fine. It's going to be a thing. And eventually it will undo itself, because eventually COVID will go away. We will beat it at some point. I'm just warning you, like, this is how governments and history work. There will be a phase there where you need that. You can deny it. It doesn't make a difference to me. I got it. I understand this is going to happen. I understand that aircraft will require it. I understand things like that will require it. Eventually those things will go away. But they go away faster when people just take the fucking vaccine and move on. Like, whatever. Adam, I'm sure you commented already, but how much of a leap forward is the new Switch be? That's impossible to say because it doesn't exist. Like, we just don't have enough information, if it even is going to exist. I think that, like, the one they're talking about now is like, oh, it might have a better screen or something. It's just, we're not there. What's the rarest game in my collection? I don't really know. That really depends on your definition. Because, you know, I've got some prototypes and stuff like that. So what do you count? I'm planning on moving to Japan in a few years via the JET program once I get my bachelor's. I visited Japan once and loved it. Any tip you would recommend to me in terms of location and tip for a second timer? Well, I certainly have no tips on living there other than what my friends have told me. You don't have to answer this question, but what is your ethnicity? Are you Japanese or are you like anything else? Let me know if you're comfortable telling me that. I'll elaborate on why I'm bringing it up. Greetings from Argentina. Greetings from the U.S. Thank you for joining. Since you've been to all 50 states, do you have a least favorite or one you don't remember doing anything in? So that's true. When I turned 13 is when we hit all 50 states. Something you guys probably don't know about me, because I don't really talk about it much, because it has to do with like my mom and when I was younger and all that, was her job had, I mentioned a little earlier how she was like, she had this job where she was like, you know, her company's like, all right, we have clients and we need you to go do things and you have to entertain them and all that stuff. We got a sticker from Castlemania Games. How's it going? Hey, what's up, man? I actually was shouting you out earlier on in this stream and saying you were probably going to pop in. So yeah, go support Castlemania Games. Ryan is an MVP. And Ryan, do you have any random things you want people to go follow you on Twitter and you'll give away or something like that? Let me know and we can make a thing out of it. Back to Japan though for a second. What was I talking about? Oh, all the states. So when I was a kid, my mom's job was like that, where she was being told like, you have to go here, you have to entertain like these clients for this company and blah, blah, blah. But you know, she had 2 kids and she basically was like, if you want me to do this, you got to take send my kids along. So she sent me all these things. So I got a lot of like, oh, here's how flying works. I got a lot of that out of my system as a kid. Also, she had the foresight to open me like, you know, frequent flyer accounts and everything, and just so I'd have that eventually when I got older. So like, she really set me up in that regard. But you end up, you know, sometimes you go to a state where it's like intentional. Like, I want to go to Alaska. That was the last one. It's like, oh, that's cool. We're gonna check out Anchorage. Sometimes you're just like, hey, we need to go to, I don't remember. We were like, we need to go to New Orleans. But we have and we're in, you know, Charlotte or something like that. We could just fly there. But if you guys want, the company will pay for it. We can rent a car and I can just drive you guys and we can go through all the states in between. And that's how you get things like South Carolina out of the way. As an adult, I've gone back to Georgia and I've enjoyed Atlanta. But you know, Alabama and Mississippi, like this is the one time you ever really go there and you just kind of stop, you get some food, you just check it out. But like a lot of those states, honestly, I don't really remember that well. So I can't say I have like a least favorite or anything. But yeah, I've been to all 50 of those. I've been to DC and I've been to 2 territories. I've been to Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, which is hilarious because they're like, they're not the two hardest, but they're two of the harder ones. Whereas the two easier ones, like Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, I've never been to, and I've never met anyone in the world who has been to American Samoa. That's on my list, but damn, that's a trek. That's the only part of the U.S. that's in the southern hemisphere. That's closer to Australia than it is to Hawaii. Yeah. Anyway, again, thank you to Ryan at Castlevania Games. Oh, we also got another sticker from James Hughes. He says, "You are amazing." No, you are amazing because you're helping to support the channel, and I very much appreciate it. You guys keep the lights on. You keep all this going. That's awesome. Hopefully, Acro. Okay, you're a Native American. Do you? All right. Do you look white? And I know that's an offensive question. I'm not trying to be that way, but I'm asking because it probably will have an actual bearing on the advice I'm going to give you. Because Japan, I'm going to keep it real. They're very, I wouldn't say racist. I would say more like xenophobic. And, you know, at least with white people, they've been like, you're different. You're not in the club, but we get what you are. Because even my white friends who are there don't like living there. And I can elaborate on that, but I can only tell you from that perspective. Ryan says, how about we give away a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 for Xbox One? Are you sitting on a spare copy of that? I mean, you're the one with a gaming inventory. I'm not. I didn't even know you started selling games. I don't sell games, so it's not me. I am disappointed. Bye. Okay, bye. I don't know what we're I think that is an example of what I was talking about, where someone gets offended over a video like, hey, I made a video about the links. This offends me. I'm unsubbing. Joshua, I haven't seen anything yet. He says, sent you a is this, oh, sorry. I didn't get it 17 minutes ago. I never got a notification. It's just, it looks like it's already read. I'll get to it now. Thank you, Joshua, for letting me know. Last question for the night. What leftover Wii U games could you see not going to the Switch? Good night. A lot of third-party stuff. I'm not... maybe something like Maiden of Blackwater. You know, I don't think that'll happen. I think anything that was really Wii U specific, probably not so much. Jet Tailfin for the Wii U. Probably never going to be bothered. I mean, but then again, they did do Hello Kitty Cruisers, but for a little while, Hello Kitty Cruisers was like the rarest Wii U game, as ridiculous as that is. The movie tie-in games, like Croods or Smurfs 2, I'm sure you'll never see any of that shit. Hopefully that answers your question. But like an actual Nintendo brand one, maybe Star Fox Zero, only because it wasn't that great, so they may not want to bother with it. Super Mario Maker is really good, but they probably wouldn't bother with it only because they put Super Mario Maker 2. Although, I mean, come on, just do that one. Okay, so Castlevania Games says he has Shenmue 1 and 2 re-release on Xbox One in stock, and he's willing to give it away. So what are your terms? What do you want to do to give it away? Are you able to see who likes a video? If so, whoever likes this stream. I don't think I can, unfortunately. That would be great. How about we do a Twitter thing? You want to just be like, whoever follows both of us on Twitter or something? What works for you? I am white, and what would happen to me if I wanted to move to Japan? All right, I'm going to tell you this again. I've not lived in Japan. I've only gone as a tourist, so I can only tell you what my friends who are white who live there have said. You are welcome to live there, but you're never one of them, and they will treat you kind of like you're always perpetually not from there. You're always the tourist. You're always the outsider. They will try to speak to you in English, even if you speak fluent Japanese. You essentially do need to speak Japanese to even really have a chance of integration. In order to last longer there, like my buddy was telling me, they have a test. You know, every once in a while you have to go back and check your, like, you know, your visa test to see how long you can extend or whatever. And they said if you go in, there's like 2 lanes, one where they have like English everywhere and one where it's all Japanese, and you have to go up and they ask you the standard questions. And if you pass the test, you get like 6 months, you know, additional. But they said that is the test that they don't really let you know, which is if you picked the English lane, the most you can get is 6 months. If you pick the all Japanese lane and you succeed, you get like 3 to 5 extra years where your visa is still valid. But Like one of my friends was telling me like he was moving and he had to like, when he was trying to find an apartment, he had to straight up tell people like it's a law. You have to tell them like what ethnicity you are and you have to ask if that's a problem. And multiple times he's like, I want to move into this place, but I'm white and is that okay? And they would always be like, no, that's not okay. You can't live here. So, and it can be very isolating. My friends there will always tell me like, they'll have a wife or a girlfriend that accepts them, but they can almost never make like an actual local friend that will invite them to their house, that will go out with them. Like you're allowed to be there, but you're not necessarily accepted. At least that's what I don't live there. I've only gone from the perspective of a tourist and I've never tried to integrate, I've never tried to have that experience. The only Japanese friends I've ever attempted to make are literally ones I met at like Shenmue events, including like Yu Suzuki's daughter, who I'm friends with. But even then, it's not, I probably wouldn't bother her to try and like go hang out somewhere. I would bother like, my buddy Brett, aka Switch, who runs the Shenmue like Phantom Riverstone account, because he's always down to hang out and he loves when I come by because he's like, he's from New Zealand and he's just like, oh, I fucking love when you come here because we like do stuff. Because otherwise I just hang out in my house all the time because he doesn't want to go out and like do anything because you never really feel accepted. But he's like, the weird thing about you is even if people are staring at you, you kind of stare back like, what do you want? What? Fuck off. Like he's like, your attitude is very gaijin but somehow very integrated. It's bizarre. So yeah, that's all I'm saying is Japan is a white person, great place to visit, would not want to live there. And I can't really necessarily speak for other ethnicities, but my understanding is you probably would have a much harder time. We got a tweet. All right, so Castlevania Games tweeted on Twitter. Join the chat, retweet Adam Koralik original tweet, the one I'm retweeting. Win a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 for the Xbox One. Okay, so there you go. There's the instructions. Guys, go to my Twitter, follow me, follow Ryan, Castlevania Games, and retweet the live stream notification, and you can win a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 re-release for for Xbox One, sent to you from Castlevania Games for free. And I guess we'll pick a winner. Ryan, you let me know when you want to draw a winner, and we'll take a look at that. Retweet my tweet, not Ryan's. I mean, I guess you can retweet his too. I'm just saying for the contest purposes. Okinawa is different in that respect. My wife made a ton of friends while she lived there. I haven't been. My understanding of Okinawa is that it's largely an American military base, so that's not super unsurprising. Kind of like around the other areas, like Yokosuka is probably going to be a little different. People there are more just like used to dealing with us, but it's more like into a city proper, and especially in rural areas. Like that was one of the disadvantages that one of my buddies had. He lives up in one of the northern areas, not Hokkaido. He was living there for a while, but like central Japan on the north side. And he was just like, there's no tourists here. So he's like, they're not used to dealing with gaijin. And so it drives them fucking nuts. So they don't like us. And I was like, okay. And, I have, a buddy, Andrew, who lives down in Osaka. And he's like, one of the constant problems living around here, he's like, I speak fluent Japanese. Every single place I go, they try to speak broken English to me. And I tell them I speak Japanese, but they never believe me. And like, it's a point of like contention, where they're trying to speak English to you the way he describes it. Again, I wouldn't care. I'm a tourist. You're speaking English to me? Great, let's do this. But he says as a local, it pisses him off because it's not done with a I'm trying to help you logic. It's done with a you're lesser, you can't speak my language, so I'll do you a favor type of mentality. Again, as a local, I'm not a local, so none of this applies to me. Is YouTube what I do full time? Yes. So thank you guys for the super chats and watching the videos and all that sort of stuff. You make it possible to keep the lights on. We got people, retweeting. Keep going. Ryan, make sure you get my attention when you are ready to do the end of the stream. Contest is worldwide, by the way, anybody. You do not have to live in the U.S. If you live it doesn't even matter. You can live down in Yap. You live down there. You're watching this for some reason. You are eligible to win an Xbox One copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 re-release. You're probably a Shenmue fan if you're bothering to enter that, I would think. Oh, you know what? I can't guarantee he's available, but when we pick the winner, I could maybe call Corey and have him announce the winner. A Shenmue fan might appreciate that. What do you think? Would anybody be down for that? I can't promise he'll even pick up. He might be busy. Again, he might be streaming. What do you guys think? Is that a neat idea? Would you want to do that? Congratulations on 200 likes. Thank you. It is funny. We've had over 200 viewers concurrently, but not that likes. Just hit the like button, guys. It helps. Seriously. What games do you have for the Amiga CD32? That's a good question. I don't have them memorized. I can't see them. They're all obscured by something in front of me. I have a surprisingly decent Amiga CD32 collection, especially for an American, because we never got that console. All of the games I got came from Europe, not surprisingly, where it's actually doable. Mostly the UK. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have it like memorized or anything. You live in North Korea? Somehow I doubt that. How long do you take to get a complete Dreamcast collection? I talk about this in great detail on a podcast I recorded last night for Jamie Plays Games. But short answer is I basically finished in like 2008, 2009. How do you enter the drawing for the Shenmue 1 and 2 giveaway? I tweeted hours ago about this stream and how it is active. If you retweet that, you're entered. Compliments of Castlevania Games. And he and I, or maybe more specifically he, will pick a winner. We'll figure that out in a bit. But like literally, when you decide to call it, we'll stop and we'll figure that one out. Adam, things people who haven't been to cons, I assume you mean conventions, should know. Depends on the convention. Expect... Oh, here's one. Always bring hand sanitizer and take immune system boosters. You will get sick at conventions. That's another reason that COVID's going to have problems in the future. Like, conventions will be a breeding ground like crazy. So we won't go down that road again, but... Yeah, conventions, make sure you bring stuff like that. I would always say bring a backpack if you can. If you want to buy stuff, bring cash. I don't like cash, but I know that a lot of dealers do and all that sort of stuff. So have it as an option. And prepare to, I don't know, in advance, maybe start walking around a lot, get yourself in a little bit better shape because your legs will hurt from the amount of walking and standing you'll be doing all the time. But again, that also depends on the convention specifics. Like, Gamescom advice would be different than, say, Missouri GameCon. Missouri GameCon advice would be like, all right, grab yourself a couple of coffees, grab a bag, have some cash, hang out. Gamescom advice would be like, don't ever go to it. Adam, you're still live? What are at 5.5 hours now? 6. In 1 minute, we'll hit 6 hours. Jesus, 6 hours? Wow. Will I play Shenmue games on my channel? It was like having a tour guide play the game. No, I've never actually done that. I did Shenmue 1 on GSP years ago, but that was it. What's my approach to haggling? Okay. I don't really have one. Occasionally I will... kind of say like, if I offered you this, would you take it? Like you actually do the straight up haggle. But one of those, this is gonna make me sound like a jerk, but I'm telling you it happens, and Ryan can attest to this because the truth is, in the retro gaming scene, there are just a lot of people who know who I am. Even if they hate me, they know of me. So occasionally you'll just be like, I like your videos, I'll just give you half off or whatever, and I'm like, okay, I have no reason to not take that deal. So I don't really end up doing a lot of it. But sometimes, you just do it and you get lucky. And one time, I think the best haggle moment that I remember offhand, I wasn't responsible for, but it benefited me. I was at Play Expo Blackpool in Blackpool, England a couple of years ago. And I was hanging out with a buddy of mine, Ben Shenmuso. He might be in here, I don't know. I was hanging out with him, and then a couple of dudes recognized me, but not for my channel. When I did a lot of work with Blame Society Films, and I was Fuhorbe, the beer wench. They knew me from that, and they were like, "What the hell is the beer wench dude who's just a background character on this show? What is he doing here?" And they just wanted to talk to me, and they were just like, "Oh my god, you like retro games?" Like, they knew nothing about this channel. So we were all hanging out, we're chit chatting, whatever. And I found these 2 games I really wanted. I got Chaos Break, I think was one of them. The PAL like Resident Evil clone for the PS1. I think Reggie had recommended it to me. And then the other one was a PAL copy for the Dreamcast of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 that a friend of mine really wanted. And it was just kind of out of my price range. I mean, especially it was in pounds. I think it was like 80 pounds for the 2. And while I was like, I really want those, but I can't afford it. And one of the guys who knew me from Beer and Board Games just randomly said to the guy with like the confidence of a serial killer, he's like, yeah, if I buy if I give you $10 or 10 pounds for that, can I also take that one for 10 pounds? And the guy was like, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something like just super strong like that, where it threw the guy off like so much that he was like, sure, like he couldn't do the math fast enough. Like the guy, I think he tricked him with math. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll give you like 15.20 for that one if I give you like 17.30 for this one. Like he just, like the guy was like, yes, like, and then he combined it and did the math, and he was like, that's a bad deal, I shouldn't take that. And then I was like, you don't have to honor that. And he's like, no, I said I'd do it. So then I ended up getting essentially like buy one get one on those. So that totally worked. So there you go. I'm surprised you didn't make it into Retromania Wrestling, since a bunch of other YouTubers did. Yeah, it's not a project I was even aware of. Like, I get left out of a lot of stuff like that. Ryan says he has to go. I'll draw the winner / announce the winner sometime tonight when I remember to. Ryan, do you want me to just pick one now and just do this now? Still here. Yes, I am. Although Ryan said he'd pick the winner. All right. Okay, what we're going to do, I'll let Ryan pick the winner, and he will announce it on Twitter and contact the guy. How about that, Ryan? Let's do that. So if you want to win an Xbox One physical copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 re-release provided by Castlemania Games, there is a tweet on my Twitter that's about this stream being live. Follow me, follow him, retweet that tweet, and you're entered. At the moment, it's only like 15 people who have entered, so you've actually got a pretty good shot. Thank you, Ryan, for making that donation for everybody. That coffee had grounds in it. All the way at the end there. Not good. Do I have the original 60 gigabyte fat PS3, the one that plays PS2 games? Do you recommend I buy this model in 2021? I heard it had serious overheating issues. Yes, I do have it. I use it only for that purpose. PlayStation 2 backwards compatibility. You can get that in North America or Japan. In Europe, they got screwed and they never got that. Just make sure it's the 60 gigabyte model, not the 80 gigabyte. I would say if you know a guy who can do like preventative maintenance on one of those, let him do it. That will probably be very beneficial. So there you go. But it is a good machine, but maybe add an M Classic to it and run the PS2 that way. And that's probably the best you'll ever see the PS2 run on relatively original hardware. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at this, but the phrasing of this. My TV doesn't have component input. What else can I use to get great graphics from my PS2? First of all, graphics, resolution, picture clarity, 3 completely different things. That's like, how do I put this? That's kind of like saying, hey, which kind of, gasoline will make my car's engine be faster? It's not the same. It's just fuel. Or even worse, it's kind of like saying, what kind of windshield wiper fluid will make my tires stronger? It just doesn't make sense. Like, they're not connected. But what I assume you're asking, because the graphics don't change ever. What changes is the resolution and the picture clarity. So to answer that, the PlayStation 2 You can't. It sucks. It sucks at output. So it will always look bad. The best you can do is make it look less bad. What I was just saying is your best option, honestly, like the cream of the crop options, is a PlayStation 3 running in 720p mode with an M Classic attached. That's the best you're going to get. If you're diehard about sticking to actual original PS2 hardware, HD Retrovision component cables, plus the RetroTink 2XM and the M Classic attached to that, and that's the best you're gonna do. And I'm telling you, it is not gonna wow you. It'll just look less bad. The PS2 does not look good. It was not well future proofed. Do you think the M Classic really makes that much of a difference? I tried twice and was not sold on it. Then you're doing it wrong. It depends on the console you're using on. It depends on the setup. But I find most of the time when someone says, hey, I use the M Classic and I didn't notice a difference, it always comes down to user error, where they're like, yeah, but I did. I describe how you connect the M Classic with a retro console as kind of like preparing an omelet. You know, people are like, hey, man, I have my, you know, whatever it is. Like, let's say a GameCube. I got a GameCube and I got the M Classic and I have an HDMI cable and I want it to look good. But, you know, what I'm going to do is I've also got I've got composite cables and I'm going to use a composite to AV adapter or HDMI adapter and then plug the M Classic into that. I'm like, you're fucking it up for no reason. In food terms, the GameCube is, you know, the fresh, you know, mushrooms or whatever. And the M Classic is like, you know, like right out of the, you know, you recently cured meat, you know, whatever. It's fresh sausage or mushrooms or something, or pepperoni, whatever you want to put in it. And then you put composite in there. It's like I'm making it with rotten eggs. Of course, the whole thing's gonna suck at the end. You have to have all the right pieces, otherwise you ruin the whole thing, like a rusty link in a chain. So again, anytime anybody tells you the M Classic didn't make a difference, they did something wrong. Or they're using it on a very modern console. That's the other thing. The M Classic sweet spot is the 6th gen stuff. It can help with older stuff, but it does cause other issues that people don't like. But the higher the natural resolution of a game console is, diminishing returns. But again, 6th gen is its absolute sweet spot. So running a PS3 at 720p upscales your PS2 games. Yes, it does upscale them. I'm aware of that. What's your point? You'd have to run, if you can, yeah, you can run a PS3 at 480p. Sorry, I never really think about that. But yeah, you can run it down at 480p and then run the M Classic through it. How is this man still alive? Because he's got water and coffee. How is he not had to pee? I didn't have to pee, but Rob gave me a break very briefly when I got him on the phone. So I was like, well, he's here. I'll go pee. So I did pee once, but that was just because he was here. I didn't actually have to. I just kind of forced it. Yeah, we're a little over 6 hours now. I don't know. Maybe I should tune out. Maybe you guys are right. Getting kind of hungry and stuff. M Classic makes PS3 games look good. Yes, it does. But again, in the case of the PlayStation 3, set the actual PS3 for PS3 games to 720p. If you're going to play PS2 or PS1 games, set it down to 480p. Again, if you're connecting an M Classic to that. Although with the PS1, it's emulated, so it's debatable whether or not it'd be better to go to let the console handle 720p and then let the M Classic handle it. I never really did that side by side. I think that'd be kind of interesting. Adam, how dare you call the PS2 graphics bad, and how dare you not like cake? That is an old reference. Kudos. What about a PS2 to HDMI? Would that at least be a little better? I'm on a low budget. No, dude, I'm telling you, that's shit. That's fucking shit. That is, hey man, I'm making soup, but the broth is going to be my own fucking urine. Don't do it. It's not a good idea. It's bad. It will always be bad. I'm telling you, that will suck. You have to get all the right pieces, otherwise it doesn't matter. Like, you're literally ruining it. If you're like, hey, I got the best console and I got the best adapter, but in the middle I use this fucking piece of shit, the whole thing is ruined. It's like saying, can I fly a plane without an engine? It's just, it doesn't work. Feel free to call it a night whenever. I think I'm all right for now. We haven't quite reached the point where you guys won't let me leave. Just let PS3 upscale PS1 games. Again, I'd have to do the comparison there. I haven't done that. Hey, Hunter DeMello's here. He just did a little GameCube retrospective series he claims was inspired by me. I watched it. It was pretty good. First time, right? Like, he's 18. You live on one of the Hawaiian Islands. I know it wasn't Oahu. I remember you saying it from your video. Yeah, it was pretty good. You guys should check him out. As he points out in the video, it's interesting to get the perspective of someone who did not grow up on it and just saw it retroactively. So, there you go. Do you think there will be a Legend of Dragoon remake? I have no idea what that game's history is, so I have no idea. Can't really say. In fact, for the longest time when I was younger, I always wondered why there was a Panzer Dragoon game on PS1. Like, I knew so little about it. I can't say that. Wow, breaking records here, Adam. Nah, this isn't a record breaker. My all-time record on this is 8 hours and 3 minutes, and we're only at 6 hours and 12 minutes. I'm not trying to break a record, although it's not impossible. How can I connect the M Classic to a PS2? Would that make the resolutions better? Yes, like I told you just a minute ago, what you have to do, take the PlayStation 2, get a set of HD Retrovision component cables, get the RetroTink 2XM. That's basically a component to HDMI converter, except it doesn't suck. And then you attach the M Classic to that. Go watch, I made a video about this. It's called the RetroTink 2XM. Just go look that up. In fact, if there's anybody there who wants to do it, they can. You know what? I'm going to do happy birthday to Nikolai. His birthday was yesterday. He is going to be our newest YouTube moderator, which means you can now put links in here, dude. Can you put a link to the RetroTink 2XM Pro video, or not Pro, 2XM video, so that Bear can see what I'm talking about? You need these pieces. It's important. Because if you're just like, I'm going to use the shitty piece in the middle, then all you're going to get is shit. That's how that works. I live on Molokai, population 7,345, the 5th largest, most rural island. That rings a bell. I kind of remember that being a thing where they're like, this is the island that tourists can't even really go to or whatever. I kind of remember that because I've been to Honolulu a couple of times last year, and that's what they were all saying. Anyway, everybody congratulate. I'm fucking losing it. Nikolai, congratulate him on now being a YouTube admin. Thanks. No problem, dude. Nikolai will hook you up with the link there in a second. What's the best looking game ever made so far, graphics wise? I can't possibly answer that question. I'm sure it's some PC game running on like unbelievable settings, and that'll change like in a day. Like, that type of record does not last a long time. Again, if you want to potentially win an Xbox One copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 mailed to you for free anywhere in the world, provided by Castlemania Games, all you have to do to enter is follow me on Twitter, follow Castlemania Games on Twitter, and there's a tweet I posted. My most recent tweet is just, hey guys, I'm live streaming. Retweet that, and you're entered. At the moment, there's only 16 people who have entered, and I'm not even sure all of them are necessarily going to be valid because they have to have followed both people. So you got a pretty decent chance. Like right now, I know it's 16, but I would bet you they haven't all fully met all the criteria. So there's probably like 1 in 10 chance of one of those people winning. The best looking game is a game that doesn't age. That is oddly poetic. That's like a game developer's epitaph on their, on their tombstone. Like that's oddly beautiful, man. Well done. 480p on a PS3 with the M Classic gave my Samsung Q70T a heart attack. Video kept blinking. Were you running it through like an adapter or anything? Like a switch, like a HDMI switch box? Because basically what that means is that you're getting sync timing issues, or it's not generating enough power. That really shouldn't be a problem with the PlayStation 3, and it definitely shouldn't be a problem with the M Classic, because the whole point is it does HDMI repeating to prevent exactly that. So are you splicing the signal through a bunch of stuff? How does one become a moderator for you? Well, it depends. The context is different between Discord and YouTube. The truth is, neither one requires like a whole lot of work. With the Discord, I tend to feel like you need very mature people to handle it, like Captain Potato, because potatoes are unbiased. They're basically Vulcans, so like they have no they have no bias towards anybody. They'll just be, you know, like good cops. And in the YouTube channel, it's kind of like whoever's the best at fetching links, to be honest, because my fan base, and I hate to use that term, but it doesn't really attract a lot of negativity where like people come in and just start throwing swastikas and other bullshit everywhere. Like, you don't really need the cops in here. And so I need like the more level-headed cops for Discord, mostly just to moderate Verd specifically, because he's a lunatic, right, Verd? I know you're watching because you never fucking sleep, dude. But you know, honestly, I there's no great advice. It's more like it helps if you're around for a long time, if you don't really do weird things, if I trust you with stuff. Oh, hang on one second. The girlfriend's going to bed, just saying goodnight. But yeah, that kind of thing. It just takes time. But you can't overdo it on the amount of admins. Otherwise, like, everyone has the blue and it doesn't mean anything anymore. Because the more people that do that, the more potential there is for someone to make a mistake, and then you have to figure out who made the mistake. Like if somebody, you know, gets upset in the middle of an argument and bans somebody without authorization, that's not good. So it's just an acquired time and practice thing where you just have to build up that trust, if you will. But also there has to be a need for it. Actually, Captain Potato, I'm going to make you, you know, an admin in here too, I think. Or a moderator or whatever. So Captain Potato is now also a moderator in here. So there you go. Bear says, I grew up on the PS2. I am just 11. I assume you mean 11 years old. But I had my dad's one since I was 6. And now I have that. And I want great resolutions now that I know that they can improve resolutions. You inspired me. Thanks. So we've officially hit that wall, everybody. I said this at the beginning, where inevitably we're going to find people that watch the channel that are younger than the channel. There you go. Bear is 11. The channel is 12. You feel old yet? Man. I find games 1999 onward age gracefully. Run PS2 games in HD on PC SX2 and they look modern. Yes, but you're cheating. You're doing it through emulation. We going for the record? Rob, Yusuf, hello. No, not really. I'm still just going because I'm just going. You know, there's no plan. I might just give up. You know, whatever. I am out of coffee in this one, but I'm going back to the Ubisoft thermos. Favorite fast food? I don't really have one because I don't really eat fast food that much. I'm telling you, this fucking thermos is amazing. This is too hot to drink. It has been sitting here for 6.5 hours. This Ubisoft thermos is nuts. Like, that actually burned my tongue a little bit still. Yeah, you know, props. Who knew that Ubisoft made the best fucking thermoses? I know a lot of Robs, so it seems. Robs are very East Coast, man. They're everywhere over there. They're like cockroaches. Make sure nothing else significant is happening. Now everything seems okay. Everything's under control. And just as I put the phone down, no, there's junk, nothing. It was pretty rough last time Adam was suffering. Well, the thing is, I had intended to give up at around the 6-hour mark. Well, I didn't go into it thinking that would be the case. But then suddenly people were like super chatting and like demand that I stay. I'm not at the point necessarily where I'm going to tell people like, hey, do that or I'm leaving. Because, you know, I'm still okay for now. But, you know, again, super chats are always welcome. PayPal donations are always welcome and all that stuff. I always appreciate it. It keeps the channel running. And, you know, you guys know I hate asking for that shit. I hate bringing it up. But we live in a world of economics. What can I say? Adam is going for a 36-hour live stream. And my name is Rob, and I also live in New York. There you go. No, I'm not. I will, you know, the Rob Janos, or now Rob Thanos, as we call him in the Discord. we talked on the phone earlier, as you guys heard, and I think we'll do. That sounds like a good idea. We can go out to. I'll go out to his place at some point in a few months, maybe, and we'll do a live stream from his place, perhaps. One of the problems with live streams when I have anyone else on it is they can never, ever, ever go anywhere near as long as I go for these things. Like, this is ridiculous, and you guys know it. We're like 6.5 hours in, and I'm fine. I don't care. I'm good for now. But a lot of people are like, dude, I'll go for like 30 minutes. And I'm like, what is this? Like people just don't want to do it for very long. But then again, I'm fucking nuts. Have I heard any mutterings from Ubisoft about a new Splinter Cell game? If they were to tell me that, I couldn't possibly tell you anyway. It's not this. My relationship with them is a little strained only because there's nothing going on. There's no events. Everything's closed down. So all their stuff is behind closed doors. They have no reason to share information because there's no influencer events or anything going on currently. What used to happen is like right before E3, they would give me like this big packet of everything they were going to do, just in case I needed to know it for any reason. So I'd be like, great, cool, whatever. I know what I'm playing when I go to their thing. But now it's like, there's nothing going on. They don't have a reason to share that kind of information with me. The weirdest Ubisoft thing I ever went to, though, was one time I got an email from them saying, like, hey, we're doing an event in New York that we want you at, and we're just announcing a game. And I was like, oh, cool, what's the game? And they're like, well, we can't tell you. That's like the whole point of the event. And I was like, all right. So they flew me to New York, and they're like, we get there, they're like, the whole day is yours, do whatever you want. And then the next day, just you have an event, the event in the morning, and then the day's yours and go home on the evening flight out. And I was like, okay, so they pay for the hotel, they pay for the flight, all that sort of stuff. And so I get the whole great day in New York, whatever. And then next day I go to the event. And the events are usually, you have to understand, events are usually like big spaces they've rented out somewhere where they deck it out with the theme of the game or whatever. And you go and you play the game, you record footage, you can make videos about it, whatever. In this case, no idea what I'm there for, just that I need to be there. So I go into this room, and it's a hotel room. Like, it's tiny. It's not a big room. It's just a hotel room. And and the only people there it was like they had a journalist for the New York Times, a journalist for like the Chicago Tribune, one from the Los Angeles Times. I think there was a guy from Kotaku, and me. That's it. And so they're like, all right, we're going to sit you guys down, and we're just going to play a little video for you. And then after that, if you have any questions, you can ask us, and then you're free to go. And we're like, it almost felt like a timeshare, but they weren't trying to sell me anything. We sit down, and they just show us the trailer for Far Cry 5. And they're like, yep, Far Cry 5 is coming. Then they bring out the developer, and he tells us like the whole story about like how it got made and all sorts of stuff. And it was like, okay, cool. And then afterwards, I was like, I asked my friends at Ubisoft, I'm like, I'm not ungrateful, but why did you invite me? Like, these are real journalists. Like, they're writing up articles about, I'm like, what do you want me to do? There's no gameplay footage or anything. They're like, no, I just wanted to see you. You can come on out, have fun, you can go home. And it was it. There was nothing else to it. Like, I have some good buddies over at Ubisoft. But, that was the weirdest one because it had, like, no point. But it was fun. But yes, as people pointed out, we are giving away a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 for Xbox One, or more specifically, Castlemania Games is. If you want to potentially win it, follow me on Twitter, follow Castlemania Games on Twitter, and retweet my most recent tweet, which is about this specific stream, and you're entered. And, Castlemania Games will ship the game anywhere worldwide free. He'll pick the winner, too. I don't pick it. He's going to announce the winner on his own, so that's another reason to be following him, because I'm not going to be the one announcing it. Apologize for asking, but I know you're not too fond of the Wii. That is true. That console is terrible. But how can I get the best possible resolutions out of the Wii? Right, since I don't have component, I'm running both on AV. You're not going to like my answer, but I made a video about this, and it's specifically about, like, don't use the Wii, use a Wii U. Because you run into the exact same issue. Like, a Wii U has native digital straight signal through an HDMI port. You run the console in 480p, you add an M Classic to it. Congratulations, your Wii games will never look better than that. But a Wii original has to go from digital to analog to digital, best case scenario. Then it needs a converter, which will screw it up. So you're just, again, omelet, scenario where you're just, hey, one of the ingredients is good, another one's terrible, then it's good, then it's terrible. I'll bet you it's going to be more terrible than good. So there are no good solutions for the Wii. However, if you're absolutely insistent on it, my backup suggestion would be the Wii component cables, the Wii, a Wii component cable set, a RetroTink 2XM, the exact same one that I recommend for the PlayStation 2, and an M Classic. So honestly, if you wanted a PS2 and a Wii, the best options, you need the RetroTink 2XM and you need the M Classic. You can use it on both. Then the only thing you need is specifically like component cables for PlayStation 2 and the Wii. But then you get into like needing good component cables. HD Retrovision makes the best ones for the PlayStation 2. Like not all component cables, are made the same. With the Wii, maybe the official Nintendo brand ones, I'm not super familiar with which ones even exist because I just wouldn't bother. So that would be the second choice, I would say. Hopefully that answers your question. Yes, obviously Dolphin is an option. If you're talking emulators, Yo-Yo, I mean, that's a given. I'm trying to give answers to people for original hardware. Emulation is a whole different thing, and kind of the whole point of doing all this is not to use the original hardware. What do you think Nintendo might do for a 9th gen console? Greetings from Slovenia. Greetings. I don't get people from Slovenia very much. I kind of said it in my like Switch video. Like I hope that I think what they're going to do is kind of continue with the success of the Switch as a hybrid platform, but just do something more intense. I would not be surprised if whatever the true successor to the Switch is not all that different. You know, it's basically like what we kind of are now calling a Switch Pro with a couple additional features here and there. That would be my guess. The Nintendo component cables are trash compared to the HD Retrovision ones. Did HD Retrovision make Wii component cables? If they did, I would totally agree with you. I'm sure they're better. The HD Retrovision is not playing, and Chicago represent. They're from here. They've invited me out to their office, and I'd love to go. But then COVID happened, and it was like, just don't do stuff like that. Oh, so you're saying there are HD Retrovision cables for the Wii? Then there you go. That's the solution, Barry. You need to buy HD Retrovision component cables for the Wii and the PlayStation 2. Castlevania Games actually sells them. The guy who's giving away the free game. You need an M Classic. He also sells those. And the RetroTink 2XM, which is now sold by Mike Chi pretty much exclusively. You would need that stuff. Again, if you want it to be the best. If you're looking for not the best, then that's different. But the Wii cleans up a lot better than the PlayStation 2. And also make sure you set the Wii to progressive scan mode. It's a setting in there. But you're not going to be blown away. I'm just warning you. Especially the PS2. The PS2 cannot ever look good. It can only look less bad. What would it take for you to consider emulation? You mean where I'm like, fuck consoles, I'm just going to play everything on a PC? Probably brain damage. Like, it's so fundamentally against my basic interests or principles. Like, I'm not doing that. It doesn't interest me. It's just, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to play it that way. So I kind of commented on this so people are asking about the next Nintendo platform. So what I kind of commented on before is Nintendo only makes massive model changes to their consoles when one of them doesn't do that well. Otherwise, they kind of stick with what works. So like basically NES worked. So they basically, Super NES was just NES, but like all they did was fix the one flaw of the 72-pin insertion method. But, you know, they made a more up-to-date console, but the same basic idea. It's just a cartridge-based console. They kept a lot of their same policies in place. They just made a more advanced thing that was the same machine. The N64, they did the same thing, saying like, hey, that worked. Let's do it again. They forget all this CDs crap. We've had enough problems with that. That did not work. The N64 did not work. You know, it ended up underperforming, and it cost them a lot of developer relationships. So that's when like, fine, we'll change stuff up. And so they made the GameCube, which was a very competitive console hardware-wise, was not the most capable, but it was competitive. They embraced discs finally, even though they did it in a weird way. And they tried a totally different model. Didn't work. So they changed it up. They said, forget trying to compete hardware-wise. Let's make this gimmicky toy, the Wii. We'll just recycle the GameCube. We'll add a little bit of here and there, and we'll do this old gimmick thing. Worked like crazy. So what did they do? Wii U. We'll literally name the console the same thing. We'll just give it a big technological upgrade. Didn't work. So they fundamentally changed the entire thing to the Switch. Switch does work. I'm betting you the next thing will just be the same basic idea as the Switch, just more capable. That's my guess, based on their history. In fact, their handhelds, it applies. Game Boy, wildly successful. So what are we going to do? We'll do a slight upgrade. We'll give it Game Boy Color, same basic thing. That works really well. We'll do Game Boy Advance, same basic thing. But the Virtual Boy fails miserably. They never acknowledge it again. They never even tried VR stuff since, even though that was very different VR. The one exception in there is even though the Game Boy Advance was stupid successful, they still dropped the Game Boy line in favor of the DS. And then the DS, they just kept the same model. It's like, this worked, 2 screens, we'll do this. Then we'll like make it more efficient. Then we'll make the 3DS, and you get it. The one time where they didn't follow that logic was literally just Game Boy Advance to DS. But even in that scenario, they kept Game Boy Advance backwards compatibility in there. So it's not like they totally abandoned it. Do you think Microsoft can pass Sony this generation by any chance? Not a chance in hell. And the reason is simply where the Xbox is available versus where the PlayStation is available. PlayStation will always dominate Asia. Always. The Xbox brand is rarely even released in Asian countries anymore. It'll come out in Japan because it has to, but nobody buys it. So you'll see, it's like a gimme. They just get like an entire third region. And then you go to the rest of the world, I would say mainland Europe is really PlayStation territory. You can certainly get Xbox stuff, but it's never wins out, except maybe in the UK where occasionally it pulls ahead. Australia is the only other freak country where like they will occasionally, like, it's kind of neck and neck between PlayStation and Xbox. So honestly, your only real chance is in the US and Canada. And the US alone potentially could do it, but it would have to be like insane. Like, people would have to buy the Xbox brand in like PlayStation 2 numbers here, and they'd have to buy PlayStation 5s in like Japan's Xbox One numbers for that to ever pan out. And that's certainly not going to happen. It already hasn't happened. So no, Microsoft can never actually win the entire thing. All they can really do is like hold their own. And they seem to be aware of this because they're focusing more and more on the markets they know matter to them. And they're not really trying in other regions anymore. Xbox isn't really popular outside of US. Like I said, that's a little simplistic. It's successful in Canada. It's successful in Australia. It's successful in the UK. But that doesn't hold a candle to where the PlayStation brand is functional. Like I said, you can't even get Xbox versions of stuff in certain regions like Hong Kong. I don't even think they ever released it. Like, what was the point? They just don't bother. What do you mean Microsoft had to? I assume you're referring to the release of the Xbox stuff in Japan. The history of Xbox in Japan is a weird story, but basically, when they did the original Xbox, they're like, hey, it's our thing. We're just going to launch anywhere. And they didn't understand the Japanese market at all. And there's this ill-fated story about Sega volunteered to be basically the distributor of the Xbox brand in Japan. But Microsoft was like, we don't need you. We can do this on their own. Not understanding the Japanese were never going to embrace the Xbox. Yes, this is live. We're never going to embrace the Xbox the way that Microsoft was handling it. So with the Xbox 360, they still didn't really learn that lesson, but they tried to improve. And their version of improvement was they let Japanese designers design the aesthetics of the Xbox, not the internals, but the cosmetics. That's why that white design, they wanted that little bit of an hourglass shape. That was actually a Japanese guy who was like, that the Japanese will like this. And they did. They actually did. For a little while there, Microsoft was like, let Xbox Japan just do their own games. Let them figure that out. And so the Xbox 360 in Japan was actually doing pretty well for a while because they were making all these like Japanese-centric games. And what ultimately happened was at some point, a bunch of, Microsoft US requested a bunch of like a demo of everything that Microsoft was presenting in Japan. And they got all these like anime games and all this like hentai stuff. And they're like, this represents us over there. They didn't understand it at all. And they immediately killed it. Like, you can't release stuff like this anymore. That's done. That's over. Give them Call of Duty. We know what Japanese people want. I mean, we've never been there. We don't know anything about it, but we know what they want. So it's like, and as soon as they did that, it just like killed the platform over there to the point where Xbox One was down to a point where it was selling like a few consoles a week on average. Like nobody gave a shit. So I don't even know if the Xbox Series X even launched there, but I think the only reason they still bother is because imagine the marketing storm that would come out of Microsoft just publicly saying like, we're not even going to try in Japan. Like all the PlayStation fanatics would be like, LOL, Xbox fails, Xbox done, they can't take Japan. It's literally just PR to keep it going there at this point. Yeah, the Microsoft decision to fuck up the 360 completely in Japan is just like, could you have gone to the country even once to try and understand the culture? What idiot decided, hey, I know nothing about this place, but I'm going to decide for them what they like? So stupid on a level that's incalculable. But they did it. Yeah, I mean, no joke. Microsoft could have made real inroads in Japan. Like, they legitimately could have. If they had a time machine, if they took Sega up on that deal, they could have been really competitive there. And if they had just stayed the hell out of the way with the 360, they could have done well. In fact, you will hear it a lot if you ever go over there. People consider the Xbox 360 the spiritual successor to the Sega Saturn over there. How weird does that sound? But it's true. Yo, dude, just started. Thumbs up. Wait. Oh, sorry. The mouse hovered over something. Yo, dude, just started collecting retro consoles recently and saw your videos have been wicked to watch. I subbed ages ago. Thank you. I appreciate that. So a couple reminders. Again, Castlevania Games is giving away a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 re-release for the original, or for the Xbox One. You can win it for free if you follow me and him on Twitter and go to my Twitter, and there's the most recent tweet is about this stream. If you retweet that, in addition to following both of us, you are entered to win. And then he'll be doing the drawing on his own. At the moment, there's only 20 people that have entered. So literally every one of them has a 5% chance of winning. So go enter. So there's that. Also, we're closing in on 7 hours, which is insane. So I appreciate it. If anybody out there, again, if you want to super chat or PayPal or join or do the Patreon, any of that stuff, appreciate it. Keeps all that stuff going, and you basically force me to stay. Also, just it makes the channel functional because that's just how these things work. But obviously not a requirement. I appreciate the support. And freebies wise, if you go to the description, you can follow me on Instagram, Twitter, Discord. Come join the Discord, Facebook, all that sort of stuff. Always appreciated. It's good times. So how you guys doing? Are you guys enjoying the stream? How is it? Getting hungry, man. Why am I always late? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I don't know you well enough, Riley. Oh yeah, when it comes to the donations, other than supporting the channel, the only thing I can really offer you is if you donate, you get automatic priority to your question or comment. Wow, you're still going. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not dead yet. Oh, if you guys could also like the video, I appreciate that as well. Oh, there you go. Super chat from Y4 who says, hey, what are your thoughts on disc rot for PS1? That's very oddly specific. Usually people just ask about disc rot in general. So my basic thought on this is the same thing it always has been, which is if you keep your discs in a dark, cool, dry environment, you'll be fine. Like, I've literally ripped my entire collection. I've never run into a single disc that suffered from disc rot. Typically what happens with disc rot is people leave them in moist areas, hot areas, they expose them to sunlight too much, they take bad care of the discs, and of course that's going to destroy it over time. So I like the idea like, oh, the disc is just going to collapse on its own. Yes, it's not impossible, but odds are that is not going to happen in your lifetime if you just take decent care of the stuff. I've literally never run across a disc like that. So just take good care of your stuff and you'll be fine. Thank you for the super chat. We got a couple others here. ABC123 just says, keep it up. Super chats. Thank you. Riley Graham super chats. PP poo poo. Well, there you go. Of course. Australians. You're literally the first Australian donation. I give your country a shout out and then you come back at me with PP poo poo. But whatever works for you. Thank you. And Hunter DeMello, who again was the dude who made the GameCube little retrospective there. He says, when I was a kid, people would make fun of you for playing a last gen console, example PlayStation 2 during the PS3 360 gen. Did that ever happen to you as a kid? No. I grew up at a very different time. I know you're only 18. You said that in your video. I don't know, because I mean, I think the island you're on in particular, I've never been, but I've been told is kind of a, more of a rural thing where you're either accepted or you're not, and I could be totally wrong about that. But when you go to a wider berth of areas, like more people, like in a bigger populated area, people don't give a shit. At least they never did with me. There was never a wow, you have that old thing, you suck type of thing. With one exception, which was really just when I was really little and I wanted either a Super Nintendo or a Sega Genesis, and all I had was an Atari 2600. And people would be like, have you played Donkey Kong? Have you played Sonic? And I'd be like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Have you played fucking Space Invaders? It's the shit. Like, nobody would know what the hell you were even talking about. It wasn't, they were not making fun of you for not having it. They were more like, what are you even saying to me? But I never once ran into a problem of like, hey, you only have the old thing. Why don't you have the new thing? With the exception of now, where I don't have a PS5 and everybody's just giving me a hard time. But it's not for lack of trying. I'm totally on board to get it. I would pay for it. I can't find the fucking thing at Best Buy. I've tried. So that's different. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, though. But thank you very much for the donation. Also, anybody who tells you, like, hey, you suck for only having the old thing, you just give them one of those. Just tell them to fuck right off. Just fuck right off. Their opinion should not matter to you. It shouldn't. Who gives a shit? Are you having fun with what you're playing? Yeah? Fuck them. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Just enjoy what you enjoy. Tech Time says, I would only bully you for using composite cables. And you'd actually be justified in that action. Like, if I came out one day, guys, and I was like, hey, I'm just going to make all my games with composite cables now. I've suffered brain damage. Yeah. Then, yeah, make fun of me. It's fine. It's earned. Thank you for the super chat. You ever get to that point where you talk for almost 7 hours and your voice is just kind of like, hey, shut up? What? That's not a question. Don't fret over the PS5. I'm waiting for the PS5 Pro. I cannot believe that's where we are. We're already like talking about that. It's like, man, do we ever just enjoy the moment? Do you ever just sit down and just be like, here's what I've got now? Can't we just do that? It's really funny about human behavior because essentially we're always in two states of mind, which is, hey, let's think about the PS4 Pro in this context, or PS5 Pro. Like, let's think into the future in 2023. Who cares about that thing that's out right now? Or we're like, man, I might need a PS2. We're always looking at nostalgia. We want the thing back, or we want the thing that isn't out yet. But the thing that's there right now, everyone's like, yeah, fuck that thing. Who cares? Why are we like that as a species? You can also tell I'm getting very tired because I'm like, oh, like I'm acting like drunk or high when I'm not. Getting RF out of a PS5. I think somebody did do that. You can obviously use like demodulators, I think is the term, that brings them down to that downscales and like insanely. Why didn't they call the PS4 Pro the PS4K? Because it couldn't play games in 4K for the most part. Like there was only a few that were supported. And of those, even like half of those were only use like checkerboard techniques to make it appear 4K resolution without actually truly rendering in 4K. In other words, it would have been very misleading. The delay is legendary. Well, what? You live in Chicago, Adam. I do. Thank you. Do you think the new generation will last as long as the previous one? I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of funny because, there was a time when generations were only like 5 years long, but really what changed it was the economic crash of like 2008, and people were kind of just forced to stay with those. So Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo were like, all right, we'll just let these things run longer than they normally would. Then you basically trained a generation of kids to think that's how long a generation's supposed to be. And so that's kind of what we stuck with the last generation of consoles. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just like, fuck it, that's the new norm. But the new norm is also like every 4 years we're going to do an upgraded version of the console, hence your PS4 Pros or Xbox One X's or PS5 Pros we're already talking about. It's not impossible. Super chat from Hunter DeMello. How old were you when your voice changed? I was 14. That's actually a funny question because when I was a little kid, I remember watching like an episode of the Brady Bunch on like Nick at Night where they were talking about, I think there was an episode like Peter's like, oh, my voice has changed. Oh, like, and you're just like, shit, is that gonna happen to me at some point? Is it gonna suck? Like, am I gonna have to deal with that? And I remember being like, is this gonna hurt? Like, cause I remember asking like my uncles and my cousins, like, does it hurt? And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, no idea. I never went through that. It was just kind of like I just woke up and my voice was a little different. I don't remember ever being like a thing where I woke up and talked to people and they're like, wow, man, your voice got really deep. It's just I think it was a very slow, gradual thing where suddenly I realized like my voice probably doesn't sound like it did 15 or 20 years ago or whatever it was. I know that's not a great answer, but I didn't have that like, oh, phase. Thank you for the super chat. Riley Graham. Super chats. People think I'm high all the time, even though I'm not. Well, is that good or is that bad? Do they enjoy your company? It's the Shenmue Man. The Shenmue Man, thank you, is sort of giving away a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2X, or Shenmue 1 and 2 for the Xbox One. Castlevania Games specifically is giving away a physical copy. All you have to do to have a chance to enter is go to my Twitter, follow me, follow Castlevania Games, and my most recent tweet, which is about this stream, retweet that, and you're entered. At the moment, only 20 people have entered. So at the moment, literally every single person has a 5% chance of winning. What do you think of the 3DO? I'm a teenage collector. Not much has changed in my opinion of it since I did my recap video. It's an oddball console from history. I love its story more than I actually like playing it. I think it would be a fun one to collect for in a different time. Now it's just kind of like it's a little too late for me. But I like how there's been this little slight resurgence of 3DO appreciation. I respect that. I don't really like it when an entire generation of kids, and I say kids because a lot of kids will watch videos from various YouTubers where a YouTuber says, oh, this console sucks. I mean, I played it for 10 minutes or whatever, but it totally sucks. And everybody's like, yeah, that console sucks. It's shit. And they've never played it. They have no idea what they're talking about. And I feel like we finally got past that with the 3DO because we got past all these point of these videos being like, 3DO is bad because, I don't know. I never really used it that much, but it sucks because I've heard that it sucks. I fucking hated that era of YouTube, man. So I'm glad we got more people, particularly, I gotta say, the people who watch me, you end up with a lot of young people, like Bear here, for example, is apparently 11 years old, fucking younger than the channel. And he's sitting there being like, I care about retro games. I got mad respect for that. When a dude wants to sit down, I know you're not the one trying to get 3DO, but when someone is like, what'd you say, you're like 17 or something, and you're like looking into the 3DO, whatever it was, you're a teenage collector, and you're looking into 3DO. Why that has become a trend, I don't know, but I love it because I'm just so happy that kids are like developing minds of their own and they're not being like, hey, I don't know, this YouTuber told me this thing sucks and so therefore it sucks. Like, I occasionally still see people like complain about shit like that. Like on my Discord, every once in a while you get someone who's like, LOL, think if you had a 3DO, how lame your life would be. It's like, have you ever played it? No, I've never even seen one, but it sucks because it's a 3DO. It's like, shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about. So, mad respect, dude. Hunter DeMel, I'm guessing you're not a big AVGN fan. I love James. I know him personally. That's not what I'm talking about. James is entertainment. And that's fine. That's totally different. Like, he is not trying to educate you on the subtleties of a video game console. He's giving you a basic elevator pitch history while just making comedy. Your problem, not you specifically, but if anybody who's watching the AVGN and taking those reviews seriously as like, hey, this is a legitimate source of the history of this console being good or bad, you're doing yourself a disservice. You know, it's like watching wrestling and thinking it's real. It's meant to entertain you. It's not meant to be an objective look at it. Hopefully that clears it up. What is a game you couldn't even be paid to play? Fortnite. I don't give a shit about any sort of online competitive type of game. I don't give a fuck. I started watching you when I was 16, and I still have a comment from you on my channel thanking you for subscribing 7 years ago. Yeah, I miss doing that. Like, there was a phase where YouTube, every time somebody subscribed to you, they would send you an email saying such and such subscribed to you. And I actually took the time to click on every single one of those, go to that person's channel, and thank them for subscribing. I literally did it every day. And I'm guessing the reason they did that is because if you had like massive subscriber explosions, it was probably pissing, bigger YouTubers off, like when they're getting like 1,000 emails a day. And so they just don't send those emails anymore. Otherwise, I would still be doing it. The Tech Time says, Adam, I'm only 4 years old and I love playing PS1 Genesis. Maybe give your parents their credit card back, buddy. Also, you type very well for a 4-year-old. I have a comment from you 8 years ago saying the same thing. There you go. Like I said, every day I would wake up and I would do that. I would just thank people for subscribing. I actually miss it. Like, I do miss that they don't allow you to do that anymore. Journalix is back. Okay, I've eaten. Can you give me an hour-by-hour account of what I've missed? Dude, you came in like 20 minutes into this show and you were like, I'm going to go eat and I'll be right back. That was fucking 6 hours ago. Journalix is a publication. He did an article with me, or well, he wrote the article. He just interviewed me, but that was a cool time. I hope we do more. Speaking of which, there's actually a Kickstarter going on right now for a publication called Lock On, and it's if it's successful, I will be writing an article about the history of the Nintendo PlayStation prototype and like my journey with it, and it'll be like an actual like book published magazine type of thing. So if you have any interest in that, look it up. Lock On. You can follow. It's on my Twitter. I've posted about it multiple times. So I hope they get successful because I'd love to actually write for that. I have a comment from Adam telling me to stop eating paste. Did I really write that? What did you say that like made me respond like that? Because I don't doubt I would have said something like that, but it would have been like a scenario where you said something very like herpy derpy, and I would have had to been like, yeah, maybe calm down on like licking windows and shit. Like, Riley Graham super chats. He was very hungry. Takes a while. Yeah, but goddamn, that's like a 6-hour dinner. Like, are you gonna die? Do you look like Jabba? What are you doing, man? Tech Time super chat says, just kidding, bro. It's Leafy Poo. Props for working on Saturday. Oh shit, that's you, Leafy Poo? I had no idea. Why didn't you mention that when Rob was here? Thanks for the super chat. Still alive, and I am. Super chats. What do you think should Microsoft do to make Xbox Series X a major success? Personally, if they make 90% of their old games backwards compatible, I'm sold. So here's the thing. Backwards compatibility is a great marketing tool, but it doesn't really appeal to many people. They like it as a concept, but not too many people actually sit down and actually play stuff that way. I think it was very successful with Xbox One integration because it had to be, but they just basically brought over the 360 and original Xbox catalog. I hope they do another wave of those, but my guess is they're not going to because they don't really sell units. I don't know if I really have a great strategy for them because their play is different than anybody else's because they have the money to do insane things. Like even then, you know, they buy like Bethesda for like $8 billion fucking dollars, and then they're like, yeah, but I don't know if we're gonna really care about having exclusivity. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, so it's hard because if you approach it from the standpoint of like how can they make money off of it, that's a different strategy than what they're doing. Their strategy is more like how can we just expand this brand as much as possible, and that strategy seems to be Xbox Game Pass, buy up studios and put all this stuff on there, and eventually get into just making Xbox Game Pass a streaming service to compete maybe with Steam down the line, maybe to make it an app for various devices. I still maintain, I've been saying for years, I think that's where they're going. It's just that at the time we didn't have a name for it. Now we do. Thank you for the super chat. You ever talk so much that you start to develop like sinuses? Because that's happening. Ugh. That's one big monopoly. So that's the thing. Are they a monopoly? Because they put out that content on their competitors, which is like not the behavior of a monopoly. You know, if it became a real problem, the U.S. federal government would intervene. That is something they still do, where they intervene with what they consider to be true monopolies. I think they forced Microsoft to do somewhat of a breakup early on. That was years ago. That was like the mid 90s or whatever that was. But yeah, I don't. How are you able to talk that much? Dude, who the hell knows? It's a gift. Or a curse, however you want to put it. Are you still interested in collecting for the new series of gaming, PS5, Xbox Series X? It's funny. I have had an Xbox Series X since launch. I was able to pre-order it successfully. I do not own a single Xbox Series X specific disc because they don't really exist. I have games for it that are Xbox Series X enhanced. I have some, you know, digital games that like Ubisoft and Sega and others sent me that are Xbox Series X enhanced. But as of now, there's only like 5 or whatever, like Xbox One or Xbox Series X specific discs. So there's no collecting per se with that. Meanwhile, PS5 has very specific PS5 discs, and I have 2 of them, but I don't own the console. I'd love to. Fucking Best Buy. I hate your checkout process. We got a super chat from Y4 who says, what's your opinion on collecting loose disc games? Okay, so I don't do that unless I ran into a weird situation where I have a case and a manual for some reason and the disc is defective, or if I'm just missing the disc for whatever reason. But if, you know, like, do I go like, man, like, let's pretend for example, I didn't have Panzer Dragoon Saga, and I saw Panzer Dragoon Saga where I could get all 4 discs for like, I don't know, $200, which is surprisingly stupid cheap for that game. That's how insane that game is. Would I buy it and be like, that's good enough? No. I would entertain that possibility if I looked it up and saw that I could get the manual and the artwork and all that stuff and combine it together for like way under. Then it's a good deal. But, you know, I wouldn't just be satisfied with a loose disc game. In fact, I don't think I have any loose disc games in my collection other than a couple of Sega CD games, just because they came free with some other shit, but I didn't seek them out. Microsoft bought Rareware. God, I can't say that twice. Rareware wasn't allowed to make games for other companies. Excited to play the Game Boy SP, but not for the GameCube. Yes, but that was a different era. That was literally 20 years ago. Like, currently Microsoft, I mean, first of all, they don't really let Rare do much of anything anymore. Just a handful of things here and there. But I'm hopeful that they don't do the monopolistic thing, but I wouldn't blame them for doing it. Like, why would you put that much money into a company just to let it support your competition? But, I mean, somebody, who was it that somebody was yelling at Phil Spencer on Twitter for, allowing, I don't remember if it was Minecraft or something like that to exist on their competition, like as if he's going to give a shit what their opinion is. But he had this great response. He's like, you're mad that we're allowing people to play more games more easily? Like, in other words, he's being almost like generous. Just like, yeah, we bought Minecraft. I don't give a shit. Put it on everything. It's fine. We'll see what they do. I mean, Bethesda, granted, they paid $4 billion for Mojang for basically just Minecraft, and they still allow it to exist on like every platform. Where, they bought Bethesda for like $8 billion, and those are some big IPs and some big games, man. And I'm sure they recognize the reality that you can't really win either way. You either put it out on PlayStation 5 and you hurt your own sales, but you make up for it with the amount of PS5 sales you get, or you keep it, exclusive to your own platform, and just you cut off that entire branch of the fan base that could have bought the game, thus hurting the brand overall. Big games like that do their best when they're not exclusives. I just do not think, I think we're past that point in time of at least cultural expectation where you can be like, all right, Microsoft's going to put out Elder Scrolls 6 exclusively on Xbox Series X, and all the PC gamers and all the PS5 gamers are going to be like, you know what? I do have to buy an Xbox Series X. I think you're more likely to see endless Twitter rage and no actual financial support. That's my guess. I think they acquired it mostly to have it under their wing, to be able to control its distribution and get good chunks of it. That's my guess. I guess we'll see. Microsoft isn't competing in the console space. Xbox is not a moneymaker. I've been saying that for years, and every time I point that out, people are like, you're fucking retarded. That's not how that works, when they know nothing about the history of the platform. Like, the original Xbox lost Microsoft $4.4 billion. So right at the get-go, they were negative $4.4 billion. The Xbox 360 would have turned a profit on its own, but then the Red Rings of Death fiasco cost it. So they ended up being like $2 billion in the hole, which means they started the Xbox One like negative $6 billion. Do you think they made it up on the Xbox One, their least successful platform? Well, it wasn't the least successful, but it started off rough at least. No. Like that is not a division that earns them money. It just earns them like social credibility. And honestly, it's kind of like a jobs program for a company that has so much money they don't know what to do with it. Which has its weird benefits, because that's how you get things like Game Pass, where this company's like, yeah, whatever, pay $1 and get access to all these fucking games that it would have cost you like $60 individually, and you can just play them. We don't even give a shit. Like, that's how you end up with that. That's how you have with the quote-unquote benevolent dictator. That's how that happens. I do think eventually that will go away, but it's there for now. Riley Graham, Super Chats. Pretty funny how Bethesda's first release post buyout was a PSVR exclusive. Yeah, Phil Spencer said that. He was like, we're going to honor all the pre-existing contracts for exclusives. Like, they're not going to be like forcing all those previous PlayStation exclusives to be brought over to Xbox. At least not initially, maybe in a few years or whatever. But, they just want to pay respects, I guess. And again, if they were the evil empire that I think people like to believe them as, you would have already heard about how, oh, fuck them, we're just doing complete exclusivity and everything's going to Xbox only. You guys can kiss my ass. But they didn't do that. Hunter DeMello, Super Chats. What's your favorite sport to play? Do I look like I play sports? Come on. When I was a kid, I played a lot of basketball, but I was never any good at it. Like, I could shoot well, but all the other aspects of it, I was shit. Anyway, as I believe Pizza pointed out, we are now at 7 hours and 5 minutes, which means we have less than an hour to go to tie the record. So, are we at negotiation time? Do I have to do that? Do you want me to keep going, guys? I'm not going to lie, this is getting harder. Jesus, 180 of you are still watching. I appreciate that. I'm 14. It's nice to see another young retro gaming enthusiast. Dude, hang out in the Discord. It's all people that are like 20 years younger than me, just fucking hanging out and being like, wow, Adam's old as fuck. And they're not wrong. But like, they like retro games. We should beat the record. Yeah, easy for you to do. You don't have to do it. You're getting really drowsy. Go to sleep. You don't have to suffer through this. I'm the one who has to die. That's what they want. They want me to die. You know, in the last one, towards the end, they were literally paying me to die. So, we'll see if that happens again. I don't know. It's like, I feel like an asshole bringing that up. But at some point, you got to be like, I kind of want to bail. And so what he did last time was every time we super chatted, I was like willing to like extend it for a couple of minutes. And then as soon as it quieted down, I was like, okay, I guess we're done. But yeah, I felt a little weird doing that because I was kind of like, I was so tired. I was like at that like drunk state of tired. So whatever. Sony could not be bought by Microsoft. It's not possible. It's not a matter of finances. It's a matter of legalities, both Japanese and you would have to even get into possibly American because you're essentially doing it at that point. You are doing it or you're attempting to do essentially a monopoly. So don't even consider that. It's ridiculous. I've been watching you for many years. Love you. Thank you. Take a break. I can't really take a break. Like that's kind of the whole point. Like, Nikolai's going to bed. Have a good night. Super chat from Tech Time. Adam Sorry, I can't even read anymore. Adam loves to play corporate sports ball with folks at work from the office on mandatory fun day, meaning if you don't go, they cut your pay. I don't know what that means, but maybe. Let's go with that. Old fart checking in. I'm 36. You're not alone. Yeah, I'm 34. I'm not dead yet. I'm mostly dead. Like honestly, any of us around that age, you think about it, you're mostly dead. Like your prime is over. You're mostly just like waiting to be put in the home. That's where we're at. And it's fine. It's fine. You know, like, you know, whatever. It's okay. It's fine. Fuck it. Ugh. This coffee is still hot. Ubisoft Thermos for the win. You can also tell I'm definitely starting to lose it because my filter for not swearing is like pretty much gone. Hey, Adam, you're awesome. You're awesome. You're breathtaking. I have always admired your console collection. You have all the craziest iterations of the most popular consoles. I have some. Thank you. There's some I need. I'll try to get more. I gotta wait till I can like travel again because Japan's got all the best stuff, of course. Thank you. You wanted a collection tour, but you said that won't happen. Why is that? I mean, I know you weren't here for this, but I said before, basically, the reason is that would be my final video. I fucking hate room tours. I hate when channels do that because they're just like, I'm just starting my retro thing. Anyway, here's everything I own. I'm like, well, good. I don't need to watch this anymore. You have nothing else you could surprise me with. Nothing is exciting anymore. It's the kiss of death for a channel. Now, granted, I've been around for 12 years, so it probably wouldn't affect me at this point, but I don't respect it. I think it's an easy way to try and get some clicks, and I'm not about that. If I was, I wouldn't be doing a fucking 8-hour or 9-hour, whatever the hell this is. We're at 7 hours. Live stream. It's not how I function. That's why I depend, honestly, on like Patreon and, you know, ad revenue and, you know, super chats and all that stuff to keep this shit going. Because it's just like, I can't depend on being popular. It's never going to happen. But my point is, I don't want to do that because I just feel like that's a good finale. That's the, you know, the last episode of a series where it's like, we're just going to go out with this. It's something people have wanted for a long time since the beginning. It is a good end of the series. So I would do that only if it's my last video. And you would know, like, if that video ever shows up in your subscription feed, not that you'll see it because YouTube never recommends my stuff anymore. But if you ever see that in your subscription feed, then it's going to be bittersweet because it is going to be my last video. So there you go. Although I'm not planning to do that anytime soon. Yo-Yo Shio 267 super chats. Who is the youngest viewer here? I'm 22. Dude, Bear, the guy was asking about, he's literally 2 comments or 3 comments below you. He is 11 years old. He is half your age. How fucking old do you feel? The dude is younger than the channel. Hunter DeMello super chats. I kind of always had a thing for retro games. It kind of started in 2010 when I was about 8 years old. Telling you again. I knew about the PS2, never heard of the PS1. What did you think came before the PS2 if you'd never heard of the PS1? So I decided to look into it, and I was kind of spiraled from there. Yeah, that'll happen. You go down the rabbit hole, man. I gotta say, I said it before a little bit, but I highly respect the hell out of the fact that there are so many, I'm just going to call you guys Zoomers, who are into retro games. It's not something I would have expected, but it's awesome. Do you listen to Slayer? I don't even really know what Slayer is. I think it's a band, right? The only thing I know about Slayer is that South Park joke where they use it to kill a bunch of hippies. That's all I know about that. I'm not a music guy. Thank you guys for the super chats. What's worse than death? Playing the Wii. I hate the Wii. Can't wait for Dreamcast 2. Yeah, you'll keep waiting for that one. Have you ever thought about what your life would be like if you never got into gaming? Not really, because that was so early on. Like, that was literally 1991. I was born in 86, so it's been a thing for really ever since I was like a little kid. So it's just like, you're essentially rewriting my entire life at that point. It's like, what would you think of your life if you were born on North Sentinel Island? I'd be like, I don't know, probably not much, because North Sentinel Island's got is an ancient tribe of people. Like, it's a totally different life. Hopefully that made some sense. What should every video game collection attempt to include, e.g. minimum number of games or consoles, Sonic game, Japanese RPG? I don't have a great answer for that, because the answer really is just whatever you like. It's not like I can say, hey man, if you don't have a Saturn, then you're not even a real gamer. This guy doesn't have a Saturn. Like, I would never go at it with that sort of approach. Whatever you like to collect, video game wise, makes you a collector. Even if it's something I hate. Like, if you're like, dude, I love the Wii. I love collecting for it. I love playing the garbage piece of shit games that are on there. I love waving sticks around. They make me feel like an idiot. I love it. I love how it doesn't work. It's the best. If you're that guy, that's fine. Whatever you like to collect in video games makes you a video game collector. Even if you're like, dude, I have this thing. I only like to collect manuals for Atari 5200 games. I don't give a shit about the console. Don't give a shit about the games. Just want the manuals. That's my shit. If you're that guy, you are still a video game collector. So there's no great rule about what you have to qualify, other than the fact that you have to have something and consider yourself that. But that's really up to you. North Sentinel Island kills outsiders. I think they may be cannibals as well. Thing is, we don't really know that. That's the whole point. Nobody really knows, because nobody's really allowed to go there. For that exact reason, you're absolutely right. They go and they kill them. I love the Wii, but I know you hate it, so I won't go on. You're free to love it. I just don't get it. I think that console is legitimate garbage. Like, it is, I have to be completely honest, of all the mainstream consoles ever produced, and when I say mainstream, you guys know what I mean, like your bigger hit ones, that is by far the worst fucking console ever produced. It just is. It's fucking terrible. Like, the catalog of games on there suck fucking ass, and the good ones are only good if you don't have to use a Wiimote. Or if you're just like, all right, fine, I accept that I have to have brain damage and play with the Wiimote and shake the thing. It sucks. My favorite game on that console is Mario Kart Wii, because it can use a GameCube controller. Fuck that console, man. And just the brand damage that console did. God, I hate it. Adam should do a video dedicated to his hate for the Wii. I kind of did. My Wii recap is basically that. And to this day, I still get a lot of complaints for it. And then it kind of calmed down for a while, because you started getting people in my age range who are like, yeah, that console sucks. But now there's like a resurgence, because you're seeing a lot of kids who are older now who grew up on the Wii, and they're like, this old fuck doesn't get it. It's not that I don't get it. It sucks. You have child nostalgia for a piece of shit. It was a bad thing for the whole time. There's a reason it appealed to your fucking grandmother. It's crap. It's not meant for you. Twilight Princess is my favorite Wii game to play on the GameCube. Excellent point. Twilight Princess got ported to the Wii U, didn't it? See, there you go. Even better version. And I love the fact that Nintendo's like, okay, look, we'll take Skyward Sword and we'll bring that over to the Switch so that there's even one less excuse to ever have to touch the Wii. And we'll get rid of the stupid-ass motion controls. Thank you. Thank you for reviewing everything. No problem. Let's do a review of this cup. So this is an Xbox Live cup. It actually has the number of liters, metrics on the back, and Microsoft gave it to me. So it says approximate volume, which I think is good. It helps you know if you have, you know, it in milliliters. It also has ounces. It goes up to 28 ounces or 800 milliliters. Yeah, I can review the shit out of anything. Do you own any CRTs? What do you play consoles on, CRT or flat panel? I absolutely do not play stuff on CRTs. I do not get why people are so fucking nuts about that. And, like, I get shit for it all the time online. Like, how could you not? I don't give a fuck. Like, honestly, CRTs to me are people, like, there's some nostalgia to that, but I'm not going to lie. It's also the more affordable option because they're old, shitty-ass TVs, and you can connect them with older, crappy cables. They were kind of designed for them. People are like, oh, I think it looks good, which is fine. If you're happy with it, enjoy. You don't have to do it that way, though. There are better ways to do it, and they are expensive, and I understand why that's people don't want to go down that route, but when you have that set up, man, I'm telling you, it's much better. So the only CRT I have here is the Divers 2000 Dreamcast. My mother's house technically still has, in my old room, has my CRT from when I was a kid, and my sister's room has the exact same one. She just bought two of the same. She's like, yeah, that's yours, whatever. Those are there. They are going to the dump, man. I don't want those in the house. They're just junk. They're like, oh, cool, I can play shit with composite and part of the screen is damaged because a magnet was near it. Or maybe it wasn't. It's a fucking CRT, so they just turned to shit. Fuck those things. Crap. Nicholas Armstrong, Super Chats. Any recommendations on HDMI switch boxes and how much does it actually matter for video quality? So a good HDMI switch box's objective is to not degrade anything. It's to pass along exactly the same signal. And even the best ones can remove things like HDCP stripping, which actually makes it more compatible with stuff. Like I noticed there's a TV at my house, my mom's house, and I have an Xbox One connected to it. And I was trying to run like HBO Max on it. And when I did, the sound would just shut off. Turns out it's an HDCP thing for some dumbass reason. Because the TV, I don't know if it can't understand it or what, but you put it through a switch box and it strips that out. And oh, okay, the sound works now. So the brand I recommend is Zetagard. They're available on Amazon, but make sure you get the older ones. There's newer ones that have this, like, in the bottom right corner, there's like this little white note that says like HDCP 2.2 enhanced or something. Do not get that. What that means is it supports HDCP, which you do not want. You want the older one that doesn't support it, because not only does it not support it, it removes it. And the benefits of removing it is not only do you remove compatibility problems like I just described, but it also allows you, if you want to, you can capture footage. Like PS3, infamously, you can't record HDMI footage without an HDCP stripper. Well, guess what? If you have that device in there, you can now record HDMI footage off of a PlayStation 3. And that applies to anything else that uses it. So that's my recommendation. I love that thing. And of course, if you want something like an M Classic or an M Cable, you can just put it on the output of that, and then it'll like support everything you feed into it. So you only need one of those as opposed to like having to buy one for each console. It's great. Thank you for the super chat, Jamie Valadares. Have your thoughts on the PS2 changed since the 6th gen recap video? Not really. My opinion of it was basically, okay, the one thing I'll say about it, that it was an update. I think at the time I maintained the video quality on it sucks. That has certainly not changed. The game library has not changed. Nothing about its history has changed. The one thing that changed was I said at the time, like, look, the 6th gen was an amazing generation of like 4 incredible consoles. One of them had to come in last. And for me, that's the PlayStation 2 for X, Y, and Z reasons. The one thing that has changed is I did not know about the existence of the new one at the time, which was a 6th gen console. That comes in last. The PlayStation 2 comes above it. So it would be like 4 out of 5 for me. That's the only thing that has changed. Because other than that, I have nothing about it has been altered. It's not like it magically, all the games didn't magically start supporting progressive scan. You know, the quality of the controller to me did not change. Like, nothing changed. So, no, other than that. Thank you for the super chat. We have one from Tech Time Team, which again, you're Leafy, right? Should I just call you Leafy Poo? Like, what do you prefer? Ugh, sinuses from talking too much. Earliest, sorry if that was gross. My earliest memories of 2000s music video was Rob Zombie's Dragula. I think you mean Dragula, not a Dracula. I only know that song because I watched it in a Transformers video. I'm not even kidding. I remember balloons being popped by a dart. I remember being into OG Xbox in 2010. I'm not really sure what that has to do with anything, but thank you, Leafy Poo. That song, there was this awesome music video. I don't like music videos at all, but somebody did this great one where they mashed up like all the Dinobots from Generation 1 Transformers to that song of Grimlock just like killing the shit out of people. And I was like, this is awesome. What is this song? No idea what the history of the song is, though. I do not know music. Thank you for the super chat, though. Another super chat from Leafy Poo. Dragula, he corrected himself. He said, I suck. I would love to soft mod an Xbox OG. Well, that's easy. You could do that. That's no problem. The original Xbox is like a modder's paradise for the amount of things it can do. The only problem with it now is it's old. So like people are like, well, I can do other things. But the original Xbox is great for modification. Thank you for that super chat as well. Riley Graham super chats. Did you know that KFC Australia is selling donut balls now? No, but I'm actually kind of patriotic because that's really American of you guys, and you know, mad respect. Thank you for the super chat. How are those? Like, have you had them? Tech Time, which again is Leafy Poo. Adam, would you say you're making above minimum wage? I don't really know because I don't work a 9 to 5. What would be what is minimum wage in the US currently? Because I haven't worked that type of job in years. What is it? It's still $7.25, right? Somebody calculate this. So if you were to work, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I don't have the calculator. Somebody give me the numbers. You know, 7, let's say 8 hours, just to round up, just to be nice about it. And you just go to like 725 times that. I assume I made more on this stream than that. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but at the same time, YouTube takes fees that an employer would not. $15 minimum wage? I don't think $15 is actually the minimum wage, not federally. Although you have to consider I'm in Illinois, so I don't know what Illinois. Can you look up specifically what Illinois' minimum wage is, or Cook County, Illinois specifically? Hunter DeMello super chats. Hey, what's your history with handhelds? I kind of talked about this before. Thank you for the super chat. My first one ever was the original Game Boy, like the regular like old beige grayish type of design, and I loved that thing, but I lost it as a little kid. Eventually I got more of them and I liked them, but you know, as time went on, I was really like, dude, I own a television. I should just play out games on a television. I think what actually ruined it for me was the Super Game Boy for SNES, because I was like, wow, I really enjoy playing these games so much more on a television. I hate tiny little screens that are black and white and don't have a screen or light in the back. Whereas I just absolutely loved playing it on a TV. So I think there was psychologically somewhere in me that was like, you know what? I should just wait till they always have this. And then with the GameCube, they really rewarded you for that. Thank you for the super chat. Riley Graham also super chat says, I only know about them because I work at a KFC. I haven't had one yet. Dude, you work there and you haven't even tried it? So here's the thing. KFC in the US, fucking gross. Don't eat that shit. In other countries, it's probably better, particularly Asian countries. Obviously, Australia is not an Asian country, but yeah, it's. I'm sure it's. I know it's better there. They try a lot more. In the U.S., you can feed us like dumpster slop and we'll eat it. So it's whatever. But yeah, isn't it nationally $7.25? Yeah, that's federal jobs. That's a federal minimum, and then it's up to states if they want to increase it beyond that point. Somebody said that Illinois does $8.25. That might be true. I did not look into it. But it also can be county specific. So I live in Cook County, which is where Chicago is. That might have an even higher one. I do not know because I don't work that type of job, so I don't apply. So you'd have to look that up. Isn't a donut ball just a munchkin? Yes, but I don't think Dunkin' Donuts is in Australia. Federal is $7.25. Illinois for over 18 is $11. So see, it's being inconsistent. because somebody said 8.25. Now they're saying 11. You have to look up Cook County specifically. Cook as in I want to cook dinner. I'd love to see you on a Spawn cast stream. I think that was supposed to be a thing at one point, and then it just kind of fizzled out. Adam knows his stuff. That is so true. KFC is better in Malaysia, for example. Dude, I'm telling you, Asian countries know what to do with KFC. A lot of the great American brands are totally destroyed in the U.S. itself. Like Coca-Cola. Fucking disgusting in the United States. Like, get the real sugar stuff. Like a Mexican Coke, if you're in the U.S., try that. I'm telling you, you'd be like, Jesus Christ, why did I ever drink this crap that we make in here? $14 for Chicago. See, minimum wage here is twice the federal minimum wage. Almost twice the federal minimum wage. So it varies. Timbits are fucking gross. Do not bring those up here. But yes, like the Japanese obviously love KFC, but I don't eat KFC because I don't eat fast food. If I want fried chicken, there are great fried chicken places, and they're not fast food garbage. Although if we're back to the sodas for a second, if you're in Germany and you're probably asleep, German Coca-Cola out of a glass bottle is like the best soda you will ever have in your life. Not only is it the much better version of Coca-Cola, but the thing that also makes it special, and I found this out at a 2K event of all things, is that Germany has like really strict standards on their water. And so they put that in there, and it's just like, it takes it to another level. You wouldn't expect it. Like it makes sense though, right? Like the quality of the water should be a factor, but people don't ever think about that. Not all water is the same. Seems Chicago people are really well educated. I hope so. Thank you. I got my education in the suburbs, I guess. Can it beat Pepsi? So the thing about Pepsi is it's totally different again in other countries. American Pepsi, I would say, is better than American Coke, but international Coca-Cola is infinitely better than American Pepsi, and international Pepsi worse than international Coke, and worse than American Coke. I don't understand that one. Like a real sugar glass bottle Pepsi is not as good as a high fructose corn syrup bullshit Pepsi. And I can't wrap my mind around it, but it's true. Chick-fil-A is pretty amazing. I've never eaten there, so I can't say, but people say that, but I always wonder, like, have you had fried chicken at like a real place and not a fast food chain? Is German Coca-Cola greater than Pepsi? Yes. The only soda I have ever had in my life that can compete with a German Coca-Cola. Again, glass bottle. I'm being very specific about this. Plastic bottle? Fuck that. That's bullshit. It's not the same thing. I've been to the Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta, and they have an entire thing explaining the science of why you should always drink it out of a glass bottle, because it's not just aesthetics. It actually affects the taste. But anyway, German glass bottle, Coca-Cola. The only thing I've ever had that competes with that, it doesn't even make sense, is an American glass bottle, real sugar, Dr. Pepper. Those two sodas are on fucking God tier. They are incredible. And it's hard to find the American real sugar Dr. Pepper in a glass bottle. I've seen them in Chicago. And I know I'm from here, so that makes sense. But I have never, ever seen them anywhere else. Ever. In the United States. They're supposed to be common in Texas. Never seen one there. So that would be my suggestion. Next time you're in a grocery store, because you won't find it at like a Sam's Club or anything, or like a Costco, they just don't bother. Go to a grocery store, go to the soda aisle and look for those glass bottle ones. Occasionally you'll see them, in the US anyway, real sugar, glass bottle Dr. Pepper. You may not even recognize it because the logo is totally different. If you like Dr. Pepper, get that and just go to another level. You will never touch regular Dr. Pepper again. You'll be like, I can't go back. It's like, you can't put me back in the Matrix now, you know? Screw you. Throwback Pepsi was fucking delicious, says Leafy Poo. Okay, I'm glad you liked it. Now go try a Mexican Coke or a German Coca-Cola. Spezi, a legit Spezi from Germany, is also fantastic. It's basically a combination of Coca-Cola and Fanta. Like almost like an orange Coca-Cola, but much better. Not Mezzomix. That's like the that's literally the Coca-Cola brand. That one's like McDonald's quality bullshit. It's actual Spezi in a bottle. Fucking great. But you can only get that in Germany. Thank you, though, Leafy Poo, for the super chat. Hunter DeMello also super chats and says, Molokai had a Subway opened in 2001 and closed in 2011 because in 2007 the cops found millions of dollars worth of coke and meth at the owner's house on Maui. Well, holy shit. And I assume you mean cocaine, the drug, and not Coca-Cola, because that would be a really weird thing to shut the guy's house down over. Holy shit, this guy was importing millions of dollars of Coca-Cola. Just given the context of what we were talking about, that was funny. But yes, that's crazy, man. You know where I went to once where it just was kind of funny because it was a similar story to that? I went to Saipan last year, which is an island in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands near Guam. It's part of the United States, okay? It's straight up the U.S., but it's a part of the U.S. that almost nobody goes to. I was there with my buddy Matt, and we were driving around because he wanted to rent a car because he's like, it's like $14 to rent a car. So we're driving around, and it's weird because you're like, I'm on this beach island in the middle of the South Pacific, but as soon as like you're up behind enough like trees and you can't see the water, you're like, it feels like you're driving through Ohio. It just feels weird because you're like, the street signs are the same. It fucks with your head. And where I'm going with this though is we kept seeing ads for McDonald's, like to the point of not just like normal billboards, like bus stops that were made out of concrete were all painted in the decor of McDonald's. Like I have a bunch of photos of it because it can blow my mind. And it turns out it's because they had just opened their first McDonald's on the island, which was anywhere in the entire Commonwealth, which is like a state that's just not a state yet. And it was like that line is like everybody was like, holy shit, I have to go to McDonald's because they've never had a chance to have it before. It was just so cool to see stuff like that. Super chat from Riley Graham. Have you ever had a Passiona, passion fruit soft drink? It is very good. I take it that's an Australian thing. No. I will say this about Australia. Other than the US and the Japanese, Australia is the fucking junk food capital of the entire world. It is incredible. And not just like stuff you've never heard of, but like things you have heard of and versions of it you've never seen. Like the first time, not the first time I went there. Last time I went there, I saw, before the US ever got it, they had peach Coca-Cola, they had raspberry Coca-Cola, they had all these different versions of Lay's and Fritos and stuff that I was like, what the hell? I've never seen this before. You had versions of Snickers and Twix and all these things. I'm like, we have these, but this version of it doesn't exist. It was crazy. Kit Kats. You guys give the Japanese a run for their money on the fucking Kit Kats down in Australia. It is crazy awesome, like how many different ones they had. Not to mention all the other junk foods that we don't have that they do. And it was just like, wow, I remember bringing tons of that stuff back because it was just so fucking crazy awesome. But Passiona, I missed. Tim Tams, obviously, are a thing here. That's an Australian thing. But here you get like 2 or 3 of them. In Australia, it's like you have an entire wall of different Tim Tams flavors. It's like, oh yeah, this is this week's Tim Tams flavor. So if you are in Australia and you've never left it, just understand you are spoiled with the junk food. There's only 2 countries that can compete with you, which is the United States and Japan. Hungry Jack's, yes, is Burger King down in Australia, which is funny. And John D, thank you for all the compliments about how culturally adept I am. I have traveled a lot. I've been to a lot of places. What was it? I don't remember offhand. I think it was in 2019 alone. I went to 46 cities in like 16 different countries in 1 year. The most insane travel span of my entire life was in the summer of 2019. You want to hear this? I've said this before, but John, I'm saying this for you specifically. I had to go from Chicago to New York to Glasgow, Glasgow to London, London to Porto, Portugal, to New York, to Toronto, to New York, to Brussels, to Paris, to San Francisco, to Chicago in 2 weeks. I crossed the Atlantic Ocean 3 times in 1 week. And when I landed, I was like, oh my God, I'm dying. Like, I'm so exhausted and everything. I'm like, I need to just chill a little bit. And then all of a sudden I got a notification being like, you have another like thing. You need to go off to Germany and you need to go to Seattle and then you're going to Japan. And I was like, I needed a break. I canceled the Seattle thing. I canceled the Germany thing, especially Germany because they were like, yeah, Gamescom. And I was like, I don't want to go to Gamescom. I fucking hate Gamescom. You need to go there. You need to do all this shit. I'm just like, I'm not doing it. I just got back from Europe twice in a week. I'm not doing this. Yes, my passport is the extra pages passport with a shit ton of stamps. Anyway, so I didn't go to that and I canceled PAX Prime. I was like in Seattle. I was like, I can't. I wasn't going to cancel Japan though. You never cancel Japan. So yeah, then it's like, it's back to normal. I miss traveling so much. Australia has McDonald's, is Mickey D's or whatever it is. Macca's, that's it. In Australia, we have Macca's. You got to go and get some Macca's, mate. Yeah, Riley says it. It's Macca's, mate. The cheeseburgers I had in Australia were class. Best cheeseburgers I've ever had in my entire life is in Guam. Again, U.S. territory. Believe it or not, I've been to Guam 5 fucking times. Guam is awesome. And it's a really weird part of the U.S. that does not get any attention, and it really deserves it. But the thing about Guam is that it's American, but it's only 3 hours away from Japan. It doesn't have any sort of tourism industry for the West, and it doesn't have much industry on the island because it's mostly like federally subsidized because it's a U.S. territory and it's a big military base. So what do you do for an economy other than just, normal things like, hey, we'll build a mall and people will work in the mall? They're like, okay, we can do tourism, but we can cater to the Japanese specifically, as well as other Asian countries. So it's this really weird piece of America that feels like it's a part of another country, but isn't. And as a result, they looked at it like, what do the Japanese want? The Japanese want to visit America. They don't want to go all the way to America. That's a long flight. It's like 13 hours. Fuck that. Whereas there's this tropical piece of America that's only 3 hours away. Like, I'll do that all day. Whatever. So let's cater to Japanese stereotypical interests of what the Japanese want. And what do they want? And this is what I was told. Number one, they want to go ATV riding. I didn't expect that. That's not a stereotype I think we're known for, but that's what they want. So there's like a lot of options for that. They want to shoot guns. They want to go to gun ranges. And apparently they're like, you ever want to see like a Japanese person totally unleashed? Go with them to a gun range in Guam. And because in Japan, it's a very rigid lifestyle. You have to be very, like this all the time. But you're in Guam now. You're on vacation. You can relax. So they unleash all this pressure. Like their guns just fucking like destroying plates and all these like targets and shit. And they just get it all out of their system. And the last thing they want, big American burgers. So the burgers are like fucking nuts down there. Like they're huge and they're unbelievable because they cater more to Japanese quality of taste, not necessarily Japanese like flavor taste, but the Japanese expect higher quality food than Americans do. So as a result, you get that there. It's the coolest shit. Like I know I can't imagine many of you will ever go to Guam, but if you do, the place I recommend is called Meklidos. There's 2 of them on the island. I've been to both. Awesome. Like my mom and I went to Guam twice because I was like, you got to try this place. This place is crazy because my mom loved to travel. So we took her there. My mom didn't eat much food. She was kind of one of those people who'd like, I love to try stuff, but I'm just going to have a small amount because I can't eat much. And then she got this. We went to Meklidos. And she wanted this like grilled ham and cheeseburger thing they did, which sounds like exactly what it is. Literally, it's like 2 fucking grilled cheese sandwiches, ham and cheese sandwiches, and like a burger in between. And she was like, and the fries, and she just sits there and she's like, I can't eat all this. But she starts trying it. I have never in my life seen her eat something that big. And at the end, she's like, yes, like this was, she ate the whole thing. And like, my mom couldn't remember what she had for breakfast that morning because it just wasn't important to her. She's not like me where I like remember random bits of food and I take photos of it. But that burger, man, like 2 years on, she's like, we got to fucking go back. I need that burger. Like, I remember that. Like, she was describing it in detail. Like, they know what they're doing with the burgers there. Sorry, I know nobody asked about Guam, but there's my little bit about Guam. Tech Time, once again, Super Chat says, Adam has seen more foreign women than sailors. That is not true. I mean, if you ever go to Yokosuka in Japan, dude, Rio is not trying because they are everywhere. You can't miss them. Like, Rio had to have, like, blindfolds on to not notice them. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for the super chat. He also super chatted again and said, all Aussie drinks are made with kangaroo blood. I sort of had kangaroo blood because I had a kangaroo burger down there. It was pretty good. Kangaroo meat is good, but not common. So you can really only find it like the touristy areas. It's kind of like in the US anyway, it's kind of like finding a buffalo burger. Like you can do it. It can be done. It's just not a common thing that everybody does. If you go to a grocery store, they'll have like maybe a small, like my grocery store has a small section for just buffalo meat, but you know, it's not, I mean, I wasn't going to buy buffalo meat. I had no way to cook it. So I had to find a place that actually had the burger. And the only place I could find was in the touristy area in Sydney. And I had it and it was good. But yeah, you know, try it. It's good stuff. But it's funny because I asked, like, why is this not more common? And they were like, you have to understand, eating a kangaroo is kind of like me telling you to go eat a bald eagle. It just feels weird. Like, it's such a spiritual, symbolic animal for us. And then to just go ahead and eat it is bizarre. But at the same time, kangaroos are like deer over there. They're like a pestilence. They're just everywhere. So it's especially in like Tasmania and shit. Like I've been down there and it's like you'd see fields of kangaroo just running and you're just like, God, these things are annoying. Like, you know, like, so I could see why in the more rural areas they're like, yeah, fuck kangaroo, let's eat them. And then the city areas like, no, they're beautiful. You can't do that. Still alive, super chat. Did you know Rare Replay and Forza Motorsport 5 are the only true Xbox One physical exclusives? You can't get them anywhere else. How about Azito, the Xbox Japanese exclusive? I don't think that got a physical on anything. I don't think it was ever ported anything else. I think it's the only Japanese exclusive. Thank you for the super chat. Riley Graham, super chats. Your Aussie accent sucks, bro. Hey, mate, your Aussie accent sucks. It does, mate. I have to like sit there and do it for a while to kind of get back into it. It's not exactly my natural state. Do you need a passport for Guam? If you're an American, no. In fact, it's funny. Matt, who was in this chat very briefly, he's the dude I went to Cuba with. I also went to Guam and Saipan with him. When we went to the airport, he forgot his passport. And I was like, we're going to Guam ultimately, so you should be fine. So his driver's license gets him on the flight from Chicago. We stopped in Honolulu and hung out with my buddy Mikkel, and he put us up for the night. No problem. It's a state. Not a big deal. You go from Honolulu to Guam, you're still in the U.S., but you are hitting a territory. It's okay. Driver's license is fine. Then we went from Guam to Saipan, which is now the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, also a U.S. territory. But you're going from territory to territory, so it starts getting a little weirder. Driver's license is okay. It gets him there. It wasn't until we turned around that we had a problem. So we were leaving Saipan to go back to Guam, because in that part of the world, Guam's the fucking mainland. And border control, U.S. border control would not allow him to board the flight back to Guam without a passport. And he was kind of freaking out. And then just by random coincidence, he remembered he had taken a photo of his passport like 3 years earlier. So he had to like dig through an archive of photos because they just would not allow him to board the flight without it. So basically what I'm saying is you can get there, but you might have a hard time getting back. Although Guam to Honolulu, he was able to do it with a driver's license, no problem. And of course, Honolulu back to mainland U.S., not a problem either. So I would just say only go as far as Guam on a driver's license. But I'll also say this, passports, dude, always get a passport. It's sad that less than 25% of Americans have a passport. It's actually kind of pathetic because I've noticed it when you travel. Like I've only had to travel with a license, you know, like passport expired and I had to temporarily switch or whatever. You're treated so differently. A driver's license is like, okay, we have to ask you a bunch of questions. You got to go through security. You got to do all this shit. Passport's like, oh, well, your table is ready, sir. Come on in. It's just totally a different experience. Like even if you're flying domestic, have a passport. They're good for 9.5 years. Get a fucking passport. It is literally a passport to the world. Not in a pandemic, but it's awesome and you should always have one. So thank you. Another super chat from Riley again. He says, I kind of want to go to Guam now. There are no flights from Guam to Australia. And I kind of did some research into that. And like, I don't know why. I think I was bored and I was in Guam just wondering because I looked at it and like all the hubs, Guam is a hub for various airlines. The only American airline that operates there, though, is United Airlines. It's a big hub for them, allowing them to go to various Asian countries. They don't go to Australia from there. And I looked into other airlines, like Korean Air goes there, a bunch of Japanese airlines go there. Cathay Pacific, I think, goes there, or Cathay Pacific, you know, the Hong Kong airline. There's a bunch of those. there are no Australian airlines. And I did a little research, and all they basically said is the Australians just have no reason to go there. Like, if Australians want to fly to America, from their perspective, at least if you're coming from Sydney, Guam and Honolulu are basically the same thing. So you might as well just go to the quote unquote real thing. Whereas that's just not the case for Asian markets because they're so much closer to it. But for you to go to Guam, I don't know what you'd have to do as your most direct route. Maybe it would be, I don't know what part of Australia you live in, but maybe it would be like Sydney to Honolulu to Guam. So you'd be doing a bit of a triangle thing. I don't really know. But Guam's fucking cool. Like, I love it. But I'm also an American. But Guam is a really weird place to be. It really is. Because, again, as an American, it's really just a fun thing to look at. To be like, this whole place is America, but it feels like an alternate universe where Japan won World War II. It's strange. What's the most unusual animal you've eaten? I've had alligator, I've had kangaroo, I've had emu, which I probably pronounced wrong. I've had buffalo, I've had rabbit, I've had shark. That was disgusting. Don't do that. I'm still with my Portuguese girlfriend. She was in the chat earlier, yes. I that's all I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more because there's also things to me that are not weird that to some other people might be, like crawfish. If you've never been to Louisiana or you don't like Cajun food or whatever, you've probably never had crawfish. That shit is bomb as fuck. I've never had horse or like whale or anything like that. I've had reindeer. I had that in Sweden. That was really good. So maybe that's my answer. How much does it cost to obtain a passport? It depends. If you've never had one before, it depends on the expedience of which you care about getting it, and it cares about how many pages you want yours to be. So it really varies. But I want to say it was like $120. It's good for 9.5 years. They claim 10, but that's not true. And the reason it's not true is the last 6 months are mostly invalidated because no country will let you in if your passport expires within 6 months. So it's basically 9.5 years. What the fuck? Crawfish. Yeah, you've never had crawfish? It's great. Squid is good. I've had that many times. Octopus is good. Have I had dolphin? No. I don't think I would eat a dolphin. Not. It's more because they're like intelligent. And that's, I kind of draw the line there. Like, I would never eat a dog. Like, there's certain animals, like, no, fuck that. Have I ever had Wagyu beef? Yes, in Japan. Not much of it, because it's super expensive, but just try it. It, honestly, wasn't special. Not to me, anyway. But maybe that's because I was eating so little of it. I don't really know. I don't have, like, a strong enough palate to really be able to be like, oh yeah, of course, Wagyu beef, I can tell it anywhere. Like, I like higher quality food, but I also know where that line is. Like, I don't go to a high-end sushi place in Japan because I know that if I go to Kura Sushi, I'm gonna have an amazing time for like no money. So if you're ever in Japan and you're like, I like sushi, find yourself a Kura Sushi, Kura, Kura Sushi. It's a chain. They're not super common, but they're around. It's a conveyor belt place. You just take whatever you want off. It's like 50 cents a plate. It's like, I remember like eating like stacks and stacks, and it's like, oh, your whole bill's like $8. I'm like, I love this fucking place. I live in New Orleans. Crawfish and beer everywhere. Dude, I technically have family down there. So I've spent time in New Orleans. You're still alive. I'm not dead yet. Oh my God, guys. We're like 15 minutes from beating the record. You tell me, you want me to keep going? I mean, I think we'll beat the record. I'm not too worried about that. It's really, all right. Here's what I'm going to put out there. After we beat the record, it's up to you guys to decide how long I stay. You can super chat me to keep me alive or not. I'll leave that up to you. Delete that. I got some spam, some bullshit. Sorry, I don't know why I'm checking my email in the middle of this. I think it's just because I'm losing my mind. Kura Sushi in California. It's not the same shit. I know what you're talking about. It's not the same shit. It's just using the name. It is not even the same chain. I'd get a beer with you. I don't drink beer, but I'd get a coffee. Do you live in New Orleans? Because I would want to go to like a legit crawfish etouffee place. Because the best I can do is import that stuff in like, you know, freeze dried and like have it shipped up in bulk. And then I just occasionally get to dive into it. I need to place another order, man. Although you could probably help me with that, couldn't you? No, just kidding. Man, sinuses are like hitting me hard. This is a fun fact about human biology. Sorry, they might be going in and out of focus. If you talk for 8 hours, your throat starts to hurt and your nose is like, I'm gonna start being congested because you shouldn't be doing this, you dumb idiot. Was I a Blockbuster or Hollywood video kid? I was technically both, but I don't think there was anybody who was really a Hollywood video kid because they were only around for a couple of years. But I went to both. What's my favorite alcohol? I don't have one. I don't drink. I have had alcohol, but I don't enjoy it. So it's like a pointless vice. Not only health-wise, also your stomach starts eating itself and wanting you to die. Yeah, now I'm just burping. What was I saying? You know, alcohol. Yeah, no, I've had it before, but I've never been drunk or anything like that. So I'm just kind of like, I don't enjoy it. It's a pointless vice where it's not only bad for your health, but it's bad for your wallet, especially when you don't like it. Riley Graham, super chats. My smallish town recently got a Taco Bell, 10th in the country. What is a good item? It's called the Dumpster Special. It's a trash can in the building that's free, and you can just put all the shitty ass tacos you just bought and put them right in that trash can and then go to a real place instead. That's what you do. Taco Bell is fucking gross. Do not eat there. Vietnamese Cajun food. Okay. I've been so spoiled by Vietnamese food. So a couple of years ago, my mom used to go to Vietnam regularly. She went there like 5 or 6 times because she used to teach English to kids, and she would come back here and like force like rich people to like donate money so she could buy like, you know, glasses and like educational tools and bring them to Vietnam and like donate them to those people. So as a result, she made a lot of friends over there. And at one point she met this lady who was just like 6 months pregnant or something like that. Maybe not that far along. I was like 4 months pregnant. And they were just chatting about it. She's like, oh, it's too bad you're not, you know, going to be in the US when your kid's born because your kid would be an American. And she was like, wait, you can do that? And she's like, yeah. And my mom was like, you know what? Fuck it. Come live with me. Fly back to the U.S. Live with me when you give birth. And then your kid's an American citizen. Whatever. And that's exactly what happened. So this woman comes and she lives with us for like 3 months. Or lives with my mom, I should say. I didn't live there. But she was constantly cooking Vietnamese food. The best nem and the best pho I have ever had. Like, it has totally ruined me. I cannot eat that stuff anymore because I'm like, it's just never going to be as good as what this lady was making. It was unreal how good hers was. And it's the best. One time, hilariously, so my mom decided to have some weird like Vietnamese party. She invited like our whole family over to the house. And, you know, this lady was just like, I want to cook. I love doing this. So she's like making all this stuff. And she's like, my mom didn't know what to do. All this gets like piling up. So she's like, I'll have the family over and everybody can eat this stuff, whatever. So she invited me, but I'm like, I'm in Japan at the moment. I can't make it out there in time. And, you know, I was like, and then we did the math and we realized like, okay, I can still get there the day of. I'll just be arriving like 3 hours after everybody else. And so I arrived pretty much like 10 minutes after the food was done, which was pretty amazing timing. And my whole family's like making fun of me, being like, hey, you don't know what you're doing because we've all been sitting here practicing our chopsticks, and they're trying to eat essentially soup with chopsticks. And they're like, dude, they're all like struggling, but they're like, you're never going to do it better. And I'm like, motherfuckers, I go to Japan on the regular. I eat ramen over there with chopsticks. You have no idea with whom you are fucking. And then I sat there and demolished that shit with only chopsticks. And I did it well fast beyond them. They're like, how the fuck did you do that? And I'm like, guess where I just came from? I was in Japan 12 hours ago. I ain't playing. I can eat soup with sticks. There's your quote for the video. My mom was pretty badass. Like, I mean, I know she was my mom, so I'm going to be biased, but that's a lot of the attitude you get from me. You know, the outgoingness, the travelingness, the confidence, like, you know, the fuck you, I'm going to make this shit happen attitude. That all came from her. My mom was, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and do a eulogy for my mom. I already had to do that. But my mom was in an interesting position because she basically was one of those people who was able to like rise a corporate ladder and like be successful in an era when women couldn't do that. Like she was doing corporate like high rise stuff in the like early 70s. You know, so it was pretty impressive in hindsight. And it's one of those things I only kind of noticed more after she passed away. Let's not go out on a sour note. It doesn't really bother me, but it's like I don't want to just sit here and remind everybody like, hey, one day your parents are gonna go. I'm kind of scared of Adam. He knows everything. He is the Nardwuar, the human serviette of everything. See, I don't know how to pronounce those words. Does that count? John, it's not that I know everything. It's more like I'm extremely strongly opinionated, but I've formed those opinions based on a lot of experience. But if I don't know some shit, like I'll tell you. Like when you're like, hey, what's this song? Is this good or bad? I'm like, I don't fucking understand music at all. But traveling and shit, I got that. Like I'll tell you. Oh, getting a headache. Whoa, the body's like, what the hell are you doing to me? Bro, Brian! Holy shit! Brian is my guy. Brian is my guy in Guam. We were just talking about you. We were literally just talking about you like inside of 10 minutes ago. I'm not even kidding, dude. I have every intention of coming back to Guam this year if I can. Literally at this point, it's a matter of travel restrictions. We were talking about my mom. We were talking about Guam. So let's combine the two. Last year, had the pandemic not been a thing, my mom and I, you know, I'm going to tell you guys a personal story. Christmas was always a big deal in our house, even though none of us were religious. It was just like, I like Christmas Day. My mom loved it. The whole spirit of like, hey, let's just presents and let's decorate. She just fucking loved it. But every year, the thing got smaller because like extended family stopped showing up to her house. And that Christmas 2019, she said was depressing because you were at a point where there was only a handful of people and most people were like exhausted and they were older and they didn't want to be there. And it was just like, you felt like everybody was there against their will. So literally the next day she decided, you know what? I always loved our Christmases, but I'm kind of done with this. I want to do the more exotic thing. So she actually said, I'm not even kidding. She was like, next year, Christmas, we're all going to Guam. She was like, fuck being here. Let's be in the sun. Let's be in fucking paradise in December and January. That's what she wanted to do. And had the pandemic not been a thing, she still would have passed away because her death had nothing to do with it. But I was going to go to Guam in her honor. And I'm half vaccinated at this point. Like I've got the first one, not the second dose. So assuming the restrictions drop a little bit and all that, I want to go to Guam this year to have a Christmas in her honor. But I may also, logistically speaking, have to go earlier than that. I don't know. That was always my plan. Like I said earlier, I'm sitting on a metric fuck ton of airline miles. You know, not only the mine that I accrued on my own as an adult being sent to places, but also the ones I got as a kid that I haven't really spent much of. But also, to be completely frank, my mom had a bunch of miles because she actually traveled a lot, and I inherited those. So, like, I'm sitting on a bunch of that, so I could come there, is what I'm saying, Brian. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to see you, dude. We're going to hang out. I might even bring someone with me, a buddy of mine, not the one you met, another buddy who's going to be like, who's just like, I can't believe you get to go to Guam. This place is crazy. I want to go. And I told him all about you, dude. So he's like super excited about like, we can hang out. We can drive around. We can get some beers, whatever. Oh, you guys can get beers because I don't drink. But we'll have another buddy. It'll be fun, Brian. I'm coming. I promise you that. If anybody ever goes to Guam, Brian is your dude. Like, add this dude on Facebook or Instagram or anything, any sort of social platform. Fucking nicest guy ever. And he's just like, yeah, dude, let's hang out. He is the guy in Guam. And everywhere we go, that dude is the celebrity. We go into any place and they're like, yo, Brian, like, everybody knows this motherfucker. He's such an awesome dude. But I tried to pay you back. Remember the time, Brian, we went to Coffee Slut? That last time around we were with Matt. And, like, all of a sudden, the Coffee Slut's like, oh, dude, yeah, your channel, I watch it. Here's some free coffee. And he's just, like, buying her, all my guys. Like, it felt like having an entourage. It was crazy awesome. Just getting, like, free coffee and stuff. Oh, man. And Coffee Slut, that's just the name of the place. I'm not even joking about that. You know, a lot of the girls there, beautiful women. I think one of them's, like, literally, like, former Miss Guam who works there. It's, like, fucking crazy, awesome place. Would you ever consider moving to another country? Not if I didn't have to. Like, I shit on a lot of things about the U.S., like the small things, like, you know, the food quality sucks, this and that, whatever. But of all the places I've ever been to, it's the only one I would actually want to live in. If I was forced to leave the US for any reason, my second choice would be Canada, but that would be purely for logistical reasons because it's right there. I wouldn't have to do major infrastructure changes, same power supplies, all that sort of stuff. And then, of course, I could drive all my shit across the border. But in that sort of ridiculous scenario, I'm probably running from a crime. You know what I mean? Like, I'm probably not just being like, it's not like, Uncle Sam's like, you know what? You got to just leave America. Like, that can't happen. So my answer to that with a huge asterisk next to it is Canada. But it's not like I would want to move to Canada. There's no country I've been to where I would want to move to. Plenty of places where I want to visit, but never move to. And yes, the name of the place is Coffee Slut. If you do not believe me, you all have access to Google Maps. Look up a place called Coffee Slut. It'll take you to Guam. It is awesome. And the coffee there is fucking fantastic too. Like, if no joke, watch one of my videos from the last year. Behind my shoulder on my camera left, you'll see just a couple Sega stickers and stuff like that. Above that, there is, I am not even kidding, there is a sticker for Coffee Slut. We broke the record. No, we didn't. It's 2 minutes away. But thank you for noticing. Have you been to El Salvador? Ever had a pupusas? No, I've never been to El Salvador. The only country I've been to in that region is Costa Rica. And I was a kid at the time. Thank you for the super chat. Brian Borkowski super chats and says, do you have an OG 360 for the original Xbox? I don't know what that means. You're going to have to elaborate. I don't understand, because that should mean original Xbox 360 for original Xbox. I need you to elaborate slightly on that. Toy Rat is awesome. Yes, if you're in Canada, in the Southern Ontario area, you should go there. We haven't got there, guys. We're not quite there on the record yet. We're close. We're literally a minute away. Obviously, it's going to happen. Ugh. Is it some sort of coffee brothel? Not at all. It's like a coffee bar. It's like I think Starbucks is open, come on in, hang out environment, but the inside of it is way more chill and has a lot of artwork, and it does art shows. But at the same time, there's also an alcohol bar, and the dude who owns it is super cool as shit. And he when we were hanging out with him that last time, he was just hooking us up with free stuff. And I don't drink, but he was like, "You guys drink?" Because he was like, "I'll give you guys. I'm doing this coffee alcohol fusion thing I've been working on." So he's hooking up Brian and Matt, my buddies there, my entourage in that case, for free. And just an awesome place. And like I said, all the girls who work there, there's something about girls from Guam, man. They're all supermodels. The average girl there, an ugly girl there is a 9. It's ridiculous. So and literally, Brian knows who I'm talking about, which is probably why he's not responding, because he's being a little shy about it. But there's one girl in particular who's literally the former Miss Guam, and it's just holy shit balls. Okay, guys, we have officially tied the record. Cool. Acknowledgement. When did I go to why did I go to Costa Rica? I was a kid. My mom wanted to go to Costa Rica for some reason. That's all I remember. I remember the trip, and we just kind of did a tour around, all the way around the country. But it was her thing. It had nothing to do with me. I was 9 years old. Hunter DeMello super chats. What do you think is the GameCube's hook without naming a game? Hey, we officially beat the record with that moment. But I have the way, everybody. The GameCube's hook at this point is just that it's a really cool 6th gen Nintendo console. I don't really know how else to answer that specifically. You can't name a game, so it's really just what I said. It's a Nintendo console that is very capable and offers an awesome library of stuff without naming any one particular thing. And Brian's laughing because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. He knows exactly who I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, Brian, you're paying attention, right? First of all, Brian's in Guam, so the time zone there, what time is it for you right now, dude? Over 8 hours of streaming. Yes, this is officially the longest stream we ever did. Thank you, everybody. I couldn't have done it without you. But yeah, Brian, what time is it for you? If I was you, I'd be going to Coffee Slut every fucking day. I remember when we were in there that last time, and we were hanging out at the bar there and talking to like the girl who worked there, and she was talking about like she was like, what did she say? She's like making that one drink or whatever, and she's like, it's kind of like a horchata, and I'm like, you should call it a horchata. And she literally fist bumped me. She's like, yes, you fucking get it. We need to add this to the menu. That is a cool place. That's all I'm saying. It is literally the best coffee place I've ever been to. The only thing that kind of even comes close, and it only comes close on the quality of the coffee, not the like vibe, is a chain in Southern Ontario called Second Cup. That place is great. If you are in Southern Ontario and you're drinking Tim Hortons Poison on a regular basis, fucking stop it. Stop it. You have access to Second Cup. Hang on one second, guys. I have to crash the browser because Firefox every 4 hours just kind of loses its shit. Give me 1 second and I'll be back. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Please confirm that we're back, everybody, if you can do that for me real quick. While I make sure everything is functional on this end. Seems like it's okay so far. I know I saw a super chat. I'll take care of it. I just want to make sure we can still see you. Can you hear me? I assume you can hear me. Yeah, so Coffee Slut's fucking awesome. Also, the reason I just did a little crash there is like clockwork, every 4 hours, Firefox just starts shitting its fucking pants after 4 hours of streaming, and it just needs to be crashed and restarted, and then it's okay. Riley Graham super chats. We got a new pup. She's a very good girl. Well, congratulations. The other day, I was walking back in. I got off the elevator on my place, and one of my neighbors just got a corgi, like adorable little puppy, and just playing with it in the hallway. And then I just walked past. I was like, I didn't even notice them because they were to my right. I walked to the left, and I started going to my unit, and all of a sudden she's like calling out the name of the dog, but I had like headphones on, so I wasn't really. I heard her, but I wasn't really thinking. And then all of a sudden there's like this little corgi who's like playing with me, and I was like, oh my god, this dog's fucking adorable. Can I keep it? But can't, obviously. But yeah, I like dogs. But yes, Brian says it's 11 a.m. there. So there you go. Vietnamese bikini coffee shops here in SoCal. I have been to one of those in NorCal, in San Jose. I was on a project out there for a company, and this dude we were hanging with was like, hey, have you ever been to a Vietnamese coffee bar? And, you know, I was like, oh, you just like Vietnamese coffee? He's like, well, that's half of it. The other half is it's all like hot Vietnamese women in like bikinis and stuff. And he was like, if you want to go there, you need to tip. I'm like, I just want coffee. I don't need this. But no, it's nothing like that. This is not like, despite its name of Coffee Slut, and despite me telling you like the girls in there are fucking gorgeous, it's not like a Hooters type of thing where you go in there for that purpose. It's actually just like a legit, really good coffee bar, and the girls who work there just happen to be like fucking supermodels. It's just a coincidence. It's not sold on the sex basis, aside from the name, but the actual like content therein is nothing like that. It's just, oh, it's a nice place. Yeah, my girlfriend went to bed. Yes, trust me, she would not get upset about this. Like, we've been together for 7 years. Like, we're well past the point of being like, how could you think that about someone else? Like, she's gonna be attracted to other dudes. I'm gonna be attracted to other women. It's fine. It's just, you have to be mature about it. Oliver, yes, I'm still alive. Brian, yes. Actually, just hit me up, dude. Just message me and we'll chat afterwards. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Do you guys want me to keep going? It's up to you. Like, I'm still kind of okay. I've got this coffee here. I'm kind of, you know, whatever. It's horchata. I'm from there, and I think it tastes like dirt. You're from where? Where are you from? Have you seen the Nintendo documentary on Crackle? I cannot say that I have. I don't really like a lot of those, shall we say, mainstream documentaries. And I don't mean to sound like a hipster that way. I just don't like, typically they're not meant for people who are super into the material. They're meant for like popcorn viewing. So it's always like very generic. Nintendo released a console in 1985. And it was a big hit. Like, I don't like that type of thing. Oh, you're from El Salvador. No, I'm talking about Guam. We got a super chat from North Star. I think that's Czech, the Czech currency. Which if you guys saw my previous stream, you know the whole thing about the Czech Republic. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Adam, have you ever tried to write your own game? Were you ever interested in programming or your own game development? If yes, what platform would it be? Nope. I have no interest in engineering or developing games. At one point, I thought it was a possibility that I might be interested in like maybe writing for games, like narratives, but it didn't really develop into like a real interest. So no. Can't believe you're still streaming. Yeah, for now. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. Because we officially broke the record, so I really have nothing to prove at this point. But the horchata I was talking about, it was at Coffee Slut, and it was literally called horchata. Get it? That place is so awesome. Brian, I want to go back. We need to go there. Can you tell the story of the Yellow Tab EA Genesis cartridges? I don't know the intimate details, but basically EA, when they put games on the Genesis, I think they just didn't go through Sega's official channels to do it. They essentially made their own cartridges, and that's why they all have that yellow tab. I don't know the details, but that's kind of like, you would always notice them in a lineup because they're so noticeably different. But I think Sega more or less tolerated it because it meant more sales. But again, I'm not totally sure. Please do the Nintendo voice again. So I don't know if that's Nintendo voice. That's more like cookie cutter documentary voice, which is really like, hey, everybody, did you know Sega once went up head to head with Nintendo? It sounds more like game show host. Sorry, I'm burping because my stomach's eating itself. I have not eaten since 11 a.m. It's now 8 p.m. Stream until you run out of coffee. Well, I've been very much rationing. And again, this Ubisoft thermos is awesome. It's still hot. Though it's definitely drinkable now. I've ever been to Bulgaria. No, I have not. Do you think my beard will ever become sentient? Hopefully not. I wouldn't really want to compete with it. Because I think it would win. Hunter DeMello super chats. We've had Modern Warfare, Advanced Warfare, and Infinite Warfare. What kind of game would COD's Sexual Warfare be? Okay. Let's establish that. That's probably on one of those, like, nude beaches somewhere. And it's just a bunch of nudists who have lost their minds, and they're, like, hunting down other nudists. There you go. COD Sexual Warfare. Sorry, that's all I got. Thank you for the super chat. Hey Adam, I'm about to get a 16:1 HDMI switch for my video game setup, and do you use an HDMI switch for your setup? Yes, I actually use 4. I have, or is it 5? No, it's 5 technically. I have 4 of them made by Zetagard, which are like 4-port switches. And I was talking earlier about why the Zetagard ones are the ones I like, because they are a perfect 1-to-1, but they also strip out HDCP stuff, which makes things function better. And what I do is I have like a bunch of stuff networked to each one of them, and then they all feed into like a master, HDMI switch. So you're going like console to switch to TV, which can cause problems, obviously. So you have to find ways to compensate for that. And I have, it's a 16-in-1 would have been nice, but my biggest concern would have been HDCP stripping, and then they're super expensive. So let me know, because I assume I know which one you're talking about, because there aren't that many like that. So get it. And tell me if you run into problems. I'd be very curious. HDCP stripping to me is like essential in an HDMI switch box. Bark, bark. I'm an actual dog. Somehow I doubt it, Leafy Poo. Headache. I don't mind how you end up making bold claims even if you're wrong. Well, that's because I'm willing to accept new information to change my opinion. It's not like I'm going to take a hardened stance on something that is provably false down the line. And it's like, yep, my bad, I was wrong. Like, famously, when the Switch was coming out, I was like, I don't know if this thing's going to pan out. Because at the time, it didn't seem like it was going to. And then later, it obviously did. And I was like, yeah, I was wrong. I fucking eat crow. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, man, trust me. The Switch is going to flop. Just wait. Like, there's no reason to hang on to an incorrect original opinion. Change with new information. It's okay to grow up and be an adult and learn things and advance your mind. That's how you experience new things. I'm not going to go around the world and be like, you know what? Everything in America is just better. It's just better. That's the fucking mentality of an idiot. Like, the reason other countries exist is because they also survived off of doing things. And I'll bet you they did some things differently. And in a lot of cases, they probably did something better. Not in every case. And that's the exciting thing, is you get to try and be like, you know what? The Germans did Coca-Cola a lot better than the Americans did. They just did. It just happens. And it's good to open your mind and be like, dude, it makes you more interesting, I think. Well, the worst thing is when you meet an incredibly myopic person who's just like, so I grew up in my small town in some rural area in a state. I've never left it, but everything in my small town is the best thing. If you like a thing, my small town's version of that is better. They are really dumb if that's the case, because it means they can't possibly be right. Like, no one with that mentality can be correct. But they don't know any better. But that's the problem, is you can try to be better. And I'm not saying like, hey man, you need to travel the world and experience it. It's not even that. It's open your mind a little bit and accept that you can be wrong and try new things where you can. I'm not saying dive into like fucking squid cakes or something, but like just accept the possibility that in your small universe of events, there might be something outside of it that's better than that. What's your record for playing a game in a single day? I guess it really shouldn't be surprising. I wanted to see how quickly I could beat the Shenmue 1 and 2, knowing the games like backwards and forwards. And I beat Shenmue 2 in 9 hours. That was my fastest. And that's, you know, I'm trying to skip as many cutscenes as possible. And it's like knowing exactly where to go. It's a long game. Super fun. Love hanging out with you and all of you. Dude, go into the Discord. It's like this all the time. The Discord, if you guys aren't familiar with it, links in the description. Follow me on all the social media stuff, including Discord. Discord is just this all the time. Just chat windows, regulars hanging out, chit-chatting. Holy shit, Rob's calling. May I help you?
How the hell are you still going?
I don't know. I'm gonna let them hear you now. We got a super chat from Hunter DeMello. He's like, have you ever been to a chicken fight? Did they do that where you live? No. I think the opportunity, if I recall vaguely, was offered to me when I was in Costa Rica, but my mom was probably like, no, we're not doing that. And I don't think I've ever wanted to watch something like that. Although, funny enough, I do have a shirt from that Seinfeld episode that says Little Jerry from the cockfighting episode. So there you go. Did you just get off work or something?
I did.
Well, it's about fucking time. I've been carrying this the whole time without you, man.
Well, I mean, you gotta consult with me before I'm working a double shift on the day that you decide to go like 10 fucking hours on a live stream.
I don't have to consult with you. You have to consult with me on the day I'm going to go live. Your schedule needs to revolve around mine. Because I am a YouTube diva. I am the YouTube diva. You will obey me.
Yep.
Unsubbed. Wow, you're still on the stream.
Don't
Welcome
mind
back,
me.
Rhino. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't mind me. I'm shoving really shitty fast food into my mouth as I'm driving home.
What are you eating?
Burger King.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but you enjoy. Live it up.
I mean, I generally wouldn't either, but I haven't eaten in like 10 hours, so yeah.
I can relate. I have not eaten since 11 a.m. It's now 8:19 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I needed something, otherwise I was gonna pass the fuck out like while driving home.
No, you just have to get coffee. John says I'm in your Discord and then says goodbye. Why are you leaving?
It's because I'm back. They're leaving now. They're like, okay, live stream's over.
The B team is here. The
Exactly.
Burger King team. That's what I mean. I'm not insulting him. Come on.
Burger King team, yeah.
It's funny how many people ask this. If Adam and Rob got into a fist fight, who would win? We literally answered exactly that when he made his cameo like a few hours ago. And the answer was neither of us, because we were both out of shape, so we would like try and get sleepy and just fall asleep during the fight. That's probably how that would go.
I mean, the consensus was neither of us, but probably me.
Yeah, I mean, Rob definitely would fight dirty. I would fight more like creatively. Like he'd try to hit me in the balls and I'd smack him in the face with a GameCube. You know what I mean?
Those corners are sharp, man. You do
Where
damage.
where is the fan-made Smash Brothers YouTuber game? Like, where is that? Come on.
I'm pretty sure some YouTubers are in like Mugen or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not even close to significant enough for that. You have no idea. I mean, I know you know, but you guys, on a regular basis, every like I'd say like maybe once a week, I'll get a comment on a video somewhere. It's like, holy shit, you still make videos? I remember watching you when I was like 10. It happens so like I have gone past like I was never really relevant, but I've gone back. I'm like now nostalgia relevant, where people are like, "Wow, damn, you're not dead. That's crazy."
It's when you get people like Scott the Woz come up to you at conventions, like who you have no idea who the fuck he is, but he's like, "You are a huge inspiration to my channel." Yeah.
You know what? I don't know if he would want me to say this, but he messaged me today because I talk to Scott from time to time, and I'm gonna make a cameo in one of his videos.
No.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Have you watched his stuff yet?
I've seen some. I mean, I can't say I'm like sitting there like watching it on the regular. Like, people have asked me about this before. Like, what do you watch? I don't really watch other YouTubers that much because it's like I don't enjoy it the same way because I'm like I know these people, so like it's not the same level of interesting to me.
I mean, I look at it this way: in a market that is absolutely saturated with game YouTubers. I mean, you should know. Like Scott he's a wonderful oasis of just amazing quality content.
I can't wait to go in and like ruin his career.
Yeah.
It'll be like that was a Kevin Smith joke that he used to tell. He's like, Will Smith, every movie he came out with made like $150 million at the box office, like all the time. Like he was setting this trend of insanity. And then Will Smith did even just a small role in the movie Jersey Girl. And it destroyed that record. It only made like 30 million ever. And he's like, I think I ruined Will Smith's career because it never really recovered after that, just for a tiny role. And I'm like, sorry, Scott, I might do this to you. The second I'm in your video, it's like, boom, this video only got 8 views. What the hell happened? Oh, you know who's on? Leafy Poo. Leafy Poo super chats and he says Rob is eating Pizza Hut right now and he smells. So there you go.
Honestly, I would kind of prefer Pizza Hut.
That's fucking disgusting. And you know better. You're from that area.
I know, but this Burger King's not that good.
Of course it's not. It's Burger King. I would easily take that over Pizza Hut, though. Pizza Hut is not fit for human consumption.
It's what they feed cows on the slaughtering house,
Yeah, it's what they feed the cows. They're going to turn into the sausage for real pizza.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. So guys, hit the like button, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Also, don't forget, we are still giving away, or more accurately, Castlemania Games is still giving away a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 for the Xbox One. All you have to do if you want to enter is go to my Twitter, which is a link in the description, follow me, follow Castlemania Games, and the most recent tweet I put out, which is just a plug for this particular stream you're watching, retweet that, and you're entered. At this point, only 18 people have entered. We actually lost 2 people somehow.
You promised you were going to give that to me.
I didn't promise anything because Castlemania Games is the one who came into the stream and offered it, not me. He is the one shipping it. You are a liar. We just exposed Rob, everybody. By the way, speaking of exposing Rob, Leafy Poo says Rob uses composite cables on his Xbox 360 arcade. That's true. He does. He actually uses... It's true.
Get the fuck out of here. Leafy Poo's a fucking pleb, man.
No, Leafy Poo is legit.
He didn't know shit until you taught him.
But I taught him. He can learn. You can't learn. That's the difference. I taught you about real pizza, and you're like, I'm going to go to Pizza Hut. I'm like, no, you don't learn things. Looks like Adam's going to break his record. I already did. What?
There's no real pizza open right now.
You live in New Jersey. You've got to have an option.
I can't, like, what am I going to, just, like, have some meat lovers fucking pizza just on my lap as I'm driving home?
Yes. Do you guys even understand this problem? I don't.
That's just tempting fate at that point.
Whatever.
So you broke your record, right?
I did. My stomach's eating itself, so I'm going to keep burping. I apologize, everybody.
So you broke your record, right?
Yes, I said yes. Fuck you. What?
That's cool. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You're even more of a loser.
Thank you. Says the guy who calls into the show twice wanting to be on and get the breadcrumbs. Bitch!
I was like,
bitch!
I was loading up my fucking podcast app and my YouTube window was still open. And I look and I'm like, this motherfucker's still going. I'm like, what the fuck?
You know, all right. Can anybody else hear this? Maybe it's just because I've been doing this for like 8 hours and I'm like losing my mind. But through the phone, Rob sounds a lot like Jason Lee. Like Mallrats era Jason Lee.
Oh, it's the Jersey coming out, you know?
Yeah, partially, but I think it's also literally your voice. Who's Rob? Rob, why don't you explain who you are? Because people are like, who the fuck is Rob? And Rob loves meat. That's what people are saying about you, too.
I love meat. So, yeah, I am part of the best part of this damn channel that none of you watches. Me and Adam have a monthly Patreon podcast called the Figure It Out Cast. And, yeah, none of you guys watch it, and I don't know why.
Because you're on it.
Yeah, right.
But no, I do a podcast every month. Rob's been on it for a little while now. It's like a Patreon tier. As long as we're above 400 a month, he gets to stay. We call him the horse armor DLC, basically. And so far, so good. He's stuck around. We've been able to work it out. But yeah, the podcast, I know that people I think the problem with the podcast is just the length, and people are like, whatever. So it has its own base, but it's smaller than the average base of the channel. It's just how it is. I get it, because we slightly started improving things when we had thumbnails that actually showed like maybe some of the content in the video, which is like a noob move that we ignored for like 3 years.
Yeah.
But whatever. The thing I think that people don't know about it is like you can click around and like figure out whatever subject you want to listen to. It's all good. They're listed in there. But I also acknowledge the reality that not everybody was like, hey man, I'm just trying to eat breakfast with a video. I don't want to sit here and listen to a 2-hour fucking podcast of these jackasses talking about shit I don't care about. So that's understandable.
But you know what? But there are plenty of comments that, like, anytime we do have a long video, they're like, oh yeah, fucking love this long video shit, you know?
It's a different vibe, man. The podcast people are like super into it. Like, again, I have been going for 8.5 hours and we still have 140 active viewers at the moment. Like, there are people that love to just sit around and hang, and I appreciate all y'all, even though I never say that word except in ironic senses, but I do appreciate it, seriously.
Yep. If you're expecting me to look at the chat, I cannot.
I was not expecting you to look at the chat, no. Although it suddenly went very silent. I think you scared them.
Good.
It's not good.
Good.
It's not good.
I came in to kill this stream.
So we actually, all right, here's a perfect example. Mudkip Life says, LOL, I never watched the podcast, but then one day it auto-played by accident and I watched it and I'm like, oh, this shit's good.
Yeah.
So the majority of our audience came from an accident. Oh, fuck, I forgot to turn it off. Yeah, whatever. Like, we have to bank on accidents and laziness to get an audience. Not the best way to grow a base.
I mean, here's the thing I don't get, right? So your channel is basically has really no visual component. Like,
Not
you're
much.
doing a live stream, which is just your fucking face for 8 hours. But people are tuning in and are watching and just hanging out. Your videos don't really have that, like, dynamic visual component. So you're basically just a podcast with video.
Yeah.
Like, normally.
Yes.
So I don't get why the actual podcast doesn't attract as many viewers.
because it's subject specific. The podcast is like, hey, you don't know what we're going to talk about other than maybe what we show in the thumbnail. And it's like, meh. But when it's like, 20 minutes for just a video about the Jaguars' new games, you know what? Okay, fine. I'm interested in that. I get it.
Yeah.
But, open up your mind. Like we were just talking about.
I'm humbled by like the cleaning and restoring a Casio Loopy video.
I haven't done that video. Don't make up shit. You fucking liar.
So anything like that, having more views, it's humbling.
Yeah. Isn't the podcast just Adam talking to himself for 2 or 3 hours? No. Usually there's there was a phase there where that was true, but even then it was only like an hour long. But usually now we have various guests. Rob, again, is kind of consistently on there, depending on the Patreon. But also we have actual Patreon backers who have like funded to be on there. You also get early access to it and all that sort of stuff. So people pick subjects, and that's actually where you get a lot of if you want quote unquote news from me, like what's my opinion of recent events, it's always the podcast where I put that stuff in, unless it's a special case. We got a super chat real quick here from again from Leafy Poo. He says, I can call in, bro. I'm more loyal and the goodest. He does have a point, Rob. He does have a point. He has been here all evening. He has been super chatting a lot, and he's been making fun of you, which, as he knows, is one of the things I like the most in a co-host.
Leafy Poo, your mic is so shitty that it would blow it out. So.
Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired.
Leafy Poo has been on the podcast, I think, like 2 or 3 times now?
I think it was twice.
Yeah.
Super chat from Hunter DeMello. I kind of want to jump in on one of these streams. Let me know next time you do it. Okay. Yeah, I don't usually bring people into it unless, like, Rob's an exception because, again, he's, like, on my podcast and we hang out in real life. The only other people I think I've ever brought into this was either other podcast hosts, like Chip did this once. I think Remy was on this once. Kelsey Lewin was on for, like...
Kelsey Lewin, yeah.
She was on for, like, 15 minutes. And Corey Marshall's been on a couple of times. But typically I don't bring random people on. Not saying you're random, Hunter. I'm just saying I don't usually do that because it's logistically difficult. I mean, look what I'm doing. I'm having my phone just rigged up with a microphone, just placing it next to it. This is not exactly high tech support because I don't want to deal with headphones and all this other bullshit. Like I could not possibly stream for now 8.5 hours if I also had to wear headphones on top of this crap.
Didn't you do a live stream with Radical Reggie once too?
Yes, twice. It was my birthday show in like 2018. We were in Sacramento, and we just decided, fuck it, let's do this. That kind of thing I'll occasionally do, or like sometimes if I'm in a special location or whatever, I'll do it. I offered to call Corey earlier, nobody gave a shit, so we didn't do it. Even though we're giving away a fucking copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 today. Is Rerez joining at some point? He could. I mean, the thing is, I've done streams with him as well, but I just do them in Toronto. Like, there's a few on this channel where, like, I go up there, and then he and I, as well as Scott the Canadian, just do streams. The problem you run into when you do streams with other people is, it should be relatively obvious. I talk a lot, and for a long time. We are now at 8.5 hours. It's not viable to get most people to go beyond, like, 45 minutes to an hour. Before they're like, can we stop? Like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, they just run out of gas and they don't enjoy it anymore. Whereas I'm a fucking nutcase. Like, here I am, 8.5 hours in. I'm like, whatever, I'm good. So it doesn't really work that well to bring in a lot of guests. Technical reasons, social reasons, logistical reasons, that, of course, I am a prima donna. It must all be about me, come on.
I'll count that as my request to leave.
No, you're fine. You're fine until my phone just decides to hang up on you, I guess. Because right now, I don't have to do anything. I'm still hands-free. I can just stick you there. It's fine. Leafy Super Chats again says, bringing callers and your views will go up 300 plus. Go. That's not true.
We should have, like, a helpline. That'd be fucking great.
Where people call in, like, Adam, give up the stream. Yeah. Get help. No.
Let's go to the phone.
No.
Our first caller is Chris.
No.
Hey guys, first time, long time. Can I ask you a question? Yeah.
No. I'm not a call-in show. You're an exception, again, for reasons already stated, but even then, it's more like, whatever. Because, as I said before, Rob is really just a portable bathroom break. He can take over, and I can go take a piss. Although I didn't do it this time.
But the joke is, I can't access the live chat, so I can't even cover for you.
Well, not right now, because you're driving. Earlier, you did.
Yes.
Have you ever been to 7 Mile Fair in Wisconsin? No. I don't even know where that is. I've been to Wisconsin many times, but never anything called 7 Mile Fair. The name of the channel is Adam Koralik, after all. Yes, exactly. Not Rob Thanos.
So self-centered.
Yeah.
So self-centered.
Yeah. Again, in the Discord, you have your own emoji now. You're Rob Thanos, which is nice.
I know. I like it.
You have that. That's about all you've got. That's like your life, is that emoji.
Now, people are just gonna assume that I'm fucking bald and purple. You know, it's gonna look like a giant fucking penis with a fucking infinity gauntlet.
Yeah, whatever. And you're gonna wipe out half of all good food or something.
Yeah.
You're like, only Taco Bell will survive. Disgusting.
What did it cost? Everything.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna regret this fucking Burger King in 20 minutes, but
You choose the subject is not a call-in. Yeah, right. It's not because it's not a live stream. I think Big Z, has some sort of issue with us having people be on the videos or something. I'm not really sure what his issue is at the moment. But please elaborate. Oh, snap, in response to you snapping. Adam loves Taco Bell and Pizza Hut. No, I don't. That shit is fucking gross. I have not had either of those since I was a little kid. Even as a little kid, I'm like, this is fucking disgusting. Are you going to too many games this year? I think they announced that it is going to be a thing. So, probably. But, I mean, it's way too early to know. I will have my vaccine. So
generally happen. That's summer, right? That they do that?
June traditionally, but it's COVID still. Who knows?
There's no way that shit's happening in June.
I don't know. I mean, they did announce it, but I don't know if they gave a specific date.
I missed AVGC, man.
AVGC's good. I hope that comes back. Yeah. Rob's still eating his burger. How much did he order? I don't know.
No, I'm done now.
All right then.
I'm sipping on my giant fucking soda now.
That's nice. Damn long stream. Hell yeah, son. 8.5 hours, and I'm not dead.
I mean, you might be dead. You just haven't realized it yet.
Okay, that makes sense. Hunter DeMello super chats. Ever been to a combination Taco Bell and Pizza Hut? My mom says they're more gross than standalones. I wonder why. Funny enough, it's because they're both owned by Pepsi. So Pepsi put them together. That's why you see those commonly together. I think at one time they had KFC, but I think they got rid of it.
I was gonna say I haven't seen the Pizza Hut Taco Bell, but I've seen the KFC Taco Bell.
Yeah, you see certain combinations because again, at least for a time, PepsiCo was the parent company. Either way, no, I haven't bothered because I don't eat at any of those places because they're all fucking nasty.
KFC is pretty solid.
No, it's not. KFC is solid if you've never had fried chicken before.
I mean, it's not very good compared to homemade or whatever.
It's not good compared to anything. Even to itself. You can go to KFC in another country. It's like, oh my god, it's not made out of mice. That's awesome. I like it. It's fucking nasty. I don't understand why anyone would eat there.
Oh god. Fucking mice carcasses and bone meal.
Yeah. Ugh. 4 more hours to go. What the fuck are you... Where did you get this arbitrary time? I'm not doing that.
You joke, but you know what? It's a possibility.
Honestly, dude, in order to do something like that, I would really have to plan for it. And I would have to have a tag team situation. Like I would have to come in, like I would have to be on a different time sync than everybody else. And then I'd have come in and then I'd have to swap with you and then you'd do this and then I'd like sleep for like 4 hours and then, you know, whatever. Like it would have to be something like that for that to have any chance of happening. Cause like I would die. Like I would actually die at a certain point. Like, or you'd have to be much more tolerant of humanly needs. Like I'd have to be willing to go to the bathroom more. I'd have to be willing to go get more drinks. I'd have to be willing to eat on the stream. All that sort of shit, which I'm not. Other than I'll have drinks, obviously, but yeah.
I couldn't do something that long without alcohol.
Well, yeah, but you have a drinking problem, so that's a little different.
I absolutely have a drinking problem, but I admit it. So
Yeah. Alicia says it's a huge flea market, the one in Wisconsin. I found it to have the best retro video games. If you live between Chicago and Milwaukee, which I do, I live in Chicago. But no, I'm totally unfamiliar with that. You know, one that I used to like to go to was the Kane County Toy Show, which is like somewhat northwestern Illinois. And it was a toy show, but people would bring video games. And like that's where I got my Sega Master System. And so you just get all these video games for like nothing at the time. But granted, that was quite some time ago, but it was great.
it's getting harder to find shit like that at flea markets
Oh,
nowadays.
yeah.
You know, people, because it's like insider trading and shit. Like people go, like resellers go there to set up booths, and so they rate all the good shit before you even open. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Same thing for thrift stores and stuff. Yeah.
No, I'm not getting.
Shame.
I'm not getting the KFC console. That's just bullshit.
Well, I kind of want that just because it's so fucking stupid.
It's
got,
just
like,
a
a
PC
little-
with a
it's got-
fucking like oven in it.
I know, it's so fucking great.
I don't want it. You go ahead, help yourself. That's never gonna be on my list.
This is the fucking world we live in now.
Yeah.
I fucking love that.
Leafy Poo says, Rob, I finally found something we have in common, but he didn't mention what it was.
Herpes?
I'm out.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Adam, hope life's treating you well. I am exhausted, and my throat hurts from talking for almost 9 fucking hours. Oof. What's over $1,000? Oh, the KFC console? Wouldn't surprise me.
They're not charging enough.
What year would you say you started seriously collecting? Okay, I actually think I have an answer for that. It would have probably been around like 2003. Like I was still in high school at the time, but I think, you know, there was this phase of like, okay, the consoles I have don't have to be limited to like what I got as a kid. They don't have to be limited to like what I got at Christmas or birthdays or any of that sort of shit. You can get them on your own. And so you should start getting some weird stuff. And around then was like when I was, I don't know, I mean, it was post Dreamcast, but I was like in denial about it. Like, oh, maybe if Sega, you know, sells enough old stuff, they'll come back, which is a dumbass thing to think. But I was in high school. And I think that around then, I had gone to a Transformers convention, a BotCon, that's what they were called. And I bought a couple of the exclusive figures there specifically to sell later because that was a common tactic. And I just kept them. And I found this guy online who was super into Transformers and he had tons of Sega shit, but he didn't want any of it. And he was like, you have that Transformers figure. I have all this. Do you want to swap? And I did it. And no joke, like that guy hooked me up with a Sega CDX, Sega CD, Sega Genesis Model 1, fucking 32X, the Pioneer Laser Active and his entire Laserdisc collection, like so much shit. And all he wanted was like this one Transformers figure, which I think was, if I recall correctly, it was the BotCon exclusive RC figure from like whatever year that was. And so in hindsight, even in hindsight, I won that fucking deal by a lot. And I think at that point I was like, dude, I think I'm in this. I think I'm doing this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know, like I've always kind of had like a bunch of video games like in my collection, but I was, for most of my life, I was the accumulate a ton of stuff in any given generation. Like, I'll have like 20 or 30 like PlayStation 3 games or something. Where as soon as like the new one comes out, okay, now's the time to purge all that shit and pay for the new one. And it wasn't until probably like, I'd say like 2013, that I kind of made a conscious decision. You know what? I'm not gonna fucking, sell off my previous generation to get the new one. And in fact, I started looking back and saying, man, I really missed this game, or I shouldn't have sold this game. So for the first kind of part of my collecting life was just rebuying stuff that I had previously sold. So I wish I had held on to it.
Yeah, that's the rookie mistake that people do. Like, I never did that. I never sold all my old stuff to get the new stuff. I just held on to everything. There's only a handful of things I ever sold from my collection, and like one in particular that I'll tell a story about when I get to that video one day. Trust me, I won't forget. But I never really did it. So as a result, I just kind of kept everything I ever got. And it's kind of cool in the long run because you're like, dude, this was the 2600 I had as a kid. This is the Genesis I had as a kid. This is the SNES I had as a kid. It's still there. Super chats.
Yeah.
Hang on. Super chats. We got Jamie on Forever, who says Wii U, a bridge between Wii and Switch. I guess that's indisputable. Like, it inherited the good and the bad of the Wii, for better or worse. And it literally just became like the prototype for what the Switch's hardware would become. Switch, in a lot of ways, is a Wii U Pro. So yeah, absolutely. Wii U is a bridge between the Wii and the Switch. I completely agree. So, thank you for the super chat. And also Leafy Poo super chats and says, what he was saying he agrees with you on is he has alcohol dependency. He says, coffee or sake tonight, boys? Dude, I'm all coffee, but I don't drink. So that's, of course I'm going to go with that.
I love hot sake. I absolutely love it. I was thinking about this at work today, Adam. I think you'll appreciate this. So do you think that, like, during the planning meetings, like in corporate Nintendo for the Switch, right? Like, everybody's sitting around in a boardroom and they're, like, brainstorming fucking marketing for the shit. Do you think that they took a really long, hard look at naming the Switch the Switch, like, with two eyes? Be honest.
I never, ever thought about that. That's kind of... You guys hear what he's saying? Switch with two eyes, so it's SWII, like Swee instead of Wii. Itch. That's... Thank God they didn't do that.
That's something that they absolutely would have thought of. So, like, I could just picture, like, I think we should keep with the Wii marketing. I think the third time's the charm. And we'll call it the Switch,
Oh, damn. Leafy Poo is insulting you, boy. He says, oh, God, the views are dropping. You better kick Rob off. They have this...
Views are dropping because he's been going for 9 hours.
Yeah, exactly. That's more likely. Like, everybody's going to bed. All the Europeans are asleep. Hunter DeMello super chats and says, for some reason when I go to my local thrift store or to garage sales, I can find CD games very easily, but like nobody around here has any cartridges. It's because you live on an island, dude, in like a small island, relatively underpopulated in one U.S. state. It's not surprising you're not gonna have that many options. It's like when we were mentioning Guam, they have the same problem. Like the retro, like Brian, when he was in here, he would tell you all about this. The problem you run into is all the retro stuff that's on the island is already there, so it's just being recirculated by like the same handful of people. So you're gonna keep encountering literally the same copies. That is always a problem you're gonna run into when you live on an island like that. But
the issue with the issue also with not finding cartridge games is there wasn't as many made. CDs were a lot cheaper to make, still are. So that's why there's fucking. I mean, how many fucking copies of Grand Theft Auto 5 or something like out there? It's ridiculous. They're going to be using those for currency in a post-apocalyptic world.
Like bottle caps and shit.
Exactly, in GTA and Funko Pops.
So here's a question that I can't entirely answer from Rui Tavares. I think that's, again, I think you're in Brazil based on the currency. What happens if a game leaves Game Pass service, but you have it downloaded to your console? Can you still play it? I don't use Game Pass, so I do not know. Can somebody answer that question?
I have Game Pass, but like I've been kind of fucking around with it lately. It's fucking great. It really is so convenient. But I have not encountered anything like that yet.
So people in the comments apparently already answered him and said you can't unless you buy it separately. Nope, you got to buy it after it leaves Game Pass. So like, okay, so for example, I know the Shenmue 1 and 2 re-release was on Game Pass, but it was taken off. So if you had checked it on there, downloaded it, then they took it off Game Pass, it would no longer work unless you bought it digitally or had it physically, which incidentally, you can win it for free today. You can win the Xbox One copy for free. Castlemania Games is giving away a copy for promotion of this stream. In order to win, go to my Twitter. There's a link in the description. Follow me on Twitter. Follow him on Twitter. And find my most recent tweet, which is about this about the fact that we're doing a live stream, and retweet that, and you are entered. Like, no joke, we have only got now 22 entries. You can win mailed for free physical copy anywhere in the world, and all you have to do is those baby steps. You can handle it. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Roy, I'm sorry, I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong. You've asked me now 2 questions in a row that I just like legit could not answer on my own. I feel bad. Damn, you're still streaming? Probably not for much longer because I'm starting to die a little here. I've got Rob on the line. He's giving me the assist, but man, 9 hours. Adam, you're the hero we need, but not the one we deserve. You're welcome? I don't know what I did other than just talk a lot.
Yeah, I think it's actually the other way around.
Yeah. Sure, whatever. I know, it's getting harder to think. You guys have more questions? Because as soon as you run out of like questions and stuff, it kind of dies.
And I got like 3 minutes until I get home. So.
Does that mean you're leaving at that point? What does that mean?
Oh yeah, I'm getting the fuck off.
Ew, I don't want to hear that.
I'm gonna pour myself a very large drink, and then I'm gonna go the fuck to bed.
Okay. What do you think of PC gaming? I don't think of it. It's irrelevant to me. Obviously, it's a big market, all that stuff, but it doesn't mean anything to me. It just doesn't. I don't know. It's you know, it's, how do I put it? It's like asking me like, you know, what I think of the helicopter market. It's like, I don't know. I don't pay attention to it. It's irrelevant to my interests. It's like, sure, I fly a lot, but it's never in helicopters, nor am I going to buy one. It doesn't matter. Dude, you're still going? Yes, I am.
Yeah, I generally agree with you on PC gaming. Like, I really don't. But, like, I will get a game on PC if, like, it's not available on console or something like that. Like, I played Doki Doki Literature Club, which is fucking amazing. And I'm like, I need to play it on Steam or whatever. So I'll do that. Now, ironically, like, one of my favorite games of all time is Age of Empires 2 on the PC. So I've got, like, that on my computer, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. The video about the RetroTink, look up RetroTink 2XM and look up my name. You'll find it. Jesus, you're still streaming? This is where we've reached that phase where people are like, you're gonna die, dude. Tell you what. We are about to hit 9 hours. So I'm thinking we'll do like final call here, a last call for donations. If anybody wants to, you know, donate on PayPal, links in the description, or super chats or any of that sort of stuff, and help me out, support the channel, or to boycott Rob, whatever you want to do. Appreciate it. Again, follow social medias, all of them in there. And again, enter that contest on Twitter so you can win a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 for the Xbox One. Again, Castlemania Games is providing that. Wow, you're still live. It was 5 p.m. in the UK, and now it's 2 a.m. Like, yep, I am still here. It was 11. No, sorry. It was noon when I started my time, and it's almost 9 p.m. What's the record? The record was 8 hours and 3 minutes. It's now effectively 8 hours and 54 minutes because I started exactly at noon. So I will go past the 9 hour point, and then I think we're pretty much going to stop there. So in like 6-7 minutes, something like that will end. Plus, Rob's about to leave anyway.
Can I just say that I'm so honored to have been a part of your top 3 longest live streams now?
Shit, that's not good. We have to do one without you.
Yep. It doesn't count unless you do it just by yourself.
No, of course it does. You're just a dick. All right, I know how we can find a neutral arbiter on this. Leafy, does this stream count or not? Now remember, if it doesn't count, that means Rob wins. So keep that in mind.
Yeah. Leafy hates me though. He's gonna side with you.
That's my point. Chances Xbox buys Sega. No. We ranted on that forever. Like, it's not gonna happen. It's literally illegal. It's not gonna happen. You might as well say, are they gonna buy the moon? It's not gonna be a thing.
Actually, moon's a pretty good investment, honestly.
Yeah,
You could probably buy it.
Sure, whatever. Oh my God, you're still here. I was up live around 3 this afternoon. Yeah, I'm not dead. Although I'm going to be checking out here relatively soon. Again, we're doing final call. There you go. Hunter DeMello super chats. Why am I hearing myself through the phone, Rob?
What?
I'm hearing myself through the phone. I got to cut you off. I'm creating echoes. Hunter DeMello super chats. God damn it! Are you watching the stream?
No.
I don't. I can hear myself like perfectly through the phone, which is not good. Anyway, Hunter DeMello super chats and he says, "Here's a. I'm cutting myself off. I gotta mute you for a second. Okay." Hunter DeMello super chats and he says, "Here's a shameless little plug. PS2 recap video from me coming soon. Also in the pipe is a GBA, DS, Wii, N64, and PS4. Not that it's in order. Thanks for being such a big inspiration, Adam. No problem. Thank you for the super chat. Like I said earlier, Hunter did a GameCube little retrospective. He said, in the video, he's like, oh, I watched Adam and I wanted to do this, but do it from a different perspective. And so there you go. So thank you very much for the super chat, and you guys can check them out if you want to watch something like that. Dude, I'm going to have to let you go because I just keep hearing myself through the phone. Okay, I'll see you later. He says bye, everybody. Bye. Okay. Yeah, Rob audio fail. Leafy says it wouldn't happen with me. You had some serious audio problems, if I recall correctly. Did you draw for Shenmue? No, I can't draw for shit. I can draw like stick figures. Where's the Shenmue giveaway? Again, follow me on Twitter. Follow Castlemania Games on Twitter. Go to my most recent tweet, which is just a plug of this particular stream, and retweet that, and you're entered. Castlemania Games will pick the winner, and he will ship it out to that person. As of now, only 22 people have entered. Super chat from Leafy Poo again. Says, okay, Rob has let you down for the last time. You have failed me for the last time, Admiral. I don't really do a great Vader. Why are you still alive? Why are you still Verd? Yeah, that's right. I know who you are. Verd is the crazy Dutchman of my Discord. I won't be live for much longer. As I said, we're in final call here because in 2 minutes, it will have been over 9 hours. I think we'll get past that point and pretty much call it there. It's weird. I'm not even like, okay, I'm tired, but I'm not like sleepy tired. It's more like my brain is like, I'm giving you headaches. I want you to eat food. Your voice and throat hurt from talking so much. You have some sinus things going on. It's like that. It's not actually like, oh man, I need to sleep. It's not that. Like, I got that kind of energy. Did I back the Shenmue World Kickstarter fan magazine? If so, were you impressed? I didn't back it. However, James did send me one, and I'll be showing it to you guys on the next playload. Matt Sloan is the best fan Vader. He's not even fan Vader. Matt's a buddy of mine. I mean, he voiced Vader for video games and stuff. Like, he's amazing at his Vader. Do you collect variants of games or just consoles for systems? I do collect some game variants. But it basically has to be like a game I actually really care about, like a Shenmue or something like that, where I'm like, okay, that I care about. But the majority of which is not like, oh man, that one had like the Walmart logo on the back. I need that too. And like, no, I don't care. I don't even game anymore, and I still watch Adam. I appreciate that. Favorite comedy movie? Intentional or unintentional? Intentional, Kung Pao Enter the Fist. Unintentional, The Room. What are you going to eat? At this point, not much. I'll probably just have like a piece of fruit or something because I probably will go to bed in like 2 hours. So it's like, I'm not going to eat like a big meal right before sleeping. That's like weight gain 4,000 plan right there. That's not good. They started when I went to bed. I just woke up and you're still going. Yes, although I'm pretty much at the end here. Guys, it is 9 o'clock. I started at noon. That means we have been streaming for 9 fucking hours. So I'm officially, this is absolute last call. Super chats, PayPal donations, Patreon, whatever. You want those kind of shout outs? This is that time. Please like the video. Watch the other videos, like them, hit those playlists, watch them, comment. Even if your comment is like, I'm doing this for the algorithm, just do it. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Go in the Discord, hang out in there. It's fun. It's like this chat, but all the time. As long as you can get past some of the weirdness, which you will. And again, Castlemania Games is giving away a copy of Shenmue 1 and 2 for the Xbox One. You can get that for free, potentially, by following me on Twitter, following him on Twitter, and retweeting my most recent tweet, which is about this video. At the moment, we have, again, only like, now it's like 25 people have entered, so you got a shot if you want to win that. So, again, we'll wait a second, see if anybody else wants to do any super chats or anything like that. And then we will perhaps go out with some sort of final question. We will never leave you. Well, I appreciate that, Leafy Poo. My American loyalty. What up? We can all hang out forever. Although I'm going to die, so I have to stop at a certain point. Your last few videos convinced me to finally get a Jaguar. Thanks. Love this thing. Looking forward to the flash card going back in stock. Hey, man, that's awesome. I'm glad that somebody like really got something out of that they wanted to invest in a Jaguar. That's not usually the kind of thing you hear, and I appreciate that. I think it's it's not a great console, but it is underrated. It gets a bad rap on the internet. Again, from people who are like, I've never played it, but this must be what it's like because I saw an older video 15 years ago and they said this, so that's my opinion. I hate that. Adam, what cartridge console is expensive to collect for than the Super Nintendo? I assume you mean what is more? The definitive answer to that would definitely be the Neo Geo AES. That nothing even comes close. All right. I'm guessing we're not going to do any other super chats or anything like that. So 47 streams down. I've been to 40 of them. Have I done 47 streams? Wow. There was actually a couple I did that are no longer here. There was one that YouTube themselves just didn't save. This stream will get saved after. It'll take a long time to process, but it will. And there was one I did at Sega Europe's headquarters. They brought me out to London to celebrate getting 100,000 subscribers. And so we just did a stream from their office. But it was like a 24-hour deal. So it was like, you can have it up for 24 hours, but after that it has to come down. So it's on the channel, but it's like unlisted and private. Like nobody can watch it. But it technically exists, but you can't go back and watch it, unfortunately. It was just a condition that they had. And I was like, hey man, they brought me out here. I'm fine with that. Okay. All right, we're gonna go, unless there's any other super chats or PayPals, we're gonna go out with one last question. So I hope somebody's marking the time code here because we're now at 9 hours and 4 minutes. I'm just waiting for that perfect question. So apologies if I just kind of stay silent for a second while I wait. I haven't left yet, guys. I'm still here. Did I beat my last record? That's not the question, but the answer is yes. We have set the record now. How am I feeling? I mean, I'm sleepy and tired from the stream, but aside from that, I'm good. I'm actually like energetic, but like, you know, my body's like, can you fucking sit down and shut up? Like, stop talking. You've been talking for over 9 hours. Is my Discord server always this strange? Yes, if not weirder. Because there you get emojis and things, so people kind of go nuts. Here you're limited because you can't really like include hyperlinks and stuff. Come on, guys, give me the one like big finale question subject. Let's do this. Okay, you know what? I think it's a troll question, but it's not really a troll question. I think it's a good question. Would the Dreamcast have lasted if it was also compatible with Nuon games? And I'm actually going to say yes, but not for the joke reason you're probably going for, of like, oh, if it could play all 8 Nuon games. If it had been compatible with Nuon games, it actually would have been compatible with DVDs. And DVDs were a big deal when that came out. It could have beat the PS2 to that punch. And if it had, pretty different. Pretty different. Shit, I was about to go, and then we got a couple of super chats. You guys love to just pull me back in, to quote certain movies. Every time I'm out, I think they just pull me back in. Yeah, I can't do it. Al Pacino. Leafy Poo. Adam, have you figured it out yet? Yes, I have. It's over. I don't need to look for anything else. 100 ml super chats. Favorite light gun games? Do you keep a CRT just for that? The only CRT I have is the Divers 2000 Dreamcast, and I do not play light gun games on it. I do. My Dreamcast kiosk has a VGA computer monitor in it, and so that actually supports light gun games while also having the benefits of VGA. So things like House of the Dead 2 and stuff like that. I'm not a big light gun game guy. Like I was when I was younger. I liked Duck Hunt just like everybody else did, but you know, like I don't enjoy it as much anymore. But I think some of the better ones were probably that 6th gen era where they were kind of just, because that's before the technology changed, before you couldn't do it anymore unless you had something like the Wii, which used more modern tech. So I feel like that was the pinnacle of light gun games, was 6th gen stuff. So there's a lot of good ones on the Dreamcast. I'll say that. Oh my God, you're still going. Yeah, Sick Nick, welcome back. But I am actually, damn it. I was literally about to sign off, and Abdullah's like, no, you're not. Super chat, Shenmue 4 announcement anytime soon. Your thoughts when we will have Shenmue 4? I don't think that's going to be announced anytime soon. My guess is that, as I said before, granted it was like 7 hours ago, Yu Suzuki's probably going to want to work on some other projects first and just kind of, I would guess, kind of bundle Shenmue 4 into whatever else he's working on. But I also think Shenmue 4 can be done very cheap, and I think that will happen at some point. Shenmue 5 is the one I'm worried about, but I wouldn't expect any sort of announcement to be done on this anytime soon. Okay. Now, with that, again, final reminders. Please go to the social media stuffs. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Instagram. You can follow me on my Facebook fan page. Go to the Discord. All the links to these things are in the description. You can sign up on Patreon. Damn it. Okay. Leafy Poop Super Chat says, how much dedicates Wham does the Nuon have? I don't even understand what that means. Daticus Wham? Dude, I'm old. Your Zoomer talk does not mean anything to me. Oh, apparently he's saying dedicated. Do you mean dedicated RAM? Because dedicated Wham actually sounds like Pog or some other fucking Zoomer bullshit. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell that means. But fine. Fucking Fortnite generation. Okay. Anyway, I have no idea what the Daticus Wham of the Nuon is, so I can't help you there, unfortunately. Leafy Poo, but I appreciate the super chat. All dedicated RAM is probably what it meant, but I don't know that either. So I can't help. I'm sorry. Bro, he doesn't understand the joke. That's right, I don't. I'm old. I'm very old. I'm mostly dead, so I'm never gonna get it. You know, I don't understand. Plans for dinner? I'm gonna eat an orange. I think that's all I'm gonna do at this point. Okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying. You can follow me on all the social media stuff. Like, comment, and subscribe. Social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Discord, all for free. Join up, have a good time. Appreciate it. Again, if you want to enter, this is your last chance. If you want to enter the Shenmue Xbox One giveaway for Shenmue 1 and 2 for Xbox One, follow me on Twitter. Follow Castlevania Games on Twitter, and retweet this tweet, and he will pick the winner. I'm not going to be doing that, so you can ask me, but I can't answer the question because I don't know when he's going to do that, because he's the guy shipping it out. It's available to anyone in the world. Doesn't matter what country you're in. He'll send it anywhere. So, oh, damn it. Leafy Poo. Ugh, I guess my little Pog champ. Come here. I'm your Pog champ? I had Pogs. I was a kid when Pogs were out. I had a shit ton of Pogs. And it's weird to me that your generation's like, Pog means cool. I'm like, Pog is a fucking Hawaiian beverage that got turned into a board game that became popular, then died off a horrible death like Beanie Babies. And for some reason, your generation is like, LOL, Pog means cool. What the fuck? You know you're old when you get to a point, everybody, where, you know, people start using terminology that you're just like, what the fuck are you saying? And then you know you're old. And Pog was that term. So there you go. And Azriel super chats and says, how much do you value your sleep when super chats come? At this point in time, I don't know, because I can't process new thoughts anymore. It's hard to say. Like, I'm seriously getting like somewhat delusional, or I don't even really understand what's happening anymore. It's almost like being high, but there's nothing to have triggered that other than just, you have to understand, I have been talking for over 9 hours straight into a camera. So the human body isn't really meant to do that. So it starts to get a little nutty after a certain point, but, you know, whatever. So the thing is, after this stream is over, I will probably eat an orange, watch some TV or YouTube very specifically, and then probably just go to bed. Okay. All right, Joe wants 3 more likes because then we'll be at 300 likes. Can somebody appease him? Can we get a couple of quick likes? I appreciate that too. Is all your coffee finished? No, I still have some in the Ubisoft thermos, and it's still warm. Give more super chats. That's the only thing that keeps me around at this point, because it's just rude not to respond to them. But I'm kind of ready to go. So once again, that would be please, the social medias. Hit the likes, comment on things. Social media, what is it? We have Facebook, you got Instagram, Twitter, Discord. On the Twitter, you can get right now the Shenmue 1 and 2 giveaway. You can do that. I guess we have 309 likes. Thank you very much. So yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been fun. I'm glad we could set a record here with 9 hours and 12 minutes. Are we at 10 hours now? No, we're not at 10 hours. We're at 9 hours now, 13 minutes. You know, like I said, the thing is, I'm not super exhausted physically. Like, I'm not falling asleep. But it's kind of like, almost, I imagine what being drunk must be like, or at least a little bit like I've had edibles. So you just kind of get out of it. Like, you start, like, I got a little bit of a headache going on. My throat hurts. It's hard to talk, that type of thing. But I'm not actually sleepy because I've been jacked up on so much coffee. We got a super chat from Leafy Poo, who says, bet and floss on those haters, tots. Fire. I know I'm old and stuff, but was that supposed to make sense? Or is that just like saying poggers based Fortnite in a row and it's supposed to mean something? I don't know what the hell any of that shit you're talking about is. I'm old. These words mean nothing to me. I remember Pac-Man, damn it. Damn it. Leafy Poo is trying to murder me. I thought we were cool. Diamond hands, baby. To the moon, Adam. Let's go. I can't tell if what you're saying is supposed to make sense or not. And I'm just reading it, and to me it's ridiculous, but like to all of you it's just a normal sentence like, hey, what's your favorite game console? Or some generic question that I can't even read anymore. I totally can't. I just can't. Why do you guys want me to make it to 10 hours? Do you guys seriously want me to go for 10 hours? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. You want me to do 10 hours? You got to pay for that shit. Because I'm like, I'm kind of done here. So, you know, I hate even asking it because it's not cool. So, no. Like, no. No. I'm 17 and I can confirm that sentence makes total sense. Bullshit. Anyway, again, let's do the plugs here. Giving away the game on Twitter. Azrael super chats. I remember when you said you had no intention of beating your record like 4 hours ago. Dude, I think I said that like when the stream started. Because I was like, yeah, maybe we'll go for like 2 hours. You know, do a normal, healthy stream. What is wrong with me? It's like, is it possible to be addicted to live streaming? Is that a thing? Because I don't do it very frequently. So is it possible to be addicted to one's own voice and one's talking? But here's the question for you guys. I mean, you're here, so you're obviously not bailing like out of boredom. Is this actually entertaining to you? Like, did the idea of being like, I'm going to watch this dickhead talk for almost 10 hours, is this entertainment? I'm curious. Like, I can't imagine I'm being on the other end of this and being entertained. Christ. Leafy Poo says, Adam, more like a damn, let's talk stonk GME, bro. I'm not talking game stonks. I can't. People made GameStop stock valuable. What? Sinuses. Oh, damn it. Hyper Sam Super Chat says 10 hours. Joe Santini, here's $5 more that you do not need. Trust me, I need it. I don't make any money on YouTube, man. Like, ad revenue. All right. Thank you for the super chats, everybody. I know you're trying to kill me, but I appreciate it. But I will say this. It's no joke. I'm super appreciative of super chats because my income source is really just YouTube at this point. And I'm not trying to play a small violin or anything, but like I do not get the kind of views I used to get. And it's the thing that keeps the channel going. Like I've mentioned before, like it's not like I don't get offered sponsorships from like, you know, NordVPN and all that sort of bullshit, but I never do it because I do not want to take the channel down that road. But the compensation for that is really, honestly, it's things like Patreon and super chats that are like, all right, we're going to offset that damage. So you guys tell me, if you value having a channel that's like this OG dinosauric throwback to original YouTube that's like ad-free as far as like internal sponsorships, if you value that, this is how you prove it. You know what I mean? And I am not trying to say like if you don't do it, you're not a loyal fan or viewer or anything. I'm certainly not saying that. But I am just explaining the simple economics of it. Like it's just, you decide. I say this all the time. Vote with your wallet. If I'm not meant to exist, it's because people chose not to vote with their wallet for me. And if you do vote with your wallet for me, I continue to exist. That is your choice. And speaking of people who are trying to kill me with their wallets, Leafy Poo says, I sharted and am getting a dopamine rush from this. Is that supposed to make sense? That's like saying I took a shit and got high. All right, you have fun down in Georgia doing that. I think that's what you do. Hunter DeMello super chats. I've used component for both the Wii and PS2 on a 1080p LCD, and I found that it actually looks a tad worse than composite on a CRT. I used a GameStop cable for PS2 and PS3 Wii 360. So the problem is that, well, oh God, I don't know if I have it in me to break these down. You can, like, I've literally done videos explaining, like, why the PS2 looked bad and what you can do about it. You can't just, the Wii, you have to set to 480p mode. I hope you did that. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't have the energy. Like, I can't do it. I can't. It would probably look better through component on a CRT. I don't doubt that. But, like, if you're using composite, that's a different example. But there are things you can do to improve those signals. You just need the extra equipment, and that's where a lot of people draw the line. That's why I do videos on that stuff. Oh, hey, Ryan is about to draw the winner. I'm glad I was streaming long enough that you could come back and check this out. So again, he's going to draw the winner for the Xbox One copy of Shenmue 1 and 2. Leafy, sorry, I'm dying. I can't remember names anymore. Have you seen that cringe Crub HUD ad? It's so bad. What the hell is Crub HUD? Crub Hub? Crub Hub. I don't know what that even is. Again, I'm not a Zoomer. I don't understand your Pac-Man talk or whatever. I mean, I understand Pac-Man, but your kids and your music, I don't get it. Is Grubhub a band? They probably are a band. They probably are a band that plays like Joe's Crab Shack or something. That's what you like. I've decided. Still Alive, which is barely me at this point. If you weren't doing YouTube, what would you be doing? That's kind of impossible for me to say because I have been doing this for 12 years. So I don't really know. I think life would have taken a very different trajectory. If I were to suddenly stop, I do not really know. I probably would get a more traditional job. But again, vote with your wallet. Do you want me to keep doing YouTube? All right. And if you suddenly see that video in your subscription feed that says like my game tour, you know I stopped and it didn't work out. So there you go. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for trying to kill me. Killa Evolutions joined. Dude, you're like the first person to join, actually hit that join button thing in maybe a year. Like nobody ever does that on this channel. I appreciate that. That's basically like the Patreon equivalent, but for YouTube. And so you get your own like custom emoji and stuff, and you get highlights, and of course I give you a shout out and all that sort of stuff, and you support the channel. I appreciate that. Let's see. Azrael, Adam, we are getting rest so we can chill. I think we might just like seeing people mentally break down in front of our eyes for $5 at a time. To be fair, it's $5 Canadian, so that's like 12 cents American, but yeah, good deal for you, I guess. Thank you for watching an old man slowly die. You're like, you know what? I participated in paying for murder. Thank you. What's your name? Oh, Leafy Poo again, right? Please say dedicated wham. Warm my eyes. Dedicated wham. Okay. The dedicated wham. I sound like fucking, Tweety Bird. What's happening? Marcos Fernandez. You do you, boo. Vulcan. Hell yeah. Live long and prosper. I'm sure as shit not going to live long after this. I'll tell you that right now. Do I know of Jade the Fox on your Discord? I know the name. It's some weird internal joke over there that I don't really pay much attention to. Hyper Sam, analog systems versus originals. Are you talking like analog NT and stuff? Those are probably better made. I don't deny that, but I don't have any of them. I like original hardware for the most part. The only exception there was the retro AVS as opposed to the NES. Mostly because it's not an emulator, it's an FPGA. So it's basically hardware replicating. It's an emulator in the literal textbook definition, but not as far as like replicating software. It replicates hardware. So it basically is an NES, even though it's not. It has additional benefits, including more reliability. It's Famicom and NES support, and a vastly superior video quality out of its HDMI port. Like that's the one I use. But aside from that one, not really. So no. I can never remember that you're Leafy Poo. Like, it takes me a second to digest it. Says, Grubhub Adam, let's stand by for the Castlemania draw. He's doing it right now. Okay? He's doing it. Sinuses from... Again, if you guys didn't know this, if you talk for 9.5 hours, you'll need to blow your nose, even when you're not sick. Because your body's like, what are you doing? Wasp. Poor Adam, withering away, talking about PS2 video quality. Hope you get some good rest soon. I mean, Death is kind of forever. It's kind of eternal sleep, so I'll probably sleep pretty fucking well at that point. Thank you for trying to kill me. Mudkip Life also became a member. Appreciate that. Like I said, that's pretty rare actually, so I appreciate that. I think honestly, last time I checked, I only had like 3 members, and the importer is like the only regularly active one. Lodmont, or not Lodmont, he's not even here. Verd, who's the anti-Lodmont really, says this is the worst way to spend 10 hours. I mean, it says the guy who sits in the Discord all day streaming games. So, okay, Castlemania Games has found the winner. Xbeef Cat. He says to DM him with your address and your email. Congratulations, Xbeef Cat. If you're here, you have won Shenmue 1 and 2 for the Xbox One physical mailed to your home. So, there you go. Congratulations. So that contest is over. Tech time. I can't remember. You gotta change your name to Leafy Poo, man. I'm getting tired of this. Leafy Poo-ish, whatever your name is. Grubhub Perks has deals that make you want to boogie. I don't use delivery. Check that shit. I do not get food delivered because A, it's more expensive, but B, really, to me, it's too gluttonous. I'm just like, I can go down the street and get food. I do not need someone showing up and doing this. You know what I mean? Like, I could do this myself. So, I set it as like a personal policy, because if I was like, yeah, fuck it, everybody bring me, I turn into Jabba the Hutt like really quick. So I do not go with Grubhub. Super chat, Azriel. We are close to the point where Adam will do a generation recap video about his streaming records and all the time he almost died. I'm not gonna live that long, man. Like, it's almost over for me. You guys are trying to have me murdered. I don't know why. I thought we was cool, but I guess not. What's happening? We're at 9 hours and 27 minutes. Thank you for the super chats, even though it's literally, you're attempting to fund my death. You understand that? Do you? Do you understand life? Do you? That's from The Room. I like that movie. Have you ever talked this long in your life? Oh, yeah. I mean, the last stream we did was 8 hours and 3 minutes. I'm granted that's less time, but I'm sure I talked before and talked again. This one, the only break I really had was Rob doing a couple of short calls. I think that last stream, Rob was on for like half of it. Birthday stream, I got some breaks. Corey came in. Corey Marshall came in. Kelsey Lewin was in there for a bit. So there's that. You know, there was people on the thing. But no, whatever. I don't care anymore. All right, are we wrapping up? Is this happening? Are we done? Have you guys given up? Are you just like, it's murder at this point? God damn it. At the second I say that. Leafy Poo, please react to Grubhub cringe ad. We want you to be okay. I don't know what that means. I'm not a Zoomer. I don't understand your Fortnite talk. It doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I know those words individually, but contextually together they mean nothing. I know what Grubhub is. What is the cringe ad? I know what cringe is. I know what an ad is. But is Grubhub cringe ad like the thing you guys say when you hang out? You're like, what up, my Grubhub cringe ad? What up, poggers? I don't fucking understand you guys. And that's how I know I'm old. So I can't react to something I don't totally understand. Now, if you're saying there's a specific commercial out there that's like shitty, I don't know. I've never seen it, so I can't react to it. Is that enough of a reaction to my non-reaction of not understanding the situation in the first place? I'm dying, you guys. Marcos, 30 minutes to go. Hang on, baby. I'm not even trying to beat this. Like, I'm just going, and you guys are like, hey, let's kill him. I thought we was cool. Sick Nick 64. I need a haircut. I'm looking at the video footage of myself. I haven't been doing it like this whole time. Do you guys know I need a haircut? Like, the beard I pay attention to. Like, the beard, I trim it, you know? I maintain it. But the hair, I just have to like go and get like a real haircut. I think I need a haircut. Right. Sick Nick 64. Hello again. Hello Adam again. I just combined again and Adam. Hello Agadam. Hello again, Adam. Sorry to contribute to your death on stream. No, you're not. Quick question. Have you noticed any improvement in PS2 quality using emulation through custom firmware on non-backwards compatible PS3 consoles? Are you saying... Well, first of all, I've never used a hacked PS3, so I can't really answer this question. So yeah, I can't really answer your question. Sorry. I don't play the PS2 through any sort of emulation. I know that certain PS3 models supported it through emulation, and I know it was kind of limited. If hacked consoles or hacked PS3s with custom firmware somehow enhance that experience, I don't know. I've never tried it, so I can't really say. I'm sorry. Jimmy D, are you related to Jimmy Dean? Do you make sausage? When is your next stream? Are you going to break the record? Isn't this enough record breaking? The record was 8 hours. It's now 9.5. Come on. Send me some sausage. Fuck. Adam is a savage. What did I do? What did I say? Adam is savage. What did I say? I don't even know what I said. What did I say that was savage? Leafy. It's an ad so bad, it'll make you want to boogie. I don't know what that means. Somebody's calling. It doesn't matter. Getting a phone call. Dude, I want Jimmy Dean sausage. All right, Jimmy D, I'm sorry. Your sausage is not that good. I've had it. There's better sausages in the world. But I was trying to be nice and say your sausage is fine. But it's really not that good. Sorry. I'm just being too legit to quit or whatever. Again, look up the meme of Steve Buscemi saying, hello, fellow kids. That's me all the time. I'm that guy. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I don't even really pretend like I'm not. It's really obvious. But for some reason, I'm thrown into the mix. What's happening? Victor Kazak. I can't read anymore. Victor says, Analog is legit. The engineer is obsessed about matching original hardware. Check out their hardware. Yeah, you're talking about like Analog NT. I know those are good machines. I just don't have any of them. I believe wholly, like, yeah, of course. Like, those guys know what they're doing. But I haven't used them and I don't own any. So, like, I can't really comment on them directly, but I completely would acknowledge that they're probably fantastic. So thank you for that. Roy Tavares. I'm sorry, dude. I cannot pronounce your name. I suck. I date a Portuguese girl and I still can't pronounce anything in Portuguese. In the early 2000s, I used to buy retro sealed games in a website called Game Quest Direct. However, nowadays, it seems like this site no longer exists. Do you know what happened to them? I've never even heard of that. Has anybody heard of Game Quest Direct? I'm sorry, dude. I appreciate the super chat. Well, aside from the fact you're trying to have me killed. But I have no idea. I've never heard of that. Canadian man, Ezreal. Your friends be calling you because they genuinely think you're dying and we just super chat like savages. Is that what the savage thing was? I'm being savage because you're super chatting and trying. Wouldn't that make you guys the savages? Is that how that works? I can't think anymore. I don't understand what's happening. Sick Nick. You guys have to hear this. That's on you. Let that sinus be on you. On your soul. Sick Nick. To elaborate on my previous super chat,
unless you mean South Carolina, because he just said SC. There are free options to play PS2 discs, unmodified PS3 consoles. Seems like a good project to try someday. Yeah? You're not far off. That has been in the pipeline for a while, but the pandemic really screwed that plan up for now. I can't really reveal it, but there is a plan there-ish down the road. Thank you for having me killed. Leafy, that's right. I can't associate anymore. I want to call you Tech Time, but then I remember you're Leafy, and for some reason now I want to call you Super Chat because I can't think anymore. Just watch it. Why you got to be toxic? Kiki do love me. Do you guys understand what he's saying? Do you respond with poggers and then suddenly it means something? I think he's trying to fuck with my broken head at the moment. Thanks. Hunter, if you haven't, you should try Li Hing Mui Power as a spice for gummy candy. Is that a thing? It's made from dry pickled plum skin, salt, and sugar. I can send you some. This is one of those sentences where, like, tomorrow I'm going to be like, did someone offer to send me, like, some sort of drugs made out of plums or something? Did that happen, or was I, like, dead already? I don't even understand what you're saying. You don't have to send me anything. But I don't even understand what you're talking about. I don't have the mental wherewithal anymore. I don't. What is life? I can't, you know? What? I think we gave him COVID. No, I took the first COVID vaccine shot. I have my second shot soonish. So I'm okay with that. I think. Unless I got COVID digitally from Rob. I guess that's possible. That burp is on you. My stomach is eating itself. Leafy. Adam, I shit on my retro tank. What should I do? Clean it? What? I don't know. Don't poop on your fucking stuff. I mean, don't do that. And stuff. We are making fun of you in voice chat the entire time. I don't give a shit. That's what the Discord's for. Go in there, make fun of me. I don't give a fuck. You know that. I'm not standing in front of a closet. This is a closet to the side, you know, that has like controllers and stuff in it. Adam, I'm trying to bake a M Classic. How many eggs? 7 eggs. You need eggs for that. And then it'll make the eggs high def. Why not? Fuck it. Hunter, sorry, I meant powder, not a drug, a seasoning. No, I mean, I would assume you weren't going to send me any Maui Wowie or something. Is that a real thing? Sounds like it should be a thing. I was kidding to an extent, but I also don't, I mean, I guess it's a food. It's fine. Seasonings are good. I like seasonings. I like to eat. I haven't done it since in 10 hours or in 11 hours almost, but I like food. I remember food. That's why I'm fat. I got the Pfizer one. Marcos super chats. Villains who twirl their mustaches are easy to spot. Those that cloth themselves in good deeds are well camouflaged. Live long and prosper. That might be poetic, but my brain doesn't work. Ever hung out with the guys at Video Games New York? Many times. Dan's a friend. He's hooked me up with a lot of the Dreamcast indies, and then I end up doing videos on that stuff. Yep. Favorite beer? I don't drink. What's his face? Now I have crusty PS2. Can I play imports on it? You can play Crust on it. Sure. Have a good time. We got one on PayPal. It's been a while.
We couldn't possibly expect you to fund your own death. Well, thank you. I'm going to have to put this money into my own funeral. I appreciate that. $5 goes a long way for a casket, you know? Thank you, Chris. Azriel, Canadian monies. Adam, go get something to eat so you'll survive and you'll get easier time to reach 10 hours. No, I'd have to, like, make food. Plus, I don't want to do that. Like, I'm going to go to bed in, like, an hour and a half or whatever. I don't want to make dinner at this point. Fuck it. I have an orange. I have some oranges. I'll eat an orange. That'll be fine. So, that'll be a thing. I've got sumo oranges. If you're at a sumo orange, they are awesome. They are actually Japanese, too, which is cool. But they actually look like fat little sumo wrestlers. And if you ever, like, cut one open and eat it, it doesn't taste like a normal orange you're used to. If you ever had, like, it's not the best description, but, like, if you were ever a kid and you had, like, you know, those, like tangerines in, like, the sugary sauce, if you will, you know, they would come in, like, crappy little lunch boxes or whatever. Those are, like, super, super sweet, but they're obviously, like, caked in sugar and they're totally artificial. Imagine one growing organically and tasting like that. Sumo orange. Awesome. Super chat person guy from Georgia. Adam doesn't drink, but he will now. Floss on that. Show us a sumo orange. If I had one out here, I would, but I'd have to go into the other room and get past my lights, and I might just die on the way there, so I don't think that's going to happen. You know. If you're just joining us, I'm almost dead. We've been streaming for 9 hours and 41 minutes of just a fat man sitting in a chair talking endlessly. It's been a hell of a ride, and I'm almost dead. And the only reason we're still going is I have a policy where if somebody super chats, like, I stop and I'll take the time to respond to that. And I've been trying to leave, but then they keep doing it to try and murder me because I think they want me to break the record. But why does it matter? Why do you care? Super chat, Super Georgia, whatever. Adam be tripping harder than our president. LOL. The Gerald Ford moment. Funny thing about Gerald Ford is he was only really remembered A, for pardoning Nixon, and B, for being this clumsy fool who fell down when he was actually, like, the most athletic president we ever had. It's just that he got remembered for, like, one particular moment. It happens. I said I wasn't tired. I'm not that kind of tired. Like, the engine is running, but there's monkey wrenches in it. Like, there's shit clogged in the engine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got a headache, getting sinuses. I'm hungry. I'm getting a little delusional. But I'm not sleepy per se. Probably because I'm jacked up on a bunch of caffeine. But my ability to be coherent is quickly deteriorating. Do you think you're too polite as a person? Fucking no, I'm not, dick. No, thank you. Dick. Am I? Dick? I don't know. Dick. Figure this out. I can't, because after that you put a weird emoji that I'm not familiar with. So I don't know. You're still streaming. You sound drunk. It's because I've been streaming for almost 10 hours. I'm dying. It's almost time for me to stop being alive. That's basically how that's going. So, you know, I'm going to die soon. And that's that. What? Sorry. Sinuses, because you make me talk forever. Are we sitting in a porta potty? No, it's my office. Georgia man, Snopes reports that Adam has not figured it out. Is Snopes like Zoomer media? Zoomer alternative hipster media? I'm old. I don't understand these words. What? If Adam dies, we have to have him cryogenically frozen like Walt Disney so he can teach aliens video game history. They can just watch my videos. It don't matter. It's fine. They won't let me sleep. It's like that line from the non-Snyder cut. You won't let me live. You won't let me die. It feels like that. Canadian, hey guys, this is a stream of some sort, and I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're enjoying it too. I feel really lightheaded. Do you think I'm dying? I think I'm dying. Snopes is a fact-checking website. That sounds familiar. Part of the problem, you guys, is I'm not firing on all cylinders right now, so it's possible, like, 6 hours ago. Oh, yeah, Snopes, of course. I know. Right now, I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I tried but failed. Verd, aren't you used to failure? That's like your thing, right? I thought you were known for failure. Snyder Cut. We're not talking about Snyder Cut because I don't want to ruin it for people. 120 people are still enjoying it. 120 people are really into masochism and just watching a fat man die slowly. It's bring back quick shoot series intro. I miss it. I can't. Original audio is gone. It got lost in the hard drive failure. And people are like, can't you just like cannibalize it from old videos? No, because you need separate wavelengths and they're all gone. So I can't do it. But I appreciate your nostalgia. I'm almost done, you guys. Like, it's almost 10. I don't want to keep doing this. Like, I've been trying to leave for an hour. Imagine your conversation with... This is from Canada, man. Imagine your conversation with Rob tomorrow when you say you'll stream for 10 hours straight. Man, fuck Rob. He's a dick. I mean, he's really nice, but he's an asshole. He'll be like, why did you stream? And I'll be like, who the fuck are you? And he'll be like, I'm Rob. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, you are Rob. It'll be something like that. It's probably about how it's going to go. I think. I don't know. Blood rush. His brain's like telling me to fucking stop. Super Nintendo got vaccinated today. Congrats. Go Chicago. Go team. I did it. You went to Toy Rat and back. Congratulations. Toy Rat's cool. This guy's still streaming. I am. You hate money, Adam? No, I hate the idea of dying, I think. I don't remember. Did you answer my question that I asked in the community post? I missed it. I don't know what you're talking about. What? And it's up to you guys. I don't even care anymore. Are we doing this? Are we doing this? Are we going for 10? We're only 13 minutes away. The rules stand. You pay to play. This is your EA DLC bullshit. Keep me around. I don't. Whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? Oh. Canadian man, Adam, I'll shut up now because they want you to live. Yeah, but do you value beating the record more? You tell me. Canadians have different standards than Americans. They value different things, different cultures and all. Americans like to live. Canadians like to beat records. Just saying. Entertain us, Adam. Anus. You said anus. That's literally abuse and butt online. My laptop went through a full charge while watching this stream. Good. Hunter says, do you paint your consoles? What do you think would be a cool design? No. I don't really tend to mess with the cosmetics of a console much. It's definitely not that. I don't have the painting talent, so it's cool when people do that, but like I don't have that skill. Kyle Jet. Adam, can you liberate? You want me to liberate Europe from the Germans? Are we doing that? Oh, no, wait. Adam, can you elaborate more on how bad the sequels are? I asked this question 9 hours ago, but I need more. They are so bad. I can only assume you mean Star Wars. I don't have it in me, dude. Like, you have to have hit me like 6 hours ago. Basically, they are not a cohesive trilogy. There's absolutely no planning. They do everything they can to meticulously undo all the character traits of the legacy characters while destroying the lore of the entire universe. It is truly a monumental achievement how bad they managed to make those films. To me, it's like on this level of it's so bad, it's like really bad fan fiction, and I can't even remotely pretend to accept them as canon. And for the record, we're talking about the Star Wars Disney era trilogy, which isn't even a trilogy. It's 3 movies that we're told take place in a row, and they totally don't. They're just, it's no more a trilogy than Revenge of the Sith, Solo, and Rogue One are a trilogy. They take place in a row, but they are not a trilogy. That's all I got, man, on that. Georgia person, we'll send you to the moon, bro. F the haters, man. We love you and your channel. I enjoy you for all the hard work and effort that you put out in the world. Not to get too far in, but I hope you get married and raise a family. That one actually kind of makes sense, and I don't know if that's because I'm at that point where everything's just so insane that it just, no matter what is said, it makes sense now, even though it doesn't really make sense. Like, I remember a time that I got an edible and I was watching Batman Returns, and suddenly the movie made sense like it never made sense before. Like, Batman, oh my god, Penguin pushed the Ice Princess off the building. It was to frame Batman. Oh my god, it all makes sense. Which obviously I already knew that, but when I was like kind of high-ish, it was like, wait, I'm telling myself I didn't know that, and now I'm getting it for the first time, and it's amazing. Is it like that? Does that make sense? Thank you. Canadian person, Leafy, I defy you to one-up this chat. Technically he did, because he's an American, so his money's worth more than yours. I appreciate the effort, but I don't think it actually mathematically works out. So, just saying. I can liberate Europe. No, I cannot. Maybe the Netherlands. There's not much of a defense there. But outside of that, no. I mean, the Canadians were able to liberate, the Netherlands. I mean, so there's that. We're at the point where nobody's even commenting anymore, much less super chatting. So I think it's time to go. Again, you want to follow me? There's social medias. They're in the description. The contest is now over, so you can't enter that anymore. But you can follow me on Twitter. That's a thing. Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. I don't think I got any new Instagram followers on this, although I haven't really checked. Maybe I did. Follow me on Instagram. I post pictures of random stuff. Like, not just video game shit. It's like, it's cool stuff. It's funny. Twitter, Facebook fan page. You could do that. The Discord. Do that. You should also like this video. And you should go to other videos and like those. You should do that. Hunter Super Chats. What's your favorite between Nickelodeon, Disney, and Cartoon Network? I presume that would depend on the era in which you watched it. I think I would have to say, in its heyday, probably Nickelodeon from the 90s. Modern Nickelodeon sucks. But, you know, that's kind of a biased towards my own childhood. You know? So, is that... What was the question? Canadian says, Adam, if you were ever to be failed fourth... Adam, if you were to be a... that really does say that. Adam, if you were to be a failed 4th gen console maker, what would you be? Didn't Coleco make a computer called the Atom? Let's go with that. There's a cheap exit strategy on your question, motherfucker. Damn it. Georgian. I hope someday you hold on to your special gal and get to slide the ring on her hand and see the smile on your face. I can't see a smile on my own face. I mean, I guess right now I kind of can because I'm live streaming. It's a special and honorable moment. I hope you have a little one who you can raise to be right and play with all of Dad's stuff. Peace. As I've pointed out, I can't see my own face. It's the one thing you can never really see. You need like a mirror. I don't think I'm gonna live stream any sort of wedding, especially like not with like a camera like on my own face. I think that would be a bit much. That's a bit egotistical even for me. So no. Did that sentence make sense? Am I speaking Spanish? I don't remember anymore. I can't speak Spanish, so if I'm speaking Spanish, there's something wrong. Biblioteca. Thank you for the donation because that was a pretty big one. I appreciate that. Hunter says Modern Nick has SpongeBob and the Loud House. SpongeBob debuted when I was still a kid, and I'm geriatric as fuck. And that one's on you for making me do that. So I know what SpongeBob is. The Loud House. That's some Zoomer shit. I don't know. Go, just tell it. Is it Pog? Is that even a sentence? Is it Pog and Fortnite? Go Pog and Fortnite all over it. Based. Okay. Are we done? Social media. Twitter. Instagram. Discord. Facebook? That's still a thing, right? Yeah, Facebook's a thing. Patreon. Appreciate the generosity, but I don't understand why more people don't do Patreon. Like, you get perks out of that. You get to see videos early. You get Discord benefits. All that sort of shit. You can pick subjects. You can be on the podcast. Like, do it. Appreciate you. Canadian says, Adam, are you ever going to Brazil to go game hunting, Master System stuff like you do for Dreamcast stuff in Japan? So, I've never been to Brazil. I almost went in like, what was it, 2017? I almost went in October 2017. Ubisoft Brazil, of all groups. Usually when I deal with like Ubisoft, it's just Ubisoft America, and then they say like, okay, we want you to the thing here or whatever, or they'll, thing in Europe, we want you there. But for some reason, Ubisoft Brazil specifically, like that brand, that division contacted me, and they were like, hey, there's like this, I don't remember the name of it, there's like this big convention for games, and we want you there, so we'll hook you up. And I was like, holy shit, yes. And then I looked into, at the time anyway, you needed a visa for Americans to get into Brazil. you have to understand with these type of events, they don't usually give you more than like 2 weeks notice, and there was no way to get a Brazilian visa in that time, so I had to turn it down. That was the only time I almost went to Brazil. I would have gone, but I would have been kind of at their mercy to like do their thing, because that's how that is. So typically Ubisoft is pretty good about giving you extra days to yourself to do your own thing. So they probably would have given me like 2 days to go wander around. I think it was in Sao Paulo. So maybe I would have done something. I don't really know, but it doesn't matter because I never went, because I didn't have that chance. Just because if I had known, I would have got a Brazilian visa. So funny enough, I actually did get a Brazilian visa after that, because they said it was possible and other things can come up, but nothing ever did. And now you don't even need it. Well, now there's a pandemic, but for a phase there, you didn't need a visa at all. Super chat, dad, man. Are you actually a dad, or is that a lie? Sailor Moon, Toonami era, go. I don't watch the anime. I don't mean the anime of that show. I mean like anime in general. I don't watch anime. Anime is like, it's kryptonite to my eyes. Like I see that and I'm like, oh, my brain, it fucking hurts. I'm dying. I can't watch anime. So I can't contribute to that conversation. I'm sorry. I think I have a Sega Saturn Sailor Moon game. It's the extent of my contribution to that comment. Sorry. Hunter, Loud House is about an 11-year-old boy with white hair named Lincoln Loud, who has 10 sisters, 5 older, 5 younger, and it's been out since 2016 and replaced FOP, which I assume is like Fortnite over Poggers or something, because I don't understand what you kids do. Is that true? There was a show called Fortnite over Poggers. That would actually be kind of Pog. Do I sound cool or do I sound old as shit? I bet I sound old as shit, right? Because I'm old as shit and I don't know these references. I don't understand. Acer Eclipse. Should I buy a Sega Saturn, and what is your opinion on it? Watch my Saturn recap video, and yes, you should buy a Saturn. I believe you're new to this, so you aren't really aware. I'm like losing my fucking mind because I've been streaming. Oh, it's official. We've just went over 10 hours, everybody. For 10 hours, I've been sitting here talking. So I'm becoming a little bit of a lunatic. So yes, get a Saturn. It is a good game console. Do it. Do it. Do it. Unlimited consoles. Consoles. I pronounced it wrong. Whatever. Where are we at? Canadian, congrats on the 10 hours, man. Go sleep and try to stay alive now, bro. Nice being in it. Thank you for your contribution to my death. It's unfortunate that I cannot use Canadian healthcare system to have prevented this. But, you know, appreciate the thought. Appreciate the loonies. That's their currency. For people who don't know, I'm not making fun of them. Canadian currency, called a loonie. Hunter DeMello, FOP, Fairly Odd Parents. Dude, I remember that show. But it should have been Fortnite over Poggers. I'm just saying. Let's do that. Oh my god. Georgia person. Adam, let me be the one on the podcast this month. Loving you from Georgia. Hooyah Navy. Dude, you have the option to do that anytime over on Patreon. Why didn't you do that? We'll have to talk and figure that out. But I mean, at the moment the slots are full. We have Abdullah in the first half, and then we have Keith in the second half. Keith's going to be joining us. He committed to a year of the podcast. Like, just like holy shit! But his first episode, he couldn't join because he got rushed to the hospital out of nowhere. So, you know, we wished him well. You guys will hear it. I mean, the podcast comes out in like 7 days. None of you ever watch it, but you'll hear it if you watch that. So, wow, thank you for that. I think that's the perfect finale, because who's going to top fucking $99.99 super chat? That's crazy. But we did it, guys. I didn't intend to do this. It was never at all the plan to have a 10-hour live stream. Holy balls. Like, I started this at noon my time. I ate breakfast and then I started this. It's like almost bedtime now. And Acer decides to one-up Georgia Person, or at least do the finale, I guess. What games are good on the Saturn? Because I can't convince myself to buy a Saturn, and it's funny because I got almost every console. I don't know if I have the mental faculties to make a great list at the moment, but the Saturn has a lot of good stuff. Can you just check out my Discord and ask in there? Like, my brain's not working. Maybe like Resident Evil 1 is cool. There's a lot of great shoot 'em ups, particularly the Japanese stuff. It's kind of an interesting version of like Tomb Raider that's on there. Rayman. Estal is a great one. A lot of the Sega stuff, like the Panzer Dragoon games. Some good stuff. What else? Burning Rangers, Nights into Dreams. There's some cool stuff. You should check it out. If you want to do the more affordable route, because Saturn's expensive as hell, I'd say get the console and then get like an ODE, like the mode. I've got videos on it. You can check that out, but I would say you should do that. And Georgia Person says, same months I can't because of duty. Are you playing Call of Duty, so you're busy? I get it. I don't understand what that means, but what? What? All right. Now, I'm assuming it's over. Georgia man's got to be out of money at this point, unless he's spending his entire stimulus check on me. Okay. Ephraim Stroga. I'll be the last. LOL. Go to sleep. I'm working on it. My stomach's eating itself. I need to play Nights into Dreams now. No, now would be a good time to play Rez. Anyway, thank you, Ephraim. Okay. Go to Twitter. Follow me. Make a Twitter and follow me. Sadocles super chat says, say cheese, it's Sadocles. Thank you. Again, Sadocles, the man that beat the shit out of cancer. Mad respect. What? Sorry, I'm dying. It's almost over for my life. But, yes. Anyway, Hunter DeMello, thoughts on Family Guy? It's a show. It's been on for probably too long. It's amusing. It's not a great show. It's not even that good of a show. It's like background entertainment. Like, I'll enjoy watching it, whatever. But it's not the most well-crafted entertainment, like, comedy of that era. South Park and I think The Simpsons are both far superior shows. But it's fine. Thank you. Anyway. Twitter. Go in the description of this video, everybody. First hit the like button. You know what you want. There's 129, 130, whatever. Hit that like button. Just do it. It takes 2 seconds. Just click. Done. Boom. Hit it. Click that. Go in the description of the video. There is a thing called Twitter. Click on that. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Facebook. Just do it. You can do all those things. It's just a click. It's a couple clicks. You're good. And then there's also options like you can go in the Discord, hang out in there. It's kind of a chat all the time. I'm in there a lot. Then there's Patreon. You can do that. And it's a good time. Appreciate you. Patreon, you get early access to videos and all that sort of stuff. It's fun. Now, with that, I believe we are here at the finale. Looks like Sadocles gets the last. Oh, God. Georgia Man says, let me do 2 to 3 months. It's hard because the duty watch bill can be unpredictable and mess up the recording days with y'all. Navy Corman, wish me luck and wish me the best. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for killing me. I can't, dude. I don't have the mental faculties to understand if you're being serious right now or what's even happening. So message me on... How do we communicate? We usually communicate through Patreon, right? Message me and then we'll talk when I'm not dead, assuming I live through the night. Thank you for the generosity. I can't tell if that's real money at this point or if I'm just seeing colors. Canadian says, you do realize like 5 hours ago you had 130 watchers and you still have 130. Yes, like I said, it's a lot of people who want me to die, but also it's time zones. You know, like all of Europe's asleep, but now there's actually some of them, the really early ones, are starting to wake up. You know, you now have people in Australia that are very much awake. Guam's awake. Japan's awake. I don't really have Japanese viewers. The Americans are still awake, particularly the West Coast. Hunter DeMello's in Hawaii, so he's like 6 hours behind me. So it's like 4 p.m. or whatever over there. So, it happens. Time zones. It's you know, it's a thing. But, you know, whatever. Anyway. What? What's going on? Okay. All right. Okay. Please, what was I saying? Go to Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. Go to Instagram and follow me on Instagram. Even if you don't use those things, make those things. Follow me on those things. And then you can see random thoughts and pictures and all sorts of stuff. Facebook, same thing, the fan page. All the links in the description. You just go to the description, you click it. You can click the like button on this video. Go to my other videos. Watch those. Click like. Comment on it. It really does help. Put up some playlists. Let that stuff run. Always good. Again, you can join up on the Patreon whenever you want. Hit the join button on this. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. It's America, damn it. Now that said, I think we're finally done here. I think this is over. I think we're out. So, it has been a crazy evening. It's 10:11. Oh my god. Pay is coming, and I got lots of stimulus. It's real. Well, thank you again. I guess tonight's MVP has got to be Leafy Poo. He's donated like $300 fucking dollars, I think, at this point. What? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I can't even formulate words. Ugh, I'm almost out of coffee, you guys. Which is not good. Coffee is important. If you've never had coffee, you should try it. Okay, sorry. We're getting distracted. The point is, we're trying to end this, right? Okay. We gotta go, probably. Which means, go to Twitter. Go to Instagram. Go to Facebook. Go to Patreon. Go to all those things. The links are in the description. Go to the Discord. Join up. Hang out. Super Bubba, 99 cents, doesn't have a question, but thank you for that. Canadian Leafy Poo is a legend. Hunter DeMello, I love to see you do an all-nighter next stream. I'd recommend sleeping till like 1 or 2 p.m. That way you're prepared. Good God, you guys. No, I talked with Rob when he called, and it was like, if you want to do something that long, I would have to... I'd have to have a tag team effort. Like, I'd have to have, like, Rob step in for, like, a couple hours on his own or something like that. But, yeah, I couldn't do that on my own. You can see the viewer count is dropping. Now we're down, like, 114. I don't know if that's because people think it's really over. Because I keep thinking it's really over. And then it's not over. Because it never gets to be over. Why for Canadian 99 cents? Did I get vaccinated? I got the first shot. I haven't had the second one yet. I get that soon. The Pfizer one. But yes. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. Again, Discord, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Patreon. Just do it. Click on the links. Follow me on the things. I appreciate it. Helps out. Watch other videos. Like those videos. Comment on those videos. Like this video. Comment on this video. Share some videos. That's always a good thing. Georgia, active duty sailor who appreciates how hard you've been working. You deserve the extra income. Generosity is random, but you earned it, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you've been... I actually think part of your motivation right now is your distaste for Rob. So you donate a bunch of money to have the anti-Rob show, right? Yeah, see, I get it. Yeah, anyway, you can hit join. My legs are falling asleep. I'm probably dying. Anyway, okay. Follow the social media stuff. It's in the description. And then you do all that, and that's good. And then we're out, right? Okay. 10 hours, 14 minutes. Holy balls. Wow. All-time record. Adam, should I come back to the Discord? Yeah, Wubio, we don't really know why you left, but you're always welcome back. Okay, now we're done. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for the donations on PayPal, as well as obviously super chats are super helpful. I appreciate all the effort, sticking with it. 10 hours plus at this point. Fucking ridiculous. Georgia person says perhaps. No, not perhaps. I definitely do appreciate it. So thank you very much. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna, there's the end stream button. I'm gonna I was about to click that. Efren just 1337. I think that's Mexican something. Okay, whatever. Thank you. Okay, now I'm gonna click the button, you guys. I'm gonna click it. And it's gonna be done. And we be outie 5,000. All right. So thank you, everybody. Again, please hit the social media stuff in the description. I like, the followers and all that. It's good times. And we will do this again if I live. I don't know when, but at some point. And it'll be fun. It's always fun. But I'm losing my mind. Anyway, good night, everybody. Please go hang out in the social things. This is it. Final salute. Last call. I'm saying thank you to everybody one last time. You are the GOAT. You make everything possible so that we could do this. And sure, whatever. Pog, go, Zoomer generation. I don't understand your lingo. Georgia just donates but doesn't even say anything. Thank you again. And it's 99 cents from Y4 and I think that Georgia's, I keep calling it's Leafy Poo, which is also Tech Time. I think it's his goal to be the last one. I think. And then Y4 just fucked it up for him. And then Azrael Canada all over the place. Push the button, man. I'm trying, but I'm also trying not to be a dick. What I don't want to do is hit end stream and then one goes through and I can't acknowledge it. You know what I mean? That's not cool. So I'm trying. I promise you. I'm trying to hit the end stream. It's been 10 hours and 17 minutes. Okay. Social medias. Go do all that stuff. Go watch other videos. It'll be a good time. And I'm going to go because I'm dying. It is 10 hours and 17 minutes in. And now it's time to hit the end stream button. So goodbye, everybody. Thank you. You are very generous. Wubio, why? $4.99 from Wubio. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now I hit button. Okay. All right. I hit button. You're done? You're done? I don't want to be that. I don't want to do the thing. I don't want to do the thing where I press the stop thing and then a thing comes through and then it doesn't work out. Okay. All right. Make sure it's all clear. Make sure it's all clear. 3 more minutes. Why do you need 3 more minutes? Oh, because then we'll be at a nice even number. Is that what you want? Your 10 to... Georgia super chats fucking $50 and says 1 more hour. Have me on. Dude, I don't have 5 minutes left in me, much less a fucking hour. I appreciate the super chat, but holy balls. Like, that's what I'm saying. I told you. This is it.
He wants to have the last super chat. So every time somebody else does it, I think it pisses him off. And then he does it himself. Okay. You guys, I can't. I totally can't even. I gotta go. So I'm gonna push the button. Please go to the socials. I've said this 1,000 fucking times. Azrael, Leafy is going to wake up tomorrow and be like, oh my god, I spent so much money, man. He's spending his stimulus. He doesn't even care. Adam, I missed Discord. I'm going to rejoin. You got me. Well, welcome back. You should be there. Okay. All right. Yes, I'm going insane. I'm going like full Joker now. Are we done? Can I choose life? You guys, I can't. Okay. All right. Focus. What is the word? Socials. You do those. Do that. I'm gonna go. Thank you everybody for the donations, super chats, PayPal. I gotta go before I develop an embolism and just fucking die. It's interesting though, the views are going up. Why is that the case? Okay, I've been doing this for now 10 hours and 20 minutes. This has to stop. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. It is over. I'm going to click the button now. All right. So thank you for the things. Please go to the social medias. Okay. We're done. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it. And clicked. Goodbye. Oh wait, I haven't hit it yet. Oh wait, now I will. Goodbye.